Chapter 1. The Billion Times Critical Strike Recycling System. Launching. Yinan neighborhood. Yinan looked out of the window, his face showing a look of complete hopelessness. Martial artists, fierce beasts. It had been more than a year since he had traveled to this world. Although his current identity was that of an orphan, his martial artist parents had left him some inheritance before they passed away, allowing him to live a decent life. But this world was an Earth. It was called Launching, a planet with numerous dungeons. Dungeons, filled with countless fierce beasts. 300 years ago, Launching was also in a hot weapon age. But after the appearance of fierce beasts, humans discovered that bullets and shells were unable to kill them. Although nuclear weapons could eliminate fierce beasts, those with extremely strong survival abilities became even stronger after radiation exposure. Over 300 years, Launching transitioned from a hot weapon era to a cold weapon one. In the process of resisting fierce beasts, humans discovered a peculiar gas, Yuan Qi. Some humans, upon absorbing Yuan Qi, would become extraordinarily powerful superhumans who could tear apart fierce beasts, their strength, speed, and defense surpassing ordinary people by countless times. To absorb Yuan Qi, cultivation talent is necessary. On Launching, children aged 6 can be tested for cultivation talent. Those who are detected with cultivation talent will be sent to martial artist schools around Launching for training. After the emergence of many powerful martial artists, humanity finally managed to resist the attacks of fierce beasts, forcing them back into the dungeons. The powerful martial artists chose to enter the dungeons, guarding the passageways so that fierce beasts couldn't easily reach the surface of Launching. But Launching has too many unknown dungeons, and these dungeon passages are not guarded by martial artists, which is why there are still many fierce beasts on the surface of Launching. Why don't I have any cultivation talent? Yinan sighed. Launching isn't a base city either. Even though there are martial artists in the army here, their numbers aren't enough. If fierce beasts appear, they can barely withstand them. When he first came here, he thought he'd have a golden finger system, then become a powerful martial artist, subdue the earth, and slay fierce beasts. Reality is often cruel. Forget about becoming a powerful martial artist. He didn't even have any cultivation talent. If he was originally from Launching, it would be fine, but he's a transmigrant. Don't transmigrants usually have golden fingers? This question, Yinan had pondered countless times. Ding. The Billion Times Critical Strike Recycling System is binding. What's this? Yinan was shocked. Ding. The Billion Times Critical Strike Recycling System binding is complete. System. Yinan froze. He knew clearly that he wasn't hallucinating. Has my golden finger finally arrived? Ding. 10 times Critical Strike Recycling function enabled. Recovered items will receive 10 times the reward for critical strikes, and the rewards obtained through recovery cannot be recycled again. The system's voice echoed once more in Yinan's mind. Recycling critical strikes. Yinan noticed that suddenly, a set of data appeared on his retina. Item, ordinary wooden bed. Recoverable. 10 times critical strike. Let's try? Excited with anticipation, Yinan chose to recycle. Ding. Recycling successful. Received 0 rewards. Oh. Yinan realized he had lost something without gaining anything. After a successful recovery, the bed was gone as well. Perhaps better things are required to gain recovery rewards? And he did indeed have good stuff? After his parents' death in battle, they had left him a large sum of union coins and also gave him a piece of a fierce beast feather. He opened his room's cabinet, and a pitch-black feather caught his eye. This black feather exuded an incomprehensible aura that made Yinan's body involuntarily tremble. Black Crown Hawk, a formidable fierce beast equivalent to an 8th-rank elite martial artist, known for its large size and its brutal slaughter of numerous humans. Item, Black Crown Hawk Feather. Recoverable. 10 times critical strike. Note, for the first useful item recovered, you will additionally receive a recovery reward. Yinan chose to recover. Ding. Recovery successful. Medium cultivation talent. 10 Yuan stones can be refined into Yuan Qi. The amount of Yuan Qi obtained depends on the height of cultivation talent. 2 talent cultivation stones, used for upgrading cultivation talent. 2 ability enhancement talent stones, used for enhancing ability talents. Low-grade strength talent, 3-fold amplification. Whoa. Yinan drew in a sharp breath. These recovery rewards were simply amazing. A medium cultivation talent, meaning he could now become a martial artist. There was also low-grade strength talent with triple amplification effects. Not to mention the Yuan stones, cultivation talent stones, and ability enhancement talent stones. Though he hadn't heard of such things before, their descriptions had already enlightened him. Cultivation talent levels are divided into grades on Launching. Weak, inferior, low grade, medium, high grade, top tier, super grade, ultimate grade, divine grade. On Launching, most martial artists are either low grade or medium in talent. Those who possess high grade cultivation talent can be considered geniuses. The level of cultivation talent not only represents how quickly one can absorb Yuan Qi, but also the refinement process of it within their body. Those with weak cultivation talent can absorb Yuan Qi, but refining it inside their bodies is abysmally inefficient. Thus, those with weak cultivation talent can never break through to become elite martial artists throughout their lives. Talent is categorized into 2 types, cultivation talent and special ability talent. Strength talent falls under the latter, being awakened postnatally. Special ability talents have fewer ranks compared to cultivation talents, only low, medium, and high grades. Yinan fused the medium cultivation talent, 10 Yuan stones, and low-grade strength talent into his body. First rank martial artist. Myself. Yinan looked at his trembling hands. Am I now a martial artist? Human martial artists already have a well-defined classification of realms. Martial artist, elite martial artist, great martial artist, grandmaster, great grandmaster, war general, war king, primordial war respected one, primordial war sage, primordial war emperor, primordial war god. Each realm is further divided into 9 ranks. If my cultivation talent was higher, then the 10 yuan stones should have enabled me to break through to an even higher realm. Yinan muttered. Martial artist is the initial realm. The higher up the realm, the more yuan qi required. After fusing the 10 yuan stones, no time was needed for refinement. They were directly refined into corresponding yuan qi based on his cultivation talent. And this was merely from one feather of the black-crowned hawk. What about a complete black-crowned hawk? 10 times critical strike. The system's name is the billion times critical strike recycling system after all. If it were hundreds of times, thousands of times, or even billions of times critical strikes, what kind of rewards would he get? Yinan felt that this system was truly extraordinary. He then used the 2 cultivation talent stones and 2 special ability talent stones. Neither the medium cultivation talent nor the low-grade strength talent improved because of this. Clearly, upgrading cultivation and special ability talents requires a large number of talent stones. Without further thought, Yinan left his room and headed downstairs in Huyuan neighborhood to test his combat power first. Huyuan neighborhood was a residential area for martial artist families. Since his parents had fallen in battle, apart from being able to live in Huyuan neighborhood, he could also collect a substantial allowance every month. He stood before a combat power testing machine. Bang! 1,230. A powerful punch displayed a number on the combat power testing machine. This was his current combat power. What if he used the 3-fold amplification effect of the low-grade strength talent? Bang! 1 fold. 2,460. 2 folds. 3,690. 3 folds. 4,920. With the 3-fold strength amplification, Yinan's combat power reached 4920. 4920 combat power was equivalent to that of a 4th-rank martial artist. Is this my combat power? Yinan was thrilled. After calming down, Yinan knew that although he possessed 4,920 combat power, he didn't feel confident enough to defeat a 4th-rank martial artist. Because in terms of speed and mental response, he was still a 1st-rank martial artist. Chapter 2. Anqing, the savage beast appears. Yinan discovered that there was an attribute panel in his mind. He clicked and opened the attribute panel. Name, Yinan. Age, 22 years old. System, billions times critical strike recycling system, 10 times critical strike. Cultivation talent, medium. Psi ability talent, low-level strength talent. Realm, 1st-tier warrior. Yinan was quite satisfied with the data on the attribute panel. Anqing was just a small city. Its strongest warrior did not exceed the 6th-tier warrior level. Yinan, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice appeared by Yinan's ear. Yinan turned around and saw a boy and a girl about his age. Both of them were from the Huyuan neighborhood and would say hello when they met, but they weren't particularly close. Oh, I'm testing my combat strength. Yinan smiled faintly. You don't have any cultivation talent, do you? The boy and the girl looked somewhat surprised. Just bored. I've got something to do, so go ahead with your business, and I'll leave first. Alright. The boy and the girl nodded. After Yinan left, the boy and the girl exchanged glances. Alas, Yinan is quite pitiable. His parents are gone, and he has no cultivation talent detected. At least our parents are still alive. Though our cultivation talent is low level, we have something to look forward to. Yeah, it's obvious that he wants to become a warrior, but without cultivation talent, he can't absorb elemental energy, and no matter how hard he tries, he can never become a warrior. The boy and the girl shook their heads. Well, let's not talk about that. Let's test our combat strength. Last month, my combat strength reached 600. I believe it won't take long before I become a true warrior. Speaking of this, the boy and the girl went up to the combat strength testing device. They stared at the number yet to be refreshed on the combat strength testing device. Their pupils contracted rapidly, their faces filled with disbelief as if struck by lightning. 4,920. This combat strength, is it Yinan's score? It's only Yinan who is here. There's no one else but him. Isn't he said to lack cultivation talent? The boy and the girl were shocked, complex, and stunned to the extreme, unable to recover for a long time. Was a genius right next to them all along? Has Yinan been pretending to be weak all along? The girl's complexion turned slightly pale. 4920 in combat strength was incredibly overwhelming for her. Back at home, Yinan suddenly remembered something. Oh no, the combat strength wasn't reset back to 0. He shook his head. Well, let them know then. There wouldn't be any issue with others knowing about his strong combat power. More likely, several forces would come seeking to recruit him. But the fact that he had this system must absolutely not be revealed. Roar. Bang. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying roar resounded throughout, followed by savage beasts' cries which shattered every window pane across Huyuan neighborhood. And the roars were more than one. Endless cries began echoing forth. Savage beasts. Yinan recognized this as the cry of a savage beast. Anqing wasn't very big, with a population of only 200,000. All residents heard the savage beasts roar. Boom boom. Next, there were violent explosions all over Anqing. Human screams began ringing out continuously. Is a savage beast appearing? Yinan felt some fear, but also excitement. Since being transported to Blue Star, Anqing had experienced its first savage beast attack. Calming himself down, he thought it might be an opportunity for him. By killing and recycling savage beasts, he could quickly become an incredibly powerful warrior. Saying less, doing more. The brave subdue dragons and ride tigers, while the timid feed cats and raise rabbits. Drumming up courage, he stepped out of Huyuan neighborhood, heading towards where the explosions, roars, and cries were coming from. Minutes later, a steel-haired boar came into sight. From the Savage Beast manual, he learned that steel-haired boars had incredible defense with their whole body covered in sharp steel-like spikes. Their teeth were extraordinarily sharp, making them classified as savage beasts of a first-tier warrior level. This steel-haired boar was chewing on the remains of a soldier. Beside the corpse was a yuan weapon. After Blue Star entered the cold weapons era, the army's weapons became Yuan weapons. Yuan weapons, sharper than ordinary steel, could cut through the flesh of savage beasts, allowing for effective kills. Yinan closely observed this steel-haired boar. Though he lacked any combat experience, he was a first-tier warrior with a low-level strength talent. Killing this first-tier warrior-level steel-haired boar shouldn't be too difficult, right? His heart was somewhat uneasy, as this was his first face-to-face encounter with a savage beast. The oppressive feeling of the savage beast was truly frightening. The steel-haired boar noticed him as well. Roar. After roaring, the steel-haired boar lunged toward him. Die. Yinan didn't care about combat experience. He knew that if he didn't kill this steel-haired boar, it would be him who would die. With all his might, he hurled a punch at the charging steel-haired boar. This punch came with triple the effect of low-level strength talent. Bang! The steel-haired boar collided directly with Yinan's fist. Ayo! With a miserable cry, the steel-haired boar fell to the ground without any signs of life. Yinan sighed in relief. It was good that he had the low-level strength talent. Item: 1 steel-haired boar. Can be recycled. 10 times critical strike. A set of data appeared on his retina. Without hesitation, Yinan chose to recycle. Ding! Recycling successful. 20 Yuan stones. 3 cultivation talent stones. 3 psi ability talent stones. Yinan absorbed the recycling rewards. Second rank warrior. After absorbing the 20 Yuan stones, Yinan broke through from first rank warrior to second rank warrior. But his medium cultivation talent and low-level strength talent remained unchanged. Right, there was also a Yuan weapon. Even a fly is meat when you're hungry. Yinan recycled several Yuan weapons. Ding! Obtained recycling reward, 1 Yuan cheese stone. Activate 20 times critical strike. No matter what, it's still something. And he had even activated a 20 times critical strike. Corpses. Yinan glanced at the soldier's corpse and chose not to recycle. After all, as an ordinary person, emotionally speaking, he just couldn't do it. When the savage beasts appeared, Anshin's warriors and the army were at the forefront, resisting the savage beasts. What they aimed for was to protect Anshin. His parents were also warriors of Anshin who fought to defend this land and died in battle. Though, he was a Jirdra, person transported through time. He didn't have much affection for his parents, but the empathy of humanity versus other races meant that whether you were good or bad, or somewhere in between, you'd feel it. He continued searching for the shadows of the savage beasts. After this experience, he felt much calmer and more confident when facing the savage beast again. Not long after, 3 steel-haired boars came into his sight. The 3 steel-haired boars stared fiercely at him. What kind of reward will I get by recycling these 3 steel-haired boars under 20 times critical strike? Yinan beckoned the 3 steel-haired boars with his finger. Come on, animals. The 3 steel-haired boars roared angrily and charged furiously toward Yinan. Now, as a second-rank warrior, his strength, speed, and mental reaction had increased significantly. Combined with the low-level strength talent, he was completely unafraid of these 3 steel-haired boars. Bang bang bang. 3 punches with triple amplified strength hit out towards the 3 steel-haired boars. After taking these punches, the 3 steel-haired boars collapsed on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Items: 3 steel-haired boars. Critical strike, 20 times. Recyclable. Yinan chose to recycle. Ding. Recycling successful. 100 Yuan stones. 19 cultivation talent stones. 19 psi ability talent stones. 20 times critical strike lived up to its name. Yinan absorbed the rewards into his body. 3rd rank warrior. 4th rank warrior. Full of fighting spirit. Within less than a day, he had broken through from an ordinary person to a 4th rank warrior. With many savage beasts left in Anshin, he could continue to break through to higher levels. Without further ado, he continued looking for savage beasts. Chapter 3, Shadowboxing, 30x critical hit. A short while later, Yinan encountered several ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were called Iron Shin Cats. They coldly stared at Yinan, their steel-like fangs gleaming with a crimson light. Roar! The group of Iron Shin Cats let out a roar and charged toward Yinan. These few Iron Shin Cats were also 1-star martial artist level ferocious beasts. Now Yinan had already become a 4-star martial artist. In the face of absolute strength, these few Iron Shin Cats couldn't possibly be his opponents. After delivering several strong punches, 3 Iron Shin Cats died instantly. Buzz. Recycling successful. 120 spirit stones. 25 cultivation talent stones. 25 spiritual power talent stones. He fused the recycling rewards. 5-star martial artist. It seems breaking through has become more difficult. It took 120 spirit stones to break through only one realm. Yinan muttered. However, where did so many ferocious beasts suddenly come from in its city? Could it be that an earth dungeon appeared? Yinan thought if an earth dungeon really appeared in its city, then without a powerful martial artist to suppress it, probably the entire city would no longer exist. But this wasn't something he could think about. Right now, he needed to find as many ferocious beasts as possible, kill them, and recycle them. Ah! Suddenly, a cry of agony reached Yinan's ears. Yinan focused his gaze. Dozens of soldiers were hurriedly retreating here, and behind them were over 10 ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts weren't of high rank, all being 1-star martial artist level beasts. So many ferocious beasts. Yinan's eyes locked onto the ferocious beasts. He certainly didn't plan on letting these ferocious beasts go. With his current strength, even if there were over 10 ferocious beasts, what was the problem? Without much thought, he took a step and moved behind dozens of soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. Rain-like punches were delivered. A 5-star martial artist, with the addition of lower-grade force talent in every punch, resulted in the death of each ferocious beast. The ferocious beasts let out extremely painful howls and kept falling down. What? Soldiers who had already retreated tens of meters behind Yinan looked at this scene and were struck like by thunder, completely stunned. An expert, our expert from its city. The soldiers were ecstatic. Before long, those dozen or so ferocious beasts lay dead in pools of blood. You should resist the ferocious beasts elsewhere. Yinan revealed a side of his face and said to the excited soldiers. He wouldn't naturally let these soldiers run away because resisting ferocious beasts was their duty. Yes, martial artist, sir. The soldiers saluted Yinan and quickly left. Items: 2 iron pigs, 3 shadow cats, 2 evil high dogs, 2 green striped pythons, 3 fire leopards. Buzz. Recycling successful. 490 spirit stones. 80 cultivation talent stones. 80 ability talent stones. Lower grade fist technique Yuan art shadow boxing. Can reach perfection directly. Activate 30 times critical hit. Yinan was quite excited. The recycling reward was too good. He merged the obtained recycling reward. 6-star martial artist. 7-star martial artist. Yinan broke through to the 7th star martial artist. The strongest person in city was merely a 6-star martial artist. Name: Yinan. System: 10 billion times critical hit recycling system. Realm: 7-star martial artist. Cultivation talent: medium. Spiritual power talent: low-level strength talent. Yuan technique: shadow boxing mastery. Critical hit: 30 times critical hit. 30 times critical hit. The recycling reward that follows is worth looking forward to. Yinan's face showed much excitement. The basic combat power of a 7-star martial artist is 7,000. After tripling with low-level strength talent, the combat power reached a terrifying 28,000. But this still wasn't enough. He didn't have other spiritual talents such as speed and defense types yet. Having acquired the lower-grade fist technique, shadow boxing, he now had the power to instantaneously kill enemies from afar, though not at great distance, but it was still pretty good. All along the way, there were corpses of ferocious beasts, martial artists, and soldiers. The air was thick with a heavy scent of blood. Suddenly, several roars came from nearby. Yinan rushed swiftly toward the sound. In no time, 5 enormous ferocious beasts appeared within his view. Greenscale wolf, human-faced spider, dual-headed shadow leopard, crimson blood ant, black marsh beetle. They were all 5-star martial artist level ferocious beasts. The 5 ferocious beasts were surrounding a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a robust build, resolute expression, and even though surrounded by 5 5-star martial artist level ferocious beasts, he didn't show any signs of retreat. It seemed that the middle-aged man was prepared for a life-and-death battle. Oddly, Yinan realized he could actually see the detailed information of the middle-aged man and the ferocious beasts clearly, something he hadn't noticed initially. Human, Shi Yunhu. Realm, 6-star martial artist. Cultivation talent, medium. Was this the effect of the system? Yinan felt a little hesitant. Being able to see the specific information of the opponent would allow him to better understand what kind of existence he was facing. In city, there was only one 6th-rank martial artist, and that was City Lord Shi Yunhu. It was apparent that this middle-aged man was the City Lord of City. Although a 6th-rank martial artist was stronger than these ferocious beasts, Shi Yunhu, without any special abilities or talent enhancements, would definitely not be a match for 5 5th-rank martial artist level ferocious beasts together. The martial artist stage was just the first realm of a warrior, and they could cultivate some good Yuan techniques. However, even cultivating them to perfection would take an unimaginably long time. Not like Yinan, who could achieve it instantly. Overall, even if Shi Yunhu could kill 2 or 3 5th-rank martial artist level ferocious beasts at the cost of his life, he would absolutely not survive. It was already a foregone conclusion. 5 5th-rank ferocious beasts, if they were recycled, it would be incredible. He stepped out from the shadows. 5 ferocious beasts surrounding a human. Are you saying our human race has no one left? Though the 5 ferocious beasts had low intelligence, they weren't deaf and had heard Yinan's voice. Shi Yunhu saw Yinan stepping out of the shadows, and he was stunned. He never thought anyone else would show up at this moment. Danger! Leave quickly! Shi Yunhu shouted loudly at Yinan. No worries, people must go through some danger from time to time. We can't always be flowers in a greenhouse. Yinan's expression remained calm as he walked closer to the 5 ferocious beasts, and Shi Yunhu. Shi Yunhu was amazed. He couldn't believe that Yinan could still speak so calmly under such extreme peril. Could it be? Before Shi Yunhu could ponder further, the 5 5th-rank martial artist level ferocious beasts roared and attacked both Yinan and Shi Yunhu. Wild shadow fist. Crazy shadowy punches shot out from Yinan's fists. One after another, these punches soared toward the 5 5th-rank martial artist level ferocious beasts. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 ferocious beasts were too close to Yinan. They didn't even have time to react before being hit by the shadow punches. With a few pained cries, they collapsed on the ground, their lives extinguished. Hiss. Shi Yunhu watched the scene unfold, drawing in a sharp breath, wide-eyed and utterly shocked as if struck by 5 thunderclaps. The 5 5th-rank martial artist level ferocious beasts were killed in an instant. Was this real? He gazed dumbfounded at Yinan. That's why Yinan had been so calm. Because he was actually a powerful martial artist? Thank you for saving me. May I ask, are you a martial artist from the Jiangnan base city? Don't mention it. Yinan looked at the stone-faced Shi Yunhu. Leave now, Shi Yunhu. How aloof. Yes, yes, master martial artist. After Shi Yunhu left, Yinan stared at the 5 5th-rank martial artist level ferocious beast corpses lying on the ground. Next, it was time to recycle them. Chapter 4. Insane Recovery, Titan Wolf. Items: Green-scaled wolf, human-faced spider, twin-headed shadow leopard, crimson blood ant, black marsh beetle. Can be recycled. 30 times critical hit multiplier. Yinan chose to recycle. Ding. Recycling successful. 2,000 Yuan stones. 320 cultivation talent stones. 320 mutant talent stones. Inferior speed talent, triple augmentation. 40 times critical hit multiplier unlocked. The recycling rewards thrilled Yinan. With the inferior speed talent, he could now outpace some of his opponents. He fused with the acquired recycling rewards. 2,000 Yuan stones were absorbed into his body, refined into essence under the influence of a medium cultivation talent. 8th rank martial artist. 9th rank martial artist. 1st rank elite martial artist. Thanks to the 2,000 Yuan stones, Yinan broke through to the 1st rank elite martial artist. Yinan rejoiced. Had he really broken through to the level of an elite martial artist so quickly? Rumble. An intense explosion sounded again. Yinan looked up and saw that it came from the northern district. He quickly headed towards the northern district. Anshan wasn't very large, and Yinan knew the northern part like the back of his hand. Upon arriving at the northern district, numerous corpses came into Yinan's sight. Blood flowed freely on every street in the northern district. Defense, everyone defend. A loud shout reached Yifeng's ears. Roar, roar, roar. One ferocious beast after another wildly leapt toward the martial artists and troops. There were at least 60 beasts. City Lord Shiryunhu was also present. Yinan fixed his eyes on the pack of ferocious beasts. These beasts were all recyclable rewards. Under the effect of the inferior speed talent, his speed was astonishing. In an instant, he reached the side of the martial artists and soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch followed. With the assistance of the inferior strength talent, the ferocious beasts flew backwards one after another, crashing heavily onto the ground and never rising again. You guys should not attack. Yinan looked at the martial artists and soldiers. Bang. Another punch sent a second-rank martial artist level ferocious beast straight through. These ferocious beasts, let me handle them. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yinan activated his crazy shadow fist. The shadow punches violently swept across, striking heavily against the pack of ferocious beasts who were utterly unable to resist. The ferocious beasts continuously let out painful screams. The martial artists and soldiers watched this scene with wide-open eyes, completely shocked. The ferocious beasts were slaughtered as if they were pigs or dogs. Wait, why did Anqing have such a powerful martial artist? Could it be that the Jiangnan base city knew about the ferocious beasts appearing in Anqing, so they sent reinforcements? It's him. City Lord Shiryunhu observed Yinan and quietly sighed in relief. After seeing Yinan's incredible combat skills, he wanted to invite Yinan to come to the northern district together with him. However, due to Yinan's aloof nature, he didn't dare to make the request. On the ground, the ferocious beasts fled for their lives. These same beasts that had killed countless martial artists and soldiers within Anqing now found no safe refuge anywhere. Ferocious beasts kept falling to the ground. Under the astonished gaze of the martial artists and soldiers, all ferocious beasts died. This was the combat power of a mighty martial artist? Martial arts master you. City Lord Shiryunhu stared at the blood-covered streets filled with dead bodies of ferocious beasts, trying to say something to Yinan but found himself speechless. Other martial artists and soldiers felt confused and uneasy, their hearts beating faster. It was the first time they faced such a powerful martial artist at such close range. In this era of cold weapons on the Blue Star, great martial artists served as the pillars and beams protecting the human race from ferocious beasts, holding up the heavens like white jade pillars, bridging seas like purple gold beams. They guarded subterranean passages, safeguarding humanity. For the safety of humanity, they had sacrificed much. They were the true heroes. Keep searching other areas for any remaining ferocious beasts, said Yinan to City Lord Shiryunhu. If there are any, notify me. Shiryunhu shuddered. Yinan remained just as cool and detached as when they first met, unapproachable, keeping people at arm's length. Perhaps, this was the charm of being a great martial artist. High places cannot sustain heat. Stone Cloud Tiger left with the martial artists and soldiers to continue searching for signs of ferocious beasts. Ding. Recycling successful. 3,000 Yuan stones. 800 cultivation talent stones. 800 mutant talent stones. Low-grade defense talent. 50 times critical hit multiplier activated. After merging with the recycling rewards, Yinan opened his attribute panel. Name, Yinan. Age, 22 years old. System, billions times critical hit recycling system. Realm, 3rd rank elite martial artist. Cultivation talent, medium. Mutant talents, low-grade strength talent, low-grade speed talent, low-grade defense talent. Yuan technique, mad shadow fist. Critical hits, 50 times critical hits. The higher the realm, the more Yuan stones were required to break through to the next level. However, the low-grade defense talent is pretty decent. On the other side, City Lord Shiryunhu, along with the martial artists and troops, continued to search for signs of ferocious beasts in the northern district. Suddenly, they halted in their tracks. Not far from them, a massive hole on the ground caught their attention. And then, a ferocious beast emerged from the hole. Roar. As the ferocious beast landed on the ground, the earth trembled slightly. Ground cave. The bodies of City Lord Shiryunhu, the martial artists, and the troops all quivered. A ground cave had appeared in Anqing. And the ferocious beast that rushed out of the ground cave was a Titan Wolf, a first-rank elite martial artist level ferocious beast. Standing 3 meters tall, the Titan Wolf's body resembled coiled dragons. It stood upright, with blood-red eyes and fangs over 20 centimeters long. It was nighttime, and under the moonlight, the Titan Wolf's fangs emitted a bone-chilling gleam. Chapter 5, Lower Flame Talent, Wealth and Nobility in Danger. City Lord Shiryun Tiger, warriors, and the army never expected that a subterranean cave would appear in An City. The underground world has an enormous group of ferocious beasts. Titanic wolves are 1-star elite warrior level ferocious beasts, which they cannot defeat. We'll block this Titanic wolf. You go and tell Master Warrior. City Lord Shiryun Tiger looked at a 4-star warrior by his side. The Master Warrior Shiryun Tiger referred to as naturally Yinan. The 4-star warrior nodded, knowing the situation had reached its most urgent moment. He might not be able to leave successfully. 1-star elite warrior level ferocious beasts were too powerful. There's no need to notify me. I'm already here. Yinan's voice suddenly rang loudly in the ears of Shiryun Tiger and his companions. Master Warrior. Shiryun Tiger and everyone else couldn't help but feel extremely joyful. The Titanic wolf stared coldly at Yinan who approached. Its instincts told it that this human was very powerful. Master Warrior, this is the Titanic wolf, a 1-star elite warrior level ferocious beast. City Lord Shiryun Tiger introduced the Titanic wolf to Yinan. I know. Yinan responded with a nod. He had seen the Titanic wolf in the ferocious beast catalog. After speaking, Yinan glanced at Shiryun Tiger and the other warriors and soldiers. You all move back a bit. Yun Tiger and others quickly retreated. They swallowed their saliva, knowing a fierce battle between Yinan and the Titanic Wolf was about to start. The air became unusually oppressive. Yinan's eyes stared straight at the Titanic Wolf ahead of him. With the current system critical hit multiplier at 50 times, the reward for recovering a 1-star elite warrior level ferocious beast was unimaginable. Roar. Suddenly, the Titanic Wolf roared angrily and pounced toward Yinan. Currently at 3-star elite warrior status and possessing many unique abilities, Yinan found killing this Titanic Wolf as easy as flipping a hand. At the moment the Titanic Wolf lunged forward, Yinan already raised his fist. Bang! One punch swept towards the oncoming Titanic Wolf. With a loud boom, Yinan's punch directly pierced through the body of the Titanic Wolf. The body of the Titanic Wolf revealed a bloody hole from which black blood kept spilling out, causing alarm. Yun Tiger, the warriors, and soldiers deeply drew in a breath. Their hearts churned like a stormy sea. 1-star elite warrior level Titanic Wolf has been killed with one punch by Master Warrior. They knew Yinan was a powerful warrior and had assumed his strength was high. But now, this scene let them realize they had underestimated Yinan's strength once again. Ding! Recovery successful. 4,500 origin stones. 1,200 talent stones for cultivation. 1,200 talent stones for abilities. Lower flame talent. Lower fire primal skill. Fire dragon decree. Yinan's gaze was burning with excitement. 50 times recovery critical hit indeed was terrifying. However, it wasn't enough yet. After all, it was only a 50 times critical hit. The system could have 100 million times critical hit. Subterranean caves. Perhaps it was his chance. Inside the subterranean caves, there were numerous ferocious beasts. However, with his current strength, entering the subterranean cave was akin to looking for death. Still, that wasn't the most important thing now. The most crucial task he hadn't completed yet was, what happened to the corpse of this Titanic Wolf? Yinan looked bewildered at Yun Tiger and his group. Yun Tiger and his companions noticed the disappearance of the Titanic Wolf's corpse, shocked, and immediately began searching around. Yet, how could they possibly see the already recovered Titanic Wolf? Master Warrior, the disappearance of the Titanic Wolf's corpse is indeed strange. However, I think what's currently most important is reporting the emergence of the subterranean cave in City to Jiangnan Bay City and allowing the strong individuals inside to guard the subterranean cave. Otherwise, City will be destroyed. In his heart, Yinan mused that it perfectly aligned with his plan. Subsequently, they arrived at the periphery of the subterranean cave. City Lord Yun Tiger departed overnight to head to Jiangnan Bay City. Yinan fused with the rewards obtained from the recovery. 4-star elite warrior. After fusing with 4,500 origin stones, he broke through from a 3-star elite warrior to a 4-star elite warrior. Although 4,500 origin stones only brought him to a 4-star elite warrior, it didn't matter. The enormous ferocious beasts within the subterranean cave would allow him to break through continuously. He spread his palm, and a flame appeared in his hand. Like Kuan Yin Quan, Rampant Shadow Fist, lower grade fire primordial technique did not require practice and could reach perfection directly. All preparations were ready. Now, it was just waiting for the moment to enter the subterranean cave. Jiangnan Bay City, Ultimate Path Alliance. Inside the Great Hall, the various powerful individuals were seated. On the throne above, a towering middle-aged man listened solemnly to Yuntiger's report. A look of serious concern appeared on his face. This middle-aged man was named Su Yuan, the leader of the Ultimate Path Alliance and a 1-star Grandmaster. The Ultimate Path Alliance is under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's office, overseeing the martial artist groups in Jiangnan Bay City. Since a new type of subterranean cave has appeared in City, let's have Grandmaster Huangqing lead the team to investigate the situation in City's cave. Yes, leader. A Grandmaster stood up and bowed to Su Yuan. Huangqing was a powerful Grandmaster of the Ultimate Path Alliance, ranked as a 7th grade Grandmaster. Huangqing set off with a group of experts, led by Yun Tiger, heading towards City. Yun Tiger did not reveal Yinan's involvement. He knew that someone as aloof as Yinan liked to keep a low profile. If he spread it around recklessly, Yinan might find out someday and mete out an unbearable calamity on him. Leader Su Yuan of the Ultimate Path Alliance also departed from the Alliance's headquarters, heading toward the City Lord's office, for such a major event had to be reported to the City Lord. 3 days later, Huangqing brought the experts into City and they arrived at the cave entrance. The martial artists and army of City were stationed outside the cave. Fortunately, no ferocious beasts emerged from the cave these past few days. Otherwise, City would have suffered an unprecedented disaster. Huangqing gazed at the cave passage ahead without much fluctuation on his face. Not only throughout the whole Blue Star, but even within Long Country, there were numerous well-known subterranean caves. These cave passages were guarded by powerful martial artists, yet there were also many undiscovered or newly emerged cave passages. Some caves were extraordinarily strong, while others were relatively weak. Let's go into the cave and check. Huangqing said this to the gathered experts. The people he brought along were all great martial artists, over a dozen of them. In any place in Long Country, such a force was quite formidable. After the great martial artists nodded in agreement, they entered the cave. Seeing them enter the cave, Yinan followed but chose not to act alongside them because acting together during recovery would expose himself, even though it was dangerous. But, fortune comes with risk. Chapter 6. Entering the Earth Dungeon, Blood Demon, Celestial Wolf Experience Card. Yinan entered the Earth Dungeon. The Earth Dungeon was also a world. However, it wasn't a world belonging to humans. After humans discovered the Earth Dungeon, they originally intended to live in peace with the races of the Earth Dungeon world. But the ferocious beasts didn't want that. If not for the discovery of primordial energy while resisting these beasts, humans would have already gone extinct. The place Yinan currently stood was nothing but scorched earth, with no vegetation growing on it. Huangqing and more than a dozen grand martial artists were not far from Yinan. As an acknowledged master, Huangqing's spiritual power had already detected Yinan's presence. He turned around and looked at Yinan somewhat confusedly. Master Huangqing, how dare that person come inside? A grand martial artist, puzzled, glanced at Yinan nearby. In his opinion, someone of Yinan's age shouldn't even step into the Earth Dungeon. Just seeing ferocious beasts would make him pale with fear. Perhaps he saw us enter and decided to come in for training. Leave him be. We'll continue investigating to see what class of Earth Dungeon this is. Earth Dungeons are also divided by classes. A level 1 Earth Dungeon is the weakest, where all the ferocious beasts inside have relatively weak overall strength, with the strongest beast not exceeding the power of a second-tier Grand Martial Artist. A level 2 Earth Dungeon is much stronger, with an overall formidable strength led by a master-level ferocious beast. As for a level 3 Earth Dungeon, the ferocious beasts inside are even more terrifying. Seeing that Huang Qin and his group were leaving, after pondering for a few seconds, Yinan decided not to stick with them. If he were exposed, there's no way he wouldn't be dragged off for examination. He moved away from them in the opposite direction. When entering the Earth Dungeon, he had already thought it through clearly. Fortune lies amidst peril. In a powerful Earth Dungeon, the existence of a ferocious beast king city could be found. For now, Yinan hoped there wasn't one within this particular dungeon. His current strength wasn't strong enough yet. A few minutes later, Yinan arrived at a place filled with bones, seemingly those of ferocious beasts. At present, as a 4th-tier elite martial artist, his mental strength was not high, so he couldn't detect large groups of ferocious beasts around him. Just as he was about to leave, a roar from a ferocious beast reached his ears. Yinan immediately looked towards the source of the sound, and saw over a dozen ferocious beasts charging straight at him. These dozen ferocious beasts were all equivalent to second-tier martial artist-level beasts. To Yinan, who was already a 3rd-tier elite martial artist, and possessed various special abilities, they appeared quite weak. Fire Dragon Technique. Flames erupted from Yi Feng's fists, a roaring fire dragon several meters long sweeping towards the dozen ferocious beasts ranked as second-tier martial artists. The space around the flames became dry as if every bit of moisture had been evaporated. The dozen second-tier martial artist-level ferocious beasts didn't have time to dodge, and were instantly burned into powder by the fire dragon. Sigh. Yi Feng sucked in a cold breath. Why did he use the Great Fire Dragon Technique? But, perhaps the powder can still be recycled? He looked at the heap of powder not far away. It came from ferocious beasts, after all. Ding. Successful recycling. 15 units of primal stones. 5 units of cultivation talent stones. 5 units of special ability talent stones. What a big loss. Biting his teeth, Yinan continued moving forward. Moments later, he arrived at the base of a black mountain. There were several large caves on the black mountain. Yinan's eyes focused intently on the big cave openings on the mountain. He secretly speculated that there might be a terrifying number of ferocious beasts inside the cave. However, he didn't know the strength of the ferocious beasts inside the caves. Rashly going in could lead to unnecessary losses. Yinan decided to create some noise and lure out the ferocious beasts. If they were too powerful, he'd run. If they were weaker, he'd kill and recycle them. Using Fire Dragon Technique would be the right choice right now. Fire Dragon Technique. A fire dragon several meters long charged toward the Black Mountain. Boom. The Black Mountain emitted a loud rumble, a massive crack appearing in the rock wall, causing many boulders to tumble down. Roar. An overwhelming roar of countless ferocious beasts followed. From the several large caves on the Black Mountain, dozens of ferocious beasts rushed out. Yinan's retinal system started rapidly scanning the strength of the dozens of ferocious beasts. Although these dozens of ferocious beasts were slightly stronger than the dozens of insect beasts in its city, their improvement was minimal. With Yinan's current strength, killing them wouldn't be difficult at all. He activated the low-grade speed talent and began charging toward the incoming swarm of ferocious beasts. Bang bang bang. Fists amplified by the low-grade strength talent, 1x multiplier, and boosted by the base combat force of 25,000 from a 3rd-tier elite martial artist. Each punch was accompanied by fierce winds. Space resounded with crackling sounds. Combined with the low-grade speed talent, it even produced a sonic boom effect. One by one, the ferocious beasts collapsed onto the ground, unable to perceive Yinan's fist shadows clearly before falling in blood pools. The dozens of ferocious beasts couldn't withstand Yinan's attacks. Overwhelmed, Yinan surged ahead, unstoppable. Although the lower intelligence of ferocious beasts was generally high, these ones knew they couldn't possibly win against the human in front of them, and thus began fleeing frantically. How could Yinan, who had already considered these dozens of ferocious beasts as recycling rewards, possibly let them escape successfully? He quickly caught up with the fleeing ferocious beasts, and swiftly eliminated all of them in a matter of seconds. Next came the recycling part. Ding! Recycling successful. 1,500 units of primordial stones. 320 units of cultivation talent stones. 320 units of special ability talent stones. Activate 60x critical hit multiplier. Yinan fused with the received recycling reward and successfully broke through to the level of a 4th-tier elite martial artist. What he didn't expect was that just after fusing with the recycling rewards, more ferocious beasts charged out from the several large caves within the Black Mountain. This time, their numbers far exceeded the previous wave. It amounted to over 100 ferocious beasts, and among them were even a few 9th-tier martial artist level ferocious beasts. So they've come at last. Yinan emitted a cold laugh. In one step, he strode forth to meet the attacking swarm of ferocious beasts. Although the number of ferocious beasts was staggering, don't forget, he still possessed low-grade defensive talent. Even if these low-level ferocious beasts managed to attack his body, it wouldn't be fatal. Bang bang bang. The sound of sonic booms echoed repeatedly in space. With Yinan's storm-like fists, the ferocious beasts had no chance of survival. Several 9th-tier martial artist-level ferocious beasts looked on in horror and sheer terror. Was this human not too insane? Yinan was already fighting in a bloodthirsty frenzy. To him, these ferocious beasts were nothing but ants. The several 9th-tier martial artist-level ferocious beasts dared not stay in the same spot for even half a second. They fled faster than they ever had before. But still, they couldn't avoid their destined doom. Ding! Recycling successful. 6,000 units of primordial stones. 1,200 units of cultivation talent stones. 1,200 units of special ability talent stones. Low-grade flame talent X1. Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card X1. Activate 70x critical hit multiplier. Upon seeing the low-grade flame talent, Yinan discovered that 3 low-grade flame talents could be combined into 1 mid-grade flame talent. Adding the low-grade flame talent he originally had, he now possessed 2 of them. A Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card. Yinan had seen the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf in the Ferocious Beast catalog before. It was a Grand Master level Ferocious Beast, and even counted as nobility among the various races of Ferocious Beasts. Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card. After usage, your aura and appearance will transform into that of the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf for 3 days, though power remains unchanged. Yinan smiled. With the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card, he would have nothing to worry about when entering a Ferocious Beast nest again. However, he still had one lingering question. Why could he still transform without an Ultraman transformation device? Chapter 7. Playing the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf, Black Crypt Forest Ferocious Beast Nest. Yinan had fused 20,000 Essence Stones and advanced from a 5th rank Elite Warrior to a 7th rank Elite Warrior. Intermediate Cultivation Talent upgraded to Superior Cultivation Talent. Inferior Strength Talent upgraded to Intermediate Strength Talent. Inferior Speed Talent upgraded to Intermediate Speed Talent. Inferior Defense Talent upgraded to Intermediate Defense Talent. Yinan's heart surged with joy. Intermediate Strength Talent, Intermediate Speed Talent, and Intermediate Defense Talent all came with 5-fold enhancement effects. Moreover, the Intermediate Cultivation Talent was also upgraded to Superior Cultivation Talent, which would greatly improve the effect of absorbing Essence Stones. The most important thing was not yet being a 7th rank Elite Warrior, but that he now obtained the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card. To the naked eye, it was impossible to tell how powerful the ferocious beasts in the Beast Nest were, but with the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card, this no longer worried him at all. A massive pit had appeared in its city. As Yinan moved forward in the pit world, along the way he killed quite a few ferocious beasts, but the number of beasts wasn't satisfactory enough for him. He felt he should still be on the outskirts of the pit, where the number of ferocious beasts wasn't very high. It was only deep within the pit where the dangerous areas lay everywhere. Half an hour later, a pitch-black forest caught Yinan's eyes. In the forest, the trees were all black with bizarre shapes, towering immensely. Inside the forest, cries of ferocious beasts continued to sound. Yinan knew this was a ferocious beast nest. Finally, the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card could be put to use. After using the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card, Yinan transformed into the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf. His height reached 4 meters, standing upright, his entire body crimson red, muscular like a coiled dragon, and the fur on his body hard as steel forged. His emerald green eyes radiated with evil intent. The larger the body size of ferocious beasts, the more terrifying their power, but this was not always true. Apart from the extremely large-bodied ferocious beasts, there were also humanoid ferocious beasts. Blood Demon Celestial Wolf belonged to one kind of humanoid ferocious beast. Looking at the deeply oppressive dark forest filled with ferocious beasts ahead, if the ferocious beasts inside weren't very strong, then he could destroy them outright. If they were powerful, he would bring them out one group after another. After all, the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf was considered the aristocracy among ferocious beasts, so the ferocious beasts in this ferocious forest might show some respect. He entered the dark ferocious beast forest. After entering the forest of ferocious beasts, several red blood ants appeared in his vision. Each red blood ant was about the size of a small calf, its whole body red, and all were 2nd-rank warrior level ferocious beasts. Yinan knew that even if these weak red blood ants didn't recognize the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf, just by the sheer aura of the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf, it was sufficient to suppress them. Upon seeing a tower-like ferocious beast appearing before them, the several red blood ants were startled. They even shouted in the language of ferocious beasts in shock, "Blood Demon Celestial Wolf." Yinan discovered that he could understand it. Besides its aura and form, the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card also allowed him to comprehend the language of ferocious beasts, which was something he hadn't anticipated. If so, then speaking now as Blood Demon Celestial Wolf should automatically translate into the language of ferocious beasts. Who is the strongest kinfolk here? Indeed, after Yinan spoke, human language automatically converted into the language of ferocious beasts. The several red blood ants had been scared witless. How could they ever imagine encountering such a powerful ferocious beast as the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf right before their eyes? This was something one wouldn't even dream of dreaming. Reply to the Lord Blood Demon Celestial Wolf. The strongest existence in the Black Crypt Forest lair is Lady Malasi, and Lady Malasi is a 4th-rank Great Warrior level ferocious beast. Then lead me to see it. The several red blood ants dared not refuse. They nodded hurriedly and began leading Yinan deeper into the Black Crypt Forest nest. In their hearts, they were secretly pleased, considering it a matter worth boasting about for a year. Successfully bringing the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Garun to the destination. When they returned and bragged to other kinsmen, those kinsmen would probably be shocked speechless. On the way to enter the Black Crypt Forest lair, many ferocious beasts could be seen. Shock, confusion, and stunned expressions appeared on the faces of these ferocious beasts, and many quickly blinked several times, thinking surely they must have mistaken what they saw. Why would a ferocious beast of the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf class appear in this Black Crypt Forest area? Yinan was also slightly embarrassed. Though the Blood Demon Celestial Wolf Experience card matched perfectly both in aura and form, his actual strength had not changed. He was still a 7th-rank Elite Warrior. Although he possessed many other extraordinary talents, facing a 4th-rank Great Warrior level ferocious beast and an unknown number of ferocious beasts, if he acted recklessly inside the Black Crypt Forest nest, death would be unavoidable. Under the lead of several red blood ants, Yinan arrived outside a cave. The cave was not very tall, and inside it was pitch black. However, for Yinan, who had achieved the rank of 7th-grade Elite Warrior, it was as bright as day. Esteemed Lord Blood Demon Celestial Wolf, Lady Malasi is inside. The red blood ants were overjoyed. Esteemed Lord Blood Demon Celestial Wolf, if there's nothing else needed from us, we will take our leave now. Go ahead. Yinan nodded. The several red blood ants quickly left. Their intention was simple. They were about to boast about this grand experience. Outside the cave, quite a few ferocious beasts had already gathered. They had all appeared due to the overwhelming pressure they felt in the atmosphere. When these ferocious beasts saw the blood demon celestial wolf, they froze as though struck by lightning, too stunned to move. What these ferocious beasts didn't know was that the esteemed Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf before them was actually human. If they ever discovered this fact, what would they think? Inside the cave, a humanoid ferocious beast shuddered. How terrifying the aura is. The humanoid ferocious beast swallowed hard. This beast was none other than Malasi, a 4th-rank great warrior level ferocious beast. Malasi didn't dare stay within the cave and hurriedly walked out. There was an enormous gap between the 4th-rank great warrior level and a supreme master level beast, an unbridgeable difference. Moreover, the blood demon celestial wolf wasn't an ordinary supreme master level ferocious beast, but rather one above the 7th-rank supreme master level. Malasi came outside the cave. It knew clearly that powerful kin must have arrived outside the cave. When Malasi beheld the towering figure of the blood demon celestial wolf before her, she nearly collapsed to the ground. In this area of the pit world's outskirts, Malasi was already the strongest among the ferocious beasts. But compared to the blood demon celestial wolf, she was insignificant. Are you Malasi? Yinan looked at Malasi, shocked to her core, and asked. Yes, esteemed Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf. Malasi quickly answered, her voice trembling. After speaking, Malasi hurriedly made an inviting gesture towards Yinan. Esteemed Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf, please step inside to speak. There's no need. Things have reached a critical juncture, and not a single moment can be wasted. Yinan said. Malasi and the numerous ferocious beasts outside the cave exchanged surprised glances, confused as to what Yinan meant. Esteemed Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf, please forgive my dullness. I do not understand your meaning. Malasi cautiously questioned. Chapter 8. Massacre of the Chi Blood Ant Tribe, 2nd-rank Great Warrior. There is a small city called City above the Earth Tunnel. The ferocious beasts that went up the tunnel a few days ago have all been eliminated. Do you understand my meaning? Yinan said to Millis. Millis, as a 4th-rank Great Warrior level ferocious beast, has intelligence equivalent to that of ordinary humans, and it naturally understood Yinan's meaning. Esteemed Blood Demon celestial wolf Garan, do you mean to lead us out of the tunnel and slaughter the humans in City? Millis's tone carried a trace of excitement. Among the numerous ferocious beasts outside the cave, they were also filled with excitement. If led by Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf, what glory would it bring them? Almost, but City is only a small city. Although there are some strong humans inside, they are not something to fear. How many clan members are in the Black Dense Forest nest? In reply to Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf, there are more than 7,000 clan members in the Black Dense Forest. Millis said to Yinan. Yinan smiled. That's good. I'll take 1,000 of you out first, let them see the world. After we conquer City, then everyone will leave the tunnels together and fight against the humans elsewhere. Millis and the numerous ferocious beasts were all stirred with enthusiasm. Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf, am I going too? You don't need to go for now. If any human enters the tunnels, without you sitting firm in the Black Dense Forest nest, things could become troublesome. Millis nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf, there are 7 major races in the Black Dense Forest. Each race has slightly over 1,000 members. Which race shall you take first? Subsequently, the leaders of the 7 tribes appeared before Yinan. The Savage Steel Ox Tribe, the Bloodthirsty Tiger Tribe, the Shadow Cat Tribe, the 3-Headed Patterned Snake Tribe, the Chi Blood Ant Tribe, the Blue Iron Wolf Tribe, and the Ferocious Pouncing Lion Tribe. The leaders of these 7 ferocious beast tribes were all 6th-rank elite warriors, with just some lower-level force or defensive abilities from beast skills. Under the system's influence, Yinan had clearly seen through the power of each leader of the 7 ferocious beast tribes. Each leader of the 7 tribes requested to be taken along on the expedition, all wanting to join Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf. Take the Chi Blood Ants first. Of the 7 leaders, the leader of the Chi Blood Ants was the weakest. Thank you, Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf. The leader of the Chi Blood Ant tribe, seeing that Lord Blood Demon celestial wolf intended to choose the Chi Blood Ants, was ecstatic beyond measure. But he had no idea what awaited him and his entire Chi Blood Ant tribe. There wasn't a moment to lose. With only 3 days left on the Blood Demon celestial wolf experience card, Yinan led the Chi Blood Ant tribe out of the Black Dense Forest nest. None of the ferocious beasts within the Black Dense Forest nest had ever ventured out of the tunnels. They didn't even know where the tunnel exits were. Yinan continued leading them forward. At the same time, under the guidance of Master Huang Qing, more than 10 great warriors were urgently exploring the power within the tunnels, moving toward Yinan's direction. A short while later, Master Huang Qing and more than 10 great warriors could already see Yinan and the more than 1,000 Chi Blood Ants. More than 1,000 Chi Blood Ants weren't scary at all. In front of them, these weak ferocious beasts were like actual ants. Only powerful beasts would cause them despair. In the ground battle between the ferocious beasts and humans, human masters could only suppress those in the air, engaging in combat with other powerful ferocious beasts. If they tried to suppress the ground forces, the powerful aerial ferocious beasts would unleash catastrophic attacks on the humans. Therefore, when Master Huang Qing and more than 10 great warriors saw the lead Blood Demon Celestial Wolf, they were all struck with extreme terror. Blood Demon Celestial Wolf. This was not an opponent they could defeat. Just one Blood Demon Celestial Wolf alone was enough to prevent further investigation, as it was clear that the rank of the tunnels had already reached at least 3rd grade. Yinan paused his steps. The more than 1,000 Chi Blood Ants stopped too. Lord Blood Demon Celestial Wolf, what is the matter? The leader of the Chi Blood Ant tribe asked Yinan curiously. It's nothing. It's just that I don't intend to take you to City anymore. I want to take you to another place instead. Another place? What place? Ghost Gate. As the word fell, Yinan threw a punch at the leader of the Chi Blood Ants. This punch carried Yuan Chi, medium strength talent, and flame talent. The distance between the leader of the Chi Blood Ant tribe and Yinan was far too close. There was absolutely no way to evade such a punch. Die! Bang! A single punch tore through the leader of the Chi blood ant tribe. Stillness followed, so deep you could hear a needle drop. The whole scene had become eerily silent. More than 1,000 Chi blood ants were petrified, frozen in place. Even Master Huang Qing and the more than 10 great warriors, who were preparing to flee, froze, their pupils enlarging uncontrollably, unable to speak despite wanting to. Bang, bang, bang. After Yinan pulled his fist out of the Chi blood ant tribe leader's body, he began to swing his fists wildly. Every punch was imbued with the strength of the medium strength talent. The entire space was filled with raw power. Sonic booms echoed incessantly. The Chi blood ants had not yet realized why Lord Blood Demon Celestial Wolf had killed their leader when a large number of them had already fallen. This was a world where might made right. Though numbers played a significant role, in the face of absolute power, quantity mattered little. Even with over 1,000 Chi blood ants, before Yinan they were still nothing, mere ants as viewed by Master Huang Qing and the more than 10 great warriors. The Chi blood ants kept falling into pools of blood, the sound of their cries seemingly drowned out in the entire space, replaced by the sound of Yinan's punches and sonic booms. Yinan did not intend to use the fire dragon technique. Otherwise, these Chi blood ants would only be reduced to ashes, drastically reducing the recycling efficiency. Under the terrifying fist Chi, more than 1,000 Chi blood ants collapsed lifelessly. Master Huang Qing and the more than 10 great warriors were utterly dumbfounded. Both being ferocious beasts, why were they killing each other? Was it because these Chi blood ants offended this blood demon celestial wolf, or was there some other reason? This was, after all, the blood demon celestial wolf. Yinan looked at the corpses of the more than 1,000 Chi blood ants. It was time to recycle. System notification. Recycling successful. 250,000 yuan stones. 50,000 cultivation talent stones. 50,000 abnormal ability talent stones. 1 low-grade flame talent. Abnormal ability talent ferocious beast so reward equal to that of an ordinary beast now activated. System notification. ADX critical damage multiplier activated. Looking at the recycling rewards, Yinan couldn't help but feel elated. Other factors aside, the activation of the Thiso reward equality for abnormal ability talent ferocious beasts, that meant if he used the fire dragon technique, even though the ferocious beast would be turned to ash, the recovery effect would remain unchanged. In this way, he could kill ferocious beasts and recycle more efficiently. He immediately assimilated the other recovery rewards. 8 rank elite warrior. 9 rank elite warrior. 1st rank great warrior. 2nd rank great warrior. His realm broke through continuously, all the way up to 2nd rank great warrior. With the addition of his own low-grade flame talent, he now possessed 3 low-grade flame talents in total, which could be fused into a medium-grade flame talent. Without any hesitation, he fused the 3 low-grade flame talents into a medium-grade flame talent. Yinan opened his hand, and a flame even more intense than the low-grade flame talent appeared within it. Chapter 9. The Man Gang Neo Tribe, completely annihilated. The flame talent belongs to the elemental talents. In comparison, even a medium-level strength talent is not as good as a low-level flame talent. Yinan looked at the intense flames in his hand, clenched his fists, and the flames disappeared from his hand. He was now a 2nd-grade Great Warrior, while Millis was a 4th-grade Great Warrior-level Fierce Beast, with more than 6,000 Fierce Beasts inside. To be cautious, Yinan prepared to stay in the Black Dense Forest for another batch of Fierce Beasts. After recovery, he would directly enter the Black Dense Forest Fierce Beast nest to recover the Fierce Beasts. He headed towards the Black Dense Forest Fierce Beast nest. Grandmaster Huang Qing and the Great Warriors had already rushed towards the Earth Cavern passage. Blood Demon Heaven Wolves appeared inside the Earth Cavern, and they must quickly report back to the leader at the Jiangnan Bay City. Black Dense Forest Lair. Yinan entered the Black Dense Forest Lair. The Scarlet Blood Ant tribe was located on the outskirts of the Black Dense Forest Lair. Now, there wasn't a single Scarlet Blood Ant left in the entire Black Dense Forest, making it somewhat quiet. After about 15 minutes, fierce beasts continuously reappeared before Yinan's eyes. He didn't pay attention to their shocked expressions and continued walking toward the deepest point. When he arrived outside Millis's cave, a group of fierce beasts looked at Yinan, and they were all startled. Wasn't Master Qi Shui Yaolang taking the Scarlet Blood Ant tribe to the Earth Cavern passage? How has he returned? A fierce beast was stunned. The other fierce beasts also did not know what was going on, completely baffled. I think, the battle in Anqing City is too brutal. Haven't you seen the bloodstains on Blood Demon Heaven Wolf Master? There's a hint of Scarlet Blood Ant scent on the blood. Another fierce beast pondered for a few seconds and said. Yinan heard the conversation between the fierce beasts and couldn't help but chuckle. These fierce beasts were pretty good at filling in the blanks themselves. However, upon closer thought, that was the only possibility. His current identity was that of the Scarlet Blood Demon Wolf. Both form and aura made it impossible for these fierce beasts to perceive him as human. Upon entering Millis's cave, inside weren't just Millis but also leaders from other fierce beast races. They had already felt the noble aura of the Blood Demon Heaven Wolf when Yinan appeared outside the cave. In the blink of an eye, Yinan walked in. Master Blood Demon Heaven Wolf, why have you returned? Was the war unfavorable? Millis looked bewildered as she asked Yinan. The Scarlet Blood Ant tribe, they're gone. Yinan shook his head and sighed. SSSSS. Millis and the various leaders inhaled sharply, their bodies trembling in shock. The Scarlet Blood Ant tribe, gone. You don't need to be this afraid. Although the Scarlet Blood Ant tribe is gone, Anqing City is nearly finished as well. Yinan stated. Millis and the other leaders let out a sigh of relief. Hearing that the Scarlet Blood Ant tribe was wiped out truly scared them out of their wits. Master Blood Demon Heaven Wolf, then your purpose for returning is? I plan to bring some more members up again. Now, all the strong ones in Anqing City have been slaughtered. Only a few weak humans remain. Letting our clans go through some training will also be beneficial. Hearing this, Millis and the other leaders felt a surge of joy. In any war between beasts and humans, casualties are inevitable. The Scarlet Blood Ant tribe being gone is fine if no one among them had perished. Following Yinan's words, the fierce beast leaders of the Black Dense Forest Lair began arguing once more. I'll go. You should let me go. I want to. Yinan waved his hands, signaling them to stop arguing. He chuckled silently to himself. These beasts had no idea that where they were heading was the Yellow Spring Path, a perilous route. This time, let's take the Man Gangyo tribe. Yinan glanced at the leader of the Man Gangyo tribe within the cave. The Man Gangyo tribe is renowned for their brute strength and defense. Overall, their strength is slightly superior compared to the Scarlet Blood Ants. Thank you, Master Blood Demon Heaven Wolf. I've never been to the human world. This time, I can go see those feeble humans. The leader of the Man Gangyo tribe laughed heartily and said, Go assemble your tribe first, then we shall depart. Yes. The leader of the Man Gangyo tribe quickly left the cave. Millis and the other Fierce Beast clan leaders felt a bit disappointed. If only Master Blood Demon Heaven Wolf had chosen their tribes instead. Rest assured, everyone will get a chance, don't rush. Sometimes, what the eyes see isn't always the truth. Yinan consoled Millis and the Fierce Beast leaders. Millis and the other Fierce Beast leaders nodded, feeling that what Master Blood Demon Heaven Wolf said made perfect sense. For instance, humans seem so weak, yet they have now managed to stand up against their savage beast clans. After leaving the cave, Yinan came to the territory of the Man Gangyo tribe. The Man Gangyo leader had already gathered all the members of the Man Gangyo tribe. More than 1,000 Man Gangyojin gazed at Yinan with both reverence and awe. Their admiration and fear stemmed from the status of Blood Demon Heaven Wolf. Not only was the Blood Demon Heaven Wolf the aristocrat among fierce beasts, but its power was also exceedingly potent, something they could only look up to in awe. Master Blood Demon Heaven Wolf, we are ready to depart. The Man Gangyo tribe respectfully told Yinan. Let's go. Yinan gave the order. The Man Gangyo tribe set off in high spirits. When the chief of the Man Gangyo tribe summoned his people, he had already told more than 1,000 heads of the Man Gangyo that there were no longer any human strongmen in Anqing. Only some elderly, weak, and sick individuals remained. Thus, the Man Gangyo tribe was spirited and thought this expedition would be nothing but a massacre. Yinan once again led over 1,000 Man Gangyojin to the place where the Scarlet Blood Ants had been slaughtered. More than 1,000 Man Gangyojin had already sensed the intense presence of Scarlet Blood Ants. Lord Blood Demon Heaven Wolf, why is the Scarlet Blood Ant sense so intense here? The chief of the Man Gangyo tribe looked towards Yinan in confusion. Because the Scarlet Blood Ants died right here. As soon as those words left Yinan's lips, he threw a punch at the chief of the Man Gangyo tribe. The chief of the Man Gangyo had no defense. Only when Yinan's fist was just a breath away from its body did it realize what was happening. But it was too late. Even with the formidable defense of the Man Gangyo, it had no effect. Yinan's low-level strength talent had already been upgraded to a medium-level strength talent. With a deafening roar, the chief of the Man Gangyo fell to the ground, its colossal body smashing into the earth to form a large pit. Lord Blood Demon Heaven Wolf, you. Over 1,000 heads of the Man Gangyo were utterly shocked, their expressions exactly mirroring those of the previous Scarlet Blood Ants. Fire Dragon Decree. Heavenly Yuan Fist. Wild Shadow Fist. A fire dragon several meters long roared loudly, its fiery force far beyond what the Man Gangyo could defend against. Struck by the fire dragon, they cried out in pain as flames engulfed their bodies rapidly. Heavenly Yuan Fist was an advanced version of Wild Shadow Fist, countless massive fists sweeping toward the Man Gangyo. The Man Gangyo endured tortures akin to the 18th level of hell, howling desperately in despair. After much time passed, more than 1,000 heads of the Man Gangyo were completely wiped out. The critical hit multiplier was now 80 times, and although the quantity of the Man Gangyo was similar to the Scarlet Blood Ants, their overall strength was somewhat stronger. Looking down at the over 1,000 dead Man Gangyo on the ground, Yinan murmured silently. Recover. Chapter 10. The Great Fire Dragon Skill, The Slaughter of the Black Forest Den. Ring. Successful recovery. 400,000 Yuan Stones. 70,000 Cultivation Talent Stones. 70,000 Yinan Talent Stones. Yuan Dan X10. 1 Medium Flame Talent. 1 Intermediate Level Flame Yuan Skill, The Great Fire Dragon Skill. Activate a 90 times critical hit. Yinan fused the recovered rewards. He checked the Yuan Dan. The Yuan Dan replenishes a warrior's depleted Yuan energy below the master level. 6 medium-level flame talents can be fused into a high-level flame talent. As for the intermediate flame skill Great Fire Dragon Skill, it is an advanced version of the Fire Dragon Skill that can reach mastery without cultivation. A 3rd tier, Great Warrior. A 4th tier, Great Warrior. A 5th tier, Great Warrior. After acquiring the intermediate flame Yuan skill, the Great Fire Dragon Skill, his strength ascended even further. A 5th tier, Great Warrior. With all sorts of Yinan talents, Yinan no longer needed to lure out ferocious beasts from the Black Forest Den to kill and recover them. Yinan had sharp eyes. He looked in the direction of the Black Forest Den and sneered. Let all the ferocious beasts inside the Black Forest Den enter hell now. Yinan headed towards the Black Forest Den. At the Black Forest Den, Yinan arrived again at Millis' cave entrance. Millis and the leaders of the savage beast races looked at Yinan with confusion, not understanding why Yinan had returned. Lord Blood Devilian Wolf, have all the humans above Ant City already been killed? Millis asked Yinan. The savage beast leaders also eagerly watched Yinan. No. Yinan shook his head. The Blood Ants and the barbaric Steel Bull clan were all slain by me. What? Millis and the leaders of the ferocious beasts were dumbfounded, never expecting Lord Blood Devilian Wolf would say this. Lord Blood Devilian Wolf, you must be joking. Before the leader of the Bloodthirsty Tiger clan finished his sentence, a fire dragon over dozens of meters long appeared, directly swallowing the leader of the Bloodthirsty Tiger clan. It was too fast. After regaining their senses, Millis and the savage beast leaders were extremely terrified. You. Millis and the remaining savage beast leaders still could not accept why Lord Blood Devilian Wolf would do such a thing. Haven't I already told you? What your eyes see isn't necessarily the truth. Yinan looked at Millis and the remaining savage beast leaders and said. After hearing this, Millis and the remaining savage beast leaders finally understood the meaning of these words. You're not Blood Devilian. Another savage beast leader fell dead. Millis and the remaining savage beast leaders hastily fled for their lives. Escape. With one step, Yinan moved out, under the enhancement of the medium speed talent. In an instant, he caught up with Millis and the savage beast leaders. Bang bang bang. A few punches went out, and Millis along with the rest of the savage beast leaders lay down in a pool of blood. Ring. Successful recovery. 600,000 yuan stones. 170,000 cultivation talent stones. 170,000 Yinan talent stones. 1 medium flame talent. 1 intermediate finger skill yuan technique. Sky-splitting finger. High-stage savage beasts are indeed high-stage savage beasts. Just a few of them, but they rewarded so much. Another medium flame talent was acquired, together with his own flame talents. He now has 3 medium flame talents. After fusing the rewards, Yinan's realm reached the 7th tier of a great warrior. 7th tier great warriors, in small places like in city, are of course very frightening, but in Jiangnan Bay City, they don't mean anything. Yinan stepped out of the cave and began clearing the other ferocious beasts in the Black Forest Den. The Great Fire Dragon skill. Sky-splitting finger. Heavenly Yuan fist. Wild Shadow fist. The ferocious beasts in the Black Forest were powerless against Yinan's attacks, and in a short time, the entire Black Forest turned into an unending abyss. Yinan started recovering the ferocious beasts in the Black Forest. However, there were many of these ferocious beasts, and each beast race's territory was spaced far apart. Yinan could only recover one race at a time. Ring. Successful recovery. 420,000 yuan stones. 100,000 cultivation talent stones. 100,000 Yinan talent stones. Ring. Successful recovery. 470,000 yuan stones. 120,000 cultivation talent stones. 120,000 Yinan talent stones. Activate 100-fold critical strike. After recovering all the ferocious beasts in the Black Forest, he opened his own attribute panel. Name. Yinan. System. Billion times critical hit recovery system. Realm. 9th tier great warrior. Cultivation talent. High. Yinan talent. Medium flame talent. Medium strength talent. Medium speed talent. Medium defense talent. Yuan techniques. The Great Fire Dragon skill. The Fire Dragon skill. The Great Heaven Yuan fist. Wild Shadow fist. A 9th tier great warrior is just one step away from the master level, but for a 9th tier great warrior to break through to the master level, there is a bottleneck. This bottleneck requires an enormous amount of yuan energy to break through. Yinan's current cultivation talent is only at a high level, so he cannot completely refine an entire yuan stone into yuan energy. In the depths of the underground dungeon, he began to ponder deeply. This underground dungeon is evidently a 2nd level dungeon or even higher. With his current strength as a 9th tier great warrior entering the deep dungeon, it could very likely pose a fatal danger. 2 days have already passed. The Blood Demonian Wolf experience card still has 1 day left. Within this 1 day, Yinan decided to make good use of it. After much consideration, Yinan made up his mind to enter the depths of the dungeon. He couldn't believe that inside the depths of the dungeon would be all master-level ferocious beasts. On the Blue Star, those well-known dungeons represent disasters whenever their powerful ferocious beasts emerge in the human world. But in City, being a small place, allowed Yinan some room for imagination, a 2nd-level dungeon guarded by a master-level ferocious beast. He himself was merely 1 step away from reaching the master level. Without much thought, Yinan proceeded towards the depths of the dungeon. At the headquarters of the Supreme Path Alliance in Jiangnan Bay City, Grandmaster Huang Qing and over a dozen great warriors had returned to the Supreme Path Alliance headquarters. Grandmaster Huang Qing, how about the dungeon that appeared in City? Alliance leader Su Yuan asked Grandmaster Huang Qing. Leader, we discovered a Blood Demonian Wolf in the dungeon in City. As soon as Grandmaster Huang Qing's words were spoken, the Grand Hall of the Supreme Path Alliance headquarters erupted in turmoil. Blood Demonian Wolf? That's an equivalent of a Grandmaster-level ferocious beast. Could the dungeon in its city truly be so terrifying? But what? Seeing that Grandmaster Huang Qing had more unsaid, Su Yuan quickly questioned. We saw the Blood Demonian Wolf slaughtering other ferocious beasts. We don't know why, but theoretically, with the mental force of the Blood Demonian Wolf, it should have detected us easily. Yet, that Blood Demonian Wolf showed no intention of pursuing us. Huang Qing explained. Everyone within the Grand Hall of the Supreme Path Alliance headquarters exchanged confused glances. The Blood Demonian Wolf was slaughtering ferocious beasts. The strong individuals from Jiangnan Bay City understood dungeons not very deeply, and upon hearing such strange news, they found it hard to believe. Could it be? Alliance leader Su Yuan thought of a possibility and looked around at everyone inside the Grand Hall. That the Blood Demonian Wolf is preparing to evolve into a stronger ferocious beast, which is why it needs to consume other ferocious beasts. Chapter 11. Deep in the underground layers, Wallen City. Su Yuan's explanation stunned the strong ones inside the Grand Hall. This was their first time hearing that ferocious beasts could grow stronger by devouring other ferocious beasts. But it wasn't impossible either. The passages to Anqing's underground layers are now completely under our control. During these few days, there hasn't been any sign of ferocious beasts emerging from the underground layers. My suggestion is to send another reconnaissance mission into the underground layers. Su Yuan continued. Everyone inside the Grand Hall nodded. They were thinking the same thing. Unless absolutely necessary, they couldn't make a rash move. Lord Su, why don't we report this matter to the Imperial capital? Let the strong ones from the capital investigate. Huang Qing appeared puzzled. He did not want to go down again. It wasn't that he feared death, it was that he wanted his death to be meaningful. As a 7th rank master, he would have no chance of survival facing a blood fiend heavenly wolf at the great master level. The situation in the Imperial capital is also very urgent. They don't have the manpower to support us. Imperial capital, Long Country Imperial capital. Jiangnan Bay City belonged to one of the 8 base cities under the jurisdiction of Long Country, but it was the weakest base city. Huang Qing, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to run this errand again. Su Yuan looked at Huang Qing. Huang Qing sighed. What had to come, came after all. All right. Huang Qing nodded and left the Grand Hall. With over a dozen great warriors, he once again headed towards Anqing. The underground lair. Yinan had already reached the deeper parts. He still appeared in the form of a blood-fiend heavenly wolf. After a short while, he encountered an iron force turtle. An iron force turtle was a defense-type ferocious beast. In front of Yinan stood a 5th-rank warrior-level ferocious beast. Come here. Yinan beckoned to the iron force turtle. The iron force turtle drew back its neck, shocked like thunder on a clear day. Blood-fiend heavenly wolf, sir, why you? This iron force turtle's voice quivered. Clearly, it didn't expect to meet the legendary ferocious beast. Obediently, the iron force turtle moved in front of Yinan. Blood-fiend heavenly wolf, sir, what instructions do you have for me? After calming itself a bit, the iron force turtle asked Yinan. Where inside the underground lairs is the place with the most ferocious beasts? In response to the blood-fiend heavenly wolf sir's inquiry, the place with the most ferocious beasts is Wallen City. Wallen City? Yinan had heard before that in the world of underground lairs, enormous groups of ferocious beasts could have their own towns. Among them, the largest was Ferocious Beast King City, followed by giant cities, and then large cities. What's the strongest level of ferocious beasts within Wallen City? 8th rank master level. The iron force turtle dared not conceal anything, obediently telling Yinan everything it knew. An 8th rank master level ferocious beast. At this moment, Yinan definitely could not match up to someone at the 8th rank master level. Bloodfiend heavenly wolf, sir, look over there. The iron force turtle directed its gaze toward a certain direction. Following the direction pointed by the iron force turtle, Yinan discovered a pack of ferocious beasts several hundred meters away, numbering several hundred heads. What are these ferocious beasts doing? They are the ferocious beasts from Wallen City, all part of the Blood Shadow clan. The iron force turtle explained. That's enough. Yinan looked at the iron force turtle. It's your time to go. After finishing speaking, Yinan slapped a palm onto the iron force turtle's body, causing it to instantly shatter into pieces, life extinguished. After recovering the remains of this iron force turtle, Yinan advanced towards the hundreds of ferocious beasts. He could not see Wallen City from where he stood, indicating that Wallen City was still quite far from him. The vision of a 9th rank great warrior was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. The hundreds of ferocious beasts had all stopped in their tracks, their gazes turning toward one direction. They only felt a wave of lineage suppression coming their way. When they realized that a blood fiend heavenly wolf was running toward them, all of them froze as if struck by lightning. BLO, blood fiend heavenly wolf. The ferocious beasts always thought that the leader of their Wallen City was the strongest one in the underground lair, never expecting another blood fiend heavenly wolf inside the lair. Perhaps, this blood fiend heavenly wolf was a guest invited by the leader. Yinan arrived near the hundreds of ferocious beasts coming out from Wallen City. Where are you all going? With a quick check, he found that the most powerful among these ferocious beasts was a 6th rank great warrior level beast. All the hundreds of ferocious beasts were also members of the Blood Shadow clan, covered with red blood on their human-like bodies. Respected blood fiend heavenly wolf, sir, we head to the underground passage and then enter the human world to destroy the human city above the underground lair. The 6th rank great warrior Blood Shadow ferocious beast respectfully said to Yinan. Yinan nodded. I will go with you. The hundreds of Blood Shadow ferocious beasts hesitated. Was the respected blood fiend heavenly wolf so really going with them? Yes. Before entering the underground lair, Yinan was merely an elite warrior, with poor mental power as elite warriors had. Now, as a 9th rank great warrior, his mental power was much stronger than before. Not far away, there was a grove of trees. The grove wasn't large. Yinan's mental force could fully cover the entire area. The marching direction of the several hundred Blood Shadow ferocious beasts pointed straight toward this grove. Yinan prepared to take action inside the grove. Respected blood fiend heavenly wolf, sir, we are only the first batch. More groups will be coming subsequently. The 6th rank great warrior Blood Shadow beast was thrilled as it spoke to Yinan, having learned that he was planning to join them in ascending to the human world above the underground lair. Will all the subsequent reinforcements pass through that grove? Yes. The 6th rank great warrior Blood Shadow beast nodded emphatically. Yinan felt a twinge of joy in his heart. He had been worried about how to face the dangers deep within the underground lair, but now, unexpectedly, the ferocious beasts were practically delivering themselves for him to harvest. Then let's go. Yes, respected blood fiend heavenly wolf, sir. Yinan and the several hundred Blood Shadow ferocious beasts moved toward the nearby grove of trees. They entered the small grove. Respected blood fiend heavenly wolf, sir, did our city lord invite you? The 6th rank great warrior Blood Shadow beast curiously looked at Yinan. Yinan stopped his steps and glanced at the 6th rank great warrior Blood Shadow beast in front of him. Cleft air finger. A beam of finger energy surged out, disturbing the air currents with its power. The 6th rank great warrior Blood Shadow beast sensed an unprecedented danger, its pupils constricting sharply. Uft! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the 6th rank great warrior Blood Shadow beast. Its face filled with terror, it looked down at the bloody hole that appeared on its body. You. This 6th rank great warrior Blood Shadow beast couldn't utter its final words before collapsing on the ground, blood streaming from the hole in its body all over the floor. The remaining Blood Shadow ferocious beasts were struck with horror, waves of coldness rushing from their tailbones up to their skulls. Great Fire Dragon Technique. A fire dragon dozens of meters long roared, weaving through the hundreds of Blood Shadow ferocious beasts, incinerating them into ashes. Recover. Chapter 12. Slaughter of hundreds of Blood Shadow beasts. Ding. Recycling successful. 800,000 Yuan stones. 200,000 cultivation talent stones. 200,000 abnormal talent stones. Yinan infused the rewards from the recycling. He knew that it was impossible to break through the shackles of a master with just these Yuan stones. He still needed a large number of Yuan stones. According to the report of the Blood Shadow beast at the level of a 6th rank great warrior, several batches of insect beasts would arrive one after another. He used a Yuan Dan. It was quite difficult for a 9th rank great warrior to restore their internal energy to its peak state. After using the Yuan Dan, his internal energy recovered to its peak, and he hid in a lush tree waiting for the arrival of the ferocious beasts. Hours later, there were sounds of ferocious beasts outside the small forest. A smile appeared on Yinan's face. The ferocious beasts had finally arrived, hadn't they? Moments later, hundreds of blood shadow beasts entered the small forest. Yinan suppressed his aura, and the blood shadow beasts couldn't detect him at all. On the tree, Yinan watched the hundreds of blood shadow beasts below. The quantity was about the same as the previous batch of blood shadow beasts, as was the overall strength. The most powerful blood shadow beast among them was also a 6th-rank great warrior level beast. After entering the inner part of the abyss, Yinan learned from the Iron Strength Turtle that the strongest beast in the Valengrand city was an 8th-rank master level. With 2 6th-rank great warrior level blood shadow beasts, and so many blood shadow beasts preparing to enter in city through the abyss channel, it seemed they were determined to destroy in city. There was still a heavy smell of blood and violence within the forest. After the hundreds of blood shadow beasts entered the woods, they stopped and looked around cautiously. Master Phil, reports say that a group of strong humans entered the abyss not long ago. However, they have remained active in the outer area. Could they have encountered Master Alan? One of the blood shadow beasts asked, gazing towards the 6th-rank great warrior level beast. It did not finish its sentence, but the meaning was already implied clearly. Very likely, the 6th-rank great warrior level blood shadow beast mused for a few seconds. However, we don't need to worry much. If those humans killed Master Alan, they must have left already. But those powerful humans. Our abyss is a rather small one. How could there be any 2 powerful humans? The 6th-rank great warrior level blood shadow beast coldly laughed once. Even though there are no powerful humans, we must still go back and inform our leader about this matter. Hearing this, the blood shadow beast sighed in relief. The clan led by Master Alan and their current batch's power wasn't very different. With the blood scent being this heavy here in the area where the Blood Shadow clan resides, it was highly possible that they were all killed. Therefore, going back to inform the leader seemed like the best choice. The 6th-rank great warrior level blood shadow beast issued orders, and the hundreds of blood shadow beasts prepared to head back. Yinan continued listening to their conversation while perched on the tree. He originally thought these blood shadow beasts would charge ahead recklessly, but didn't expect them to be rather clever. But these blood shadow beasts were still outsmarted. He leaped down from the tree, landing behind the blood shadow beasts. Bang! A sound resounded throughout. A few blood shadow beasts immediately fell to the ground dead. The blood shadow beasts quickly turned around. They stared at the human who appeared before them, shocked. Blood Devilian Wolf. The 6th-rank great warrior level blood shadow beast was extremely astonished, pupils contracting. Inferno Dragon Technique. The intermediate flame Yuan technique, Inferno Dragon Technique, surged forth. A dragon-shaped flame dozens of meters long writhed and surged up and down. Instantly, the small forest caught fire. The space temperature rose continuously, and the air seemed to be scorched dry. Seeing the flame dragon in front of them, all the blood shadow beasts were greatly alarmed, their souls terrified. Screams of agony started to repeatedly reach Yinan's ears. Yinan knew that when faced with the Inferno Dragon technique, these low-ranked beasts wouldn't have any means of resistance. All they could do was wait for death. The 6th-rank great warrior level blood shadow beast attempted to escape. Under the influence of moderate speed talents, even the 6th-rank great warrior level blood shadow beast moved quite slowly. In a single stride, Yinan arrived right before the 6th-rank great warrior level blood shadow beast. I'm from Valengrand City. Why you? Enough nonsense. Besides Valengrand City, what other place has a large number of ferocious beasts? Yinan interrupted the 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast. To break through from 9th-rank Great Warrior to the Master rank requires an extremely enormous amount of Yuan stones. Yinan didn't know exactly how many were required. One could say, reaching the Master level can truly be considered a strong warrior. Great Blood Devilian Wolf. If I tell you, will you spare me? The 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast didn't understand why the Blood Devilian Wolf, a fellow fierce beast, would attack them. Overwhelmed by the instinct for survival, it informed Yinan that it was from Valengrand City, hoping that this information might make Yinan reconsider and retreat. However, this 6th-rank Great Warrior level ferocious beast was utterly terrified. If it were truly a Blood Devilian Wolf, how could it fear Valengrand City? Fine. Yinan nodded. Speak. Unwilling to hide anything anymore, the 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast hastily told Yinan. There are many ferocious beasts in the 10-layer black hole cave, and their strengths aren't very high. Where exactly is the location of the 10-layer black hole cave? Yinan needed to check how far away the black hole cave was. If it was too far, he might decide to abandon the pursuit. This was deep within the earth pit, and when he entered its deepest parts, he had assumed the form of a Blood Devilian Wolf. Now, his disguise as the Blood Devilian Wolf wouldn't last much longer. The area where he currently was not far from the outskirts of the earth pit. In the outer areas of the earth pit, he was invincible now, but deeper into the earth pit, if he wanted to act recklessly, his current strength wasn't enough yet. Fierce beasts have their own special abilities as well, such as strength talent, speed talent. The 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast in front of Yinan possessed low-level strength talent. Fortunately, Yinan learned from the 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast that the black hole 10-layer cave was not far from his current position. Respected Blood Devilian Wolf Lord, I've already told you everything I know. Can I leave now? The 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast looked at Yinan with both surprise and fear. Respected Blood Devilian Wolf Lord, you are an incredibly powerful being. Your word must be trustworthy, right? The 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast added quickly upon seeing that Yinan did not respond. Bang! The moment the 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast finished speaking, bang, a loud sound rang out, and Yinan's fist already penetrated through the body of the 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast. After pulling his fist out of the 6th-rank Great Warrior level Blood Shadow Beast's body, the Blood Shadow Beast collapsed onto the ground, its eyes bulging wide open. Sorry, I never keep my promises. Chapter 13, Black Luo Cave 10th Floor. Yinan had recycled this batch of ferocious beasts. Chime. Recycling successful. 8.3 million spirit stones. 2.1 million cultivation talent stones. 2.1 million ability talent stones. Songlan battle armor. Activate 150x critical hit. Looking at the rewards from recycling, Yinan was momentarily stunned. 150x critical hit. He was originally at 100x critical hit and never expected it to go directly to 150x critical hit. So, does it mean after a 100x critical hit increase, it adds another 50x on top? Yinan was slightly excited. He then examined the effect of the Songlan battle armor. Songlan battle armor doubles defense. Yinan fused the obtained rewards into his body. He discovered that the Songlan battle armor wasn't an armor, but could be merged into his body, which was quite good. He guessed there should still be more ferocious beasts coming. There's no rush to enter the 10th floor of the Black Luo cave. Anyway, it wouldn't disappear. After several more hours passed, another batch of equally powerful ferocious beasts appeared in Yinan's field of vision. They entered the small forest, and, like the previous blood shadow beasts, they smelled the bloody odor left by the blood shadow beasts. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Heavenly Yuan Boxing. Before hundreds of blood shadow beasts knew what happened, they were struck with terrifying attacks. The blood shadow beasts didn't even have time to figure out who their attacker was before they collapsed one by one. Hiss. The strongest beast among these blood shadow beasts was also a grade 6 martial artist level beast. When it saw humans attacking them, it sucked in a cold breath in horror and fear, as if struck by lightning. The scene before its eyes had turned into an abyssal inferno. Hundreds of blood shadow beasts couldn't possibly withstand such attacks, and soon fell dead. The grade 6 martial artist level blood shadow beast knew it would be no match for the human. At the instant this grade 6 martial artist level blood shadow beast was full of fear, Yinan had already arrived right in front of it. Are there any more ferocious beasts coming from Valent City? Yinan locked his gaze on this grade 6 martial artist level blood shadow beast. If more beasts were coming, he would continue waiting here for them. If not, he would proceed to the 10th floor of the Black Luo cave. This grade 6 martial artist level blood shadow beast had been utterly terrified, not daring to hide anything from Yinan. No, none. The grade 6 martial artist level blood shadow beast continuously shook its head. Snap. Just as the grade 6 martial artist level blood shadow beast finished speaking, Yinan quickly reached out with his right hand. His right hand directly snapped the neck of the grade 6 martial artist level blood shadow beast. Yinan once again recycled several hundred blood shadow beasts. He still hadn't broken through the restriction. Yinan knew that breaking the restriction from a grade 9 martial artist to a grandmaster was hard, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. No wonder why among so many martial artists, there are so few grandmasters. He could rapidly ascend to the level of a grade 9 martial artist within a short period of time, not because his cultivation talent was extremely high, but because the spirit stones fused inside his body can be directly transformed into energy without requiring a long time to refine. Otherwise, even though he now has superior cultivation talent, with such a large amount of spirit stones, he might need countless years to completely refine them. Leaving this place, Yinan found that the effect of the Blood Demon Wolf experience card had disappeared, and he returned to his original form. From the mouth of the grade 6 martial artist level Blood Shadow Beast, Yinan learned that the Black Luo 10 level cave consists of 10 floors, each floor's path interconnected, yet overall, the ferocious beast's strength is not very formidable. Black Luo 10 level cave. Yinan stealthily made his way to the exterior of the Black Luo 10 level cave. What came into Yinan's line of sight was a pitch black and enormous cavern. There were no ferocious beasts outside the cavern, and Yinan entered the cave. Concealing one's own presence proved highly effective. Unless he was personally seen, it would be impossible to detect him by spiritual power alone, unless the opponent was stronger than him. Entering the cave, despite how dark it was inside, given Yinan's current abilities, darkness was as good as light. As soon as he entered, several ferocious beasts set their sights on him, emitting shocked roars before charging fiercely towards him. Seeing the charging beasts, Yinan smirked coldly. The overall strength of the ferocious beasts within the Black Luo 10 level cave was weak. Even though each level became progressively stronger, he was a grade 9 martial artist, and he had nothing to fear. With a single punch, he launched a heavy blow at the charging ferocious beasts. Fist energy erupted from his fist. Several ferocious beasts had not yet reached Yinan when their bodies were crushed inward by the force. Adhering to the principle that even small flies are meat, Yinan recycled these few ferocious beasts. 700 spirit stones, 120 cultivation talent stones, 120 ability talent stones. Cultivation talent upgraded to the peak. A smile of joy appeared on Yinan's face. Once his cultivation talent reached the top level, the refining of spirit stones would become even more efficient. Unfortunately, his ability talent did not upgrade. There was no way around it. There were simply too many types of ability talents. Roar. Endless roars followed in quick succession. More than 100 ferocious beasts appeared before Yinan's eyes. He looked at the over 100 ferocious beasts in front of him and realized these were all beasts that could be recycled for rewards. Heavenly Yuan Boxing. He unleashed the intermediate level Yuan technique, Grand Heavenly Yuan Boxing, its fist shadows charging towards the more than 100 ferocious beasts. All these ferocious beasts were merely martial artist level, their strength far too weak. Chime. Recycling successful. 2 million spirit stones. 700,000 cultivation talent stones. 700,000 ability talent stones. Intermediate speed Yuan technique, shadow concealing step. On the first floor of the Black Luo 10 level cave, only over 100 ferocious beasts appeared. After fusing the recycling rewards into his body, Yinan moved toward the second floor. Shadow concealing step was an intermediate speed Yuan technique, like other Yuan techniques, which could instantly reach perfection. Combined with Yinan's moderate speed talent, his speed increased by several times. The second floor, the number of ferocious beasts had grown to over 300 heads. Among the more than 300 ferocious beasts, there was one third-grade elite martial artist level ferocious beast. Great Fire Dragon Technique. After activating the Great Fire Dragon Technique, over 300 ferocious beasts perished. The third-grade elite martial artist level ferocious beast also exploded under Yinan's hands. Chime. Recycling successful. 5 million spirit stones. 1.5 million cultivation talent stones. 1.5 million ability talent stones. Recognition hearing technique. Once activated, it allows the user to understand the language of ferocious beasts, and speech automatically converts into the ferocious beast language. Yinan thought that after acquiring the recognition hearing technique, things would be much more convenient. He was still in the small forest. Thankfully, the blood demon wolf experience card effect hadn't worn off yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about the existence of the 18 levels of the Black Luo Cave. Among ferocious beasts, only those of the Grandmaster level could speak human language. The rest only spoke the ferocious beast language. Third floor. The number of ferocious beasts had grown to over 500. The strongest ferocious beast was a 5th grade elite level ferocious beast. Without any doubt, Yinan quickly eradicated all the ferocious beasts inside. However, although Yinan felt the gap between grade 9 martial artist and the Grandmaster getting closer, it was still not enough. Chapter 14, 2000 Savage Beasts. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. In a short period of time, Yinan had already reached the 6th level. Inside the 6th level, the number of savage beasts had increased to 1,000. Bang bang bang. Within the 10-layered Black Luo Cave, there were sounds of flying fists and flames everywhere. The savage beasts inside the 6th level, as if they had encountered a devil, were filled with terror and despair. With one step, Yinan slew the last savage beast in the 6th level. Ding. Recycling successful. 1 million yuan worth of stones. 300,000 cultivation talent stones. 300,000 ability talent stones. Medium fire talent X1. Another medium fire talent was obtained. Combined with his existing medium fire talent, Yinan now possessed 4 medium fire talents in total. He needed just 2 more to fuse them into a high-level fire talent. Medium strength talent upgraded to high-level strength talent. After fusing the rewards from recycling, Yinan's medium strength talent upgraded to a high-level strength talent, which provided an 8-fold amplification effect. Name: Yinan. System: billion times recycling system. Realm: 9th tier Great Warrior. Cultivation talent: top tier. Ability talent: medium fire talent, high-level strength talent, medium speed talent, medium defense talent. Primordial techniques: Great Fire Dragon Decision, Fire Dragon Decision, Primordial Heaven Fist, Sky Splitting Finger, Shadow Concealment Step, Furious Shadow Fist. Equipment: Siamon Battle Armor. Not enough. Even with over 1,000 savage beasts on the 6th level, it still wasn't enough for Yinan to break through the current barrier. This surprised him. He had felt that he was about to break the barrier on the 5th level, yet he still couldn't ascend to the 1st rank master level. Perhaps, he thought of a possibility. To break through to the master realm required not only a huge amount of primordial energy, but also intense combat experience. If this was the case, then it made sense. His time as a martial artist was too short. Although he had slain so many savage beasts, it was done with overwhelming force, much like an adult hitting a kindergarten child. He gained little combat experience from those fights. But with such large numbers, he knew that as long as he continued to slaughter the savage beasts, the combat experience would gradually accumulate until he broke through the barrier and became a master. On Blue Star, only when one became a master could they be considered a truly powerful martial artist. The status of a 1st rank master far surpassed that of a 9th rank great warrior. Yinan knew that he must seize the opportunity presented by the underground cave system. Among these towns within the Jiangnan Bay City range, there was no other cave system discovered except for this one. Although there were some savage beasts left in the wilderness, their numbers certainly couldn't match what was found in the cave system. He entered the 7th level. There were a full 1,200 savage beasts on the 7th level, and their overall strength was far greater than those on the 6th level. Great Fire Dragon Decision, Sky Splitting Finger, Primordial Heaven Fist, Furious Shadow Fist. Yinan used all his primordial techniques to attack the savage beasts, in order to quickly deal with these savage beasts for recycling. For ordinary warriors to cultivate primordial techniques took a lot of time, but Yinan did not need to practice them. The system allowed his primordial techniques to reach perfection instantly. Such unparalleled advantages made him realize right after obtaining the system that it wouldn't take long before he became the most powerful warrior on Blue Star. Otherwise, he'd have wasted his chance as a transmigrator. Not enough. He had recycled all the savage beasts on the 7th level. 8th level. Not enough. 9th level. Still not enough. Yinan arrived at the 10th level. This was already the final level. As soon as he entered the 10th level, he was surrounded by over 100 savage beasts. These savage beasts looked astonished, clearly not expecting to see humans within the 10 levels of Black Luo. Outside the Black Luo 10 levels, there were 9 more checkpoints. The savage beasts knew that Yinan had fought his way through to the 10th level, leading them to perceive him as extremely formidable. Among the hundreds of savage beasts surrounding Yinan, some had already sprinted off to somewhere, evidently to alert others. The savage beasts watched Yinan warily, none daring to attack. They understood that they were surely no match for Yinan. But since they didn't choose to attack, would Yinan refrain from acting? Furious Shadow Fist. Low-level primordial technique, Furious Shadow Fist. Though the range of the Furious Shadow Fist wasn't sufficient to kill all the savage beasts, remember that Yinan was now a 9th rank great warrior capable of releasing astonishing primordial energy. Since the savage beasts were weak in strength, just the externalized primordial energy was enough to slay them. The combination of primordial energy and the fist shadow from the Furious Shadow Fist brought these savage beasts down amidst pools of blood. After recycling over 100 savage beasts, immediately afterward, the roar of angry savage beasts rang out in Yinan's ears. An overwhelming swarm of savage beasts, moving towards Yinan in great masses, covered the sky. The number of savage beasts exceeded 2,000. The overall strength of the beasts in this level was several times stronger than in the previous levels, with 8 Grand Warrior level savage beasts. The leading savage beast was an 8th class Grand Warrior level beast. Just like the 6th class Grand Warrior level Blood Shadow beast in the Small Woods had said, the savage beasts in the Black Luo 10 level cave weren't that powerful. However, this only applied to him and humans stronger than him. If weaker human warriors entered the Black Luo 10 levels, the terror inside could be imagined. Damn humans. The 8th class Grand Warrior level savage beast spoke coldly towards Yinan. An 8th class Grand Warrior level savage beast cannot speak human language, but through its telepathic sounds, Yinan could understand what it said. Cleft Cloud Demon Spider, 8th class Grand Warrior level. Abnormal ability, poisonous liquid. The information about this 8th class Grand Warrior level savage beast had already appeared on Yinan's retina. The abnormal poisonous liquid ability was quite frightening. Although Yinan now possessed a variety of abnormal talent abilities and also strong defense, he didn't think he could withstand the Cleft Cloud Demon Spider's poisonous liquid attack. His speed was originally faster than the Cleft Cloud Demon Spider's, added with his medium speed talent and shadow concealment step. It should annihilate the Cleft Cloud Demon Spider before it could even react. The 2,000 savage beasts glared coldly at Yinan. They were waiting for their leader's command, ready to launch a frenzied attack on Yinan at a single word, tearing him into pieces. Shadow concealment step. Suddenly, Yinan used the shadow concealment step, combining it with his medium speed talent. His speed increased significantly. The Cleft Cloud Demon Spider wasn't far from Yinan. Before it could react in shock, Yinan had already reached in front of it. With his fist blazing with fierce dragon flames, he shouted, "Great Fire Dragon Decision." A fiery dragon force wrapped around his fist. A flame-engulfed fist rushed violently toward the Cleft Cloud Demon Spider. Boom. After a sound, the smell of burnt flesh reached all the savage beasts' noses. A large hole had been pierced through the body of the Cleft Cloud Demon Spider. The area around and inside the hole was scorched black. Chapter 15. Breaking through to become a master, the Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Technique. The cloud-splitting demon spider collapsed heavily on the ground. At the same moment, the essence within Yinan's body was converging together, rapidly forming into a golden dragon. Yinan suddenly felt a great joy. He was finally about to break free of his shackles and achieve mastery. Golden dragon. Formation successful. The essence coiled around Yinan turned gold, the golden essence appearing even denser. Yinan emitted dazzling light like a gilded figure. The ferocious beasts were shocked out of their wits and overwhelmed with terror. Let me witness the power of a master. Yinan's gaze directly pierced through the ferocious beasts in front of him as he struck a punch. Suddenly, a golden dragon surged forth. The golden dragon. This was the essence form of a master. A first-class master possessed a golden dragon. One dragon, a million combat capabilities. A second-class master had the strength of 2 dragons. In the 10th layer of the black hole cave system, everything started glowing with tens of thousands of rays of gold. The ferocious beasts were struck by the golden dragon, their bodies splintering into pieces, the scene utterly gruesome. Next, Yinan used other elemental techniques. The 2,000 ferocious beasts were like 2,000 ants, able only to await death in despair. In not too long a time, all 2,000 ferocious beasts were completely annihilated. Yinan began recycling these ferocious beasts. Ring. Recycling successful. 27 million yuan stones. 500,000 cultivation talent stones. 500,000 abnormal talent stones. Medium fire talent x2. Master level yuan technique. Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Technique. Activate 200 times explosion. 150 times explosion is 150 times explosion. The recovery rewards obtained were no laughing matter. He also gained 2 medium fire talents. Combined with his own medium fire talent, the medium fire talent could already condense into a higher fire talent. Yinan integrated the recovered rewards into his body. Second class master. Medium speed talent upgraded to high speed talent. Medium defense talent upgraded to high defense talent. Medium fire talent fused into higher fire talent. Just as Yinan expected, once the constraints between the 9th grade Great Warrior and the Master were broken, breakthrough wouldn't be that difficult anymore. The 27 million yuan stones had pushed him up to second class master status. After breaking through to second class master, he now wielded the strength of 2 dragons. 2 million terrifying combat capabilities. The master level yuan technique, Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Technique. Although he didn't know what it was, after checking its introduction, he froze momentarily. Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Technique, a master level yuan technique with 9 realms, each realm containing the strength of 10 dragons, 1 dragon representing 100,000 combat capabilities. 9 realms? That meant, if achieved, then the strength of 90 dragons? 9 million combat capabilities? This was indeed the base combat capability for a 9th class master. Right now, he had a superior speed talent and a superior defense talent. Under the enhancement of these 2 great innate talents, if he reached mastery over the Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Technique, even if he couldn't yet compete with a 9th class master, below the 9th class level, there probably wouldn't be anyone who could stand against him. Yinan pondered, thinking that if it was truly the strength of 90 genuine master-level golden dragons, then it would represent 900 million combat capabilities. That was truly terrifying. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Technique couldn't reach perfection. It could only rely on his own practice. Yinan wasn't worried. At the top training talent on the Blue Star, one was considered a prodigy of geniuses. Besides being reflected in the speed of absorbing yuan qi and refining it, it also assisted greatly in mastering yuan techniques and skills. Top-tier training talent. While it may take some time to train the Heavenly Holy Dragon technique, it was absolutely acceptable time. Yinan did not intend to go to Valent City just yet. He was merely a second-rank master. Entering a ferocious beast city amounted to courting certain death. Once he had sufficient strength, then he would enter Valent City and have a good cleanup. Yinan emerged from the Black Lotus level 10 dungeons. Upon emerging, he saw an unfamiliar group. These were none other than Huang Qing, the master, and more than a dozen great warriors. Huang Qing, the master, and the more than a dozen great warriors had seen Yinan kill the blood red ant race, but Yinan had not noticed them. At the time, Yinan had appeared in his blood demonial wolf form but lacked strength relative to Huang Qing's team, who had hidden their energies well, making it impossible for Yinan to detect them with his spirit force. It's you. One of the great warriors looked at Yinan, somewhat startled. When they entered the dungeon initially, both Master Huang Qing and the great warriors had noticed Yinan. They were surprised back then why Yinan dared enter the dungeon and thought him to be a reckless young martial artist. Both Master Huang Qing and the dozen great warriors were somewhat taken aback. They hadn't expected that Yinan would still be inside the dungeon. They had assumed that if Yinan entered the dungeon, it would either be for a brief look around, or he would meet his end inside. But now, not only had Yinan appeared deep within the dungeon, but he was unscathed. This certainly spoke volumes. Young brother, are there any ferocious beasts inside this cave? Huangqing looked at Yinan. Given the size of this large cave, he believed there must be quite a number of ferocious beasts inside. Oh, I just came out. There aren't many ferocious beasts left in there. I've killed them all, Yinan said. Mentioning that he had killed ferocious beasts was not something he worried about. For a martial artist, killing ferocious beasts was utterly normal. However, if he disclosed that he recycled ferocious beasts and gained countless rewards from it, that might indeed lead to some complications. For example, this 7th rank master could seize him and report to the Ji-Dao Alliance, which might then report to the Dragon Country. People from Dragon Country would take him away to study him day and night without end. On Blue Star, the number of strong people may be limited, but they certainly don't lack someone like Yinan. Thus, even if Yinan has the talent to become the strongest martial artist on Blue Star, it is likely that the actual higher-ups wouldn't care. On the surface, the countries of Blue Star have formed an alliance against ferocious beasts, but there are still numerous martial artists fighting for their own benefits after all, since if one doesn't act for themselves, they will surely perish. So, as long as the matter concerning his system could be hidden, it should be kept quiet. The Black Lotus Cave system consists of 10 layers in total. Although the spirit force of a master is very powerful, its coverage area cannot reach beyond the 2nd layer. Huangqing had already sensed the residual ferocious beast blood scent lingering within the 1st layer of the Black Lotus Cave system. Huangqing nodded slightly towards Yinan. Before this, they had conducted a thorough survey of this cave system. The place where the most ferocious beasts congregated inside the cave system was indeed a ferocious beast megacity. Everyone, listen carefully. Although we've confirmed the ferocious beast city we saw earlier does match the scale of a megacity, let's not forget that we encountered blood demonial wolf here in this dungeon. Huangqing addressed the great warriors. The great warriors nodded. On the day they saw the blood demonial wolf, they were truly frightened. Even an alliance leader would absolutely not stand a chance against a blood demonial wolf and live to tell the tale. You've seen a blood demonial wolf? Yinan paused momentarily. Where did you see the blood demonial wolf? Huangqing roughly described the location. Yinan exhaled quietly in relief. He thought that perhaps there might be another blood demonial wolf in this dungeon. It turned out they saw him. The ferocious beast megacity is far from us. We'll divide into groups and check around nearby areas for other ferocious beast gatherings, then leave the passageways. Yes. A group of more than 10 great warriors split into teams of 3 and began searching for other ferocious beast gathering places. Chapter 16, Master Level Fierce Beast, the Qing Blood Demon. Huangqing and his team entered the Earth Cave primarily to detect its classification level. They wouldn't hunt fierce beasts inside unless it was absolutely necessary. After securing the cave passage, they would then report accordingly. On Blue Star, there were too many Earth Caves, with an overwhelming number of fierce beasts inside. Some caves connected to others, so if no blood Devilian wolf had been detected in this cave, they could consider reporting it to the Extreme Path Alliance to exterminate this cave. However, since a powerful blood Devilian wolf was discovered, they could not proceed that way. If all the warriors from the Jiangnan Bay City combined their strength to destroy this Earth Cave, what would happen if another new cave emerged somewhere else in Jiangnan Bay City? It would certainly result in a catastrophic blow to them. Yinan followed 2 great warriors to search for the gathering place of the fierce beasts. As long as the distance from the Varen Megacity was far enough, there was no need to worry about threats from Varen Megacity. As for the Master Level Yuan skill, the Dragon Saint secret, Yinan decided to practice after leaving the cave. Yinan, you're pretty bold to dare entering the Earth Cave. You're just a young man. That's right, Yinan. You must be a super genius, considering you've reached the depths of the cave. The 2 great warriors near Yinan were named Shiqing and Lingu, both strong 9-tiered great warriors. Yinan, what level are you at? I guess he's already at the elite warrior level. You're wrong. I think he has reached the peak of elite warrior. Shiqing and Lingu began to argue over Yinan's level. Younger generation warriors, with their cultivation talent and resources, have varying levels. There were those like Yifeng who might not even reach the 1-star warrior level, yet there were also 7-star and even 8-star ones. All depended on cultivation talent and various resources. Yinan just smiled without saying anything. If it wasn't necessary, why should he tell them he was already a master? Would he do so just to shock them? As a transmigrant, he thought it completely unnecessary. Shiqing and Lingu saw Yinan smile. They knew though he didn't reveal his true level, they had guessed correctly. Yinan was indeed an elite warrior. Yinan, how come a genius like you doesn't head to Jiangnan Bay City? Once you pass the assessment, you'll be able to enter. Jiangnan Bay City is truly the paradise for warriors. Moments ago, Shiqing and Lingu had learned that Yinan resided in the Heyuan neighborhood of Anqing. To Yinan, these topics seemed irrelevant. As long as secrets weren't breached, casual chat was fine. He had obtained quite a bit of useful information from Shiqing and Lingu, such as how Jiangnan Bay City was a large city. Inside were vehicles powered by Yuan Qi, Yuan Towers, and task assignment areas. I'll go when I find the time. And Sheng was not where Yinan intended to stay for long. Shiqing and Lingu gave a relieved smile. They believed that geniuses like Yifeng were better off in Jiangnan Bay City, because staying in small places like Anqing would waste their potential, preventing them from becoming great warriors. As they conversed, Shiqing and Lingu suddenly stopped, their bodies shaking violently. A terrifyingly soul-stealing aura appeared, disturbing the air currents around their space. What? Horror spread across Shiqing and Lin Ji's faces. Hee humans. A chilling laugh reverberated into Shiqing and Lin Ji's ears. The ability to speak human tongues. Only master-level fierce beasts could possess that skill. Yinan sensed the dreadful aura and cold voice, but stayed calm. Now being a second-rank master, judging by the current atmosphere, this laughing beast wouldn't stand a chance against him. Upon close inspection, 100 meters away appeared a beast. This creature was pitch black overall, not toweringly built, but it exuded immense power. Its eyes glowed red, and its head was dotted with repulsive blood blisters. The Qing Blood Demon. Shiqing and Lin Gu screamed out. The Qing Blood Demon was a first-class master-level fierce beast. Qing Blood Demon. First class master level fierce beast. Abilities, high-grade strength ability, medium-grade defense ability. This Qing Blood Demon's details popped up onto Yinan's retinal vision. Master level fierce beasts truly lived up to their name, possessing high-grade strength ability and medium-grade defensive ability. Run, quick. Saying that, Shiqing and Lin Ge fled rapidly. If they had any fighting capability against this Qing Blood Demon, they certainly wouldn't have chosen such a disheveled form of retreat. But, as 9-rank great warriors, they stood no match against a first-rank master-level fierce beast. After Shiqing and Lin Ge ran dozens of steps, they realized Yinan hadn't chosen to flee but stood rooted on the spot like a still clock. Yinan, what are you doing? Run! Shiqing shouted towards Yinan. As Yinan listened to Shiqing's voice, he secretly thought that this world was pretty decent, always showing a lot of goodwill towards geniuses. It was commendable that they would call him while fleeing. Run! The Qing Blood Demon chuckled. How can you run? With that, the Qing Blood Demon took a step and charged at Yinan. It's over. Shiqing and Lin Ge watched Yinan make his move and knew he was done for. However, as the Qing Blood Demon drew nearer to Yinan, golden yuan qi erupted around Yinan's body. Golden yuan qi, this is. Before Shiqing and Lin Ge could fully process their shock, 2 golden dragons wrapped around Yinan's body. Bang! The 2 dragons swept out toward the onrushing Qing Blood Demon, leaving huge cracks in the ground and rupturing space itself as strong winds retreated. Seeing the incoming pair of dragons, the Qing Blood Demon was utterly panicked. A human master. Having only strength and defense abilities but no speed enhancement, the beast had no way to evade at such close range. Boom! The power of the twin dragons struck the Qing Blood Demon's body. The Qing Blood Demon slammed into the ground, spilling its green blood everywhere. SSS. Upon seeing this scene, Shiqing and Lin Ge inhaled sharply, stunned speechless, as if struck by 5 simultaneous thunderclaps. A second-rank master. They had already set Yinan's ability high, yet they had underestimated it so greatly. Could Yinan actually be a master? How was this possible? Still, Shiqing and Lin Ge knew they hadn't been mistaken. There shouldn't be any gathering place for fierce beasts around here anymore. You two should head back first. Yinan showed his side profile and said to Shiqing and Lin Ge. Shiqing and Lin Ge blankly nodded. Go quickly, what are you waiting for? Yinan added when he noticed Shiqing and Lin Ge still hesitating, finally snapping out of it. Both of them had never even heard of such a young master in their lives before this moment. Glancing at each other and swallowing hard, they finally left the place. Chapter 17. Low-grade Wind Affinity Talent. After Shiqing and Lin Ge left, Yinan looked at the corpse of the green blood demon monster in front of him and decided to recycle it. Ding! Recycling successful. 20 million spirit stones. 6 million cultivation affinity stones. 6 million ability affinity stones. Low-grade Wind Affinity Talent. 300x critical strike activated. Yinan felt secretly delighted inside. Indeed, a Grandmaster grade vicious beast was no ordinary beast. Just this one alone rewarded him with 20 million spirit stones. The original critical strike multiplier was 200 times. Now it had reached 300 times instantly. Yinan originally thought it would increase by only 50-fold, but unexpectedly, it leapt directly from 200x to 300x critical damage. He decided to fuse the recycling rewards. Low-grade Wind Affinity Talent. Another kind of ability talent. Upgraded low-grade Wind Affinity Talent to medium-grade Wind Affinity Talent. It seemed that ability talents could indeed be upgraded using ability stones. It was just that earlier the ability talent for fire had not been eligible for upgrading due to its size being too large. Now, all other ability talents except the Wind Affinity one had reached high grade, which already represented the highest grade for ability talents on Earth. He didn't stay here any longer, walking toward the subterranean passage instead. He needed to leave the dungeon first. Perfecting the Heavenly Dragon Divine Art was his priority right now. On the other side, Grandmaster Huangqing and 2 great warriors were preparing to explore other fiendish beast gathering places when Huangqing pondered about something. We should go into the cavern. Of course, the cave Huangqing was talking about was the 10th layer Black Web Cave. First layer. Upon entering the first layer, Grandmaster Huangqing and the 2 great warriors could feel the residual bloody air, but they saw no corpses of vicious beasts. Huangqing Grandmaster, where are the bodies of the vicious beasts? Both great warriors were stunned as they looked around but did not see a single body inside. Even if Yinan had killed all the vicious beasts inside, there should still have been their bodies. Not only the 2 great warriors, even Grandmaster Huangqing couldn't understand what had happened. Perhaps, Yinan possesses some sort of ability talent that melted all the fiendish beast corpses. Huangqing thoughtfully said. The 2 great warriors nodded. It was the only explanation. They continued towards the depths of the cave. Huangqing Grandmaster, there's a passage inside the cave? A great warrior exclaimed, pointing toward the passageway ahead. There might be something interesting inside. Let's take a look. Grandmaster Huangqing and the 2 great warriors headed towards the cave passage. Stepping into the subterranean passage, several seconds later, they entered the second layer of the Black Web Cave. In the second layer, things remained consistent. The air carried the residual scent of bloodied fiendish beasts, but there were no corpses. The smell of blood here is far more intense. Theoretically, there should be many more vicious beasts than the area we encountered earlier. Let's enter further and see if there are more cave passages, said Huangqing, as the trio advanced to the 3rd, 4th, 5th layers. The 2 great warriors grew increasingly shocked. Huangqing Grandmaster, do you think the fiendish beasts in these caves have all been slaughtered by Yinan? If that's the case, how powerful must Yinan be? I don't know exactly how strong Yinan is, but it's clear he has a very strong fire affinity talent, said Huangqing. He believed that there weren't any corpses of fiendish beasts in the cave because of Yinan's fire affinity talent. There probably aren't any more cave passages, given so many caves filled with unknown numbers of fiendish beasts. It seems like Yinan is extremely powerful. Even the 2 great warriors, who initially judged Yinan to be merely 20 years old and possibly just a genius without any great warrior capabilities, found themselves deeply humbled by the events transpiring from the 1st to 6th layers of the Black Web Cave. Let's proceed further to check. There may be other cave passages. Even Grandmaster Huangqing felt his heart uneasy. He hadn't anticipated that Yinan, who ventured into the dungeon, would be so strong. When reaching the connecting tunnel between the 6th and 7th levels, the two great warriors were dumbfounded. Another underground path? They made their way to the 7th level of the Black Web Cave. 8th level, 9th level. This time, even Huangqing himself became utterly astonished. How strong is Yinan really? Judging by the density of blood-scent remnants on the 9th level, there should have been quite a number of fiendish beasts. We shouldn't be overly shocked yet. It may not necessarily have been Yinan's doing. Perhaps, a powerful warrior had entered the dungeon before us. We didn't even expect the dungeon to contain blood devil wolves, did we? Grandmaster Huangqing addressed the two great warriors. The two great warriors considered Huangqing's words logical. They proceeded to the 10th layer. After they realized that Yinan had not killed the beast in the cave, they were no longer as shocked as before. After moving deeper into the 10th layer, they did not find any new underground tunnel paths. Let's go out. Alright. Grandmaster Huangqing and the two great warriors exited from the Black Web Cave. Upon exiting, they saw Shiqing and Linguo. Huangqing Grandmaster. Shiqing and Linguo quickly called out to Huangqing, hurrying over and stopping in front of him. Where is Yinan? Huangqing noticed Yinan was absent, his tone slightly puzzled as he asked Shiqing and Linguo. Huangqing Grandmaster Yi. Yinan is a second grade master. Shiqing spoke with a trembling voice, clearly still vividly remembering the scene where Yinan instantly killed the green blood demon monster. It's true, Huangqing Grandmaster. When we were looking for the fiendish beast gathering spot, we encountered a green blood demon monster. Yinan directly obliterated that green blood demon monster. 2 dragon power. We saw it clearly. Yinan possesses 2 dragon power. Lingu also hastily told Grandmaster Huangqing. The two great warriors beside Huangqing felt struck by lightning, their bodies frozen stiff in disbelief. Yinan is a master? So that means the vicious beasts inside the cavern really were killed by Yinan? The two great warriors felt all their strength being drained, taking several steps back, their faces filled with astonishment. Even Huangqing seemed momentarily immobilized like a wooden chicken. Yinan is the master? How old is he even? Where is Yinan? Regaining his composure, Huangqing asked Shihu and Linguo. He should still be there. As soon as we learned Yinan was a master, we came over immediately to inform you. Shiqing said. Lead the way. Huangqing was extremely excited. Such a young master meant unimaginable future achievements. Such a genius of heaven's pride could appear within the scope of a Jiangnan Bay city. Shiqing and Linguo immediately led Huangqing and his group toward the previous location, but found no trace of Yinan. Just as the group didn't know how to search for Yinan, Shiqing suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to Huangqing. Huangqing Grandmaster, Yinan resides at the River Source neighborhood in Anqing. He might have returned there. Chapter 18. The Master arrives at Huyuan Community. Yinan arrived at the Earth Cave Passage, and he returned to Anqing from there. The entire area of the Anqing Earth Cave Passage had already been controlled by martial artists and the army. Seeing Yinan emerging from the Earth Cave Passage, they all looked slightly surprised. However, they didn't ask too many questions. They only knew that a group of powerful warriors had entered this Earth Cave. Yinan returned to Huyuan Community. The residents of Anqing were already aware of the appearance of the Earth Cave Passage, and these days, everyone was uneasy with their doors tightly shut. There wasn't a soul to be seen in Huyuan Community. Yinan returned home. He had dismantled his bed, so there wasn't even a bed in his house, but he didn't intend to live long-term in Huyuan Community anyway. Yinan planned to find a place to cultivate the Tianlong Holy Secret. Anqing had no mountains, just residential houses everywhere. After thinking about it, Yinan decided to cultivate the Tianlong Holy Secret on the rooftop of the community. Upon reaching the rooftop, he took a deep breath and prepared to start cultivating the Heavenly Dragon technique. He struck blow after blow into the void, each punch accompanied by golden energy. The punches carried great force, and every one seemed to produce a sound akin to a sonic boom. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Yinan didn't know how many punches he'd thrown, but he still hadn't gathered the power of a single dragon. He felt that he could only cultivate the Tianlong Holy Secret better through combat. A day later, finally, the power of a single dragon had been condensed. The dragon power unleashed by the Tianlong Holy Secret equated to 10,000 units of fighting strength for each dragon. The power of one dragon was weak. But don't forget, the Tianlong Holy Secret has 9 realms, 90 dragons worth of power, which is 9 million terrifying units of fighting strength. Grandmaster Huangqing and more than a dozen high-level martial artists emerged from the Earth Cave Passage onto the ground of Anqing. The martial artists from Jiangnan Bay City immediately approached Grandmaster Huangqing and over a dozen high-level martial artists to inquire about the situation inside the Earth Cave. The situation inside the Earth Cave is trivial. Where are the martial artists of Anqing? Grandmaster Huangqing asked a martial artist. The martial artists were somewhat puzzled, unsure why Grandmaster Huangqing was asking this, but they did not press further. This martial artist replied to Grandmaster Huangqing. I will go and summon the city lord of Anqing right away. Having said this, the martial artist walked towards a location. Not long after, the city lord of Anqing, Shi Yunhu, arrived before Grandmaster Huangqing. Shi Yunhu bowed deeply to Grandmaster Huangqing and respectfully asked, Master Huangqing, you summoned me? Anqing was truly insignificant. Its most powerful martial artist was the city lord, Shi Yunhu, who was merely a 7th-tier martial artist, a world apart from a master's level. Are you the city lord of Anqing? Yes, Master Huangqing, my name is Shi Yunhu. Shi Yunhu quickly informed Master Huangqing. Do you know where Yinan is? Yinan. Shi Yunhu thought for a moment, but found that he had never heard of anyone named Yinan. Master Huangqing, who exactly is this Yinan you speak of? Huangqing hesitated momentarily. From the words of Shiqing and Linguo, he understood that Yinan came from Huyuan Community in Anqing. Logically speaking, someone like Yinan should have been quite well known in such a small place as Anqing. Could it be that Yinan is very low profile? After pondering a little more, Huangqing realized that Yinan indeed kept a low profile. Lead us to Huyuan Community. Alright, Shi Yunhu truly had no idea who Yinan was, but of course, he knew where Huyuan Community was located. Subsequently, Shi Yunhu led Huangqing and more than a dozen high-level martial artists toward Huyuan Community. Huyuan Community. Huangqing and more than a dozen high-level martial artists had already reached Huyuan Community. Shi Yunhu noticed that Huyuan community was completely deserted. Turning around, he addressed Huang Qing. Master Huang Qing, please wait a moment. With that, Shi Yunhu ventured into Huyuan community first. Although launching had reverted to an era of cold weapons, some advancements were retained. For instance, every community still had public address systems installed, which property management could use to alert residents in case of danger. Shi Yunhu entered the broadcast room. A man sat there, supporting his chin while dozing off. The sound of the door opening startled him awake. He was about to get angry when he recognized who had come in, sending a wave of chill up from his coccyx to his skull. "CI City Lord." The man recoiled in terror, landing on his buttocks. He would never have expected the City Lord to come here. Ignoring the man, Shi Yunhu went straight to the microphone and announced, "Residents of Huyuan community, the Earth Caves have now been taken control by powerful warriors from the Jiangnan Bay City. It won't take long before these mighty warriors enter the cave passage and guard it. We no longer need to worry about fierce beasts, so there's no need for everyone to stay holed up at home. Currently, Master Huang Qing and the esteemed warriors have arrived in our Huyuan community. Please come out and greet them." The man in the broadcast room was the first to react. Upon hearing the words, "Grandmaster Huang Qing," his body was as though struck by lightning. His eyes widened uncontrollably, his mouth gaping open, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. Who would have thought that an esteemed grandmaster would come to Huyuan community? The residents of Huyuan community who were staying at home behind closed doors suddenly burst into excitement. Huyuan community was a residential area for martial artists' families, and they naturally held a deep affection for warriors. Hearing that Grandmaster Huang Qing and the noble warriors had arrived, their excitement reached its peak. "Is the Grandmaster really coming to our community? Haha, with the Grandmaster here, why should we be afraid of ferocious beasts? Let's go out and welcome the Grandmaster and the noble warriors." In no time, the residents of Huyuan community streamed out of their homes, and soon the area was filled with people. "Grandmaster Huang Qing, these residents are all family members of Anqing's martial artists," Shi Yunhu informed Grandmaster Huang Qing. The residents of Huyuan community looked upon Grandmaster Huang Qing and more than a dozen great warriors with uncontainable excitement. Their faces were brimming with respect and admiration. Is this what a true Grandmaster looks like? Blue Star is not China. One could easily learn about any well-known figure online. However, everyone on Blue Star knows one thing. Never insult a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster, a martial arts Grandmaster. Could Grandmaster Huang Qing be looking for someone? Yinan thought for a few seconds, then left the rooftop to see what was happening. "Greetings." Grandmaster Huang Qing addressed the residents before him. "Do you know a person named Yinan?" "Russell." The residents of Huyuan community were in uproar. Grandmaster Huang Qing's question hit them like thunder from a clear sky. Yinan. Of course, they knew Yinan. Yinan's parents were martial artists from Anqing who had died in battle. They had contributed greatly to the city. What the residents of Huyuan community couldn't understand was why a powerful Grandmaster would look for Yinan. "Esteemed Grandmaster, are you talking about Yinan from our community? The day my boyfriend and I came back, he wanted to test his combat power, and Yinan managed to deliver over 4,000 units of fighting strength." A girl around Yinan's age suddenly remembered something and quickly told Grandmaster Huang Qing. Chapter 19 Yinan is actually a Grandmaster. More than 4,000 combat power. The residents of the neighborhood were once again shocked. "I remember when Yinan was tested for his cultivation talent. He didn't have any cultivation talent, right?" "Yeah, although I didn't pay much attention to this kid, I know he doesn't have any cultivation talent." "It's true. At that time, both my boyfriend and I were astonished. We really didn't expect Yinan to be a genius." City Lord Shi Yunhu also paused in surprise. More than 4,000 combat power. No wonder Grandmaster Huang Qing and the warrior adults came to Huyuan neighborhood. There had been a genius warrior appearing there. Shi Yunhu finally understood. "Grandmaster Huang Qing, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a voice reached everyone's ears. The residents of Huyuan neighborhood immediately looked back at the person who had just arrived, and their faces froze. "Yinan, it's Yinan." The residents all cleared a path for him. Yinan walked up to Huang Qing and more than 10 great warriors. Warrior adult. Shi Yunhu stared at Yinan, utterly stunned. He couldn't believe that Yinan was actually the great warrior. When the ferocious beasts appeared in its city, if it weren't for the great warrior, and city would have been occupied by the beasts long before reinforcements from Jiangnan Bay City arrived. "Grandmaster Yinan." Huang Qing extended his hand toward Yinan. "My goodness." The residents of the neighborhood were struck as if by lightning, speechless, frozen stiff. Yinan a Grandmaster? They were certain they hadn't misheard it. Grandmaster Huang Qing referred to Yinan as Grandmaster Yinan. Yinan is a Grandmaster? The residents of the neighborhood all stood rooted to the spot like statues, unable to recover for a long while. The news that Yinan was a Grandmaster was simply too shocking. The girl who had mentioned that Yinan's combat power detection machine showed more than 4,000 combat power looked pale. Back then, she thought Yinan was pitiful. Then she learned he had hit over 4,000 on the combat power detection machine. But now the information she knew, that Yinan was actually a Grandmaster, hit her hard. Joke or herself. Her boyfriend felt as though all the strength in his body had been drained. He stumbled and nearly collapsed. Yinan stretched out his hand and shook hands with Huang Qing. "Grandmaster Huang Qing, what do you need from me? It's like this. I feel that a genius like you is really wasting your talent in its city. So I'm inviting you to join the Extremity Alliance." Huang Qing smiled and said this to Yinan. I'll pass for now. I don't want to join any faction for the time being." Yinan shook his head. Joining a faction would mean being bound, which wasn't currently necessary. Reject? The residents of Huyuan neighborhood all went blank. They never expected Yinan to decline. The Extremity Alliance was the strongest faction in Jiangnan Bay City. "Yinan, you must think carefully. We, the Extremity Alliance." Huang Qing Grandmaster hesitated slightly, unsure how to continue. Indeed, the Extremity Alliance was the most powerful faction in Jiangnan Bay City, but there was nothing really appealing about it to Yinan. Under the Extremity Alliance were many strong martial arts schools, but Yinan was already a Grandmaster. The Extremity Alliance seemed to have no resources that could further cultivate someone who was already an accomplished Grandmaster. Huang Qing stopped speaking. He thought he'd better go back and report this matter to the Master of the Alliance to see what the Master thinks. Since this is your decision, Grandmaster Yinan, I won't say much more. I will return to Jiangnan Bay City and inform the master about the dike incident. After saying this, Huang Qing again extended his hand and shook hands with Yinan. Alright, Yinan nodded to Huang Qing. After Huang Qing and more than 10 great warriors left, the residents of Heiyuan neighborhood started buzzing again. Yinan, even though you're a grandmaster, you grew up here in our Heiyuan neighborhood. I'll call you by your first name. You probably wouldn't mind, right? Not at all. At that time, your mom played mahjong with me. Tell me, Aunt Zhang has a daughter, beautiful and sweet-voiced, about your age. Have you thought about it? No thanks, I don't want to start dating for now. Yinan chuckled wryly. You're joking, Sir Yinan. My daughter is truly excellent. You should seriously consider it. You can still practice after getting married, and when we have children, I'll take care of them for you. The Andes of the neighborhood didn't want to miss out on Yinan as a golden son-in-law, so they quickly promoted their single daughter to him. I have some things to do, so I'll take my leave. He hurried upstairs. Yinan could never have imagined that he would encounter such a scene. But indeed, it was good to have power. The residents of the neighborhood didn't chase after Yinan as he went upstairs. They didn't want to let such a golden son-in-law slip away, but they also knew not to overdo it and risk annoying Yinan. Just then, a girl walked into Heiyuan neighborhood and shouted furiously at a boy. Zhang-san, didn't you say you'd come over to my place today? But it turns out you lied. Do you have any idea how scared I was walking alone? Xiaowei, I have some good news for you. A grandmaster has emerged in our neighborhood. The boy named Zhang-san quickly approached the girl and excitedly told her. You're lying again. It's true. A grandmaster has actually appeared in our neighborhood. The girl's pupils contracted as she looked at Zhang-san in disbelief. I only stayed with you because you seemed ambitious and never lied. But now, you keep deceiving me. HMPF. Saying that, the girl turned around and walked away. I never lie. Honest. Zhang-san was on the verge of tears and hurriedly followed her. Yinan, who had just reached the second floor, heard the entire conversation between Zhang-san and Xiaowei. He shook his head and chuckled. Zhang-san, a wild outlaw indeed. Without giving it much thought, he went up to the rooftop to continue practicing the Tianlong holy technique. Pang pang pang. After reaching the rooftop, Yinan threw one punch after another into the air. Each punch carried a powerful wind, causing ripples in the space around him. The golden essence filled the rooftop with brilliant light. 3 days later, Yinan managed to gather the strength of 5 dragons. Too difficult. Yinan wondered how long it would take to perfect this cultivation. Then again, he reflected that cultivation was inherently challenging. Thanks to the system, he had already advanced to the rank of Grandmaster in an extremely short period of time. It was already quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Huang Qing had returned to Jiangnan Bay City. Once back, he wasted no time and immediately reported this important matter to the Master of the Alliance. Upon reaching the headquarters of the Extremity Alliance, Huang Qing found the Master, Su Yuan. Grandmaster Huang Qing, how did the investigation of the underground lair in City go? Su Yuan asked. Master, there shouldn't be a beast of the blood devil wolf level lurking in City's underground lair. Huang Qing replied. Chapter 20. The leader of the Extreme Path Alliance arrives. We've investigated very thoroughly in the Ong City underworld. The most powerful ferocious beast gathering place inside is a large ferocious beast city. I don't know why there are blood fiend wolves at this level. Huang Qing continued. Su Yuan paused for a moment, then said to Huang Qing. Perhaps the Ong City underworld is connected to a powerful underworld, which is why there are blood fiend wolves at this level. Huang Qing nodded. This was the only possibility. Master, there's another matter. What matter? Su Yuan looked curiously at Huang Qing. A powerful genius has appeared in Ong City, breaking through to the second rank master at just over 20 years old. What? Master Su Yuan was startled, frozen in place. A second rank master in their 20s? After a long silence, Su Yuan calmed his shocked heart and looked at Huang Qing. Huang Qing, is what you say true? Yes, master. As he spoke, Huang Qing told Su Yuan everything about Yinan. I invited Yinan to join the Extreme Path Alliance, but he didn't want to come. Huang Qing shook his head with a sigh. You're still too young. Su Yuan looked at Huang Qing. Don't you know what a young master represents? So Master Su, what do you mean? Huang Qing tentatively looked at Master Su Yuan. We will make a trip to Ong City. I will personally invite him. Su Yuan said. Personally invite. Huang Qing was stunned. How important was the status of a master? Master of the Extreme Path Alliance, first rank great master, the strongest martial artist of the Jiangnan Bay City. Master, when will we go? Now. But master, I have just returned from my journey. I haven't even rested yet. Huang Qing looked at Master Su Yuan's gaze, dared not continue, feeling secretly sorrowful. It's always me going twice to the Ong City underworld, and now guiding the way for the master again. Why am I always the one getting injured? With no choice left, Huang Qing could only lead Master Su Yuan toward Ong City. 8 Dragon Forces. Yinan wiped the sweat from his face, a smile appearing on it. Yinan master. A male voice appeared by Yinan's ear. Yinan turned around and saw that it was someone from the neighborhood, the boy who met him during the strength detection at the Heiyuan complex that day. Yinan, what do you need from me? Yinan wasn't very close with anyone in the Heiyuan complex, but they weren't strangers either. They'd usually greet each other when they crossed paths. I feel like my combat strength is improving very slowly. Do you have any methods for quickly increasing combat strength? Yinan looked at Yinan with hope. Cultivation requires steady progress. Stepping onto heaven in one step is impossible. Yinan shook his head towards Yinan. Yinan nodded vigorously. Yinan master, I should be able to become a first-rank martial artist in no time. Yinan knew that he had low-level cultivation talent and wouldn't become a powerful martial artist, but being not as good as some and better than others was enough. Thank you. Yinan master, I'll work hard on cultivating. Your words gave me a great insight. After speaking, Yinan left the rooftop. Yinan? I didn't say anything special. Yinan looked at Yian's back, somewhat confused. He had mentioned cultivating needs to be steady because he knew Yian lacked resources and couldn't quickly increase his combat strength. Plus Yian's cultivation talent wasn't high, yet somehow he had been greatly inspired. Su Yuan and Huang Qing had already entered Ong City. They first arrived within the range of the Ong City underworld. After inspecting the underworld passage and finding it safe, they headed towards the Heiyuan complex. When the two arrived at the bottom of the Huyuan complex, Huangqing, look, Su Yuan looked upwards. Huangqing followed Su Yuan's gaze and golden light flashed intensely on the roof of a residential building in the Huyuan complex. It seems Yinan is up there practicing some kind of primal technique. Huangqing thought after a moment. On the day Huangqing and more than 10 great warriors came to Huyuan complex, Yinan was also practicing the divine dragon sacred skill on the roof. Just then, he had rested for a moment. So Huangqing and the more than 10 great warriors hadn't seen the golden light on the roof. He really is a master. Su Yuan felt excited. He truly understood what a master in their 20s meant. To see is to believe, while hearsay can be uncertain. Now having really seen it, he felt reassured. Master adult. Some residents at the bottom of Huyuan complex saw Su Yuan and Huangqing and were quite surprised. They didn't expect that Master Huangqing would return once more to their Huyuan complex. Everyone hurry out. The master adult has come again. A few residents shouted at the top of their lungs. Except for some who had gone out, those at home hearing the sound rushed out. Upon seeing the master adult indeed present, they became highly agitated. Master adult, this time you've come again to find Master Yinan, right? Huangqing nodded in response. On the rooftop, Yinan also heard the voices. Knowing that Huangqing had come for him once more, he descended from the rooftop. Master Yinan has arrived. A voice rang out, catching the ears of the neighborhood residents. The residents looked at Yinan with deep satisfaction. After all, Yinan was one of their Huyuan complex, and they too basked in the glory brought by Yinan becoming a master. Master Huangqing, you've come to find me. Yinan's words trailed off as Su Yuan, standing beside Huangqing. His information appeared on Yinan's retina. Name, Su Yuan. Realm, first rank great master. Cultivation talent, superb. Psi talent, high-level strength talent, medium-level sword talent. Yinan inwardly felt surprised. The name Su Yuan within the range of the various cities of the Jiangnan base city, probably no one didn't know it. The leader of the Extreme Path Alliance was precisely Su Yuan. Coupled with being a first-rank great master, Yinan now realized that the man beside Master Huangqing was none other than the leader of the Extreme Path Alliance. Superior cultivation talent surpassed even top-tier cultivation talent by another level. Master Yinan, this is the leader of the Extreme Path Alliance. He wishes to meet you. Yinan knew that the man was the leader of the Extreme Path Alliance, but the residents inside the complex did not. Upon hearing Master Huangqing's words, they couldn't help but suck in a cold breath in shock. It was like thunder striking from 5 directions. The leader of the Extreme Path Alliance, such an existence had actually come? The residents of the complex were petrified, stiff with awe, unable to utter a single word. Master Yinan, greetings. Leader Su Yuan smiled at Yinan. After shaking hands with Yinan, Su Yuan continued. This isn't the place to talk. Yinan naturally understood what the leader meant and gestured with a welcoming hand. Please follow me. He led Su Yuan and Huangqing to his home. Master Yinan, your house. Huangqing glanced around at the simple decoration inside the room. Is rather plain. Chapter 21, Jiangnan Base City, Extremist Alliance. After Huangqing inspected Yinan's house, he secretly admired Yinan in his heart. Despite being a master-level powerhouse, Yinan lived in such a humble place. Please take a seat. Yinan invited Su Yuan and Huangqing to sit down. After Su Yuan and Huangqing sat on the sofa, Yinan asked Su Yuan, Master Su Yuan, is there something you need me for? This time, I personally came from Jiangnan Base City to Anqing for one reason only, to invite you to join the Extremist Alliance. Su Yuan said. As expected, it was just as Yinan had thought before. After showcasing his strength, these powerful forces would only try to pull him in. Master Su Yuan, I still don't feel like joining any faction. Yinan declined Su Yuan once again. Su Yuan smiled. His face didn't show any disappointment due to Yinan's refusal. Yinan, the Extremist Alliance is merely an alliance. Normally, there isn't much going on. After joining the Extremist Alliance, no one will constrain you. You will end up coming to Jiangnan Base City anyway. Joining the Extremist Alliance will also give you a place to stay. Su Yuan continued to say. Yinan remained silent. He didn't want to join any faction because he didn't want to be bound. However, upon hearing the words of Grandmaster Su Yuan, it seemed pretty decent. Alright, ultimately, Yinan nodded in agreement. As long as joining the Extremist Alliance did not cause any trouble, why wouldn't he want to join? Good. Seeing that Yinan agreed to join the Extremist Alliance, Su Yuan said 2 consecutive goods. I still have some matters to attend to. When you arrive at Jiangnan Base City, look for me then. Su Yuan and Huangqing got up from the sofa. Alright, Yinan quite liked this style of getting things done efficiently, without unnecessary delays. After shaking hands with them again, they left the Hitsao neighborhood. It seems, Yinan paused thoughtfully for a few seconds. Pretty decent. The next day, Yinan left the Hitsao neighborhood. Training on the rooftop with the Tianlong Divine Technique progressed too slowly. He believed that in order to increase the speed of cultivating the Tianlong Divine Technique, he needed to break through during battles. He wasn't planning to go to Anqing's underground dungeon now. It was about time to head to Jiangnan Base City. To get into Jiangnan Base City, one had to pass an assessment outside the city before entering the inner city. The inner city was the true Jiangnan Base City. A few days later, Yinan arrived at the outer city of Jiangnan Base City. The outer city was inhabited by warriors and the military. They guarded the defense lines of Jiangnan Base City. Yinan arrived at the evaluation institution. Inside the evaluation institution, it was simple to enter Jiangnan Base City. As long as one was a warrior, they could enter. A staff member took Yinan to a full-scale detection device. This all-around detection device could measure a warrior's strength, speed, and mental reaction. Yinan held back his true abilities and passed casually with a random set of data. A 4th-tier warrior? The staff member looked at the data detected by the all-round testing machine and felt somewhat shocked. A 4th-tier warrior, at Yinan's age, was already pretty impressive. Furthermore, since Yinan wasn't from Jiangnan Base City, it caused the staff member to be even more amazed. The staff member issued a residence certificate to Yinan, which was similar to China's national ID card. With the residence card, Yinan officially became a resident of Jiangnan Base City. After completing the paperwork, the staff member bowed to Yinan respectfully. Respected warrior master, may you have a brilliant future. The level of civility in big cities was certainly different, Yinan thought to himself. Holding the residence certificate, he exited the evaluation institution. Upon doing so, he noticed several taxis powered by primordial energy. These taxis fueled by primordial energy were extremely expensive. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford them, as they belonged to the major conglomerates under Jiangnan Bay City. Yinan boarded one of the taxis. The distance between the outer city and the inner city was relatively far. At his Grandmaster level speed, he was faster than the taxi but wanted to experience what riding in a primordial energy-powered taxi felt like. The taxi entered the inner city, where towering buildings stood densely together. Yinan suddenly felt as if he'd returned to China. Such a familiar feeling. Young man, you just mentioned wanting to go to the inner city. We're here now. Take me to the Extremist Alliance. Since he had already agreed to join the Extremist Alliance, let's take a look. The driver was an ordinary person. In the eyes of the driver, the Extremist Alliance was a colossal entity. Hearing that Yinan's destination was the Extremist Alliance, the driver immediately showed great respect. So you're a warrior master. The driver smiled and sped off toward the Extremist Alliance. Jiangnan Bay City was indeed massive. Located at the center of the city, it took quite a while for the taxi to finally reach the exterior of the Extremist Alliance. After paying, Yinan watched the driver leave. Outside the Extremist Alliance, several warriors were guarding. All the warriors' capabilities were at the 5th-tier warrior level. He walked over. Please show your credentials. A martial artist guard stopped Yinan. Oh, would you please inform your superior that Yinan has arrived? Yinan said. Several martial artist guards were shocked. Not long ago, when the Alliance leader returned, they were told that if a person named Yinan came to the Alliance, they should let him in immediately. They assumed that the Yinan mentioned by the leader must be a powerful martial artist, but they didn't expect him to be so young. Master Yinan, the leader instructed us that whenever you come, we should let you enter right away. One of the martial artist guards respectfully said to Yinan. Good. Yinan nodded and entered the Extremist Alliance. After arriving at the Extremist Alliance, Yinan saw several magnificent and awe-inspiring buildings. In the square, there was also a large, black stone bell which exuded a terrifying aura. Master Yinan. A joyful voice reached Yinan's ears. Huangqing appeared not far from Yinan, his face brimming with excitement. Huangqing quickly walked up to Yinan. Master Yinan, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Let's go see the leader. As he finished speaking, Huangqing led Yinan toward the leader's hall. After reaching the leader's hall, Su Yuan, upon seeing Yinan walk into the hall, became very happy. Yinan, it's wonderful to see you appear here in the Extremist Alliance. Su Yuan approached Yinan, patting his shoulder. Relax, Yinan. Everything I said at Huyuan neighborhood is true. Although you have joined the Extremist Alliance, you are free. No one will restrict you. Thank you. Yinan smiled at Master Su Yuan. After talking a lot in the hall with Su Yuan, Grandmaster Huangqing took Yinan on a tour around the Extremist Alliance. Besides the black stone bell in the square, Yinan found little else interesting. Grandmaster Huangqing, what is this bell for? Yinan paused, looking at the black stone bell in the square as he asked Huangqing. Chapter 22, Purple Gold Institution, A-Class Mission. This is the Spirit-Suppressing Stone Bell. Spirit-Suppressing Stone Bell. Yinan was a little surprised. Just by hearing the name, he knew it wasn't something ordinary. That's right, the Spirit-Suppressing Stone Bell. Below it, many powerful ferocious beasts are suppressed. Huangqing nodded and said, if it can suppress them, why not just destroy them directly? Yinan asked with some confusion. It's fine anyway. These ferocious beasts can't escape. The ones below the Spirit-Suppressing Stone Bell were suppressed by the guild master in the past. Huangqing explained. Yinan began to understand. Spirit-Suppressing Stone Bell. Perhaps he could make use of it. How strong are the ferocious beasts inside? They're all master-level beasts, and even top-tier master-level beasts. Yinan abandoned this plan, thinking he should wait until he grows stronger before entering the Spirit-Suppressing Stone Bell. Master Huangqing, doesn't the Jiangnan Bay City have a place for taking missions? Completing missions earns points that can be exchanged for ferocious beast materials and such. Yinan thought privately about starting with missions first. Do missions? Huangqing was caught off guard. Yinan, you are already an adept master. These missions are meant for warriors below the master level. Isn't it beneath your dignity to do such missions? No worries, participation is what matters. Yinan smiled. In that case, the mission place is called the Purple Gold Institution. You can go there yourself. I have other things to attend to. You go ahead and take care of your business. After Huangqing walked away, Yinan left the headquarters of the Supreme Path Alliance. He boarded a taxi driven by Yuanqi Energy, heading towards the Purple Gold Institution at great speed. The Purple Gold Institution. Inside the hall of the financial institution, there were many martial artists. Most were middle-aged elite fighters and grandmasters, but there were also some younger generation fighters. In the hall, there was an exhibition room. This exhibition room contained extremely precious materials from ferocious beasts. Youth magic boss snake tail, six-winged demon bird wings, blood demon buffalo horns, purple striped devil rabbit legs, three-headed cloud snake heads, crimson gold black insect feet. Yinan couldn't help but feel excited internally. These were all materials from master-level ferocious beasts, and they weren't low-grade either. However, the points requirement made Yinan hesitate to move forward. Just for the youth magic boss snake tail, it required 10,000 points. After registering at the Purple Gold Institution, Yinan became a beast hunter. Next, it was time to take on a mission. Yinan noticed that each beast hunter held a mission panel, which looked like a tablet computer from Huaxia. On it were various mission data points. This was one of the few surviving technologies on Blue Star. He also took a mission panel and started browsing through the missions. Mission: go to the Hitai Forest, kill the fugitive Wang Mo, and bring back the body. Mission difficulty: C-class. Mission reward: 60 points. Mission: enter the Tanggao Mountain Range, hunt down a 6th-rank grand fighter-level ferocious beast called Chi-Ting Tiger, retrieve its eyes. Mission difficulty: C-class. Mission reward: 60 points. For some ordinary martial artists, ferocious beast materials had no use whatsoever. They'd rather gain points. Points could be exchanged for yuan weapons, yuan techniques, or guild coins among other things. To Yinan, these missions were too lackluster and unchallenging. He glanced around, then hesitated momentarily, only to realize he had taken a mission panel from the general mission area. After putting it down, he moved to the advanced mission panel area and picked up an advanced mission panel. Mission: at Feng Town, kill a 6th rank Grand Fighter level Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf, bring back its tail. Mission difficulty, a class. Mission reward, 7,000 points. A 6th rank Grand Fighter level Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf, worth only 7,000 points? Although a 6th rank Grand Fighter level beast cannot compare with a Master level Ferocious Beast, the value of its material should still be more useful than that of a Master level beast's. After pondering for a few seconds, Yinan calmed himself down. For him, the role of the 6th rank Grand Fighter level Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf was certainly far more useful than Master level beast materials. But it might not necessarily be so for others. Besides, the Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf was located in Feng Town, where perhaps more than just this one ferocious beast resided. After the full-scale war between humanity and the ferocious beasts ended, though many ferocious beasts had entered the subterranean world, quite a few remained on the surface of Blue Star. Small-scale conflicts between humans and ferocious beasts would occasionally break out. No one had taken on this class mission yet. Yinan accepted the mission. After accepting the mission, Yinan set out for Feng Town. Feng Town was located in the wilderness. It had long since fallen into ruin. It wasn't far from the Jiangnan Bay city. Within a day, Yinan arrived outside Feng Town. Feng Town was a small settlement, desolate with collapsed buildings everywhere. Yinan unleashed his mental power. His master-level mental force was fully capable of covering this small, ruined town. Under the perception of his mental power, Yinan's face revealed a trace of a smile. Just as he had expected, there was not only the Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf in the town, there were quite a few other ferocious beasts. He stepped into Feng Town. The roads in Feng Town were in shambles, and a Qishui centipede lying on a wall came into his sight. This Qishui centipede was a 3rd-rank martial artist-level ferocious beast. Yinan stared directly at the Qishui centipede on the wall, using his wind element talent, which was now medium-ranked and yet to be employed. After activating the medium wind element talent, a gust of wind coalesced into a wind blade, slicing the Qishui centipede on the wall in half. Beep. Weisou Chunggong. 900 Yuan stones. 100 cultivation talent stones. 100 psychic talent stones. A 300 times critical strike was truly remarkable. This 3rd-rank martial artist-level Qishui centipede had yielded such a reward. Yinan integrated the recycling rewards into his body. Guided by his mental power, he walked towards a certain place. A few minutes later, he encountered over a dozen martial artist-level ferocious beasts. Without hesitation, Yinan killed these more than 10 martial artist-level ferocious beasts and recycled them. He continued moving forward. Finally, he spotted the 6th-rank great martial artist-level ferocious beast, the Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf. The Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf glared at him fiercely. Roar. After emitting a roar, the Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf leaped towards Yinan. Under the influence of his medium wind element talent, this Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf had no power to resist, and its body split in two just like that of the Qishui centipede. He walked to the side of the Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf's corpse, forming a wind blade with his hand, severing the wolf's tail, then recycling the entire body of the Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf. Beep. Weisou Chunggong. 300,000 Yuan stones. 120,000 cultivation talent stones. 120,000 psychic talent stones. Intermediate level wind palm technique. Howling wind dragon whirlwind. Looking at the obtained recycling rewards, Yinan was very satisfied. The intermediate level wind palm technique, howling wind dragon whirlwind, could reach perfection immediately. After integrating the rewards, Yinan suddenly slapped his forehead hard. Damn, how could he have forgotten about the Tianlong divine technique? After breaking out in a cold sweat, Yinan sighed, thinking that since there were still some ferocious beasts left in Feng Town, he would use them for practice. Chapter 23, 400 times critical strike, Qingang Mountain Mission. Yinan continued to kill the remaining ferocious beasts in Feng Town. Several ferocious beasts had already appeared before him. These ferocious beasts were also martial artist level beasts. They bared their teeth and glared viciously at Yinan, very much like mad dogs. Come on. Yinan beckoned with his fingers to the several ferocious beasts in front of him. When these ferocious beasts saw that this human dared to make such an action, they erupted into rage. Roar. The ferocious beasts emitted a roar and rushed towards Yinan. Yinan unleashed the Heavenly Dragon Divine Technique. 8 dragon forces swept towards the ferocious beasts. After being struck by the 8 dragon forces, the ferocious beasts instantly turned to powder. Indeed, using the Heavenly Dragon Divine Technique in battle made progress much faster. He felt that he was progressing faster toward the 9th dragon force. A few minutes later, dozens of ferocious beasts appeared before Yinan. Bang bang bang. He continued to activate the Heavenly Dragon Divine Technique. He threw punch after punch. This time, he did not use the power of the dragons, but instead used the method of cultivating the Heavenly Dragon Divine Technique. His fists were filled with golden energy. The dozens of ferocious beasts were all knocked down by the golden fist energy without any sign of life. My goodness. Yinan smiled as the 9th dragon force was finally cultivated successfully. He reclaimed these ferocious beasts. Ding. Reclaimed successfully. 370,000 spirit stones. 150,000 cultivation talent stones. 150,000 psychic talent stones. 1 storage ring. Contains 20 cubic meters of space. Activate 400 times critical strike. These ferocious beasts were too weak, yielding only a small amount of spirit stones, cultivation talent stones, and psychic talent stones, but gaining a storage ring was unexpected. Storage rings were extremely expensive on Blue Star. There was no way Yinan could afford one if he had to buy it. He put the storage ring on his hand and placed the bloodthirsty fierce wolf's tail inside. Now, it was time to return and report. He left Feng Town and went towards the Jiangnan Bay City. After returning to Jiangnan Bay City, Yinan went to the Zijin Institution where task assignments and submissions were handled in different halls. In the task submission hall, there were many martial artists present, their faces showing joy due to completing tasks. Yinan observed that the task submission hall was divided into ordinary task submission and advanced task submission halls. He entered the advanced task submission hall. In the advanced task hall, there were only great martial artists, and very few of them. For the whole country of Longwa, Jiangnan Bay City was just a small place, and its strongest individual was merely a first-rank great master. Such a place mainly consisted of middle-aged great martial artists. Upon entering the advanced tasks mission hall, Yinan naturally stood out among the crowd. The great martial artists all looked at Yinan in surprise. At such a young age, he dared to enter the advanced tasks mission hall? Was he unaware of his own insignificance, or? The great martial artists in the advanced tasks mission hall were all slightly stunned. Yinan approached a staff member and took the bloodthirsty fierce wolf's tail out of the storage ring. Although storage rings were expensive, for great martial artist level fighters, they were still bearable. Of course, a storage ring like Yinan's, with such a large space, was invaluable. The great martial artist watched Yinan's finger adorned with the storage ring, and were not shocked until they saw the bloodthirsty fierce wolf's tail Yinan pulled out from the storage ring. Iron bloodthirsty fierce wolf's tail. He actually completed such a task. The great martial artists in the advanced task submission hall were all astounded. On the task panel, they had all seen the task involving the bloodthirsty fierce wolf. The bloodthirsty fierce wolf was a 6th rank, great martial artist level ferocious beast. Moreover, according to their knowledge, Foam Town also contained other ferocious beasts, which increased the difficulty, making the task rarely attempted. Who would have thought that Yinan, such a young person, could accomplish a task of this caliber? Even the staff member in front of Yinan froze, looking incredulously at the bloodthirsty fierce wolf's tail in Yinan's hand, unable to utter a word. Is there any problem? Seeing that the staff member was still dazed, Yinan spoke to the person. The staff member snapped back to reality. His face showed a trace of shock as he hastily accepted the bloodthirsty fierce wolf's tail from Yinan and injected 7,000 points into Yinan's Jifan card. With 7,000 points, one couldn't exchange for materials from Grandmaster level ferocious beasts, so Yinan didn't intend to exchange for anything. Brother, I never expected you to be such a powerful martial artist. How about joining our brilliant squad? Brother, the brilliant squad is not that great. Believe me, join our bloodthirsty squad. Join our wolf map squad. The great martial artists in the advanced task submission hall hurriedly spoke to Yinan. Although there weren't many great martial artists in the hall, it wasn't down to just over a dozen or so. Due to some tasks being too difficult and requiring groups to complete them, almost every hunter formed a small team. Never mind, I prefer working alone. Yinan rejected the great martial artist's request. Team up? That was a joke. The reward originally meant for one person would now be divided among several. What would be the point of that? Yinan returned to the task hall again. If possible, he would find a place with more ferocious beasts so he could train the Heavenly Dragon Divine technique thoroughly. After arriving at the task hall, he once again examined the advanced task panel for missions. As Yinan was flipping through the tasks, suddenly a pinned task caught his attention. Mission: obtain 100 Bloodfire Wolf Hearts from the Qinggang Mountain Ferocious Beast Gathering Place. Mission difficulty: a grade. Mission reward: 10,000 points. Mission suggestion: proceed as a group. Yinan smiled. This mission suited him perfectly. Without much thought, he accepted the mission. After accepting it, he saw that 2 teams had already claimed the mission. Yinan pondered silently that he needed to hurry. Otherwise, when he reached Qinggang Mountain, he might not get even a sip of soup. Qinggang Mountain was quite far from Jiangnan Bay City, and Yinan set off without delay towards Qinggang Mountain. Qinggang Mountain. Almost simultaneously, the 2 teams arrived at Qinggang Mountain. Completing the mission wasn't a matter of someone finishing it, and then it disappearing. Both teams could collect 100 Bloodfire Wolf Hearts on Qinggang Mountain and return to submit the task. For missions that could only be done once, after someone took it, others couldn't claim it again. The reason Yinan feared being left out was that he was afraid there wouldn't be enough Bloodfire Wolves on Qinggang Mountain. The members of the 2 teams were all great martial artists, but they were all low-rank ones. In Jiangnan Bay City, high-rank great martial artists usually despised doing missions to earn money, unless the mission was particularly tempting. Let's head up the mountain. I heard from a friend before that there are plenty of Bloodfire Wolves on Qinggang Mountain. If we encounter any danger, we can support each other. The great martial artists of the 2 teams all knew each other, and their relationship was rather good normally. After the great martial artists nodded at each other, they started to climb the mountain. Chapter 24, 3rd Rank Master, 3 Realms of Dragon Power. After the great warriors from the 2 teams ascended the mountain, Yinan also arrived at the base of Qinggang Mountain not long after. Qinggang Mountain was a place where ferocious beasts gathered in the wild. The number and strength of these ferocious beasts were unknown. However, he was not worried. Although masters faced the danger of death in the wild, it was absolutely not within the range of Jiangnan Bay City. He walked towards Qinggang Mountain. After reaching Qinggang Mountain, Yinan heard intense fighting sounds. He focused his gaze and saw a group of warriors brutally slaughtering a group of ferocious beasts. The task of obtaining 100 hearts from Bloodfire Wolves had been claimed by 2 teams. Yinan knew that the warriors he saw belonged to those 2 teams. Roar! As he was sizing up the strength of the great warriors from the 2 teams, the roar of ferocious beasts sounded behind him. Yinan turned around and saw over a dozen ferocious beasts in front of him. Among them were 3 Bloodfire Wolves. Bloodfire Wolves are Class 3rd Elite Warrior level ferocious beasts. The reason this task reached a level and the points exceeded those of the Iron Blood Ferocious Wolf task is because Qinggang Mountain is a ferocious beast gathering spot. Not only do they have to complete the task, but they also have to face attacks from other ferocious beasts. Yinan tightened his fist, golden energy adhering to his knuckles. The over a dozen ferocious beasts let out an ear-splitting scream as they charged towards Yinan. Their fangs glistened with cold light, clearly intending to tear him apart and feast on him. Bang bang bang. Fists infused with golden energy struck out fiercely. Facing such punches, the outcome for the ferocious beasts was only death. In an instant, more than a dozen ferocious beasts collapsed in a pool of blood. Yinan took the hearts of the 3 Bloodfire Wolves and placed them into his spatial ring, then proceeded to recycle all the ferocious beasts. He was currently a 2nd rank master. Recycling over a dozen low-tier ferocious beasts would, under 400 times burst damage, grant some decent rewards, but definitely not enough for a breakthrough. 10 strands of dragon power. Yinan's face lit up with joy. The Heavenly Dragon Divine technique has 9 realms in total. He had now achieved the 1st realm. But still, far from enough. The great warriors from both teams had already left, and he did not follow their route, but instead picked a random direction to move forward. A moment later, Yinan discovered a ferocious beast cave. His face showed an expression of joy, truly worthy of its name, a ferocious beast gathering site. Without any hesitation, he entered the cave. Prior to entering, he used his spiritual force to perceive and realize there were quite a number of ferocious beasts inside the cave. Once inside the cave, Yifeng continued using the heavenly dragon divine technique. 11 strands of dragon power, 12 strands of dragon power, 13 strands of dragon power. Inside the cave, golden boxing powers roared while ferocious beasts continuously fell one after another. The remaining ferocious beasts fled like they encountered a devil, but Yinan wouldn't let them escape. 17 strands of dragon power. In a short period, the dragon power reached 17 strands. 17 strands of dragon power equated to 1.7 million combat capabilities. Yinan felt somewhat pleased, and he decided to recycle the ferocious beasts in the cave. Ding! Successful recycling. 6 million yuan stones. 1.7 million cultivation talent stones. 1.7 million mutant talent stones. After fusing the rewards, Yinan exited the cave. Such a ferocious beast gathering ground. Whether or not he could complete the task wasn't overly important anymore. What was essential was that there were ferocious beasts for Yinan to recycle. Yinan continued using his spiritual force to detect the ferocious beasts. A few seconds later, he found human warrior auras and ferocious beast auras. After retracting his spiritual force, Yinan remained stationary. The human warrior aura and ferocious beast aura were moving toward him. Minutes later, Yinan saw a group of human warriors sprinting swiftly toward him. These warriors were none other than the great warriors from the two teams. Behind the two teams' great warriors, numerous ferocious beasts were chasing them. These ferocious beasts were all blood fire wolves. Among them was even a leading 6th rank great warrior level blood fire wolf. The number of blood fire wolves was close to 1,000. It seemed like the two teams' great warriors had invaded the lair of the blood fire wolves. The great warriors who were frantically running looked extremely terrified, but Yinan was thrilled. So many ferocious beasts. This mission was simply amazing. He raised his fists, which emitted intense golden light. The fist began striking forcefully at these blood fire wolves, with the initial targets being the 3 6th rank great warrior level blood fire wolves. No blood fire wolf could escape its fate. In front of a master, they were no different from ants. The great warriors from the two teams watched this scene, petrified and struck as if by lightning. Master! They quickly rubbed their eyes. To them, such a scene was incredibly shocking, making them feel as if it were an illusion. No matter how much they rubbed their eyes, the result was always the same. A master truly stood before them. The blood fire wolves continued to fall, and the space was filled with the bloody smell of the blood fire wolves. The ground flowed with rivers of blood. The great warriors from the two teams looked at Yinan not far away in utter shock. There is only a major realm difference between a great warrior and a master, but the gap in strength is vastly different. For a master to annihilate them would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Do you want to share in this? Yinan noticed that the great warriors from the two teams had not left yet, and an evil smile appeared on his face. He didn't consider himself a bad person, but giving away extra blood fire wolf hearts to others was something he could not bring himself to do. The great warriors from the two teams trembled all over. They came back to their senses and stared at Yinan in fear. Master Duran, you are mistaken. We don't mean it this way. We'll leave now. With that, the great warriors from the two teams hurriedly departed. It is common for martial artists in the wild to kill each other, and they knew that if they offended a master, they would experience the terrifying power of a master. Yinan took out the hearts of the blood fire wolves. 100 blood fire wolf hearts had already been collected. Ding! Recycling successful. 2.1 million yuan stones. 600,000 cultivation talent stones. 600,000 mutant talent stones. 1 medium grade wind element talent. Yinan fused the recycling rewards. 3rd rank master. The medium grade wind element talent has upgraded to high grade wind element talent. 3 realms of dragon power have been achieved. Yinan smiled. Not only had he broken through to 3rd rank master, his medium wind element talent also upgraded to high wind element talent, and the dragon power reached 3 realms. 3 realms of dragon power is equivalent to 30 strands of dragon power, amounting to 3 million combat capabilities. After continuing to search around Qingang Mountain and successively killing and recycling some ferocious beasts, Yinan descended from Qingang Mountain. Jiangnan Bay City, Advanced Task Submission Hall. Yinan handed over 100 blood fire wolf hearts to the staff. 10,000 points were credited to his Jifan card, a total of 17,000 points. He went to the exchange hall, where there were quite a few martial artists present. A staff member approached Yinan and said to him, "Esteemed martial artist sir, may I ask what type of items you would like to exchange?" Chapter 25, Qinghe Mountain Range, the 9-headed evil lion. Beast materials. Alright, Master Warrior, please follow me. The staff member led Yinan towards a certain direction. Before long, under the guidance of this staff member, Yinan arrived at an exchange hall filled with beast materials. There were many beast materials, and they came in various types. Yinan looked around at the extensive collection of beast materials, searching for items that could be exchanged with his 17,000 points for something decent. Steel Tail Scorpion Tail, 5th rank master level beast material, 12,000 points. King Demon Blood Beef, 3rd rank master level beast material, 10,000 points. Purple Stripe Python Head, 6th rank master level beast material, 17,000 points. Yinan's gaze stopped on the purple stripe python head, which was exactly 17,000 points, just what he had now. The staff member noticed that Yinan kept paying attention to the master-level beast materials, and she was somewhat confused. "I'd like to exchange for this one." Yinan pointed at the purple stripe python head. "Ah." The staff member was startled, looking shocked at the material Yinan pointed to. "Master Warrior, this is a master-level beast material. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" This staff member cautiously eyed Yinan. In her opinion, it was possible that Yinan couldn't read. Other than this explanation, there wasn't a better one. Yinan didn't explain much further. Instead, he took out his point card and handed it over to the staff member in front of him. After seeing Yinan take out his point card, she hesitated briefly before accepting it from him. Upon scanning, The exchange succeeded. The purple striped python head was now Yinan's. The staff member watched as Yinan walked away, and she realized the lesson. One must not judge a person by their appearance, just as one should not measure the sea with a dipper. Yinan moved to a corner and began to recycle the purple striped python head. Ding! Recycling successful. 1.6 million yuan stones. 350,000 cultivation talent stones. 350,000 Yinan talent stones. Advanced speed essence skill, flowing cloud steps. Yinan sighed slightly. The rewards were fine, but something was better than nothing. The advanced speed essence skill, flowing cloud steps, would grant immediate mastery without requiring time to practice. Upon returning to the Jidao Alliance and taking a shower, Yinan changed into clean clothes, strolling through the plaza. His eyes stayed fixed on the demon-suppressing stone bell in the square. Once he grew stronger, he intended to enter the demon-suppressing stone bell to investigate. The next day, Yinan went to the Purple Gold Institution. As soon as he walked in, he heard several warriors whispering. Have you heard? A 9-headed evil lion has appeared in the Qinghe mountain range outside the base city. Many people have taken on this task and are now heading to the Qinghe mountain range. Then we should hurry up and claim it too. If we're late, there won't be anything left. What are you thinking? The 9-headed evil lion is a 9th rank great warrior level beast. We're only regular warriors, yet you want to take this task? You won't even know how you died. 9-headed evil lion. Yinan had never heard of such a beast. He picked up the mission panel to check and found the 9-headed evil lion mission staring back at him. Mission: eliminate the 9th rank great warrior level beast, the 9-headed evil lion from the Qinghe mountain range, and bring back its fangs. Mission difficulty, S level. Mission reward, 50,000 points. Yinan thought inwardly that although the task points were tempting, why did so many people choose this mission? After claiming the mission, he discovered that more than 70 people had already taken it. Keep in mind, most of the great warriors who took missions at the Purple Gold Institution were lower-ranked great warriors, whereas the 9-headed evil lion belonged to the 9th-ranked great warrior level beasts. This large number of participants confused Yinan. Excuse me, brother, why are so many people taking the 9-headed evil lion mission? Yinan asked the few warriors who had just been discussing the 9-headed evil lion mission. Brother, are you really unaware or pretending to be? The blood of the 9-headed evil lion has great significance for breaking through warrior realms, which is why so many people have taken this task. Thank you. Although Yinan showed little interest in the blood of the 9-headed evil lion, it being only a 9th-rank great warrior level beast wouldn't do much for a master-level practitioner. He understood that these were limitations. It couldn't be helped. Tasks assigned by the Purple Gold Institution usually suited only warriors, elite warriors, or great warriors. If not for recovering beast materials, he wouldn't choose such missions either. First, masters don't lack money. If they wished, there would be no shortage of forces or consortia in the base city offering wealth. Second, beast materials don't have significant value for masters. They are more suitable for specialists like alchemists. There aren't many masters in the Jiangnan base city, but absolutely not few. They are all the mainstays of their forces, and the goal of masters is also to break through and take another step higher. Therefore, masters are either cultivating or on the way to cultivate. Yinan walked out of the Purple Gold Institution. Since he had already received the task, he might as well be at ease. Recycling ferocious beasts for cultivation is much faster than simply absorbing primordial energy. Of course, Yinan would choose the path of recycling ferocious beasts. The Qinghe mountain range doesn't belong to the ferocious beasts gathering place. The appearance of the 9-headed evil lion in the Qinghe mountain range was also unexpected by everyone. At this moment, in the Qinghe mountain range, warriors were searching for the 9-headed evil lion. In addition to the beast hunters, there were also some martial arts academies and warrior families who had heard the news. They also arrived at the Qinghe mountain range. Yinan also arrived at the Qinghe mountain range. The Qinghe mountain range is vast, with mountains stretching endlessly. No one knows where exactly the 9-headed evil lion is. Yinan used his mental power to detect, but apart from detecting the aura of human warriors, he didn't detect any trace of the 9-headed evil lion. After walking for a few minutes, Yinan saw several great warriors. These great warriors were all at the 3rd rank of the great warrior realm. However, if they were to encounter the 9-headed evil lion, they wouldn't stand a chance to survive. Money really can make the devil turn the millstone. For the blood of the ferocious beast, they were willing to risk everything. As Yinan walked, he secretly probed with his mental force. He detected the presence of numerous warriors. Among them were not lacking high-ranked great warriors. So many warriors in the Qinghe mountain range. If the 9-headed evil lion appears, a fierce battle over it will likely ensue. Then I could just watch from the sidelines, Yinan said to himself. A day passed. Still no news about the 9-headed evil lion. Yinan simply stopped looking. He found a secluded spot to cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Technique. He thought that perhaps the 9-headed evil lion had left the Qinghe mountain range. Instead of wasting time, he should rather cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Technique. Another day passed, and Yinan's cultivation produced 30 dragon powers. The warriors in the Qinghe mountain range were still searching for the whereabouts of the 9-headed evil lion. 3 days later, the dragon power of the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Technique reached 34. Some warriors began to leave the Qinghe mountain range, realizing that the 9-headed evil lion must have left the Qinghe mountain range. Chapter 26. The Young Master in the Qinghe Mountains. 4th Realm. 40 dragon powers. Yinan shook his head with a smile. He had come here to complete a mission, but he kept cultivating the Heavenly Dragon Divine Technique. Not bad though. Now he's at the 4th realm. It seems there's still no news of the 9-headed evil lion. Yinan muttered to himself. He nodded slightly and looked up at the sun in the sky, considering whether it was time to leave. 9-headed evil lion. Ah! Suddenly, several blood-curdling screams reached his ears. Yinan quickly probed with his mental energy. He detected something. He activated the advanced speed element skill flowing cloud steps and rushed towards the location of the incident. When he arrived, all Yinan saw were 3 bloody corpses. There was no sign of the 9-headed evil lion. The faces of the 3 bloody corpses were still faintly recognizable. They were all great warriors, the same group Yinan had encountered a few days ago. Back then, he thought if they met the 9-headed evil lion, there would be no chance for survival. Little did he know, they actually encountered the 9-headed evil lion. Was it because I appear as a master on the surface, but in reality, I'm just a harbinger of doom? However, a hint of interest flickered across Yinan's face. The nine-headed evil lion appeared, and since it came, the mission must be completed. He guessed that the nine-headed evil lion's blood might not help him, but this was only a guess. What if it does? Even a fraction of an advantage could be useful. Moreover, completing the mission would grant him 50,000 points, and he certainly didn't want to miss out on them. He continued searching for the nine-headed evil lion's presence. Hours later, Yinan's mental probe detected the aura of a vicious beast. By his intuition, this beast should be the nine-headed evil lion. Then, he sped off using the flowing cloud steps, swift as a gust of wind. Minutes later, Yinan caught sight of the nine-headed evil lion. The nine-headed evil lion was completely black with 9 heads, its visage ferocious, fangs as sharp as steel blades. It was terrifying to behold. But the nine-headed evil lion was already injured. Finally found you. Yinan chuckled softly. It made sense others weren't a match for the nine-headed evil lion. But in his presence, the nine-headed evil lion wasn't so intimidating anymore. You keep running around like that, don't you? A cold laugh sounded from behind Yinan. An 18 or 19-year-old young martial artist and an elder approached. The young martial artist was an 8th-rank warrior. The elder was a master. Naturally, the young martial artist was a genius, but Yinan had little interest in him, merely an 8th-rank warrior. As the elder beside the young martial artist came into view, their information appeared in Yinan's retina. Name, Huangzhou. Realm, 1st-rank master. Cultivation talent, top tier. Abnormal ability talent, high-level defensive talent, medium flame talent. The young martial artist glared mockingly at the nine-headed evil lion. Uncle Huang, let's kill this nine-headed evil lion. Hearing the young martial artist's words, Yinan silently guessed his background must be quite strong. The nine-headed evil lion is already injured. It's like fish in a barrel. Huangzhou chuckled, turning his gaze toward Yinan. Young friend, why don't you leave? Upon hearing this, the young martial artist finally turned his attention to Yinan. Yinan wasn't interested in wasting words with them. His eyes locked onto the nearby nine-headed evil lion, which despite being wounded, was still glaring fiercely at them, ready to pounce at any moment. With a thunderous roar, he acted immediately. 3 streams of golden dragon power erupted from within him, filling the area with golden light. However, these 3 golden dragons targeted not the nine-headed evil lion itself, but the space around it. Yinan knew that with the combined power of 3 million units from the 3 golden dragons, the nine-headed evil lion would instantly turn to powder, making it impossible to complete the mission. A loud boom echoed around the lion. The residual force of the 3 golden dragons shook the lion until it died. A 3rd-rank master. Both the young martial artist and the elder were shocked, unable to suppress their cries of surprise. Yinan looked directly at the 2 before him and said, "You have 2 choices. Leave now or let me kill you." Without hesitation, the young martial artist and the elder fled the area. They couldn't believe Yinan was a master. This was truly hitting iron. Yinan walked over to the nine-headed evil lion, removing all its fangs and placing them into his spatial ring. Next came harvesting the fiendish beast's blood. Yinan was too lazy to be meticulous about it. He simply lifted the corpse of the nine-headed evil lion, cut open a blood vein, and drank its blood. Regardless of how dominant the blood of the nine-headed evil lion was, it was after all just a 9th-rank great warrior level fiendish beast. With the strength of a 3rd-rank master, Yinan had nothing to fear. A group of 7 or 8 great warriors who had come to the Qinghe Mountains rushed over here upon hearing the commotion, and they saw Yinan holding up the corpse of the nine-headed evil lion drinking its blood. Is this something a human can do? The blood of the nine-headed evil lion is very powerful. He drinks it like that. Isn't he afraid of exploding and dying? You guys are focused on the wrong thing. Shouldn't we be focusing on how he managed to kill the nine-headed evil lion, which was an extreme fiendish beast at the 9th-rank great warrior level? That's true. He killed the nine-headed evil lion, so his strength must be at least at the 9th-rank great warrior level, or perhaps even higher. Don't dream about it. It's already certain. The nine-headed evil lion in the 9th-rank great warrior level has hardly any rivals. The faces of the great warriors were filled with astonishment, because Yinan wasn't much older than a teenager. To have reached such a powerful martial arts realm at this young age was something they couldn't quite accept. It didn't take long for Yinan to finish drinking all the blood from the nine-headed evil lion. He wiped his lips and smiled faintly. Though the blood of the nine-headed evil lion wasn't entirely without effect, it wasn't enough to help him directly break through from a 3rd-rank master to a 4th-rank master. What are you guys doing there? Yinan looked toward the group of great warriors not far away. They trembled suddenly, shaking their heads vigorously. In nothing. We're doing nothing. After exchanging glances, as if reaching some kind of consensus, they quickly hurried away from the spot. Yinan then took care of the remains of the nine-headed evil lion. Activate 500x critical damage. But the reward for processing the nine-headed evil lion failed to help him make a breakthrough. Leaving the Qinghe Mountains afterward, Yinan returned to Zhongnan Bay City. Having spent so much time in the Qinghe Mountains, Yinan's clothes were thoroughly dirty and disheveled. After returning to his room at the Ultimate Path Alliance, he took a shower and enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next day, Yinan headed to the Zijin Institution. Inside the Zijin Institution Hall, many warriors were whispering to each other. Have you heard? In the nine-headed evil lion mission, a young master appeared. How could I not hear about it? I don't know who this young master is, but I deeply admire him. What you admire isn't anything compared to what I've heard. He drank the blood of the nine-headed evil lion. Chapter 27, Zhanghe Martial Arts Hall, Tunlong Martial Arts Hall. When Yinan entered the Zijin Institution, he overheard martial artists talking about him, but he did not care. He walked towards the Advanced Task Submission Hall. After a long while, he reached the Advanced Task Submission Hall. As soon as he arrived, a staff member came up to greet him immediately. Yinan had completed 2 A-class tasks, and this staff member was the one who handled them. When he saw Yinan again, he knew that Yinan must have finished another task. Some of the great martial artists in the Advanced Task Submission Hall remembered Yinan well. When Yinan completed the Iron Blood Savage Wolf mission, they were startled and tried their best to invite him to join their team, but Yinan refused. The familiar great martial artists, upon seeing Yinan return, all cast curious gazes towards him, preparing to see what task Yinan had accomplished this time. However, Yinan ignored the gazes of the great martial artists. He took out the fong of the nine-headed evil lion from his spatial ring. The great martial artists inside the advanced submission hall looked at the fong of the nine-headed evil lion and were momentarily stunned. There were many missions involving retrieving savage beast fangs, and they couldn't immediately figure out which task Yinan had completed. The staff member standing in front of Yinan, however, recognized what Yifeng had taken out of the spatial ring. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Yinan. Master Wuya, you actually completed the nine-headed evil lion's task. The staff member gaped in disbelief at Yinan. The great martial artist within the advanced task submission hall heard the staff member's words and all drew in a sharp breath, gaping open-mouthed, like wooden statues. The task involving the nine-headed evil lion? Could it be? He had actually completed the nine-headed evil lion's task? Everyone is saying that there's a young master in Qinghe Mountain Range. Could it be? The great martial artists in the hall all considered a shocking possibility that the young master in Qinghe Mountain Range was Yinan. Of course, they should have realized it earlier. Yinan had completed the Iron Blood Savage Wolf task and the task to retrieve 100 Bloodfire Wolf hearts from Qingshan Mountain. Wasn't that enough to say something? But the great martial artist looked astonished at Yinan. How could such a young master appear in Jiangnan Bay City? If so, shouldn't he be appearing in the strongest place on earth instead? The staff member in front of Yinan regained his senses, then collected the materials from the nine-headed evil lion. Yinan's point card added an extra 50,000 points. Yinan thought, with 50,000 points, he would be able to exchange for some Grandmaster-level Savage Beast materials. Excuse me, are you a Grandmaster? A great martial artist asked Yinan, full of shock. Yinan turned his gaze toward this speaking great martial artist. He noticed not only this person but everyone in the advanced task submission hall looking at him. Does it matter? Yinan counter-asked this great martial artist. The implication was clear, whether or not I am a Grandmaster has nothing to do with you. And even if I am a Grandmaster, you're still just a great martial artist. Though discomfited, the great martial artist showed no frustration. Instead, he continued by saying, Grandmaster, please wait for me here. Do wait. Thank you. Saying that, the great martial artist rushed out of the advanced task submission hall. Yinan was somewhat puzzled, unsure what the great martial artist intended to do. Well, waiting wouldn't hurt, since there was nothing pressing to attend to anyway. Let's see what trouble this great martial artist might stir up. But what Yinan didn't expect was that after this great martial artist ran out, several others followed suit. This left Yinan quite confused. Perhaps, they were going to call people from their forces to ask him to join them? Yinan didn't dwell too much on this. Time would tell. The atmosphere inside the advanced task hall became somewhat tense. The great martial artist kept sneaking glances at Yinan. They were extremely curious about him. After quite a while, the great martial artist who had rushed out returned with an old man to the hall. The old man was around 60-something. His build seemed delicate, yet his spirit was vibrant and full of energy. It's Huangzhou Master, it's him. The great martial artist said excitedly to the elder. Yinan recognized the elder in front of him. It was none other than the Grandmaster he met in the Qinghe Mountain Range. Seeing it was Yinan, Huangzhou's pupils contracted sharply, revealing profound surprise on his aged face. It's you. All the great martial artists in the hall knew the elder. They could say that except for Yinan, they were very familiar with every Grandmaster in the Jiangnan Bay City. Hearing the sound of Master Huangzhou, the great martial artists were slightly startled. Could it be that Master Huangzhou knew Yinan? The great martial artist next to Master Huangzhou was also very surprised. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Let me introduce myself. My name is Huangzhou, and I am from the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. I would like to invite you to join our Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. After a few seconds, Huangzhou respectfully said to Yinan. Huangzhou was fully aware of Yinan's strength. When he accompanied the young hall master on a trip to the Qinghe Mountain Range to capture the nine-headed evil lion, the power that Yinan displayed remained vividly imprinted in his memory. He also silently thanked fortune for not irritating Yinan excessively. Otherwise, both he and the young hall master would have ended up as cold corpses in the Qinghe Mountain Range. At the same time, Huangzhou knew that once Yinan, such a powerful grandmaster, joined their Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall would become the top martial arts hall in the Jiangnan Bay City within a short period of time. The great martial artists inside the hall were somewhat surprised. Master Huangzhou addressed Yinan with the honorific you. They all knew Master Huangzhou was a grandmaster too. So could it be that Yinan was stronger than Master Huangzhou? If not, why use the honorific? Haha. Fortunately, I received the message where you Jianghe Martial Arts Hall would have beaten us to it. Suddenly, a voice reached the ears of all the great martial artists in the hall. All the great martial artists turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. It's the hall master of the Tunglong Martial Arts Hall. Everyone was shocked. A middle-aged man strode into the advanced task submission hall with an air of majesty. Name, Lin Tong. Realm, 6th grade grandmaster. Cultivation talent, superb. Abnormality talent, high-speed talent, high defense talent, medium sword system talent. The information about this middle-aged man appeared on Yinan's retina. I'm Lin Tong, the hall master of the Tunglong Martial Arts Hall. Please join our Tunglong Martial Arts Hall. Our Tunglong Martial Arts Hall has great potential for development and will surely not disappoint you. Lin Tong smiled as he spoke to Yinan. He wouldn't let go of this prodigy. Being a grandmaster in one's 20s already said everything. Huangzhou clenched his teeth in frustration. He didn't expect that the Tunglong Martial Arts Hall was so aggressive that the hall master himself came to personally invite Yinan. Had he known this, he would have notified his own hall master as well. The speed of Jianghe Martial Arts Hall and Tunglong Martial Arts Hall is quite impressive. Another voice then appeared in the Advanced Task Submission Hall. Chapter 28. Masters gather in the delivery hall. The great martial artists inside the high-level task delivery hall turned their gaze to the entrance as they saw another middle-aged man walking into the hall. Master Wang Kuan of the Viper Martial Arts Pavilion has arrived. The great martial artists exchanged glances with one another, for this was a scene they had never seen before. Wang Kuan and Lin Tong were both 6th rank masters. Their cultivation talents and special abilities roughly equal. Brother, don't listen to them. Join our Viper Martial Arts Pavilion. It's where you truly belong. Wang Kuan smiled at Yinan. The great martial artists inside the hall pondered over which martial arts pavilion Yinan would join. River Martial Arts Pavilion, Ascending Dragon Martial Arts Pavilion, and Viper Martial Arts Pavilion formed the three major martial arts pavilions of Jiangnan Bay City, each possessing roughly equivalent overall strength. Over the years, these three pavilions had engaged in constant rivalry, vying for the title of first among the martial arts pavilions. Yinan shook his head with a wry smile, finally understanding why those great martial artists had ventured out of the delivery hall. Indeed, it was all because of the desire for him to join their respective forces. Young brother, join the Li family. We are a well-known martial artist family here in Jiangnan Bay City. Suddenly, an elder briskly entered the high-level task delivery hall, speaking as he walked. Shock rippled through the great martial artists within the hall. Who would have guessed that even a martial family had come? Subsequently, 7 or 8 family heads from various martial families also entered the high-level task delivery hall. The staff members inside the delivery hall were stunned beyond measure. They had never witnessed anything like this. Sir, we still do not know your name. Would you mind telling us? Huangzhou was a first-rank master. All the masters who had come forward to invite Yinan to join their respective forces were higher in rank than him, leaving him the weakest amongst those currently surrounding Yinan. At this moment, more than a dozen masters surrounded Yinan. It was always a breathtaking sight when over a dozen masters appeared together. Yinan truthfully revealed his name, finding no need to hide it. Both the masters and great martial artists firmly etched Yinan's name into their memories. All the masters watched Yinan expectantly, offering attractive conditions hoping he would join their ranks. The great martial artists in the hall dared not speak, for how could their voices compete against so many masters? Everyone's attention was drawn to Yinan's face, everyone eager to learn which force he would ultimately choose to join. Silence reigned. Even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. All waited anxiously for Yinan's response. Master Yi, you haven't yet joined any force, right? Please consider our River Martial Arts Pavilion. Huangzhou said upon seeing Yinan remain silent. Other masters followed Huangzhou's lead, echoing similar invitations. The masters displayed their best offers while the great martial artists stayed silent, knowing fully well that their voices couldn't compare with the assembled masters. All eyes were on Yinan. I've already joined a force, so I can't join yours. Yinan addressed the masters present. The masters froze momentarily. A force, huh? But they hadn't seen Yinan associated with any prominent forces in Jiangnan Bay City. When had he joined another force? Lin Tong, the master of Ascending Dragon Martial Arts Pavilion, reluctantly questioned Yinan. Yinan, which force have you joined? All gazes turned to Yinan. Many thought he might be joking, doubting that he truly belonged to another force. Extreme Path Alliance. Yinan calmly stated. Stunned silence enveloped everyone inside the high-level task delivery hall. So, Yinan was part of the Extreme Path Alliance. This explained why he wasn't visible elsewhere. The Extreme Path Alliance was a governing body above the martial artist groups of Jiangnan Bay City, subordinate directly to the City Lord's office. While typically staying neutral and non-intervening in local affairs, it took control during emergencies involving these factions. Upon hearing Yinan's affiliation with the Extreme Path Alliance, disappointment washed over the faces of the masters gathered around him. Of course, Yinan wouldn't join their faction if he was affiliated with such a prestigious group. Disappointed, the masters started to leave the hall one by one. Yinan didn't give it much thought. He believed joining the Extreme Path Alliance was indeed the correct decision, especially considering its access to the demon-suppressing stone bell, underneath which resided numerous powerful beasts, an advantage unmatched by any other force. He didn't linger long in the high-level task delivery hall, instead heading towards the exchange hall. Yinan had been there once before, so he now found his way easily. Approaching the counter for exchanging beast materials, familiar sights greeted him again. Is this martial artist here again? A female staff member discreetly swallowed her saliva. The last time Yinan had exchanged a purple-striped python head, she was so shocked that she couldn't describe it. This time, of course, she wouldn't be like the last time when she thought Yinan couldn't read because he kept looking at Grandmaster-level ferocious beast materials. Later, Yinan made her understand the meaning of never judge a book by its cover. Yinan was examining the Grandmaster-level ferocious beast materials, and there were a total of 50,000 points on his Jifan card. He had to spend all these 50,000 points. After a short while, Yinan exchanged 4 types of Grandmaster-level ferocious beast materials for 50,000 points. The female staff member had tried her best to suppress herself, but the fact that Yinan had 50,000 points in his Jifan card still left her stunned. The last time Yinan exchanged the purple-striped python head, the Jifun in his card had been emptied, yet it took such a short time for him to accumulate 50,000 points again. Once again, as she watched Yinan's retreating back, no words could express her shock. She couldn't imagine what kind of person she had encountered. Yinan reached a corner and reclaimed the 4 types of Grandmaster-level materials. Clang. Reclamation successful. 7 million Yuan stones. 1.5 million cultivation talent stones. 1.5 million ability talent stones. Awesome. Yinan secretly rejoiced as he integrated the reclamation rewards into his body. 4th rank Grandmaster. Drinking the blood of the 9-headed evil lion had already increased his primal energy significantly, and now with the fusion of 7 million yuan, Yinan successfully broke through to the 4th rank Grandmaster. He returned to the Extreme Path Alliance. After staying a day in the Extreme Path Alliance, Yinan saw Huangqing and greeted him. Huangqing smiled at Yinan. Yinan, you're a celebrity in Jiangnan Bay City now. Everyone is saying that a young Grandmaster has emerged from Jiangnan Bay City. It's fine. Yinan didn't actually care about these vain titles, though they felt good. In Huaxia, there weren't many who knew his name. But now, things were different. He was a powerful Grandmaster with a system, promising great achievements in the future. Being well-known, respected, and revered by many felt pretty good. Chapter 29. The Demon-Taming Stone Bell, the Black-Winged Demon Bat. After Yinan had a conversation with Master Huangqing, he went to the Zijin Institution. Completing more missions and advancing the Heavenly Dragon's sacred technique to its ultimate mastery was of utmost importance. Upon arriving at the Zijin Institution, he started taking on advanced missions. Advanced missions are typically either A rank or S rank. S rank missions are relatively scarce. 1 month later, he completed many missions, breaking through from the 4th rank of Master to the 6th rank. The Heavenly Dragon's sacred technique reached its 9th level. Ultimate completion. Name, Yinan. System, Billionfold Critical Strike Recycling System. Realm, 6th Rank Master. Cultivation talent, top tier. Abnormality talent, high flame talent, high wind talent, high strength talent, high speed talent, high defense talent. Primordial skills, Heavenly Dragon Sacred Technique, Great Fire Dragon Technique, Mad Gale Scroll, Fire Dragon Technique, Primordial Heaven Fist, Sky Cleaving Pointers, Shadow Boxing, Flowing Cloud Step, Concealing Shadow Step. Critical Multiplier, 600 times crit. He returned to the Extremity Alliance. The Heavenly Dragon Sacred Technique was finally perfected. It was no easy task indeed. On the square of the Extremity Alliance, he appraised the Demon Taming Stone Bell. It was high time to enter the Demon Taming Stone Bell. After inspecting the Demon Taming Stone Bell, Yinan walked towards the Grand Hall in the square. He didn't yet know how to enter the Demon Taming Stone Bell. When Yinan entered the Grand Hall, he found that besides the headmaster Su Yuan, there were several martial artists present, all masters. Yinan, you're here. Headmaster Su Yuan gave Yinan a smile. The few masters inside the Grand Hall were startled. They looked Yinan up and down. So this is Yinan, our young master from the Zhongnan base city. He truly bears the bearing of a dragon and phoenix. The few masters envied Yinan. They knew that someone like Yinan would one day stand at the pinnacle of Earth's martial artist pyramid, far beyond their reach. Subsequently, the several masters each introduced themselves to Yinan. Yinan, what brings you to me? Asked Headmaster Su Yuan. He knew Yinan had recently been accepting missions at the Zijin Institution. Though Su Yuan couldn't comprehend why Yinan, already a master, would keep taking on so many missions, he also learned about Yinan's exchange of points for ferocious beast materials, which made him even more puzzled. He believed perhaps Yinan wanted to become an alchemist, thus exchanging for such a large amount of ferocious beast material. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a better explanation. Headmaster, I want to go inside the Demon Taming Stone Bell, Yinan said to Su Yuan. You want to enter the Demon Taming Stone Bell? Headmaster Su Yuan was shocked, not expecting these words from Yinan. Not just Su Yuan, but the several masters inside the Grand Hall also did not expect it. Yinan wanted to enter the Demon Taming Stone Bell? Even if masters ventured inside the Demon Taming Stone Bell, there was still an immense chance of death. What do you intend to do in the Demon Taming Stone Bell? Headmaster Su Yuan looked at Yinan, utterly baffled. There was simply no reason to enter the Demon Taming Stone Bell. I merely wish to test my own strength, Yinan said with a smile. No, the Demon Taming Stone Bell harbors grave dangers. If you enter, Headmaster, I've decided. Moreover, do you think someone with my character would do something without confidence? Before Su Yuan finished his sentence, Yinan interrupted. Su Yuan paused, considering. From the very first moment he saw Yinan, though young, Yinan gave off a mature presence. That sensation, as though having experienced much. In reality, Yinan hadn't experienced too many things. It was merely that in China, he had read a lot of web novels, especially those involving alien invasions, which shaped his mentality. Fine. The headmaster nodded toward Yinan. If you must go in, then one condition, I will accompany you. Several masters within the Great Hall agreed with the headmaster's words. Accompanying Yinan into the Demon Taming Stone Bell could ensure that he didn't meet an untimely end. Headmaster, I prefer going in alone. Yinan realized this response might seem impolite, but he had no choice. He didn't want to expose the system. The masters hesitated. Yinan was refusing? Wasn't accompanying him safer? They couldn't understand Yinan's reasoning. After achieving grand mastery, Su Yuan had visited all base cities in Long Country and seen numerous prodigious talents. Most of them, although naturally gifted, often carried haughty attitudes. Yinan was different. Despite sounding somewhat arrogant in words, from the inside out, his demeanor felt distinct from other geniuses. Su Yuan also wondered if it was because Yinan was a master. Looking at Yinan, though extremely young, his eyes held a gaze unforgettable after a single look, tranquil like the night, deep like the sea. Good. Suddenly, Su Yuan, the leader of the Extremity Alliance, nodded at Yinan. In fact, he didn't even know why he had agreed. The Grandmasters inside the Great Hall originally thought that the leader would reject Yinan's request, but to their utmost surprise, the leader actually agreed. After leader Su Yuan consented, he rose and walked toward the exit of the Grand Hall. Seeing this, the Grandmasters hastily stood up and followed him out. The group arrived in front of the Demon Taming Stone Bell. Yinan, after entering the Demon Taming Stone Bell, you must be extremely cautious. Leader Su Yuan earnestly warned Yinan. Understood. Yinan responded with a nod. Then, leader Su Yuan placed one hand on the right side of the Demon Taming Stone Bell. With the power of primordial energy, he pushed it upward, causing the stone bell to float into the air and reveal a dark hole that appeared before Yinan's eyes. Go in, leader Su Yuan said. Looking at the incredibly dark and oppressively heavy entrance ahead of him, Yinan hesitated not a single moment as he stepped through. It was pitch black, utterly impenetrable darkness. Moments later, Yinan found himself touching the ground. A martial artist's vision is naturally sharp, especially for a master. To a master, night is like day, making no difference at all. Yinan discovered there was a road ahead of him. The path wasn't wide, and gusts of chilling wind roared past his ears, sending shivers down his spine. He proceeded forward along the road. During his journey, he used his mental force to explore the surroundings. Beneath the Demon Taming Stone Bell were indeed many powerful ferocious beasts. However, now being a 6th-tier master and wielding the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Technique, he held no fear for the creatures inside the Demon Taming Stone Bell. After over 10 minutes, a ferocious beast came into Yinan's view. This beast clung to the rock wall. Its enormous wings measured over 2 meters in length. It had a pitch-black body and eerie green pupils that emanated an indescribably terrifying aura. 3rd-tier master-level ferocious beast, Black-Winged Demon Bat. Yinan smiled. He had seen the Black-Winged Demon Bat in the Ferocious Beast catalog. Its strength was formidable, possessing a speed-based Ferocious Beast anomaly. Chapter 30, 8th Rank Masterclass Fierce Beast. The Black-Winged Demon Bat coldly stared at Yinan. It chuckled, as 8th Rank Masterclass Fierce Beasts could already speak human language. It coldly spoke to Yinan. It's been a long time since I've seen a human. As soon as it finished speaking, the Black-Winged Demon Bat fiercely charged toward Yinan. This Blackwing Demon Bat was only a 3rd rank Master Class Fierce Beast, whereas Yinan had now reached 6th rank Master level. He could easily kill this Blackwing Demon Bat no matter how he fought. Bang! His fist, infused with a Master Class specific golden chi, launched forcefully toward the Blackwing Demon Bat. The Blackwing Demon Bat flying towards Yinan showed extreme shock. Human Master, how could you possibly? It was completely terrified when it realized it could not dodge Yinan's golden chi infused fist. Without a doubt, Yinan's fist struck powerfully against the enormous body of the Blackwing Demon Bat, sending it flying backward into the wall, devoid of any life. Yinan walked up to the Blackwing Demon Bat, feeling pretty good about encountering a 3rd rank Master Class Blackwing Demon Bat, as soon as he entered the Demon Suppressing Bellstone. Ding! Recycling successful. 4 million Spirit Stones. 1.2 million Cultivation Talent Stones. 1.2 million Ability Talent Stones. 1 low-grade Rain Element Talent. Looking at the rewards from the recycling, Yinan felt some joy, having gained another ability talent. After integrating the recycling rewards into his body, his low-grade Rain Element Talent upgraded to medium-grade Rain Element Talent. Yinan knew there were still many fierce beasts inside the Demon Suppressing Bellstone. He had to recycle all these fierce beasts. As a 6th rank master now, the amount of spirit stones required for his next breakthrough was already an alarming number. He continued walking further into the Demon Suppressing Bellstone. Half an hour later, he encountered 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts. These 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts were also 3rd rank masters, and they saw Yi foam. These 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts were slightly stunned. They hadn't expected humans to appear inside the Demon Suppressing Bellstone. Humans, come let us devour you. When these 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts came to their senses, they smirked coldly at Yinan. In their eyes, Yinan most likely wandered mistakenly into the Demon Suppressing Bellstone. Entering the Demon Suppressing Bellstone was equivalent to death. Yinan looked at these 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts not far away. His expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he hadn't heard anything. Seeing that Yinan still stood there unmoving like a bell, showing no sign of fleeing or fear on his face, the 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts were momentarily perplexed. Human you. Before these 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts could finish their sentence, Yinan had already raised his fist. The golden light gathered intensely on his fist, illuminating the pitch-black hall with dazzling gold. Under the golden light's wrapping, although Yinan wasn't tall, his figure appeared incomparably towering at this moment, as if a deity had descended. These 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts were dumbfounded with shock. They definitely knew what this golden essence represented. A human master. Suddenly, several golden dragons surged out from within Yinan's body, coiling around him. These 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts saw 6 golden dragons coiled around Yinan's body. 6th rank master. Upon knowing the level of this human in front of them, the 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts were thunderstruck. Even before they could recover from the shock, the 6 golden dragons coiled around Yinan's body swept out toward these 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts. Facing the assault of these 6 golden dragons, these 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts were utterly terrified. The strength of the 6 golden dragons struck upon the bodies of these 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts, instantly killing them. Yinan recycled these 3 Masterclass Fierce Beasts. 12 million Spirit Stones. 3 million Cultivation Talent Stones. 3 million Ability Talent Stones. Yinan's face lit up significantly after merging the recycling reward. He then continued forward. While moving forward, he felt the death aura of numerous fierce beasts, implying there had been deaths here in the past. With so much time passed inside the Demon Suppressing Bellstone, it was normal for some fierce beasts to die within it. Sighing deeply, Yinan wondered why these fierce beasts didn't wait until he arrived before dying. Further inside the Demon Suppressing Bellstone, there was an increasing number of such fierce beast death auras. Could it be that the Demon Suppressing Bellstone only contained these fierce beasts? If so, then the Demon Suppressing Bellstone wouldn't hold much meaning. Reluctantly, Yinan decided to go deeper into the stone. Within several hours, Yinan only managed to recycle a few first-rank Masterclass Fierce Beasts. Though the recycling rewards were excellent, they were insufficient to cause Yinan's advancement. It seems it's time to leave. Yinan shook his head inwardly. Still, it wasn't all bad. Even if the ferocious beasts inside the Demon Suppressing Bellstone didn't help him break through to the 7th rank master, he was now not far from that level. But just as he took a step forward, a terrifying voice reached his ears. Human, you plan to leave peacefully after entering the Demon Suppressing Bellstone. Yinan halted in his tracks and followed the sound. A fierce beast appeared on his right side. This fierce beast was a humanoid one with horns on its head, perfect body curves, giving an impression of ultimate power. Blue Steel Shadow Buffalo, 8th rank master level. Fierce beast special ability, strength. This fierce beast information appeared on Yinan's retina. An 8th rank master level fierce beast. A look of seriousness crossed Yinan's face. He was currently at the 6th rank master level, and facing an 8th rank master, he needed to show some respect. However, Yinan wasn't afraid of this 8th rank master level fierce beast. The Divine Dragon Holy Technique had already reached the 9th level of strength with a fighting power of 9 million. He was confident in his ability to handle the Blue Steel Shadow Buffalo. Human, I admire your courage for daring to enter the Demon Suppressing Bellstone alone. But now everything is over. After giving Yinan a cold smile, the Blue Steel Shadow Buffalo raised its massive fist, already gathering dark magical energy on it. Bang! With a roar, the Blue Steel Shadow Buffalo struck powerfully toward where Yinan stood. As an 8th rank master level fierce beast, the Blue Steel Shadow Buffalo was no ordinary creature devoid of intelligence. It knew Yinan was an extremely powerful human martial artist, so it didn't hold back. Seeing the Blue Steel Shadow Buffalo make its move, Yinan also had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle with it. As the Blue Steel Shadow Buffalo swung its fist, Yinan raised both of his own. Heavenly Dragon Holy Technique. The moment he unleashed the Heavenly Dragon Holy Technique, the 9th level of strength burst forth. 90 dragon forces surged out of Yinan's fists, crashing into the approaching dark magical energy. Boom, boom. The 90 dragon forces collided with the dark magical energy, causing the earth to tremble violently. Chapter 31. Breaking through to the 7th rank master, returning to City. The Extreme Path Alliance square began to tremble violently. Patriarch Su Yuan and several masters could not regain their calm for a long time. Patriarch, there's a fierce battle going on down below, one of the masters said to Patriarch Su Yuan. Patriarch Su Yuan stared intently at the entrance of the demon-subduing bell. He didn't say anything. Since Yinan had entered the demon-subduing bell, Su Yuan still had some confidence in Yinan. A few masters standing next to Su Yuan noticed the Patriarch hadn't spoken, and they also stopped speaking. The force of 90 dragons clashed with the dark magical energy. The dark magical energy instantly vanished without a trace, but the remaining power of the 90 dragon forces continued to charge toward Qinggang Shadow Bull. Seeing his own attack was so powerless, Qinggang Shadow Bull's pupils contracted sharply as it watched helplessly the remainder of the 90 dragon forces heading its way. The force of 90 dragons clashed with the dark magical energy. The dark magical energy instantly vanished without a trace, but the remaining power of the 90 dragon forces continued to charge toward Qinggang Shadow Bull. Seeing his own attack was so powerless, Qinggang Shadow Bull's pupils contracted sharply as it watched helplessly the remainder of the 90 dragon forces heading its way. However, Qinggang Shadow Bull was after all an 8th rank master-level ferocious beast, immensely powerful with innate abilities. When the residual power of the 90 dragons was about to strike him, he resisted with all his might, ultimately fending off the leftover force of the 90 dragons. Human Master, I didn't expect you to be this powerful. After resisting the remaining force of the 90 dragons, Qinggang Shadow Bull gave a cold laugh. Yinan eyed the Qinggang Shadow Bull. If the competition was solely based on strength, then Qinggang Shadow Bull's strength would be greater than his, considering that the bull possessed a type of strength-based innate ability. But don't forget that Yinan also possessed other innate talents. Overall, he didn't fear this 8th rank master level Qinggang Shadow Bull, especially since even the strongest beasts in the Anden Cave were only of the 8th rank master level. You're dead, human. After several seconds, after a cold sneer towards Yinan, this time the Qinggang Shadow Bull did not launch a remote dark magic gas attack, but charged directly at Yinan, seemingly preparing for a hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, the high-level speed talent and advanced speed technique, Flowing Cloud Step, came into play. Once the Qinggang Shadow Bull reached close to Yinan, Yinan triggered the high-speed technique, Flowing Cloud Step. An 8th rank master level beast would indeed be faster than a 6th rank master, but that's under normal conditions. Yinan, however, had both the higher speed talent and the advanced speed technique, Flowing Cloud Step. After triggering the advanced speed technique, Flowing Cloud Step, Yinan found himself actually faster than the Qinggang Shadow Bull, which led to the latter failing completely. This speed. The Qinggang Shadow Bull was greatly astonished. It couldn't believe how fast Yinan was. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Yinan had already arrived at the other side of the Qinggang Shadow Bull and launched a mighty punch in the bull's direction. The roaring Fire Dragon Force swept from Yinan's fist. The Qinggang Shadow Bull stared in horror as the Fire Dragon Force flew toward it. Boom. The Fire Dragon Force collided heavily with Qinggang Shadow Bull's body. A bloody hole appeared in Qinggang Shadow Bull's body where the Fire Dragon Force had pierced through. Yet as an 8th rank master level ferocious beast, Qinggang Shadow Bull somehow survived despite such a grievous wound. Right now, this Qinggang Shadow Bull had become terrified, desiring nothing more than swift escape. It considered Yinan a madman, a thoroughly insane maniac. Thinking of running, Yinan gave a cold smile. Heavenly Dragon Saint Technique. He once again triggered the Heavenly Dragon Saint Technique. 9 realms of Dragon Force swept toward the fleeing Qinggang Shadow Bull. Qinggang Shadow Bull felt unprecedented terror. Hastily turning back, it saw the terrifying power of 90 dragons charging straight toward it, causing its pupils to contract sharply. Qinggang Shadow Bull had no time to react before the force of the 90 dragons hit its body hard. This time, Qinggang Shadow Bull failed to withstand the attack of the 90 dragons, falling onto the ground with its eyes wide open, dying with regrets. Yinan looked at the unrepentant Qinggang Shadow Bull and decided to recycle it. Ding! Recycling successful. 15 million Spirit Stones. 4 million Cultivation Talent Stones. 4 million Innate Ability Talent Stones. Activating 700 times Multiplier Burst Damage. Yinan integrated the rewards. 7th Rank Master. Supreme Cultivation Talent upgraded to Super. Medium Grade Rain Element Talent upgraded to Advanced. At last, becoming a 7th Rank Master. Yinan continued searching inside, but there were no other ferocious beasts left, making him slightly disappointed. He used his spiritual force upon entering the depths beneath the demon-subduing bell and detected many ferocious beasts earlier, though he didn't pay much attention. He realized now that many of those were remnants of creatures who had perished, emitting their post-death auras. With no other ferocious beasts in the deeps of the demon-subduing bell, Yinan decided not to stay any longer and exited. When he returned to the Extreme Path Alliance Square, Su Yuan, the master of the Extreme Path Alliance, and several grandmasters revealed a trace of joy on their faces. The worry in their hearts finally subsided. After Master Su Yuan resealed the entrance with the demon-subduing stone bell, he asked Yinan, "Yinan, how was it inside?" "Not bad. When I entered, I found that many ferocious beasts were already dead." Yinan said. Su Yuan and several grandmasters thought it was normal, so they didn't ask more questions about what was below the demon-subduing stone bell. The most important thing was that Yinan had come out safe and sound. "Yinan, or I can arrange for you to go to a martial arts hall. There is a Yuan Tower there, and you can absorb Yuan Qi in the Yuan Tower later." Master Su Yuan suddenly said to Yinan, "We'll see. I need to go back to In City first." Yinan said. Master Su Yuan did not ask more. He just nodded. In City. When Yinan returned to In City, he didn't return to Heiyuan residential area. It wasn't because he was ungrateful or anything like that, but because he was a traveler from another world, and he didn't feel much emotion toward the people of Heiyuan residential area. There was only one purpose this time for coming back to In City, and that purpose was to enter the underground caverns beneath In City and annihilate the great city of ferocious beasts within. He arrived at the range of the cavern passage. The range of the cavern passage had been controlled by the warriors of Jiangnan Base City. Seeing someone coming over, they immediately looked solemn. "Stop. This is the range of the cavern passage. You cannot go further." "Oh, I have something to do inside the cavern," Yinan said to the warrior speaking before him. There were several warriors in front of Yinan. Hearing his words, they were momentarily stunned. They couldn't imagine that Yinan would say entering the cavern to do something so casually, as if he were merely talking about an insignificant little matter. No. After regaining their senses, the several warriors firmly shook their heads at Yinan. Their job was to guard the cavern passage range, preventing anyone else from going in. So what does it take to get in? Yinan asked the warriors in front of him. Chapter 32. Re-entering the subterranean tunnel, 2 confronting master-level savage beasts. Several warriors looked at Yinan. They naturally knew that Yinan was no ordinary person, but a young warrior. The ones guarding inside the subterranean tunnels are all masters from the Extremist Alliance and specialized warrior corps. You don't belong to them, so you cannot enter under any circumstance unless you're a master. One of the warriors said to Yinan, I'm also a member of the Extremist Alliance. Yinan said to the group of warriors. The several warriors were momentarily stunned. They had assumed Yinan would retreat upon hearing the difficulty, but they didn't expect him to claim membership in the Extremist Alliance. Even if you are from the Extremist Alliance, you are not a master. These warriors couldn't believe Yinan could be affiliated with the Extremist Alliance, much less a master. As Yinan listened to these warriors, he summoned a golden dragon that coiled around his body. The group of warriors stared at the golden dragon wrapped around Yinan's body, their faces filled with disbelief as they rubbed their eyes repeatedly, thinking they must have misseen it. But no matter how many times they wiped their eyes, the sight remained unchanged. A golden dragon was truly coiling around Yinan's body. Stunned like being struck by lightning, these warriors could not have imagined that Yinan was indeed a master. Master, we beg for your forgiveness. It was due to our lack of insight just now. The warriors standing before Yinan understood the saying, a master should not be offended, regretting their earlier questioning deeply. If they had known Yinan was a powerful master, they wouldn't have questioned him so brazenly. No harm done. Yinan waved off the apology with a hand. Can I go inside now? Yes, master. The warriors nodded immediately. Without lingering too long in the area, Yinan made his way towards the entrance of the subterranean tunnel. Upon reaching the exterior of the tunnel, he appraised it briefly. His current power wasn't extremely high, so he naturally wouldn't rush into the den of savage beasts where ferocious creatures undoubtedly gathered deep within. Without hesitating, he entered the subterranean channel. Once inside, Yinan encountered several masters and the warrior corps who were all affiliated with the Extremist Alliance. The few masters saw Yinan just entering the tunnel and felt surprised, uncertain why Yinan could enter the subterranean realm. Why can you enter here? A third-rank master quickly approached Yinan, staring intently while interrogating him. Yinan did not intend to answer the third-rank master's question. He wouldn't bother explaining himself to everyone who asked, so he began to step further into the subterranean depths without reply. Seeing Yinan ignoring him, the third-rank master became enraged, stepping forward and obstructing Yinan's path. Before the master could speak, an incredibly terrifying sense of danger emanated from Yinan's body. Not only this third-rank master, but the other masters nearby all sensed such dangerous fluctuations. Their eyes widened considerably more than usual. You. The third-rank master wanted to say something to Yinan, but found the words unable to come out, ultimately swallowing them back down. Yinan did not linger further in the tunnel entrance, proceeding into its deeper regions. An older master watched Yinan's retreating figure, unable to resist swallowing nervously. What sort of background does this person have? The aura emanating from his body is too dangerous. The remaining masters also looked quite grim. They never expected one day to feel a lethal vibration from a young man who appeared to be only in his 20s. In the periphery of the subterranean complex, there weren't too many savage beasts. Yinan didn't linger either, but headed directly into the deeper parts of the subterranean labyrinth. To the higher-ups of Jiangnan Bay City, the Anqing subterranean complex was a powerful sight because it harbored creatures like blood demon, celestial wolves. But only Yinan knew exactly what the appearance of the blood demon, celestial wolf, in Anqing implied. After delving into the subterranean abyss, Yinan concealed his presence and began searching for savage beast gathering points. After some time, Yinan finally located a not-so-large congregation of savage beasts. Seeing this small aggregation of beasts, a look of excitement crossed Yinan's face. He moved toward this savage beast gathering point. A dozen warrior-grade savage beasts stood in front of Yinan. At this point, warrior-grade beasts seemed laughably weak in comparison to him, offering no resistance when faced with him. With the ability known as listening awareness, Yinan could communicate with savage beasts. However, with this small savage beast congregation, dialogue was unnecessary. When these more than 10 warrior-grade savage beasts saw Yinan appearing, they were stunned for a few seconds. Then, they all regained their senses. Roar! After the roar of more than 10 savage beasts, they flew toward Yinan. Yinan didn't need to move a finger. To deal with such warrior-grade savage beasts, he merely needed to release his primal energy. A strand of energy sharp as a sword swept out from his body and struck every single one of the over 10 savage beasts. They let out a mournful howl and collapsed on the ground, blood continuously gushing out of their bodies. Yinan absorbed these more than 10 savage beasts back into his system. This savage beast congregation wasn't large. After such a commotion occurred, all the savage beasts inside rushed here quickly. Hundreds of savage beasts appeared in Yinan's field of vision. Yinan looked at the hundreds of savage beasts before him. Although the quantity was still quite significant, their overall strength was far too inadequate. The most powerful among them was just a rank 1 great warrior-level savage beast. The savage beasts glared viciously at Yinan, all poised and ready to launch an attack at the command of the rank 1 great warrior-level savage beast. Several seconds later, the rank 1 great warrior-level savage beast in front of the hundreds of savage beasts roared in fury. Following the sound of the roar, hundreds of savage beasts surged toward Yinan. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Whirlwind Blast. Under the power of these two extraordinary energy techniques, all hundreds of savage beasts met their deaths, falling onto the ground with their blood soaking the earth. Ding. Successfully recycled. 2 million yuan stones. 500,000 cultivation talent stones. 500,000 energy talent stones. Leaving behind this savage beast congregation, it held no interest for Yinan any longer. He continued searching for another savage beast congregation. A few hours passed, during which Yinan encountered several savage beasts along the way, but without exception, he slew them all. Yinan stepped into a forest, where he detected the presence of savage beasts using his spiritual perception. Entering the forest, following the scent of the savage beasts, after some time, he spotted two of them. The two savage beasts were glaring each other down, hiding behind a large boulder, and having masked his presence perfectly, neither savage beast detected Yinan's existence. Watching the two savage beasts, Yinan's face revealed a flicker of astonishment, because both of these savage beasts were master level. Chapter 33. 8th rank master enters Valen City. Yinan looked at the two master level ferocious beasts that were facing off. Both of these master level ferocious beasts were 4th rank master level ferocious beasts. He hadn't expected to encounter master level ferocious beasts in this forest, and there were not just one but two. Observing their stances, they seemed prepared for a battle. When the clam fights with the egret, the fisherman gains the advantage. Roar. After exchanging deafening roars, the two 4th rank master level ferocious beasts began an intense battle. The clash of master level ferocious beasts was terrifying. Within their combat range, trees were being snapped in half, and the ground was covered in deep craters. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a massive rock in front of Yinan crumbled into powder from the powerful attacks. Now completely exposed, Yinan came into full view of the two 4th rank master level ferocious beasts. Staring at Yinan, both beasts froze momentarily, clearly caught off guard. Human. Neither of the 4th rank master level ferocious beasts had anticipated encountering a human here. Yinan originally planned to observe the great battle between these two beasts. Now that his presence was revealed, he decided there was no longer any need to watch them fight. A burst of golden energy appeared around his body, causing 7 golden dragons to emerge before the two 4th rank master level ferocious beasts, emitting dragon roars that made the beasts tremble violently. Terrified beyond words, the two 4th rank master level ferocious beasts dared not linger. They attempted to flee, knowing fully well that even as 4th rank master level beasts, they stood no chance against the 7th rank human master. Seeing that the two 4th rank master level ferocious beasts were about to escape, Yinan took a single step forward. Even without using his speed talent, he moved much faster than they did. Catching up to the two beasts, Yinan immediately executed a killing move. With cries of anguish, the lives of the two 4th rank master level ferocious beasts ended forever. Ding. Recycling successful. 15 million essence stones. 3 million cultivation talent stones. 3 million special ability talent stones. Advanced fire essence technique. Heavenly sunburst explosion. After assimilating the recycling rewards, Yinan discovered the heavenly sunburst explosion technique could now be used perfectly. Moving on, he continued searching for other ferocious beasts within the underworld dungeon. After several days, he broke through to the 8th rank master level. Yinan knew that 8th rank was already the highest tier within the underworld dungeon. It was now time to head toward Valen City. Without hesitation, Yinan set off for Valen City. Valen City was considered a major city of ferocious beasts, where there were over 100,000 ferocious beasts. The overall strength of the ferocious beasts here far exceeded that of other ferocious beast gathering areas within the dungeon. Yinan had reached the outskirts of Valen City. What would it feel like to wipe out an entire city of ferocious beasts alone? Who human? Several startled voices reached Yinan's ears. He noticed several elite warrior class ferocious beasts looking at him, their speech understandable to him thanks to his recognition hearing skill. Bang! Without saying a word, Yinan threw a powerful punch straight towards the location of the elite warrior class ferocious beasts. The energy of his attack erupted from his fist, striking down all of the elite warrior class ferocious beasts who were left stunned and unable to react. They fell in pools of blood. Having recycled these elite warrior class ferocious beasts, Yinan entered Valen City. With his current strength, he held no fear for an entire ferocious beast city. Even if the combined might of the city surpassed his expectations, his speed-based talents and techniques could still guarantee his safe retreat. After entering the city, countless hostile gazes immediately fixated on Yinan's face. More than 100 ferocious beasts surrounded him tightly. Heavenly Sunburst Explosion. Yinan unleashed the advanced fire essence technique, Heavenly Sunburst Explosion. Instantly, massive fireballs rained from the sky, impacting the ground. The encircling hundreds of ferocious beasts watched helplessly as fiery devastation closed in on them. Boom, boom. The ground was hammered by gigantic fireballs, leaving behind deep craters. The air temperature skyrocketed to unbearable levels. The ferocious beasts began screaming in terror. When the more than 100 ferocious beasts lay dead, Yinan recycled all of them. Roar. Just after recycling the ferocious beasts, an ear-splitting roar sent chills down everyone's spines. A humanoid-formed ferocious beast landed on top of a building, wielding a heavy sword. Fixing his gaze upon the humanoid beast, Yinan recognized it as a 6th-rank master-level ferocious beast. At that moment, a large crowd of ferocious beasts filled the street, but none chose to attack Yinan. All eyes focused on the humanoid-formed ferocious beast atop the roof. Human, I truly admire your audacity to invade my great city of Valen alone. As the humanoid ferocious beast finished speaking, it raised the heavy sword in its hand high into the air, and dark magical energy began to rapidly coalesce around the blade. Swish! A sound of tearing space resounded as the heavily raised sword descended swiftly. The sword's glow interwoven with dark magical energy surged toward Yinan. Yinan focused intently on the incoming attack. This humanoid ferocious beast strike was indeed powerful. A concentration of 8 dragon strength formed on his clenched fist. 8 golden dragons streaked forward in an explosive charge. The sword's glow, interwoven with dark magical energy, instantly vanished where it stood, while the 8 golden dragons continued their flight towards the humanoid ferocious beast. Struck as though by lightning, the humanoid ferocious beast cried out, "Hurry dodge! Hurry dodge!" There was some distance between Yinan and the humanoid beast. Just as the residual power of the 8 golden dragons was about to hit the humanoid ferocious beast, it finally managed to dodge. The residual force of the 8 golden dragons struck into the sky, causing a thunderous roar to echo across the heavens. Golden light filled the sky, shaking all who witnessed it. As soon as this 6th rank master level humanoid ferocious beast dodged the remaining power of the 8 golden dragons, Yinan activated the advanced speed technique, flowing cloud step, bringing him instantly in front of the humanoid ferocious beast. Seeing Yinan suddenly appear beside it, the humanoid ferocious beast became overwhelmed with panic. "Human, I'll kill you." In sheer terror, the humanoid ferocious beast screamed loudly, raising its heavy sword for a horizontal slash at Yinan. With a quick sidestep, Yinan evaded the heavy sword slash. Leaping into the air above the humanoid ferocious beast, he raised his fist and delivered a devastating punch straight down at it. The humanoid ferocious beast trembled uncontrollably with fear, its pupils completely filled with the sight of Yinan's fist, charged with elemental energy, leaving no room for any other image. Boom! Yinan's punch landed squarely on the body of the humanoid ferocious beast, which without question had its torso pierced by Yinan's punch. Standing atop the roof now, his gaze fixed firmly upon the crowd of ferocious beasts below. Chapter 34, Thousandfold Critical Hit, 9th Rank Master. The packs of ferocious beasts were already terrified. They couldn't imagine that a 6th rank master level ferocious beast would be so easily annihilated by this human. Heavenly Young Blaze explosion. Massive fireballs kept raining down from the sky, crashing towards the ground. The ferocious beasts let out heart-rending screams one after another. Yinan started to recycle these beasts. He darted across rooftops, relentlessly attacking and recycling the ferocious beasts as he went. Ring. Recycling successful. 300 million spirit stones. 50 million abnormal talent stones. 50 million cultivation talent stones. Activate 800-fold critical hit. High-grade defensive technique. Profound armor Tianju. With a flash, Yinan moved. He was off to another part of Valent City. Heavenly Young Blaze explosion. Huge fire dragon technique. Crazy gale sweep. Heavenly Yuan fist. In a frenzy, Yinan unleashed all sorts of techniques on the ferocious beasts in front of him. Ring. Recycling successful. 900 million spirit stones. 350 million cultivation talent stones. 350 million abnormal talent stones. Activate 900-fold critical hit. After killing and recycling a batch of ferocious beasts in one location, Yinan used the high-grade speed technique, flowing cloud step, to leave, continuing his hunt elsewhere. Boom. Yinan raised his fist, filled with energy visible at its peak as it struck forward, leaving behind shockwaves and sound bursts in the air. When the aftershocks faded, yet another group of ferocious beasts perished, and Yinan recycled their remains. "Human, know your limits." As the voice faded, a cold shout reached Yinan's ears, followed by the appearance of another humanoid ferocious beast in front of him. This humanoid beast was a 7th rank master level ferocious beast. Its pitch-black body emitted dark magical energies, causing nearby plants to instantly wither upon contact. Valen's mightiest ferocious beast is an 8th rank master level beast, which made this 7th rank master undoubtedly one of the strongest beasts in Valen. "Human, your strength is commendable. Why not surrender to us? When our race conquers the blue star, we will ensure your survival." The 7th rank master stared at Yinan with icy coldness. "Not happening." Yinan shook his head. "I came into Valen solely to destroy it." With that, Yinan used the flowing cloud step and launched himself towards the 7th rank master. The 7th rank master jumped back startled, never expecting Yinan's sudden attack. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a resonant boom in the space around them. The 7th rank master class humanoid beast was sent flying backward. Yinan didn't give it any chance to react. Before it could fully respond, Yinan appeared beside it, seizing its body and throwing it over 20 meters away. Raising his fist once more, it became encased in terrifying elemental power aimed at where the 7th rank beast landed. Already disoriented from Yinan's first punch, by the time it realized what was happening, it was less than a meter away from Yinan's raised fist. "Ah!" The 7th rank master screamed. Boom! The body of the 7th rank master slammed onto Yinan's position. Without a doubt, the 7th rank master's body was pierced through by Yinan's fist. Retracting his hand, Yinan had rendered the 7th rank master incapable of further combat, life force quickly slipping away. After this 7th rank humanoid beast fell, Yinan chose to recycle its essence. Ring. Recycling successful. 2 billion spirit stones. 500 million cultivation talent stones. 500 million abnormal talent stones. Low-tier lightning element talent. Activate 1000-fold critical hit. Yinan fused with the rewards. 9th rank master. Abnormal talents also vary in strength. For instance, wind or rain elemental talents are far weaker compared to lightning element talents. A trace of delight flickered across Yinan's face. The lightning talent indeed counted among the most fearsome abilities, surpassing even fire elemental ones. Unexpectedly, 500 million abnormal talent stones hadn't been enough to upgrade his newly acquired lightning element talent. Nevertheless, this no longer mattered. What did was heading to the palace of Valent City to slay the remaining 8th rank master beast. Seize the king to catch the thief. It was a principle he clearly understood, and thus, he made his way to the main hall of Valent City. Elsewhere, several masters guarding the pit discussed. That great figure has been inside the pit for such a long time now. Why is there still no news? Has he abandoned coming out? Do you think that great figure has perished inside? These are not the most important things. What matters most is why we have never seen him in the Jiangnan base city before. Several masters exchanged glances. Yes, why had they never seen Yinan in Jiangnan base city? Moreover, they had never even heard of him. During Yinan's journey to Jiangnan base city, these masters along with their warrior corps arrived at Anqing Earth Rift to guard it. Naturally, they hadn't heard of Yinan. Perhaps he came from another base city. We shouldn't confine our perspective solely to Jiangnan base city. Even in the Dragon Nation, Jiangnan isn't much, let alone on the Blue Star. One master said. The other masters nodded, finding this statement very reasonable. Why don't we? Suddenly, one master looked at the others as they paused for a few seconds. Go deep into the Earth Rift, and take a look. The several masters were startled. They had never thought of such a thing. Initially, when they entered the Earth Rift, their main purpose was merely to guard it. As for going deep inside, they hadn't considered it. I believe we should take a look. Of course, if you're afraid, just forget what I said. Another master came back to his senses and spoke. Aren't they just ferocious beasts? What is there to fear? Even if there's a blood demon celestial wolf inside this rift, I wouldn't be afraid. The masters began to voice their thoughts one after another, their fighting spirits rising. Say it and do it. The group of masters headed deep into the earth rift. After arriving at the depths of the rift, they felt an incredibly strong blood smell and were stunned. What happened? Why is there such a strong scent of blood? It should be because many ferocious beasts died to create this heavy blood smell. Could it be? The eyes of the several masters widened. All of them thought of a terrifying possibility. Such a concentrated blood smell could only appear with the blood of countless ferocious beasts. This terrifying possibility was, Yinan had killed countless ferocious beasts deep in the earth rift. Chapter 35. The leader of Valen Great City, the nine-winged demon insect. Several masters continued to walk towards the depths of the underground cave. The smell of savage beasts' blood was becoming increasingly strong, and their expressions became more astonished. Up ahead should be a gathering place for savage beasts. Let's go take a look. As they spoke, these several masters entered a small grove. However, after entering the grove, they only discovered an extremely concentrated smell of savage beast blood and did not see any corpses of savage beasts. What is going on? One master looked around in all directions, his face revealing a startled expression. Where are the corpses of the savage beasts? The masters searched everywhere for the bodies of the savage beasts, but no matter how they looked, they couldn't find even one corpse of a savage beast. After a short while, the several masters emerged from the grove, confusion visible on their faces. What do you think this means? It's possible that the existence here possesses an exceedingly terrifying primordial technique that can make savage beasts vanish. Is there such a primordial technique? That seems impossible. The several masters were all rather shocked. Naturally, they could not guess why they couldn't see even one corpse of a savage beast, nor could they guess that Yinan had a system, because in this world of Lonstar, the concept of a system doesn't exist. By the way, how about we visit Valen Great City? Perhaps that existence has already reached Valen Great City and annihilated it. A master's eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something, speaking thus to the other masters. The several masters paused momentarily, taken aback. That's impossible. Valen Great City is the strongest gathering place of savage beasts within Anshin Underground Cave. I also think it's impossible. You've been imagining things all day. Though he is powerful, I would absolutely not be a match for him. How could he possibly have wiped out Valen Great City? We must not over-mythologize someone just because we don't know everything. Still, it might not hurt to check it out. After discussing briefly, the masters finally decided to head towards Valen Great City. Upon arriving outside Valen Great City, the several masters still did not discover the presence of any savage beasts, and the smell of savage beast blood in the air surpassed what they had smelled before at the previous gathering places. Staring blankly at each other, the masters felt uneasy, unable to resist swallowing saliva, realizing what they previously imagined might very well be true. They entered Valen Great City. Boom. As soon as the several masters stepped into Valen Great City, a loud explosion echoed in their ears. Immediately after, roars of savage beasts also appeared. The several masters started in surprise. Should we leave, or? They knew that a great battle was occurring inside Valen Great City, and the person fighting against Valen Great City was only one, Yinan. I am not leaving. Such scenes like this occur only once in a lifetime. Would you now ask me to leave? Having spoken, this master rushed quickly towards the source of the explosions. The other masters followed closely behind. Only the one who questioned whether they should leave or stay remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the retreating backs of the other masters, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Seems like I have the smallest courage among us. As he said this master hurried after them as well. It didn't take long for the several masters to arrive at the location where the sounds of explosions were originating from, but the sight before their eyes left them thunderstruck, sending a chill down their spines. They involuntarily trembled with shock. They saw it. Savage beasts fell one after another into pools of blood, the ground covered with countless fallen savage beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted, wind roared, rain attacked. Fist energies, sound bursts, fist shadows kept appearing in the space, the entire area resonating like constant thunder. The masters could see Yinan, their pupils dilating uncontrollably, mouths gaping open wide. The combat prowess Yinan displayed was truly astonishing. Time flowed, yet savage beasts continued to fall onto the ground. Blood gushed forth endlessly, creating rivers of blood on the floor, while savage beast carcasses piled up like mountains. The scene made the several masters feel dumbfounded, unable to help drawing in cold breaths in succession. It was an overwhelming and unilateral slaughter. Roar. Just as savage beasts were falling one after another, an ear-piercing roar filled the air. Roar. Once this roar sounded, violent winds receded backward, the currents of space being disturbed, some lower buildings crumbling into dust. A towering human-like savage beast appeared. This human-like savage beast wore a large red cape on its back, and wielded a bronze ancient spear in its hands. The ancient spear seemed remarkably plain, as if it had been used for countless years. The several masters looked at the emerging human-like savage beast, horror written all over their faces. The sheer pressure from the energy radiating off this creature terrified them beyond measure. Nine-winged demon insect. 8th rank master level savage beast. Savage beast abnormal abilities, speed, strength, defense. Yinan had already learned the information about this humanoid ferocious beast. The nine-winged demon insect truly had an impressive form. If it were human with this size, it would undoubtedly be a great general leading the charge in Huaxia. Human master, have you killed enough? The nine-winged demon insect was the leader of Valen Great City. Upon seeing their leader arrive, the remaining ferocious beasts transitioned from fear to joy. Their eyes all focused on Yinan as they realized it was his turn to feel afraid now. Several masters were several hundred meters away from Yinan, who was facing away from them, so they couldn't tell what expression he had on his face. You are the leader of Valen Great City, aren't you? As Yinan looked at the nine-winged demon insect, his critical hit multiplier had already reached 1,000-fold. With so many ferocious beasts around, if he attempted to recover energy from them, it might seem unachievable. However, Yinan knew that it would be impossible to recover energy from all these beasts at once. But so what? If once wasn't enough, then twice. It was only a matter of time. Humph. The nine-winged demon insect twirled the bronze ancient spear in its hands and smirked coldly at Yinan. Human master, you're absolutely right. I am the leader of Valen Great City. You may think you're strong, but you are greatly mistaken if you believe that one man can destroy our city. Several masters standing hundreds of meters away were struck with astonishment. Now they understood why this ferocious beast exuded such terrifying aura. It was the leader of Valen Great City. That was truly terrifying. Currently, Yinan was a 9th grade master equipped with various extraordinary abilities and formidable primordial techniques. Frankly speaking, this 9-winged demon insect appeared rather weak before him. So let me see. Yinan stared intently at the 9-winged demon insect not far away and raised his fist. What your strength is like. Heavenly Dragon's sacred power. The power of the 9th realm dragons surged forth with Yinan's punch, and 90 strands of dragon force flew toward the 9-winged demon insect. The ferocious beasts watched this apocalyptic attack and froze in shock on the spot. Chapter 36. One man annihilates an entire abyss. The 9-winged devil insect looked at the scene and was utterly shocked. It knew that the human master before it was strong, but it never imagined he would be this powerful. Such an attack. The 9-winged devil insect's pupils shrank tightly, staring at the 90 dragon-like forces flying toward it. It froze like a wooden chicken, wanting to escape, but discovering its strength had been drained, as if by some unseen force. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out suddenly. In the range struck by the 90 dragon-like forces, wherever they passed, buildings collapsed with thunderous roars, and the ground cracked open, turning the entire area into ruins. My goodness. Several masters were stunned like a bolt of lightning striking on a clear day, their souls trembling, jolts running through their bodies. The remaining ferocious beasts, upon seeing the situation, all lost their wits and began to make a loud clamor before fleeing in panic. Bang bang bang. Yinan launched attacks against the ferocious beasts preparing to flee. Some fleeing ferocious beasts originally wanted to turn around to see if Yinan was chasing them. However, when they saw such attacks coming their way, they fell into despair. In the entire region, only the cries of agony from the ferocious beasts could be heard. These cries were unbearably tragic, something these beasts never thought they would ever let out. All the ferocious beasts within the great city of ferocious beasts were now slaughtered by Yinan. Several masters standing hundreds of meters behind, Yinan glanced at each other. Cold sweat drenched one master completely. Swallowing a lump in his throat, he looked at the other masters and asked, "Do you think he might get carried away and kill us too?" The other masters were startled. This actually wasn't impossible. At the thought of it, a chill enveloped their whole bodies. Maybe we should leave? Good. Several masters nodded in agreement and prepared to leave the Valen Great City. But just as they were about to depart, an intense oppressive sensation came rushing over them. The masters felt it, their whole bodies shaking as they hastily looked up. At this glance, they were filled with sheer terror, because Yinan had already appeared right in front of them, merely a few steps away. At such a distance, if Yinan chose to attack them, they wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. "Master, do you need anything?" One master tried hard to calm his terrified heart, and asked Yinan with a quivering voice. The other masters didn't dare to move a muscle, even holding their breath. Under the oppressive aura radiating from Yinan's body, their faces showed utmost fear. "Are you all the masters guarding the abyss channels?" Yes. The several masters were somewhat taken aback. They had thought Yinan would utter harsh words to them, but they never expected him to ask such a question. "The abyss is practically gone now. There's no longer any need for you to guard it. Take the warrior army back to Jiangnan Base City." The several masters sighed in relief, their hearts finally settling after being held hostage in anxiety. They couldn't help but bitterly laugh. They were all masters themselves, yet hadn't foreseen the day they'd suffer from paranoia, wondering how Master Yinan would ever kill them when they hadn't defended him. Upon realizing there was no immediate danger, one master mustered up the courage to ask Yinan, "Master, may I ask for your name?" Not just this speaking master, but all the others were extremely curious about Yinan's identity. Yinan. Yinan gave his name to the several masters. These masters had naturally never heard of Yinan's name before. They planned to find out more about Yinan once they returned to Jiangnan Base City. Soon afterward, the several masters left the Valen Great City. Ding. Recycling successful. 30 million Yuan stones. 7 million cultivation talent stones. 7 million psychic talent stones. Grandmaster level speed elemental skill, 9 shadow steps. Ding. Recycling successful. 50 million Yuan stones. 10 million cultivation talent stones. 10 million psychic talent stones. Grandmaster level boxing elemental skill, supreme heavenly shadow fist. Activate 2000x critical strike. Yinan felt excited as he integrated the recycling rewards. Low-grade lightning talent upgraded to mid-grade lightning talent. Yinan reflected inwardly that upgrading lightning talent was incredibly difficult. Despite using so many psychic talent stones, it had only reached mid-grade lightning talent. He was now a 9th rank Grandmaster, and breaking through from 9th rank Grandmaster to 1st rank True Grandmaster involved another bottleneck, much harder than advancing from a 9th rank martial artist to Grandmaster. But still, who cared? The future holds great promise. Yinan gave a faint smile. Having this system is absolutely awesome. How long had it been since he broke through to 9th rank Master? When he first transmigrated to the Blue Star, all he wanted was the most mediocre cultivation talent. Later, when his lack of any cultivation talent was confirmed, he felt utterly hopeless. Abyssal Channel. Several masters arrived at the Abyssal Channel and summoned dozens of great warriors, who were all captains of the warrior corps. These dozens of great warriors looked at the masters with some confusion, wondering why the masters had suddenly called them away from their defense zones. They all knew that these several masters had left the Abyssal Channel to venture deep into the abyss. In the eyes of these dozens of great warriors, it seemed there might be a change in the abyss, which was why the masters had summoned them over. You go and inform the warriors of your respective defense zones to gather here, and then return to Jiangnan Base City. One master said this to the dozens of great warriors. The great warriors were startled for a moment, looking at this speaking master with astonishment. "Master Wang Qian, what's going on? Are we no longer guarding the abyss, or is there a shift change?" There were countless questions swirling in the minds of these dozens of great warriors. Not exactly. The abyss has been completely destroyed, so there is no need to guard it anymore. Master Wang Qian told the great warriors. After finishing, Master Wang Qian glanced at the other masters beside him. You will return with the warrior army. I'll head back ahead of you. I must inform the leader about this matter. All right, the several masters nodded in agreement. After exiting the abyssal channel onto the surface, Master Wang Qian headed toward Jiangnan Bay City. After recycling the ferocious beasts, Yinan didn't linger within the abyssal channel. Exiting via the abyssal channel, he thought for a while before ultimately deciding to return to Heiyuan residential area. He had departed for Jiangnan Bay City without saying goodbye, though he hadn't felt the need to say farewell, as he wasn't particularly familiar with the residents of Heiyuan. Now, he simply wished to take a look at his home. Having resided here for such a long time after transmigrating to the Blue Star, he still missed it quite a bit. He knew that after leaving this time, he may never return to Anqing again. Upon seeing Yinan's return, the residents of Heiyuan warmly greeted him. Chapter 37. The City Lord wants to see you. After returning home, Yinan looked around and shook his head with a smile. To be honest, his house was quite old and shabby. Looking at the portraits of his deceased parents hanging on the wall, Yinan lit a few incense sticks for them. Although his parents had already passed away when he came through the dimensions, everything he ate and used was inherited from them. He was a person who knew gratitude. Extreme Path Alliance, headquarters. Wang Qian arrived at the headquarters plaza of the Extreme Path Alliance. Wang Qian, what's the rush? Has there been a riot in the Anqing underground lair? At the square, Huang Qing asked Wang Qian. It's not that, Master Huang Qing. It's something even more terrible than a riot in the Anqing underground lair. Wang Qian swallowed nervously before speaking. Huang Qing was shocked. Something worse than a riot in the Anqing underground lair. Huang Qing knew Wang Qian wasn't joking. He quickly said to Wang Qian, come, let's go see the alliance leader. Not long after, Huang Qing led Wang Qian into the grand hall. Wang Qian was personally appointed by Su Yuan, so when he saw Wang Qian enter with an unusual expression on his face, he directly questioned him. If I'm not mistaken, there should have been a problem with the Anqing underground lair, right? That's correct, leader. Wang Qian solemnly nodded to the leader Su Yuan. I guess someone massacred many ferocious beasts inside the lair. Su Yuan laughed. Knowing Yinan had returned to Anqing, it was clear to him why Yinan came back, to deal with the underground lair. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian was slightly taken aback. Did the leader mean that Yinan was sent here by the alliance? With this thought, Wang Qian exhaled silently and calmed down. Leader, you've only guessed half right. It wasn't just that some ferocious beasts were killed. Every single beast in the entire lair was wiped out by one person. Hearing this, Grandmaster Huang Qing was completely startled. So stunned was he that he stepped backwards several steps, looking at Wang Qian in utter shock. What are you talking about? Master Huang Qing, it's true. That person's name is Yinan. Hearing it was Yinan, Huang Qing sharply inhaled. Hadn't Yinan only been a second-rank grandmaster during the Anqing underground lair incident? How could a second-rank grandmaster manage such a feat? Even Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. You explained the events of the Anqing underground lair in detail. Regaining his composure, leader Su Yuan urgently told Wang Qian. Not daring to oppose, Wang Qian recounted every detail he had seen in the Anqing underground lair. Leader, how has Yinan grown so fast? This doesn't follow common sense. Huang Qing rubbed his head, unable to figure it out. Common sense? Su Yuan snorted sarcastically. Do geniuses on Earth need to follow common sense? Do the hybrid warriors reigning supreme in world capitals require such rules? Hybrid warriors, the most powerful fighters on Earth, are also the protectors of humanity. They're called powerhouses. As Huang Qing listened to the leader's words, he struggled to comprehend. The meaning was clear. In the near future, Earth would welcome another powerhouse. Listening to the conversation between the alliance leader and Huang Qing, Wang Qian felt utterly baffled, wanting to speak, but finding no words. After staying at home for 2 days, Yinan left Anqing and set off towards the Jiangnan Bay City. Anqing was ultimately too small. The Jiangnan Bay City wouldn't be his final resting place either. Perhaps his journey might not lead to the vastness of stars and oceans. Yinan wasn't currently anxious to break through to the level of Grandmaster. It wasn't easy anyway. His plan was to first perfect his master-level techniques. Recovering treasures from the Anqing underground lair, he gained 2 master-level techniques. 9 Shadow Steps, a speed-enhancing technique, and Big Heaven Shadow Fist, a fist-fighting technique. Once back in the Jiangnan Bay City, he immediately went to the Extreme Path Alliance. Arriving at the Alliance Square, Huang Qing noticed Yinan and rushed over swiftly. Yinan, you're back. Confused, Yinan glanced at Huang Qing, unsure why he seemed so enthusiastic about his return. Then Huang Qing recounted what Wang Qian had told him, and at this, Yinan understood. So where's the Alliance leader? Yinan considered that as a member of the Extreme Path Alliance now, he should pay respect to the leader upon returning. The leader is at the City Lord's mansion, Huang Qing replied. Oh, then I'll go wash up first, Yinan responded, heading towards his room. Of course, he was aware that the City Lord's mansion was the largest institution in Jiangnan Bay City. While the Extreme Path Alliance controlled the warriors within Jiangnan Bay City, the City Lord managed all aspects of daily affairs. Returning to his room, he took a shower and lay down to rest for a while. Inside the Grand Hall of the City Lord's mansion. Inside the Grand Hall were 2 middle-aged men. Both of them exuded an aura of vitality and heroism, and in their younger days, they would have been seen as Prince Charmings by countless young girls. These 2 middle-aged men were none other than Su Yuan, the master of the Extreme Path Alliance, and Lin Chong, the City Lord of Jiangnan Bay City. City Lord Lin Chong was the strongest star expert in Jiangnan Bay City, a third-class grandmaster. Never expected Yinan to grow so rapidly. City Lord Lin Chong was slightly shocked. The last time when a young master appeared in Anqing, Su Yuan had come to report it to him. At that moment, he wanted to meet Yinan, but then heard Yinan was continuously undertaking missions at the Purple Gold Institution, so he didn't want to disturb him. One person destroyed an entire underground lair. Lin Chong still found it hard to accept this fact. Su Yuan, if Yinan returns to the Extreme Path Alliance, ask him to visit me at the City Lord's mansion. I wish to see him. City Lord Lin Chong said to Master Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded his head. Understood. After conversing further with the City Lord, Su Yuan left for the City Lord's residence and returned to the Extreme Path Alliance. As soon as he arrived at the Extreme Path Alliance, Su Yuan met Huang Qing. Seeing the master back, Huang Qing couldn't help but feel delighted. Master, Yinan has returned. Is that so? A trace of joy flickered across Su Yuan's face. Where is he? Yinan is in his room, Huang Qing replied. Having learned Yinan's location, Su Yuan did not linger where he was. He quickly walked toward Yinan's room. Even from tens of meters away from Yinan's room, Su Yuan caught sight of Yinan standing outside the door. Seeing Master Su Yuan approach, Yinan swiftly stepped forward, greeting him respectfully. Master, Yinan, you finally returned. I've already heard about your achievements in the Anqing underground lair. Su Yuan smiled at Yinan, looking at him with deep satisfaction. He felt that the wisest decision of his life was to recruit Yinan into the Extreme Path Alliance. Unsurprisingly, Yinan knew Huang Qing, the Grandmaster, was informed, and naturally, so was the Alliance Master. Yinan, do you have time? Su Yuan continued to inquire. Chapter 38, Warrior Institute, Realm Badge. There is a bit, but not much. Yinan still needed to cultivate the master-level Yuan technique he obtained in the underground caves, so naturally, he did not have much time. The City Lord has asked you to visit the City Lord's mansion. Su Yuan said. Visit the City Lord's mansion? Yinan paused for a moment. He knew that the Supreme Path Alliance was affiliated with the City Lord's mansion, and it was not surprising at all that the City Lord was aware of his matters and wanted to meet him. Alright, Yinan nodded in response. A trip to the City Lord's mansion wouldn't take too much time. He took a step forward, preparing to leave. Oh, Yinan, after meeting the City Lord, remember to register at the Warrior Institute. After leaving the Supreme Path Alliance, Yinan headed toward the City Lord's mansion. Both the Supreme Path Alliance and the City Lord's mansion were located in the center of Jiangnan Bay City, not very far from each other. It didn't take long before Yinan reached the City Lord's mansion. This was his first time coming here, and the guards at the City Lord's mansion didn't recognize him at all. Naturally, they stopped him. Yinan thought it was quite normal. The City Lord's mansion wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Just showing off his mastery-level skills wouldn't allow him to get inside either, or else the City Lord's mansion would lose all dignity. If you want us to report your arrival inside, first tell us your name, then show us your realm badge. One of the guards told Yinan. Yinan was slightly surprised. Entering required a realm badge? This was something he had not expected. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Yinan remembered the Warrior Institute. Yinan had passed an exam to enter Jiangnan Bay City, and at the time of his exam, his strength was merely that of a 4th-rank warrior. Now, everyone in Jiangnan Bay City knew about the terrifying young master who had appeared. He no longer planned on hiding his capabilities. When he arrived at the Warrior Institute, there were already several warriors present, none of them particularly strong. Powerful warriors breaking through to exchange for badges would be attended to by dedicated staff members. Sir, are you here to register and collect your badge? A staff member approached Yinan soon after he walked into the Warrior Institute. Yinan internally thought that in this place called Jiangnan Bay City, the staff's quality was truly good. Even if others didn't know his strength, their attitude was pleasant. Yes. Yinan nodded at the staff member. Sir, please follow me. With those words, the staff member gestured politely with an inviting motion. After Yinan followed the staff member to the warrior registration area, he began registering his identity information. Name, Yinan. Age, 22 years old. Realm, 9th rank master. Sir, registering as a warrior is a serious matter, and cannot be filled out arbitrarily. The staff member beside Yinan noticed he had written down 9th rank master in the realm column and immediately realized Yinan was exaggerating. Yinan set down the pen in his hand and looked directly at the staff member in front of him. I'm not exaggerating at all. The staff member hesitated for a moment, looking at Yinan's face, her instincts telling her that Yinan wasn't lying. But how could that possibly be true? Suddenly, the staff member remembered something and became somewhat restless. For days, Jiangnan Bay City had been buzzing with rumors of a powerful young master appearing in the city. After this news surfaced, the Warrior Institute had urgently searched through its records but found no clues pointing to any young masters. In other words, the young master in Jiangnan Bay City hadn't registered yet at the Warrior Institute. They were still speculating when the young master might come to the institute. Could this be him? For a moment, the staff member felt unsure what to do. If it were fake, she could scold Yinan now and even drive him out of the Warrior Institute without any issues. But if it were true, if Yinan really was the young master who had appeared in Jiangnan Bay City, then she would undoubtedly be committing a monumental blunder. Masters cannot be disgraced. To lower-rank warriors, masters were already figures to be looked up to. For ordinary people, masters were worlds apart. Please, wait a moment. After regaining her composure, the staff member spoke a sentence to Yinan, then hurriedly took the registration book Yinan had filled out and rushed off in one direction. Yinan watched the staff members retreating back and chuckled inwardly. Her reaction was exactly as he had anticipated. The staff member reached a door outside a room and knocked on it gently. Come in. A deep voice came from inside the room. Pushing the door open, the staff member entered and saw the elder seated in a leather chair. Institute head, I received some information I can't decide on. The staff member reported to the elder. The elder, hearing this, glanced at the staff member in front of him and shook his head afterward. You youngsters, bring it over here. The staff member handed Yinan's registration information to the elder. The elder glanced at the registration information absent-mindedly. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing special, but upon a second look, his pupils contracted sharply as he abruptly stood up from his leather chair, eyes bulging wide. It's him. The staff member in front of the elder was startled. Judging by the institute head's expression and words, she had been correct to send over this registration information. The person truly could be the young master who recently appeared in Jiangnan Bay City. The Warrior Institute fell under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Path Alliance. The elder was the institute head of the Warrior Institute. Not long ago, he had visited the Alliance headquarters once, and from the Alliance leader, he learned about the identity of the young master who appeared in Jiangnan Bay City. The name the Alliance leader told him was none other than Yinan. You've done well. Keep it up, and I'll give you a promotion and raise. The elder gave the staff member an approving glance before walking out of the room with Yinan's registration information in hand. The staff member stood stunned for a moment. Promotion and raise? Had she heard correctly? After recovering her wits, the staff member felt quite pleased. She imagined how delighted her grandmother would be if she were to tell her about today's events. The elder quickly walked into the hall, where he spotted Yinan with dragon-like and phoenix-like demeanor at just one glance. Although the elder did not know what Yinan looked like, he was certain that the young master must be him. This was his acumen as the institute head of the Warrior Institute. The elder's strength wasn't strong. He was merely a fifth-rank great martial artist, but as the institute head, he held a certain status within Jiangnan Bay City. Are you Master Yinan? The elder was named Zhao Lang, and he spoke with utmost respect to Yinan. Yinan nodded at the elder. Master Yinan, please follow me. Saying this, Zhao Lang led Yinan to a VIP room. After handling everything for Yinan in the VIP room, it didn't take long before Yinan received a master badge, on which was inscribed a prominent 9-digit number. Master Yinan, this is your realm badge. Chapter 39, Vice Leader of the Extreme Path Alliance. Director Zhao Lang of the Martial Arts Institute respectfully handed over Yinan's badge. Thanks. Yinan took the badge and thanked Zhao Lang. After that, he walked towards the exit of the Martial Arts Institute. Zhao Lang looked at Yinan's retreating figure with admiration. He thought to himself that not only had Yinan achieved mastery at such a young age, but he was also humble, yet dignified in demeanor. There probably wouldn't be anyone else like him on the entire Blue Star. After leaving the Martial Arts Institute, Yinan returned to the City Lord's mansion. Several guards of the City Lord's mansion saw Yinan coming again and stopped him outside. Weren't you just told? If you want us to report to the City Lord, first tell me your name and show your badge of realm. That's right. The City Lord's mansion isn't a place for just anyone to enter. Without a badge of realm, wouldn't it mean that anyone could just give us their name and we would have to go in and report it? The several guards' voices carried a touch of displeasure. In their eyes, Yinan must be here seeking something from the City Lord, but the City Lord was busy handling myriad affairs every day. If anyone could just walk into the City Lord's mansion to see the City Lord, then the City Lord would likely already be driven crazy by now. Yinan pulled his badge of realm out from his spatial ring, and the guards' eyes widened as they noticed its insignia. This badge. The eyes of the guards widened, expressions of disbelief appearing on their faces followed by overwhelming shock, causing them to tremble violently, all over. Master-level realm badge. And it's even the 9th rank master. These guards were greatly startled. They never expected that Yinan would be a 9th rank master. My name is Yinan. Go report it. Yinan didn't feel that these guards had intentionally offended him, so he did not want to get entangled with them any further. He simply wished to see the City Lord as quickly as possible. After seeing the City Lord, Yinan was almost sure what the City Lord might say to him. He had always been a man who started things and finished them. Otherwise he wouldn't be here at all. How could the guards dare not to go inside and report? One guard immediately ran into the City Lord's mansion, trembling all the way, while the remaining guards looked at Yinan with great fear. A short moment later, the guard who went inside came back out and said respectfully to Yinan, Grandmaster Yinan, the City Lord invites you in. Yinan walked into the City Lord's mansion. As the largest power institution in the Jiangnan Bay City, the building was of course magnificent and imposing. After entering the City Lord's mansion, a special attendant led Yinan to meet the City Lord. Not long after, Yinan met City Lord Lin Chong in the central grand hall of the City Lord's mansion. It was the first time Yinan and Lin Chong were meeting each other. I am the City Lord of the Jiangnan Bay City, Lin Chong. Nice to meet you. I am Yinan. Yinan and Lin Chong shook hands. After asking Yinan to sit down, City Lord Lin Chong continued to speak. Yinan, I invited you to the City Lord's mansion today for no other reason than to know your current realm. 9th rank master. Yinan did not hesitate to reveal his level. It had already been registered in the Martial Arts Institute, so even if he didn't say it, others could still find out. I thought you were already a grandmaster. City Lord Lin Chong gave Yinan a wry smile. You wiped out the Anqing underground cave alone. I may be the City Lord of Jiangnan Bay City, but to be honest, someone like you, a prodigy of heaven, I've never even heard of before. City Lord, you didn't summon me here today just to praise me, did you? Yinan cautiously observed City Lord Lin Chong. If the City Lord truly only called him for praise, it would be similar to what he guessed, but he still hoped that the City Lord would say something unexpected. Yes. City Lord Lin Chong nodded at Yinan. Upon seeing the City Lord nodding, Yinan felt a sense of anticipation arise. Words from the ruler of a city should certainly hold immense significance. Yinan, do you know the current situation on the Blue Star? I know some, but not clearly. Yinan shook his head at the City Lord Lin Chong. Nowadays, there are numerous subterranean caves emerging on the Blue Star, and nobody knows how many new ones appear each year. Although the all-out war between humans and ferocious beasts ended a long time ago, no one knows when the second full-scale war will break out. Nor does anyone know whether humanity will be able to withstand another invasion of ferocious beasts this time. Let's set aside the Blue Star for now, and just talk about our Long Country. In Long Country, there are 6 major base cities. Apart from our Jiangnan Bay City, the areas outside the other base cities are riddled with countless numbers of subterranean caves. This time, a subterranean cave has also appeared near our Jiangnan Bay City, but it's within a controllable range. Here, City Lord Lin Chong paused momentarily. Yinan, you are a citizen of the Blue Star, you are also from the Long Country, and you are more than ever one of us in Jiangnan Bay City. My meaning should be clear to you, right? This world belongs to you. It also belongs to us, but ultimately, it still belongs to you. City Lord Lin Chong continued. Yinan of course understood what the City Lord meant. The reason the City Lord summoned him here was to brainwash him and instill in him a sense of responsibility, that the rise and fall of one's homeland is everyone's duty. In fact, Yinan already knew this without the City Lord's words. When vicious beasts appeared in Anqing, he had seen warriors and soldiers lying dead in the streets. They were all protecting their land. Of course, he wasn't a hero, and he didn't want to be a hero either. He also considered himself not a good person, and he knew there were many bad people on Blue Star, so he would never expose the system. I know. Yinan's tone was somewhat calm, but his gaze was as sharp as lightning. City Lord Lin Chong glanced at Yinan with satisfaction. Yinan, now that you're a 9th rank master, one of the strongest warriors in the Jiangnan Bay City, do you want to stay in the Extreme Path Alliance or come to the City Lord's mansion? The Extreme Path Alliance will be fine. Yinan replied. To him, there was no difference between the Extreme Path Alliance and the City Lord's mansion. Since there was no difference, why should he change? City Lord Linchong also had no intention of forcing Yinan to come to the City Lord's mansion. He nodded slightly at Yinan. You can serve as the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance. Yinan was somewhat surprised. Vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance? Just by visiting the City Lord's mansion once, he became the vice leader? Who could he appeal to about this? Alright, Yinan didn't refuse further. He knew that even in a world full of danger like Blue Star, it wasn't all about fighting and killing. There were also social conventions and interpersonal relations. City Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Alright, Yinan left the City Lord's mansion and returned to the Extreme Path Alliance. Upon learning that Yinan had returned, Su Yuan, the leader of the Extreme Path Alliance, sought him out. Yinan, what did the City Lord say to you? Some talk about the landscape of Blue Star, and also appointed me as the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance. Yinan told Su Yuan, the leader. Chapter 40, Haichun Mountain, Wild Giant Gorilla. So, do you agree to become the vice leader? I agree. Yinan nodded in response. Good. Leader Su Yuan was delighted. It's absolutely wonderful that you will be the vice leader of the Ji-Dao Alliance. That's right. Su Yuan suddenly thought of something. He then said to Yinan, now that you're the vice leader of the Ji-Dao Alliance, I think we should announce it throughout the whole alliance, don't you think? There's no need for that. It's too high profile. Well, then I'll get a badge made for your position as vice leader. Since its establishment, the Ji-Dao Alliance had never had a vice leader, thus there were no corresponding identity badges. Fine. Yinan agreed. These things didn't serve much purpose, but having them was better than not having them. After leader Su Yuan left, Yinan also found a secluded spot. He planned to practice the master-level martial techniques, Yuan Art Daiten Shadow Fist, and 9 Shadow Step. When practicing the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Technique, Yinan felt foolish, believing that training in battle could make him progress faster, a naive idea like that. Later, after careful reflection, he realized that all methods were equally effective. One just became more proficient with practice. Yinan did not plan to take on missions at the Zijin Institution. He thought it best to first succeed in mastering the 2 master-level techniques before doing anything else. He started practicing the Daiten Shadow Fist and 9 Shadow Step. 2 months later, both the Daiten Shadow Fist and the 9 Shadow Step were fully mastered. After washing up and changing into a clean set of clothes, Yinan took a stroll around the square. A martial artist approached him. Mr. Yinan, the leader has requested you visit the main hall once your technique training is complete, the martial artist respectfully informed him. Upon hearing this, Yinan headed towards the main hall. When he arrived, he saw leader Su Yuan. Yinan, here is the badge signifying your role as vice leader of the Ji-Dao Alliance. As he spoke, leader Su Yuan approached Yinan and handed over the badge, which Yinan accepted without hesitation. After leaving the main hall, Yinan immediately departed from the Ji-Dao Alliance. He intended to explore Jiangnan Bay City for a while since he had been there for some time, but had never properly toured around. A few minutes later, he discovered an energy tower within Jiangnan Bay City. The energy tower consisted of 100 floors. Below the energy tower were many young martial artists. Yinan looked at the 100-floor energy tower. Though its energy seemed potent, it paled in comparison to his ability to recover lost energy. Still, now that he was here, Yinan decided to give it a try. Entering the energy tower was not free. It required spending alliance coins, which were the universal currency of Planet Blue. After joining the Ji-Dao Alliance, leader Su Yuan gave Yinan a purple gold alliance card containing 1 billion alliance coins. Money wasn't an issue for him. Entering the first floor of the energy tower, Yinan noticed that it was crowded with people heading toward the second floor. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor, 50th floor. Yinan reached the 50th floor in one breath. Of course, 50 floors posed no pressure for him. With the combat power of a 9th rank master, let alone 50 floors, even 100 floors would be nothing to him. 60th floor, 70th floor, 80th floor, 90th floor. At the 99th floor, the energy was already quite concentrated, allowing Yinan, with his superhuman cultivation talent, to absorb considerable amounts of energy every second. Instead of lingering on the 99th floor, Yinan proceeded towards the 100th floor. After reaching the 100th floor, Yinan began absorbing the abundant energy, far denser than on the 99th floor. What Yinan did not know was that outside the energy tower, the martial artists had stiffened like wooden statues or clay figures, staring blankly at the glowing 100th floor of the energy tower. In their memory, the 100th floor of the energy tower had never lit up before. The illumination indicated that someone had actually ascended to the 100th floor. After absorbing some energy on the 100th floor, Yinan felt unimpressed and exited the energy tower. Following his exit from the energy tower, Yinan took on a task at the Zijin Institution. 10 days later, Yinan returned to the Ji-Dao Alliance and received startling news. A wild giant gorilla had appeared on Haichun Mountain. Wild giant gorilla. Yinan certainly knew about it. He'd seen it in a ferocious beast compendium. The wild giant gorilla was a 9th rank master level ferocious beast. But if it were merely a 9th rank master level beast, Yinan wouldn't have cared much. The critical reason was that, like the 9-headed evil lion, its blood was extremely beneficial to martial artists. Leader, are you certain there's a wild giant gorilla on Haichun Mountain? Yinan asked leader Su Yuan again. How could it be fake? But I want to tell you that Haichun Mountain is the boundary mountain between Jiangnan Bay City and Haiqing Bay City. Besides our grandmasters from Jiangnan Bay City, there are also grandmasters from Haiqing Bay City, said Su Yuan, the leader of the Ji-Dao Alliance. Leader, why don't you go? I am already a great grandmaster. The wild giant gorilla's blood means nothing to me. Almost all those going this time are masters ranked from 7th to 9th tier. It would be a suicide mission for lower tier masters. Yinan nodded. Leader, we should not delay further. I will leave now. After speaking, Yinan triggered the Grand Master level skill 9 Shadow Step, and in an instant, he left the main hall. Wait! Su Yuan, noticing Yinan swiftly leaving, hurriedly shouted out loud to the outside. You haven't taken the map yet. However, with the rapid speed of 9 Shadow Step, Yinan had already gone far. Just as he was about to leave the city gate, he realized he had forgotten the map. He looked at the guards by the city gate. Do you have a full map of Jiangnan Bay City's territory? The city gate guards were startled. They hadn't even asked for Yinan's identity information, but instead, Yinan was asking them for a full map of Jiangnan Bay City's territory. Though there indeed was such a map inside the guard booth, they wouldn't naturally choose to give it to him. Do we really need to tell you whether we have a full map of Jiangnan Bay City or not? One guard spoke rudely to Yinan. Yinan didn't have much time to explain further. He took out his rank badge from his facial ring. The few city gate guards, upon seeing Yinan's rank badge, gasped in shock. It felt as if struck by lightning. Ning, 9-ranked Grandmaster. Get me the map as fast as you can. These city gate guards dared not reject, even slightly. They quickly rushed into the guard booth, fetched out the entire territorial map of Jiangnan Bay City, and handed it over to Yinan. After acquiring the full territorial map of Jiangnan Bay City, Yinan glanced at the direction of Haichun Mountain and dashed along the route swiftly. Seeing Yinan exit the city gates, these city gate guards all sighed in relief. Yinan's display of his rank badge earlier had frightened them greatly. What do you think has happened in the wild? In the last couple of days, so many Grandmasters have headed towards the wilderness. One city gate guard asked puzzled. Chapter 41. The Grandmasters of the two major base cities. Mount Haichun. Yinan arrived at Mount Haichun according to the full map of Jiangnan Bay City. He came a bit late after all, so there was only one wild gigantic ape that might have been killed by someone. This wasn't a single-player game, and he didn't think his luck would always be good. He came to Mount Haichun just to try his luck. It would be great if he could encounter a wild gigantic gorilla, but if not, there was nothing he could do about it. Though the wild gigantic gorilla was also a 9th-rank Grandmaster-level ferocious beast, it would never be Yinan's match. Not only did Yinan possess numerous abnormal talents, but he also had Grandmaster-level elemental skills. What did the wild gigantic gorilla have to fight against him? Mount Haichun wasn't a mountain range, but a lone big mountain with tall trees and dense forests, and no one knew how vast it was inside. Yinan ascended Mount Haichun. After detecting with his mental power, he found that he could only detect the aura of some Grandmasters weaker than himself. As the boundary between the two major base cities, almost all the 9th-rank Grandmasters from both base cities had come, yet Yinan's mental power hadn't detected any 9th-rank Grandmaster auras. Yinan realized these 9th-rank Grandmasters were hiding themselves. Similarly, if the wild gigantic gorilla hid itself, it wouldn't be detectable by mental power either, unless Yinan broke through to become a supreme Grandmaster. So, even though there was only a small difference between an 8th rank and a 9th rank Grandmaster, the gap was actually quite significant. The Grandmasters from Jiangnan Bay City are truly laughable. Let me warn you all to leave Mount Haichun right away. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unfriendly. A cold laugh sounded off, accompanied by terrifying momentum. This momentum spread throughout the hills of Mount Haichun, causing birds and beasts alike to flee. Yinan understood this was the kind of momentum only 9th rank Grandmasters could exude. Upon checking with his mental power, he discovered many powerful auras emanating from where the cold laugh originated. He secretly guessed there might be conflicts among the Grandmasters from the two major base cities. Without much thought, he approached. A minute later, Yinan saw a group of Grandmasters. These Grandmasters were divided into two groups, and were confronting each other, with over 10 people on each side. And the weakest among these Grandmasters was a 7th rank Grandmaster, while the strongest was a 9th rank Grandmaster. These Grandmasters belonged to Jiangnan Bay City and Haichun Bay City. Overall, the Grandmasters from Haichun Bay City were stronger than those from Jiangnan Bay City, but the latter still possessed the ability to fight back. Neither side dared to make the first move. If so many Grandmasters engaged in fierce combat out in the wild, who knows what consequences would follow back at their base city. The Grandmasters from the two base cities looked at the approaching Yinan, their gazes focusing on him with frozen expressions. Just continue as if I don't exist. Yinan smiled at the Grandmasters from the two base cities. Listening to Yinan's words, the Grandmasters from the two base cities sized up Yinan from head to toe. You, what brings you here? An 8th rank Grandmaster stared at Yinan. Could it be that all of you didn't come to Mount Haichun to look for the wild gigantic gorilla? Yinan smiled frankly. The Grandmasters from the two base cities were slightly confused. It wasn't hard to understand from Yinan's words that he too was looking for the wild gigantic gorilla. But what was the wild gigantic gorilla? It was a 9th rank Grandmaster level mighty ferocious beast. How dare a young genius, no matter how terrifyingly talented, come to Mount Haichun with bare heart and leopard gall. However, the Grandmasters from the two base cities didn't pay too much attention to Yinan. In their view, Yinan should just be a talent unaware of the weight of the situation, sneaking to Mount Haichun after hearing about the appearance of the wild gigantic gorilla to train himself. I will say this again. Are you people from Jiangnan Bay City leaving or not? A 9th rank Grandmaster fixed his gaze directly on the Grandmasters from Jiangnan Bay City. Yeah, what if we choose not to leave? From Jiangnan Bay City, a 9th rank Grandmaster retaliated against the 9th rank Grandmaster from Haichun Bay City. People from both base cities had their swords drawn, appearing ready for battle. Yinan, standing aside, considered whether he should lend a hand if they fought. After thinking for several seconds, he decided to help. He was now the leader of the Jidao Alliance, which controlled various martial arts forces in Jiangnan Bay City. Thus, he still needed to offer some assistance to these Grandmasters. If so many Grandmasters from these two base cities were to engage in a major battle in the wilderness, it would not only impact the base cities, but also affect the entire Dragon Nation. If your Grandmasters from Jiangnan Bay City have the guts, then send one person out to fight me. Whoever loses must leave Mount Haichun. The 9th rank Grandmaster from Haichun Bay City said while staring at the Grandmasters from Jiangnan Bay City. Good. Do you think we, from Jiangnan Bay City, fear your Haichun Bay City? Shouted a 9th rank Grandmaster from Jiangnan Bay City. Yinan thought this situation was quite good. The wild gigantic gorilla had not been discovered yet. If it were found, and then a dispute arose, it might no longer be one-on-one, but rather a deadly group battle. Such a large-scale battle among so many Grandmaster-level martial artists could potentially blow up Mount Haichun. Name, Wu Hailong. Realm, 9th rank Grandmaster. Cultivation talent, superb. Abnormal talent, high-tier swordplay talent. Yinan reviewed the information of the 9th rank Grandmaster from Haichun Bay City. Meanwhile, he also checked the information of the 9th rank Grandmaster from Jiangnan Bay City. Name, Zhang Wenyuan. Realm, 9th rank Grandmaster. Cultivation talent, superb. Abnormal talent, high-tier strength talent, high-tier defense talent, high-tier speed talent, medium fire element talent. After comparing the data of these two 9th-rank grandmasters, Yinan felt that the 9th-rank grandmaster from Jiangnan Bay City was at a disadvantage and wouldn't be a match for the 9th-rank grandmaster from Haiqing Bay City. The 9th-rank grandmaster from Haiqing Bay City possessed a high-tier swordplay talent. Having such a talent allowed him to have profound insights into blade weapons, enabling him to generate blade energy and even cultivate advanced techniques related to his talent, especially with a high-tier talent like his. Swordplay talent's offensive capabilities were simply terrifying. The grandmasters cleared out a space, allowing Wu Hailong from Haiqing Bay City and Zhang Wenyuan from Jiangnan Bay City to glare at each other. Wu Hailong's spatial ring glimmered faintly as an advanced-grade Yuan weapon appeared in his hand. It was a golden blade. Yuan weapons were the finest arms on Blue Star, and advanced-grade Yuan weapons were even more superior. These weapons were crafted with super alloys injected into their materials. After Blue Star transitioned into the cold weapon era, it was rumored that a cosmic warship crashed onto the planet. Scientists later discovered methods for producing super alloys inside the ship, and thus, Yuan weapons were born. Wu Hailong gripped the golden longsword tightly and sneered at Zhang Wenyuan. A visible blade energy had already coalesced upon his sword. Give up. You'll never be my match. Chapter 42. The battle between two 9th-rank masters. Zhang Wenyuan is defeated. Wu Hailong sneered as he looked at Zhang Wenyuan. In his hand, the golden longsword had gathered a concentrated blade aura. The masters from Haiqing Bay City were brimming with confidence, having absolute faith in Wu Hailong. On the other hand, the masters from Jiangnan Bay City did not look so good. From the intense blade aura emanating from Wu Hailong's golden sword, it was evident that Wu Hailong possessed an innate talent for the sword. They all knew that the talent for blade aura had a tremendous offensive power. Zhang Wenyuan focused intently on Wu Hailong's golden longsword. As he spread his palm and activated his moderate flame talent, a fiery blaze appeared within his hand. It seems you have no intention of giving up. Wu Hailong glanced at the flames in Zhang Wenyuan's hand. Although the flame talent was indeed formidable, compared to his sword talent, it still fell short. Enough talk, come on. With a loud cry, Zhang Wenyuan launched his flaming energy towards Wu Hailong. The temperature around them increased several times over, causing the leaves to evaporate. Overestimating yourself. With a disdainful laugh, Wu Hailong raised his golden sword and delivered one stroke towards the oncoming flames. Swish! A sharp glow erupted. An extremely sharp blade aura surged out from the golden longsword heading directly toward the flames. As soon as the flames collided with the blade aura, they were instantly scattered by the latter, leaving the residual blade aura continuing toward Zhang Wenyuan. Zhang Wenyuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly activated his speed Yuan technique, moving swiftly to avoid the remaining blade aura. This residual blade aura struck a towering ancient tree. Several people would be needed to encircle it, and with a thunderous roar, the ancient tree collapsed instantaneously. After evading the residual blade aura, Zhang Wenyuan used the speed Yuan technique again and advanced towards Wu Hailong. Possessing strength, speed, and defense anomaly talents, all at a high level, Wu Hailong lacked other anomaly talents beyond his sword skill. In terms of speed, Wu Hailong naturally couldn't match Zhang Wenyuan. Although Wu Hailong was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant enough to completely ignore Zhang Wenyuan. When Zhang Wenyuan approached him, using his speed Yuan technique, Wu Hailong began to spin on the spot while holding the golden longsword. His spinning accelerated, and arrays of golden blade auras started appearing in the space around him. The sound of the swords resounded endlessly, even creating a vortex of blade energy. Under the protection of the blade vortex, Zhang Wenyuan could not get close, and his attempt to win with speed failed. Swish! Retreating dozens of meters back, a golden blade aura flew toward Zhang Wenyuan. Relying on his high-level speed Yuan technique, he dodged the blade aura. Wind chase palm. After stabilizing himself, Zhang Wenyuan thrust his palm towards Wu Hailong's location. A massive golden hand, formed by condensed Yuan energy, swept toward Wu Hailong at an incredible speed. Wu Hailong sneered once more, and with two swift slashes of the golden longsword, the enormous golden hand disappeared without a trace. Simultaneously, Wu Hailong dashed forward toward Zhang Wenyuan. Fireball technique. Both Zhang Wenyuan and Wu Hailong were 9th-rank masters. Though Wu Hailong was powerful, Zhang Wenyuan was not one to be underestimated. Just as Wu Hailong, wielding the golden longsword, was about to reach Zhang Wenyuan, the latter activated the Fireball Yuan technique. After casting this technique, 3 fiery balls materialized around Zhang Wenyuan and hurtled rapidly toward Wu Hailong. The masters from both Jiangnan Bay City and Haiqing Bay City watched with wide eyes, their hearts racing. This battle between two 9th-rank masters was truly awe-inspiring. Swish! Swish! 2 more strokes of the golden longsword. After the golden blade aura sliced through, the 3 fireballs vanished into the void, and Wu Hailong had arrived right before Zhang Wenyuan. Though Zhang Wenyuan's speed was great, he managed to evade yet again. Thus, these two continued to battle intensely for hours. A master's internal Yuan energy is very abundant, and certainly does not become depleted after merely a few hours of battle. This is it. Suddenly, a sneering voice rang out. When the masters of both base cities looked over, they noticed that the 9th-rank master Zhang Wenyuan of Jiangnan Bay City had left a major opening. Swish! Holding the golden longsword, Wu Hailong unleashed a heavy slash towards Zhang Wenyuan. Zhang Wenyuan hastily dodged, but just as he escaped this blow, because the distance was too close, the tip of the golden longsword had already reached his throat. If it moved even slightly further, his life would be forever lost in this world. The masters of both base cities observed this moment, and all held their breaths. Stillness reigned, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. When the masters of Haiqing Bay City confirmed that they weren't mistaken, they sighed deeply with relief. The anxiety that had been lodged in their throats finally subsided. You've lost. Wu Hailong sneered as he stared at Zhang Wenyuan ahead of him. Zhang Wenyuan gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face beginning to twitch. Although he was unwilling to accept it, what else could he do? A loss was a loss. We're leaving. With that, Zhang Wenyuan prepared to take the masters from Jiangnan Bay City away. Wu Hailong and the masters from Haiqing Bay City had satisfied smiles on their faces. The departure of the masters from Jiangnan Bay City not only meant that the wild giant gorilla belonged to Haiqing Bay City, but also that Haiqing Bay City had triumphed over Jiangnan Bay City. Wait! Suddenly, a voice rang out to everyone's ears. The masters from Jiangnan Bay City halted their steps. They turned around and saw that Yinan had spoken, causing them some surprise. The masters from Haiqing Bay City hadn't expected Yinan to suddenly speak up at this moment either. Their gazes all turned toward Yinan, wanting to know what he intended to say. I'm also from Jiangnan Bay City. Even though we lost, I don't want to leave. What do you think about that? Yinan looked at the masters from Haiqing Bay City. He didn't feel that what he was doing now was disgraceful. Letting Zhang Wenyuan wear down Wu Hailong first was a strategy. Besides, if they were dissatisfied, they could have chosen not to let Wu Hailong step in, since Haiqing Bay City had more than just one 9th rank master. Both the masters of Jiangnan Bay City and Haiqing Bay City were somewhat shocked upon hearing Yinan's words. You are from Jiangnan Bay City too? The masters from Jiangnan Bay City were astonished. Yinan did not reply. His eyes continued to focus on the masters of Haiqing Bay City. Do you mean to challenge us Haiqing Bay City masters? Wu Hailong looked at Yinan with disdain and a mocking smile. If that's the case, then it couldn't be better. Yinan said slowly to Wu Hailong. Chapter 43. Not enough, still not enough. Wu Hailong listened to Yinan's words, and his expression instantly turned cold. He had thought that after hearing his words, Yinan would be scared out of his wits, but he never expected that Yinan actually wanted to fight the master from their Haiqing Bay City. The masters of Jiangnan Bay City were also dumbfounded upon hearing Yinan's declaration. When did someone young like this appear in their city? Wait, the masters of Jiangnan Bay City suddenly seemed to realize something, their pupils dilating. All of them were top masters of Jiangnan Bay City, significant figures within major factions. While they didn't pay too much attention to external matters, they were certainly aware of the emergence of a young master in their base city. They'd even heard rumors about some factions masters visiting the Zijin institution to invite this young master. Young master? Is it him? The masters of Jiangnan Bay City believed it was very likely, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to remain so calm when facing a master. Who among you will battle me? Yinan's gaze remained fixed on the masters from Haiqing Bay City. What arrogance! A 7th grade master from Haiqing Base laughed coldly at Yinan. Let me handle you. As he spoke, this 7th grade master thrust a palm toward Yinan, with no yuan force accompanying this ordinary-looking strike. In this 7th grade master's eyes, Yinan would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such an attack. The masters from Jiangnan Bay City silently shook their heads, though they already confirmed that Yinan was indeed the recently appeared young master in their city. However, there are differences in strength among masters. There was no way Yinan could defeat a 7th grade master. It seemed as if the 7th grade master's palm was about to land on Yinan's body. All the masters from Haiqing Base smirked coldly. Looking straight ahead, Yinan countered with his own palm, similarly devoid of any yuan force. Seeing Yinan return a similar palm strike without additional force, the 7th grade master became infuriated. Bang! The two palms collided. Just as all the masters from both base cities considered this a completely one-sided fight, a shriek pierced through their ears. Ah! Shock swept across both parties. They realized that the scream originated from the 7th grade master, who then flew backward and smashed violently into a thick tree. Hiss! Witnessing the spectacle, the masters of both bases couldn't help but gasp sharply. Their minds struck as if by 5 thunderclaps. Silence fell over the crowd. Could it be that a 7th grade master has been defeated? The masters made a rather unbecoming gesture for their stature. They urgently rubbed their eyes because they felt certain that they must have seen wrong. But reality told them otherwise. They had seen correctly. The masters of Jiangnan Bay City were stunned rigidly, just as they had guessed. Yinan was indeed the young master recently appearing in their base. What none of them had foreseen was the extent of Yinan's power. A 7th grade master was utterly defenseless against him. The bewildered 7th grade master who had battled Yinan stood frozen, unable to regain his senses. You Haiqing Bay City have already lost. Leave Haichun Mountain. Yinan said to the masters of Haiqing Bay City. On what basis? 9th grade master Wu Hailong gritted his teeth. Your Jiangnan Bay City also lost just now, making it merely a tie right now. After witnessing Yinan instantly defeating the 7th grade master, Wu Hailong changed his perception of Yinan. He understood that Yinan should not be viewed through previous assumptions anymore. Fine, let's continue, said Yinan. I'll go. A sharp cry resounded, and a middle-aged man stepped in front of Yinan. This man was an 8th grade master, with average talent and elemental abilities. The 8th grade master gave Yinan a disdainful look. I am not Yu Jing. Don't think you can instantaneously beat me. The Yu Jing, mentioned by the 8th grade master naturally referred to the 7th grade master whom Yinan had just defeated. Not enough. Suddenly, Yinan shook his head at the 8th grade master. What do you mean? It's simple. You alone aren't my match. Yinan's tone was flat, as if stating a triviality. This 8th grade master erupted in rage. If one 8th grade master is not your match, then how about 2? As soon as these words were spoken, another 8th grade master stepped forward in front of Yinan. The masters from Haiqing Bay City gritted their teeth, thinking that Yinan was incredibly arrogant. What annoyed them the most was that they still had no idea about Yinan's exact strength, which made it even more infuriating. The masters of Jiangnan Bay City felt Yinan was a bit too cocky as well, but deep down, they were actually looking forward to the upcoming fight. After witnessing earlier events, they believed Yinan wasn't the type to act recklessly. Perhaps one 8th grade master really wouldn't be enough. However, 2 8th grade masters should suffice. Not enough. What the masters from Jiangnan Bay City never expected was for Yinan to still say it wasn't enough. This was 2 8th grade masters after all. The masters from Haiqing Bay City were enraged beyond control. They had seen many arrogant people before, but someone as audacious as Yinan was a first for them. What about 3 8th grade masters? With another sharp cry, yet another 8th grade master stepped in front of Yinan. These 3 8th grade masters clenched their teeth and stared at Yinan with icy cold gazes. Still not enough. Unexpectedly, Yinan shook his head once again. Upon hearing this, the 3 8th grade masters reached their limits of fury. One of them roared furiously. I'll make you feel enough. As soon as he finished speaking, these 3 8th grade masters simultaneously attacked Yinan. Yinan was now a 9th grade master. How could 3 8th grade masters possibly stand a chance against him? Great Heavenly Shadow Fist. He unleashed a master-level Yuan skill. Countless golden fist shadows emerged out of nowhere and rushed toward the 3 8th grade masters. Shocked and terrified, these 3 masters realized they could not evade the oncoming golden fist shadows. All they could do was brace themselves for the blow. The golden fist shadows mercilessly hit their bodies, causing all 3 8th grade masters to scream in agony as they fell to the ground. Yinan had restrained the power of the Great Heavenly Shadow Fist. Otherwise, with the terrifying might of a master-level Yuan skill, these 3 8th grade masters would have been dead already. A thunderclap seemed to strike through the crowd of both base cities' masters, sending chills down their spines. Our young master from Jiangnan Base City, Zhang Wenyuan swallowed hard, is actually this strong. Chapter 44. Master leaves Haiqing Base, Wild Giant Gorilla appears. The moment Yinan unleashed the master-level martial technique Dang Shadow Fist, he defeated 3 8th grade masters instantly. Then, he looked at the other masters from Haiqing Base City. What now? Can we leave? He said this to the masters of Haiqing Base City. Upon regaining their senses, the masters of Jiangnan Base City were overjoyed. They had almost missed their chance to encounter the wild giant gorilla, but thanks to Yinan's arrival, hope was restored. There's still me. Wu Hailong glared coldly at Yinan. Don't bother, you're no match for me. Yinan shook his head at Wu Hailong. He wasn't exaggerating. Though Wu Hailong possessed a high-grade knife technique talent, his skills were not enough to challenge Yinan. Seeing Yinan so casually belittling him, Wu Hailong's veins bulged with anger as the aura of a 9th grade master erupted powerfully around him. Suddenly, a golden longsword reappeared in Wu Hailong's hand. The masters of Jiangnan Base City all knew that if Yinan defeated Wu Hailong, then there would be no way the people of Haiqing Base City could remain on Mount Haichun any longer. Yinan watched Wu Hailong and his golden longsword, shaking his head again in silence. Why did nobody believe him when he spoke the truth? Swish! Suddenly, without saying a word, Wu Hailong swung his sword directly at Yinan. The golden blade disrupted the space air current, causing surrounding trees to break one after another. Indeed, the offensiveness of a blade-based talent was formidable. Though Yinan could completely withstand such an attack, he didn't choose to confront it head-on because there was no need. With his high-grade speed talent and master-level speed skill Juing Step, his speed far surpassed Zhang Wenyuan's, who was already much faster than Wu Hailong, let alone compared to Yinan himself. Yinan easily dodged the terrifying slash and moved swiftly towards Wu Hailong. 9 shadowy figures appeared along his movement trajectory, each attempting to feint attacks on Wu Hailong, who was caught by surprise and unprepared. This was the frightening power of the master-level speed skill Juing Step. Wu Hailong dared not bet whether these were illusions or not. The 9 shadow attacks had already exhausted his mental strength. Just then, Yinan's true body appeared right in front of him. Bang! Yinan landed a punch on Wu Hailong's body. Wu Hailong flew backward. Seeing Yinan defeat Wu Hailong so easily, the masters of Jiangnan Base City couldn't help but bitterly smile. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such an existence had emerged on Earth. The many masters of Haiqing Base City were horrified when they saw Wu Hailong flying back. In panic, they hurried to where Wu Hailong fell and helped him stand up. Wu Hailong also felt shocked by his face, showing deep astonishment. He never expected Yinan to be so terrifying. Even though Wu Hailong was a 9th grade master with superior blade techniques, he was easily defeated by Yinan. Leave, Yinan said, looking at the masters of Haiqing Base City. The masters of Haiqing Base City gazed fearfully at Yinan. They found his expression calm, but beneath that calmness lay hidden danger, almost as if he was warning them that if they didn't leave Mount Haichun soon, he would start slaughtering indiscriminately. For some unknown reason, the masters of Haiqing Base City believed that someone like Yinan would not care about provoking a war between the 2 base cities. He wouldn't hesitate to strike them down here decisively. We'll go. After uttering these words, Wu Hailong led the masters of Haiqing Base City down Mount Haichun. May I ask your name? The masters of Jiangnan Base City looked at Yinan. They still didn't know his name. Yinan. Yinan introduced himself to the group of masters. Yinan, may I call you by that name? 9th grade master Zhang Wenyuan tentatively asked Yinan. You can all call me by my name directly. As fellow masters, Yinan preferred not to be overly formal with titles like Lord Yinan or Grandmaster, which he disliked. Yinan, now that the masters from Haiqing Base City have left, can we team up to find the wild giant gorilla? All the masters of Jiangnan Base City looked at Yinan. This was their most pressing concern. Despite being from Jiangnan Base City, none of them were familiar with Yinan yet. I think maybe not. Actually, Yinan, the blood of the wild giant gorilla is extremely overpowering. Even a 9th grade master can only absorb 1,000 milliliters. Before Yinan could fully reject the idea, Zhang Wenyuan interrupted him. Is that so? Listening to Zhang Wenyuan's words, Yinan was somewhat astonished. 1,000 milliliters was just about 2 pounds, right? If that's the case, then there's no harm in letting them join. After all, Mount Haichun is vast, and with more people, it increases the likelihood of finding the wild giant gorilla hidden in the mountain. Alright, let's team up, Yinan said to the masters of Jiangnan Base City. After receiving Yinan's reply, the masters of Jiangnan Base City sighed in relief. Fortunately, Yinan hadn't told them to leave Mount Haichun. Otherwise, they truly wouldn't have known what to do. Now let's start searching for the wild giant gorilla. Yinan continued. The masters nodded in agreement, and they began their search for the wild giant gorilla. Mount Haichun was so expansive that trying to find the wild giant gorilla hiding somewhere inside was like looking for a needle in the ocean. It was nearly impossible. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, half a month. Half a month had passed, and the masters still hadn't found any trace of the wild giant gorilla. This led the masters to speculate whether the wild giant gorilla might have already left Mount Haichun. A 7th grade master walked into a dense forest, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. It shouldn't be here, right? He was only a 7th grade master, and if he encountered the wild giant gorilla, there would be no way for him to escape. His fate would surely be death. Roar. Just as the 7th grade master was about to leave the dense forest, a thunderous roar sounded nearby. Hearing the roar coming from not far behind him, the 7th grade master froze in terror. Turning around quickly, he saw a ferocious beast rushing toward him at full speed. The wild giant gorilla. This 7th grade master could hardly believe that the wild giant gorilla was truly in this dense forest. As he watched the approaching beast, his pupils constricted rapidly. He screamed loudly. My life is over. The 7th grade master realized that the place he stood wasn't a forest anymore. It was the gate of hell. Facing a 9th grade master level wild giant gorilla, how could he possibly survive? The wild giant gorilla was now only a few meters away from the 7th grade master, ready to crush him into mush with just one strike. At this critical moment, a young figure suddenly appeared before the 7th grade master. Chapter 45, Slaying the Savage Giant Ape. Bang! As the savage giant ape was about to strike a 7th rank master with its palm, Yinan appeared in front of this 7th rank master and blocked the ape's blow. The 7th rank master opened his tightly closed eyes upon seeing Yinan standing in front of him. He became extremely excited, almost crying. Master Yinan, don't say so much. Step aside, Yinan said to the 7th rank master. The 7th rank master quickly retreated to a safe position. Masters from other parts of Haichun Mountain also sensed the commotion here and rushed over. Human master, you are very strong. The savage giant ape in front of Yinan glared at him intensely. Not that strong, but slaughtering you. Yinan raised his fist and condensed flames on it. Is more than enough. Boom. With that, Yinan swung a fiery punch towards the savage giant ape. The flames surged out directly towards the ape. Roar. The savage giant ape let out an imposing roar that caused the wind itself to retreat. Thunderous rumble. Suddenly, the savage giant ape punched back against the incoming wave of fire. Just as the savage giant ape's fist was about to hit the flames, they began retreating and then disappeared altogether. The masters from Jiangnan Bay City had all arrived by now. They looked at the savage giant ape, initially shocked, then ecstatic. After searching for so long, they finally found the savage giant ape. They knew it wasn't necessary for them to act. This savage giant ape would definitely not be a match for Yinan. The savage giant ape gritted its teeth, looking at the numerous human masters in front of it. Abruptly, this savage giant ape began sprinting away, realizing even if it were stronger, it could never defeat so many human masters. Escaped. All the masters were stunned. They didn't expect this savage giant ape to flee without any warning. When the masters looked towards where Yinan was, they saw he had already started chasing after the savage giant ape. The masters also hurried to follow. Under the effect of the system, Yinan realized that this savage giant ape possessed speed enhancement abilities, truly formidable. Even with Yinan activating his 9 shadow steps, he couldn't catch up to the savage giant ape immediately. But the 9 shadow steps were still the 9 shadow steps. After just a few minutes, Yinan finally caught up with the savage giant ape and stood right in front of it. The savage giant ape hadn't expected Yinan's speed to be so fast. Human, do you truly want to fight me? Die. Yinan stepped forward, swinging his powerful punch. The savage giant ape was not leaving alive today. Words were unnecessary when facing a soon-to-be-dead ferocious beast. Bang! As Yinan threw his punch, the savage giant ape countered with its own punch. Their fists collided powerfully. Both Yinan and the savage giant ape took several steps back. Yinan thought inwardly about how worthy the savage giant ape truly was. His punch could be fortified with advanced strength ability. After the masters arrived, they took their positions to prevent the savage giant ape from escaping again. Human, I'll have you all die. The pupils of the savage giant ape suddenly turned red, and around its body emitted a bright red gas. Watch out. This savage giant ape is going berserk. Retreat quickly. The masters were startled, quickly stepping back. Berserk? Yinan could tell that after the savage giant ape went berserk, its overall strength increased greatly compared to before. But what good does berserking do? Heavenly Yang Blaze Explosion. Great Heavenly Shadow Fist. Heavenly Yuan Fist. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Cleaving Void Finger. Wild Wind Scroll. Various techniques and anomalous techniques were hurled toward the savage giant ape. In its berserk state, the savage giant ape broke through everything effortlessly. These techniques couldn't hold it back as it charged straight toward Yinan. Heavenly Dragon Holy Technique. 90 dragon forces surged toward the rushing savage giant ape. Thunderous roar. 90 dragons struck the savage giant ape hard. However, clearly the Heavenly Dragon Holy Technique was no longer effective. After all, with only 9 million combat power, it was merely the base combat power for a 7th rank master, though its advantage was remote attacks. Even after being hit by 90 dragon forces, the savage giant ape showed no sign of serious injury and continued charging toward Yinan. Yinan activated the 9 shadow steps, dodging the wild attack. He pondered that if he were hit by the savage giant ape, severe injuries might result. Yinan, the savage giant ape cannot remain in its berserk state for too long. Zhang Wenyuan shouted to Yinan. Yinan also guessed as much. Otherwise, this savage giant ape would have had no need to escape and instead immediately gone berserk for a fight. Seeing its lunge thwarted, the savage giant ape grew enraged. It began relentlessly pounding its chest with both hands, causing tremors through the ground in the area. Yinan utilized his high-level water element talent. Sharp raindrops shot out continuously like arrows towards the savage giant ape's body in the region. The savage giant ape let out a loud cry. Its fiery red eyes returned to their original color, and the crimson gas surrounding its body vanished completely. Yinan noticed that the savage giant ape before him now appeared incredibly weak. It must be due to the side effects after initiating its berserk state. With the berserk effect gone, it was going to be much simpler to kill this savage giant ape. Whoosh! A piercing wind sound arose, and 9 shadow-like figures reappeared. Yinan was suddenly in front of the savage giant ape, throwing a punch. His fist glowed with golden yuan force, making him look like a warrior god. Could the weakened savage giant ape possibly withstand this punch from Yinan? Countless rays of golden light pierced straight through the savage giant ape's body. The massive body of the savage giant ape crashed into the ground. Due to its size, an enormous crater formed in the earth. Sigh. Upon seeing Yinan slay the savage giant ape, all the masters heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that if Yinan hadn't been present, they might have been utterly wiped out by the savage giant ape in its berserk state. They had previously encountered savage giant apes, but the terrifying aura of this one in berserk mode exceeded all expectations. When sensing this kind of overwhelming presence, they knew there was absolutely no possibility of winning. You've come to Haichun Mountain for the blood of the savage giant ape. You should have tools prepared, right? Yinan turned around and addressed the group of masters. Yes. The masters nodded in response and started letting the blood of the savage giant ape. Yinan, refining the blood of fierce beasts will yield better results, or else it will contain too many impurities and lack purity. Zhang Wenyuan told Yinan. Once refined, just send it over to the Supreme Path Alliance. After nodding, Yinan responded to Zhang Wenyuan. When slaughtering the 9-headed fierce lion in the Blue River Mountains, Yinan had not known that the blood of fierce beasts needed refinement. He drank directly from the 9-headed fierce lion then. Now thinking about it, he realized he had wasted something valuable. Chapter 46, Ultimate Cultivation Talent, Savage Beast Blood. Extremis Alliance? Zhang Wenyuan paused in surprise. Are you from the Extremis Alliance? Yinan nodded. The wild giant gorilla blood has been extracted. A master said. Yinan, should we go back together, or? Zhang Wenyuan glanced at Yinan with some probing. You guys go back first. I want to stay on Haichun Mountain a bit longer. Alright, we'll leave first. After the savage beast blood is fully extracted, I will personally deliver it to you. As he spoke, Zhang Wenyuan and the other masters walked down Haichun Mountain. Yinan looked at the dead body of the wild giant gorilla before him. He needed to recycle the corpse without hesitation. Ding. Recycling succeeded. 40 million spirit stones. 9 million cultivation talent stones. 9 million special ability talent stones. Advanced rain elemental skill, shadow rain arrow. Advanced thunder elemental skill, 10,000 thunder technique. Yinan chuckled. 2,000 times critical hit was indeed a 2,000 times critical hit. He merged the rewards from recycling. Super cultivation talent upgraded to ultimate cultivation talent. Medium lightning elemental talent upgraded to high lightning elemental talent. Yinan was highly satisfied. After ultimate cultivation talent, spirit stones could refine more energy. Lightning elemental talent was one of the most fearsome talents among elemental talents, now already reaching a higher tier. The advanced rain elemental skill shadow rain arrow and the advanced thunder elemental talent 10,000 thunder technique were both able to achieve mastery directly, meaning that after Yinan merged with the recycling reward, he had already achieved mastery. Yinan felt that he was getting closer and closer to becoming a grandmaster at the first level. He thought privately that perhaps the blood of the wild giant gorilla would help him break through into the grandmaster realm. After leaving Haichun Mountain, he headed in the direction of Jiangnan Bay City. After returning to Jiangnan Bay City, Yinan went straight to the Extremis Alliance, waiting for the arrival of the savage beast blood of the wild giant gorilla. 10 days later, a 9th level master arrived outside the headquarters of the Extremis Alliance. Master Zhang. Several warriors outside the Extremis Alliance bowed respectfully to the 9th level master. This 9th level master was none other than Zhang Wenyuan. Master Zhang, what brings you to the Extremis Alliance? I am here to see Yinan. Hearing Zhang Wenyuan's words, this warrior smiled and said, Master Zhang is here to see Deputy Leader. The Deputy Leader is inside right now. Please go ahead. Although Yinan becoming the Deputy Leader of the Extremis Alliance wasn't publicized, as members of the Extremis Alliance, they naturally knew about it. Zhang Wenyuan was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Yinan to be the Deputy Leader of the Extremis Alliance. It made sense why he was so powerful, but the Extremis Alliance never had a Deputy Leader before. Now with one, why was there no news about it throughout the city? Shaking his head afterward, Zhang Wenyuan did not think further and walked into the Extremis Alliance headquarters. Upon arriving at the square, Zhang Wenyuan met Huang Qing. Master Zhang, how do you have time to visit the Extremis Alliance? Huang Qing smiled joyfully towards Zhang Wenyuan. I came to find Yinan. Master Zhang, let me take you to see the Deputy Leader. Saying that, Huang Qing led Zhang Wenyuan towards a certain direction. Not long after, Zhang Wenyuan saw Yinan once again. Grandmaster Yinan. Zhang Wenyuan called out to Yinan. You've finally come. Yinan waited for so long at the Extremis Alliance, and today Zhang Wenyuan had finally arrived. Deputy Leader, Grandmaster Zhang. Then you chat. I will leave. Huang Qing left very tactfully. Yinan, I didn't expect you to be the Deputy Leader of the Extremis Alliance. Truly surprising. I don't think these words are important. Where's the savage beast blood? Yinan looked at Zhang Wenyuan. I brought the savage beast blood. As he finished speaking, Zhang Wenyuan took 3 bottles of savage beast blood out from his spatial ring, each bottle containing 1,000 milliliters. Seeing the 3 bottles of savage beast blood, Yinan noticed that the blood was golden, boiling within the bottles, appearing extremely dominant. On Haichun Mountain, Yinan remembered Zhang Wenyuan mentioning to him that even a 9th rank master couldn't absorb more than 1,000 milliliters of wild giant gorilla blood. But now, Zhang Wenyuan had brought exactly 3 bottles. In Yinan's mind, it might be because Zhang Wenyuan wanted him to trust, which was why he brought so much. It's not surprising that someone could become a 9th rank master. This level of emotional intelligence is unmatched by many. By the way, Grandmaster Yinan, tonight we'd like to invite you for a casual dinner. Without you, we wouldn't have possibly acquired the wild giant gorilla blood. There's really no need for dinner. I believe we can enhance our rapport this way. Zhang Wenyuan hopefully looked at Yinan. Alright, Yinan agreed. Waiting for so many days, delaying the absorption of the savage beast blood by 1 day was not a major issue. Master Yinan, we are at the largest Sunlight Hotel's luxury private room in Jiangnan Bay City. You must come. After Zhang Wenyuan left, Yinan looked at the savage beast blood and placed the 3 bottles of it into his spatial ring. In the afternoon, Yinan got into a taxi powered by Essence Energy. Sunlight Hotel. It didn't take long for the taxi to arrive at Sunlight Hotel. Yinan took out his purple gold lead card from his spatial ring, and the taxi driver was stunned when he saw the card in Yinan's hand, looking at him as if he were some kind of monster. The purple gold lead card. That was the type of lead card that required a deposit of 1 billion alliance coins to obtain. And yet, someone of this card level was actually riding in an essence-powered taxi? The driver knew that if he told others about what happened today, they would certainly think he was a fool. After paying, Yinan glanced around at the Sunlight Hotel before him. The Sunlight Hotel was indeed worthy of being the biggest hotel in Jiangnan Bay City. Its architectural style was just too outstanding. Those who entered inside were all rich or noble. As Yinan watched the people coming and going from the Sunlight Hotel, he noticed his own clothing again, realizing that he was dressed quite plainly. After entering the Sunlight Hotel, Yinan felt that it should be equivalent to a 5-star hotel in Huaxia. Excuse me, where's the luxury private room? Yinan asked a female staff member of the hotel. Hearing Yinan's question, the female staff member was startled on the spot and gave him a once-over, noticing that Yinan's attire was the plainest she had seen in the hotel. Are these wealthy people bored of wearing designer brands now, and dressing so casually just to experience life? The female staff member thought silently. If Yinan had known that this was how the female staff member perceived him, he would have been very surprised. Wow, if rich people dress simply, it means they're experiencing life? Upon further reflection, though, it did seem like wealthy individuals never dressed plainly. Coming back to her senses, the female staff member led Yinan towards the luxury private room. Not long after, the female staff member brought Yinan to outside the door of the luxury private room. Sir, this is the luxury private room. Chapter 47. Shock. There's such a master. Wait, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a man walked over. Manager, it's like this. This sir wants to go to the Tian character VIP room. The female staff member explained to the man. The man glanced at Yinan. Are you here to book the VIP room? Or, not really. Master Zhang Wenyuan sent me here. Haven't they arrived yet? Yinan said to the approaching man. Hearing Yinan's words, the man was inwardly shocked. Although he wasn't a martial artist, as the manager of Rieo Hotel, how could he not have heard of Master Zhang Wenyuan's great name? Moreover, today the Tian character VIP room had been booked by Master Zhang Wenyuan. Even though Yinan had mentioned Master Zhang Wenyuan's name, and the Tian character VIP room was indeed reserved by Master Zhang Wenyuan, the man still didn't dare to let Yinan directly enter the VIP room. If Yinan wasn't actually invited by Master Zhang Wenyuan, his troubles would be immense. Sir, Master Zhang Wenyuan hasn't come yet. Perhaps you could wait outside. The man's tone was much better than before. Yinan nodded slightly, unwilling to dwell on such an issue. What he hadn't expected was that Zhang Wenyuan and others hadn't arrived yet. It seemed he had come too early. You stay here and accompany this gentleman. All right, manager. The female staff member nodded. After the man left, the female staff member asked Yinan to sit down on the sofa. How much do you make in a month doing this job? Being idle, Yinan casually asked the woman before him. 20,000 alliance coins. The female staff member told Yinan. Yinan nodded. 20,000 alliance coins was quite good, enough to live comfortably in Jiangnan Bay City. Oh, if someone like me tries to force a relationship with you, what would you do? Yinan thought. Since the masters haven't come yet, he might as well tease this girl. Even though he was a master himself, there was no rule saying a master couldn't play around with girls. Sir, please show respect. The female staff member's tone turned a little unpleasant. She hadn't expected Yinan to say something like that. I'm just joking with you. Why take it so seriously? Yinan smiled at the woman before him. What if, for example, the richest man in Jiangnan Bay City wanted to? Sir, if you continue these silly topics, I will have no choice but to call security to escort you out. Yinan sighed, taking out the purple gold alliance card from his spatial ring. What about now? Yinan looked at the female staff member indifferently. I know you're rich, but don't think money is everything. I won't sell my soul for money. The only reason I'm still here is because the manager instructed me to accompany you. I respect my work, and I respect you. Please also respect me. This female staff member originally thought Yinan was dressed simply as part of living a low-profile lifestyle, but she never expected this to be her own misjudgment. Yinan was somewhat stunned. There were still girls like this. When he played on certain video apps in China, weren't the women all materialistic gold diggers? Apparently, those platforms weren't entirely reliable. Wait, this was Blue Star. How relevant was the credibility of those platforms to Blue Star anyway? However, no matter what, the words of the female staff member made Yinan deeply impressed. Master Zhang, Master Ma, Master Li. Your visit to Rieo Hotel truly makes it an honor for us. Suddenly, a slightly overweight man humbly accompanied by more than a dozen masters was heading towards the Tian character VIP room. Next to the slightly overweight man was the previous manager of Rieo Hotel. The rather plump man was the chairman of Rieo Group, and Rieo Hotel was a subsidiary of Rieo Group. When he learned that the masters would be dining at Rieo Hotel, he arrived early and ordered them to clean the Tian character VIP room 10 times. With so many masters dining at his hotel, what a tremendous honor it was. This was no longer a matter of money. Inviting masters to dine with money? That was completely impossible. Would masters of such high status be swayed by wealth? Certainly not. The chairman of Rieo Group knew that after the masters dined at Rieo Hotel, his position would rise to unprecedented heights. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and open the door for the masters. The chairman quickly said to the female staff member. This female staff member was also taken aback. Seeing so many masters was her first time ever. They were all masters. Master Yinan, when did you arrive? Suddenly, Zhang Wenyuan smiled at Yinan, who was still sitting on the sofa. The grandmasters behind Zhang Wenyuan also greeted Yinan one after another, and they were extremely grateful to him. What? The chairman of Rieo Group was stunned. He hurriedly looked at the sofa. Was there another grandmaster? And judging by these grandmasters' tones, this grandmaster seemed to have a high status? The female staff member's pupils shrank rapidly, her face full of shock, never expecting Yinan to be a grandmaster. But he had been so frivolous. In the eyes of ordinary people, grandmasters were all powerful beings who protected them. Not until now did the female staff member realize there were grandmasters like Yinan. She let out a bitter smile, knowing that her previous words had offended Yinan. She certainly knew that grandmasters must not be disgraced. The female staff member understood her fate would be terrible. If she was lucky, she'd be fired. If unlucky, at this moment, it wasn't false that she felt no regret in her heart, but her regret wasn't for not agreeing with Yinan. She thought if only she hadn't said those things to Yinan then, perhaps her outcome would have been better. Are you the boss here? Suddenly, Yinan's gaze turned to the chairman of Rieo Group. I am. The chairman of Rieo Group broke into cold sweat. The presence Yinan showed at this moment was too terrifying for him. He almost knelt down. The female staff member was also shocked. The Yinan just now and the Yinan right now were completely two different people. At this moment, Yinan had an infinite sense of majesty in his every move, his eyebrows gleaming and his eyes shining brightly. His not-so-tall figure exuded a kingly posture. Yinan glanced at the female staff member next to him. Is this my doom? The female staff member clenched her teeth, her heartbeat accelerating several times. Grandmaster, has she offended you? Rest assured, I will dismiss her immediately. The chairman of Rieo Group quickly said. Promote her and give her a raise. After saying these 4 words, Yinan got up from the sofa and walked toward the Tian character VIP room. Chapter 48. Breakthrough, Supreme Grandmaster of the First Rank. After Yinan entered the Tian character private room, the masters also followed in one after another. The female staff member stood there like a wooden statue, her eyes wide open as if she had heard something impossible to hear. The chairman of Rieo Group was also stunned, his throat swallowing a lump. Did I hear that wrong? Chairman, you didn't hear wrong. That Grandmaster did indeed say promotion and raise. The manager of Rieo Restaurant shakily said. As he spoke, the manager of Rieo Restaurant looked at the female staff member. Congratulations to you. This female staff member couldn't believe it. She originally thought that the best outcome for her would be getting fired, and the worst outcome would be death. Offending a Grandmaster in Jiangnan Bay City would leave no chance for survival. But what she never expected was that Yinan would actually have the chairman promote and give her a raise. Thinking back to Yinan's earlier kingly demeanor, her heart started racing. Immediately afterward, the corner of the female staff member's mouth twitched with a bitter smile. How could her heart race? She was just an ordinary person who could easily get lost in a crowd, while Yinan was a Grandmaster, always a shining star wherever he went. The female staff member shook her head, calming herself down, thinking that she should feel more gratitude toward Yinan. After pondering carefully, she realized something. Perhaps Yinan had been intentionally teasing her. If she had agreed then, maybe she wouldn't have received the promotion or raise. Work hard and look ahead. The female staff member silently cheered herself on. Tian character private room. After Yinan and the other Grandmasters entered the Tian character private room, dishes were served shortly after. Naturally, all of them were delicacies. Master Yinan, truly thank you. If not for you, we wouldn't have obtained the wild gorilla's blood. The masters toasted Yinan with thanks. Yinan chatted and drank wine with the masters, and the dinner lasted for over 3 hours. He returned to the Ultimate Path Alliance, and the next day, he prepared to absorb the wild gorilla's blood. Taking out a 1,000 milliliters bottle of wild gorilla's blood from his space ring, he looked at the golden, boiling ferocious beast's blood inside the bottle, and swallowed it all in one gulp. After the wild gorilla's blood entered his body, an extremely overwhelming force began to impact his 5 organs and 6 viscera, and then move to the 8 extraordinary meridians, causing unbearable pain. SSS. Pain caused Yinan to suck in a cold breath, sweat instantly drenching his entire body. He gritted his teeth tightly. He must endure this kind of pain. His goal was to become the strongest. If he couldn't even withstand this much pain, wouldn't he just be a waste? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, half an hour. After half an hour passed, the pain gradually diminished. Yinan discovered that he now possessed the strength of 100 golden dragons. Yinan was elated. 10 golden dragon strength, 10 million combat power. He had finally broken through to the first rank of a supreme grandmaster. Wild gorilla blood, terrifyingly effective. Yinan still had 2 bottles of wild gorilla blood left. He used another 10 milliliters, but found it had no effect. It made sense since he had already broken through to the first rank of a supreme grandmaster. The wild gorilla was merely a 9th rank master level ferocious beast, so its blood naturally wouldn't have much effect anymore. What should these 2 remaining bottles of ferocious beast blood be used for? Sell for money? Yinan shook his head. He certainly wasn't short of money, and he wasn't interested in it either. Thinking back and forth, his realm would surely continue to rise higher and higher. Eventually, these 2 bottles of ferocious beast blood would turn into trash. It would be better to give them away. To whom should he give them? After thinking about it, Yinan remembered Huang Qing. He stepped out of the room. Coincidentally, Huang Qing was right there in the square. Huang Qing. Yinan called out to Huang Qing. Huang Qing turned around, and seeing the vice leader, he smiled at Yinan. Vice leader, what do you need me for? I'm giving you something. Are you interested? What thing? What are you talking about? Huang Qing looked very puzzled at Yinan. This. Saying so, Yinan took out the ferocious beast blood. This. Huang Qing's pupils contracted, his facial expression seemingly frozen. It's the wild gorilla's ferocious beast blood. Yinan laughed, and said. He had assumed that Huang Qing had seen quite a bit before. Originally, he thought when Huang Qing saw the wild gorilla ferocious beast blood, he might be shocked, but not overly so. But he hadn't anticipated that Huang Qing would be shocked to such an extent. Vice leader, you're really planning to give this to me? Is there any reason why you shouldn't be shocked by this? Yinan asked Huang Qing back. Thank you, vice leader. Having finished saying that, Huang Qing reached out to take the wild gorilla's ferocious beast blood from Yinan's hand. Wait. Yinan stopped Huang Qing. Is there anything else, vice leader? Huang Qing paused his movement, looking at Yinan with some confusion. Surely you don't think I'm going to give this to you for free? Does vice leader need money? I can afford it. Huang Qing was very straightforward. What are money and wealth to a grandmaster? Do I look like someone who needs money? Yinan rolled his eyes. Then what? Huang Qing was utterly perplexed. Do you know where I could find ferocious beast materials? Preferably a lot of them. Yinan knew that completing tasks could yield ferocious beast materials, but he wasn't sure about other sources. Ferocious beast materials? Huang Qing hesitated. Vice leader, why are you asking this? There are plenty of ferocious beast materials in the Ultimate Path Alliance and the City Lord's Mansion. Yinan didn't show much surprise on his face. He had already guessed as much but hadn't felt comfortable asking when he first joined the Ultimate Path Alliance. Take it. Yinan handed the wild gorilla's ferocious beast blood over to Huang Qing. After receiving the wild gorilla's ferocious beast blood, Huang Qing's excitement was palpable as he kept thanking Yinan. After Huang Qing left, Yinan thought about speaking with the alliance leader first. He walked towards the main hall on the square. Once inside the hall, Yinan saw Su Yuan, the alliance leader of the Ultimate Path Alliance. Leader. Yinan addressed Su Yuan, the alliance leader. Su Yuan smiled at Yinan. Yinan, is there something you need? Leader, does the Ultimate Path Alliance have many ferocious beast materials? That's correct. Su Yuan was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Yinan was asking this. I require some ferocious beast materials. That's simple. Go to the materials pavilion and pick whatever you need. Alright. Yinan nodded in agreement, said a few more words, then exited the hall. Out on the square, he looked at a martial artist standing nearby, and said, "Take me to the materials pavilion." The martial artist nodded continuously. "Yes, Vice Leader." Then the martial artist led Yinan toward the materials pavilion. Moments later, Yinan arrived outside the materials pavilion. Chapter 49. Extreme Path Alliance has fierce beast materials. "You go ahead," Yinan said to the warrior beside him. "Yes, Vice Leader." After this warrior left, Yinan walked into the material pavilion. After entering the material pavilion, Yinan saw an old man. The old man looked to be around 60 years old, with a somewhat lean figure, but his eyes were sharp and eagle-like. "What do you want here?" The elder glanced at Yinan and then stopped looking at him. It was also Yinan's first time meeting the old man. This old man was a third-class great warrior. "I've come to select some fierce beast materials," Yinan told the elder. "Who are you?" Upon hearing that Yinan had come to choose fierce beast materials, the elder looked at Yinan again. In his view, someone of Yinan's age would have no need for fierce beast materials. Such materials were generally preferred by alchemists, weren't they? "My name is Yinan." After finishing his sentence, Yinan took out the emblem of the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance from his spatial ring. He knew the old man must have stayed inside the material pavilion most of the time, rarely going out, so it was reasonable he wouldn't know his name. Seeing the identity emblem in Yinan's hand, the elder paused, surprised as he asked Yinan, "How does your identity emblem look similar to the leader's? Are you related to the leader?" "I am not related to the leader. The reason my emblem looks similar to the leader's is because I am the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance." Though Yinan's tone was very calm, his words were anything but ordinary. The elder was stunned. He only felt that he must have heard wrong. The vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance? When did the Extreme Path Alliance have a vice leader? After being shocked for a few seconds, the elder came to terms with it. He hadn't been out of the material pavilion for a long time, so it was normal for him not to know about the outside changes. "Well, follow me." The reason the elder didn't call Yinan vice leader was because he still didn't believe Yinan could be the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance. He led Yinan to where the fierce beast materials were placed. Seeing the dazzling array of fierce beast materials before him, a touch of delight appeared on Yinan's face. Heavenly armor bronze turtle shell, black jade snake tail, twin flower evil leopard legs, iron cloud great tiger tail, steel shadow devil buffalo horns. All these materials, the lowest ranked ones were from elite warrior level fierce beasts, while the highest were from 9th grade master level fierce beasts, amounting to hundreds of pieces. "May I ask what kind of fierce beast materials you need?" Seeing Yinan had yet to make a selection, the elder asked him. "All of them," Yinan replied. The elder was suddenly startled. "All of them? Was this person crazy?" I cannot make this decision. I'll have to consult the leader." "Go ahead." Yinan didn't intend to torment the elder either. The elder understood well he had encountered a tough individual today. He hurriedly left the material pavilion, heading toward the grand hall. After arriving at the grand hall, the elder spotted the leader Su Yuan. "Uncle Jiang, why have you come?" There wasn't any real familial relation between the elder and Su Yuan, but since the elder was older than Su Yuan addressed him as Uncle Jiang. "Leader, bad news." "How bad?" Su Yuan looked curiously at the elder. "A young man has gone to the material pavilion. His name might be Yinan, claiming to be the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance. He said he wanted to pick some fierce beast materials, so I brought him there. But I didn't expect him to want all the fierce beast materials. Since I can't decide alone, I have come to seek advice from you, leader." After hearing the elder's words, Su Yuan comprehended the situation. He smiled at the elder. "Uncle Jiang, Yinan truly is the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance. Leave those fierce beast materials for him. Keeping them will be useless anyway." "Really the vice leader?" The elder was astonished. He had once guessed Yinan might be the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance, but such a guess was quickly dismissed because Yinan looked too young. "Leader, how can Yinan become the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance?" The elder doubted this point to the extreme. Looking at the main seat above, the elder wanted to get an answer from leader Su Yuan. "Do you know about Anqing Underground Lair?" "Heard something about it. One man completely wiped out the Anqing Underground Lair. Do you still wonder why he became the vice leader of the Extreme Path Alliance?" "SSS." The elder let out a sharp intake of breath. He was utterly astounded by the words of leader Su Yuan. One man wiping out an entire underground lair? This was almost like telling fairy tales. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, the elder would never have believed this story could possibly be true. "Go. Yinan is still waiting for you." Leader Su Yuan spoke to the elder. The elder hurriedly nodded, still somewhat shaken. After leaving the grand hall, the elder quickly walked toward the material pavilion. Upon arriving at the material pavilion, the elder approached Yinan. His attitude had completely changed from before. After all, a person wiping out an entire underground lair. What kind of terrifying power was that? "Vice leader, the leader has already spoken. You can take all the materials." The elder respectfully addressed Yinan. After hearing this, Yinan placed hundreds of fierce beast materials into his spatial ring, and then headed for the exit of the material pavilion. The elder watched as Yinan's back disappeared into the distance. In his eyes, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that a giant figure has emerged in Jiangnan Base City?" Yinan returned to his room. Back in his quarters, Yinan naturally chose to recycle the fierce beast materials. Taking the hundreds of fierce beast materials out from his spatial ring, he proceeded with their recycling. Chime. Recycling successful. 20 million spirit stones. 6 million cultivation talent stones. 6 million psychic ability talent stones. Glancing at the rewards, Yinan lost interest immediately. The recycling rewards were simply too garbage. Fierce beast materials were just fierce beast materials after all. After assimilating them, Yinan sighed wryly and thought about visiting the city lord's residence. Leaving the headquarters of the Extreme Path Alliance, he made his way toward the city lord's residence. In no time, Yinan reached the front of the city lord's mansion. Just as he prepared to enter, an energy-powered car pulled up behind him. A young man stepped down from the vehicle. The young man gave Yinan a sideways glance, noticing how ordinary his attire was. "Haha, buddy, someone like you wants to enter the city lord's mansion? Are you here to ask for favors from others inside? Please, at least change into some decent clothes before coming here. Your look is killing me with laughter." The guards outside the city lord's mansion overheard the young man's taunts. They had already experienced Yinan's terrifying might when he visited last time. How dared this man ridicule a grandmaster so recklessly? As the saying goes, heaven's wrath can still be forgiven, but one's own actions that bring calamity cannot be excused. I'm talking to you. Haven't you heard me? Do you know who I am? Grandmaster Yinan. Before the young man could finish speaking, his words were interrupted by a deep voice. Chapter 50. Low-grade sword talent, Haiqing-based challenges. Following the sound, Yinan looked over and noticed that Zhang Wenyuan, the grandmaster, was walking towards him. Zhang Wenyuan approached Yinan, and with a knowing smile said, Grandmaster Yinan, what brings you to the city lord's mansion? I came to look for something. And you? Just some trivial matters. Zhang Wenyuan replied with a laugh. Unbeknownst to Wen, Yinan had become the most admired person in Zhang Wenyuan's heart. Let's go in then, Zhang Wenyuan suggested. After nodding his head in agreement, the two proceeded into the mansion. Master, master, a young man knelt down with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing to the back view of Yinan. The guards outside the city lord's mansion watched this scene unfold, shaking their heads. They knew Grandmaster Yinan didn't want to bicker with these sorts of worms, otherwise, the young man would have been a cold corpse already. Brother, you can stop bowing now. Don't look down on others. People from Earth often keep a low profile. One guard spoke as he noticed blood trickling from the young man's forehead onto the floor tiles. He thought silently if it happened elsewhere, no matter whether you kowtow or not, he would not be kind either. Hearing this, the young man indeed ceased his kowtowing and kept saying, Thank you. Thank you. After finishing, the young warrior hopped onto a car fueled by energy and sped off. Yinan and Zhang Wenyuan both entered the great hall of the city lord's mansion. Once inside, the city lord Lin Song first handled Zhang Wenyuan's matters. After settling Zhang Wenyuan's issues, Zhang bid farewell to Yinan and left the city lord's mansion. Yinan, your turn. City lord Lin Song looked at Yinan. What do you need? City lord, I've heard that there are quite a number of ferocious beast materials within the city lord's mansion. May I request some? Said Yinan. What is so impossible about that? Completely feasible. Lin Song initially presumed it would be some other matter, but was surprised that it was only such a thing, which was nothing to mention at all. However, recently most of the ferocious beast materials might have been taken by the alchemists. Let me personally take you to check. Having spoken, Lin Song got up and walked out of the great hall. Yinan secretly thought there was probably no hope. The ferocious beast materials needed by the alchemists must be numerous. But then he reconsidered. Recovering ferocious beast materials seemed also not to gain much recovery reward. Still, even small benefits should not be ignored. Led by City Lord Lin Song, Yinan reached a large hall. When the warriors inside the hall saw the City Lord arrive, they quickly paid respects. City Lord, are there any more ferocious beast materials? City Lord Lin Song asked one of the warriors. Reporting to the City Lord, all ferocious beast materials have been collected by the alchemists, except for a first-class Grandmaster level ferocious beast material. Replied the warrior. Hearing the warrior's words, Yinan felt a bit surprised. First-class Grandmaster level ferocious beast material? He had never retrieved a first-class Grandmaster level ferocious beast material before. Yinan, will the first-class Grandmaster level ferocious beast material do? City Lord Lin Song asked Yinan. Yes, said Yinan. Take us there. Yes, City Lord. This warrior led Yinan and the City Lord to a place, and soon Yinan spotted the first-class Grandmaster level ferocious beast material. City Lord, this is the first-class Grandmaster level ferocious beast material, blood-crazed fierce elephant's foot. The warrior informed City Lord Lin Song. You may leave. Alright. After the warrior departed, City Lord Lin Song continued questioning Yinan. Yinan, what use do you have for this ferocious beast material? Could it be you're an alchemist too? I'm not an alchemist. It just has some uses. Yinan smiled and said, Alchemists in the Blue Star aren't like those in Chinese fantasy novels. Alchemists on the Blue Star merely refine some pills. Even though their status is high, they absolutely cannot compare to the status of warriors. Seeing Yinan wasn't willing to talk, City Lord Lin Song did not continue asking further questions. Yinan placed the blood-crazed fierce elephant foot into the spatial ring. City Lord, then I'll return to the Supreme Path Alliance first. Go ahead. Lin Song nodded at Yinan. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Yinan returned to the Supreme Path Alliance. Ping. Recycling successful. 25 million yuan stones. 8 million cultivation talent stones. 8 million ability talent stones. Low-grade sword talent. Activate 3000x multiplier critical hits. Looking at the recycling rewards, Yinan was somewhat stunned. Yuan stones, cultivation talent stones, and ability talent stones were no longer significant. What mattered most was the low-grade sword talent. In weapon talents, the sword talent was undoubtedly terrifying. Sword talent and knife method talent are among the strongest weapon talents. Even though it's just a low-grade sword talent, it doesn't matter since he could use the ability talent stones to upgrade. With an excited heart, Yinan integrated the recycling rewards into his body. Name, Yinan. System, Billion-fold critical strike recycling system. Realm, Grade 1 Grandmaster. Cultivation talent, Ultimate. Abnormal talent, High-grade lightning talent, High-grade flame talent, High-grade wind talent, High-grade rain talent, High-grade strength talent, High-grade speed talent, High-grade defense talent, Low-grade sword talent. Yuan techniques, Sky Yang Blaze Burst, Great Celestial Shadow Fist, Heavenly Dragon Sacred Technique, 9 Shadow Step, Great Fire Dragon Technique, Yuan Heaven Fist, Furious Shadow Fist, Air Splitting Finger, Wild Wind Scroll, 10,000 Thunder Method, Rain Shadow Arrow. Critical hit multiplier, 3,000 times. 3 days later, in the Grand Hall of the City Lord's Mansion, City Lord Lin Song looked at a report from Haiqing Base City. The report clearly stated, Mount Haichun has witnessed a conflict over wild gigantic apes. The master from Jiangnan Base City defeated our Haiqing Base City master. Our master's skills fell short of theirs. 10 days from now, I will visit Jiangnan Base City with all the masters from Haiqing Base City. If agreeable, masters from both base cities may conduct a friendly exchange match. Your consent is hoped for. At the end of the report was written, City Lord Xiaozhan of Haiqing Base City. Ho ho, City Lord Lin Song sneered softly. Unable to accept one's inferior skills even after losing, summoned Su Yuan. Yes, City Lord. A warrior rushed out from the Great Hall. After Master Su Yuan, the Supreme Path Alliance leader, arrived, City Lord Lin Song recounted everything that had happened to Su Yuan. Su Yuan remained silent for several seconds before saying to City Lord Lin Song, City Lord, I am not being defeatist or boosting their morale by any means, but overall, the strength of the masters from Haiqing Bay City is slightly stronger than ours in Jiangnan Bay City. If we were to conduct a friendly exchange match, we might suffer a complete loss. No problem. If a horse dies, you can still walk on foot. No living person should be so constrained as to die of holding urine. City Lord Lin Song smirked coldly and said, Xia Zhan might have thousands of tricks up his sleeve, but I have my fixed principle. You help me deliver a message back to the City Lord's residents of Haiqing Bay City, telling them I agree to their coming to Jiangnan Bay City for a friendly exchange match. City Lord Lin Song continued. Chapter 51. The warriors from the Haiqing Bay City have arrived. Time flew quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At the gate of Jiangnan Bay City, everything seemed normal, a tranquil sunny day. Suddenly, a group of martial artists appeared at the gate, all wearing insignia badges indicating their realms on their chests. The guards at the gate froze stiff upon seeing the identity badges worn by these warriors. Grandmaster, Master, the guards blinked several times rapidly, thinking they were hallucinating. But reality told them otherwise. A group of powerful masters, including some grandmasters, were approaching them. Not long ago, due to the events at Mount Haichun, some strong masters had departed through the gate, shocking everyone. However, no grandmasters had been among them. But now, grandmasters had actually appeared before their eyes. The guards at Jiangnan Bay City are at this level? They've probably never seen anything. A 9th grade master sneered. After the 9th grade master's words ended, everyone else laughed along, finding it rather amusing. The guards also heard the 9th grade master's comment, but they dared not refute such a master. Mayor Lin Chong of Jiangnan Bay City agreed to friendly sparring with us. I wonder why he responded so fast. It doesn't matter anyway. Our primary goal isn't really for sparring matches with the warriors of Jiangnan Bay City. Isn't our main purpose to teach that person a lesson? That's right. That person is too outrageous. If it weren't for him, the wild giant gorillas on Mount Haichun would have belonged to us. Among the masters present were those who had been on Mount Haichun. They all bristled with indignation as they thought about Yi Feng's face. Alright, stop talking about this. Xia Zhan, the mayor of Haiqing Bay City, interrupted the master's conversation. Let's enter the city first. With that, Xia Zhan stepped into the gate. The masters followed Xia Zhan through the gate. Apart from Xia Zhan being a 3rd grade grandmaster, there were 2 other 1st grade grandmasters by his side, and the rest were all masters. Upon entering Jiangnan Bay City, the masters from Haiqing Bay City intentionally released overwhelming pressure. Instantly, whether ordinary people or martial artists within the area trembled violently. Their faces were filled with horror as they felt a fear like never before. When the residents on the streets looked up, they couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath, stunned as if struck by lightning, as though they had encountered the most terrifying things on earth. Grandmasters. So many masters. The residents were astonished. They had never seen so many masters gathered together before. Pitiful indeed. I originally thought it was just the guards at the gate who hadn't seen much, but apparently, the residents of Jiangnan Bay City are the same. Truly frogs at the bottom of a well. A 9th grade master shook his head, his face full of disdain. They continued forward, heading toward the residence of the mayor of Jiangnan Bay City. Along the way, the residents and citizens of Jiangnan Bay City all stopped to watch, their faces filled with extreme astonishment. Halong Master, I will soon encounter the person you mentioned. I don't believe there could be someone so powerful. Suddenly, the 9th grade master spoke again. This Hailong master wasn't anyone but Wu Hailong, the same one who defeated Zhongwen Yuan, a 9th grade master of Jiangnan Bay City on Mount Haichun, and then got defeated by Yinan later. You'll find out soon enough. I definitely will. Wu Hailong ceased further speech. The 9th grade master standing not far from Wu Hailong gave him a contemptuous look. From the very start, he found everything Wu Hailong said to be mere boasting. How could there be someone so extraordinary? It was impossible. Jiangnan Bay City is truly trash. Absolutely, look at this. The difference between our Haiqing Bay City and Jiangnan is enormous. This is quite normal. After all, Jiangnan Bay City is one of the weakest among the 6 major bay cities of our Longwa country. Don't think highly of Jiangnan Bay City just because it has some masters. Overall strength is far behind compared to our Haiqing Bay City. The masters from Haiqing Bay City began sarcastically mocking one after another. Of course, both the martial artists and common residents of Jiangnan Bay City heard the taunts of the masters from Haiqing. They gritted their teeth and clenched their fists tightly, flames of anger shooting from their eyes. The people from Haiqing Bay City are truly overbearing. Initially, the local martial artists and residents believed that the strong figures of Haiqing Bay City had come for some grand affair, but never had they imagined such ridicule directed toward their own Jiangnan Bay City. As the elites from Haiqing Bay City moved farther away, a group of local residents coolly commented, "Do the people of Haiqing Bay City think we don't have any strong warriors here?" At the City Lord's mansion, the powerful figures from Haiqing Bay City had already arrived at the City Lord's mansion. The guards outside the mansion, upon seeing the realm insignias on the chests of the group in front of them, all froze like wooden chickens. "Excuse me, may I ask who you? I am Xia Zhan, the City Lord of Haiqing Bay City. Go tell Lin Chong." One of the guards at the City Lord's mansion hadn't finished his sentence when he was interrupted by Xia Zhan. How could this guard dare to hesitate even a bit? He quickly ran into the City Lord's mansion. Not long after, Lin Chong, the City Lord of Jiangnan Bay City, came out. He bowed slightly to Xia Zhan with a smile. "Brother Xia, it's good to see you again. No need for pleasantries. Your Jiangnan Bay City is now so powerful. Do you still have to be so respectful to me?" Xia Zhan gave a cold laugh. Lin Chong noticed Xia Zhan's irritation and secretly rejoiced as he made a welcoming gesture towards Xia Zhan. "Brother Xia, let's talk inside." As he spoke, Xia Zhan and his group entered the City Lord's mansion. Once inside the grand hall of the City Lord's mansion, Lin Chong invited the strong figures from Haiqing Bay City to sit down before continuing. "Brother Xia, during the time at Mount Haichun, both our bay cities performed based on our respective abilities. It's not others' fault if your Haiqing Bay City didn't have enough skills." Lin Chong smiled towards Xia Zhan. Upon hearing these words, the masters who had entered Mount Haichun all turned gloomy. They couldn't believe Lin Chong would bring up something better left unsaid. However, they knew it wasn't their turn to speak yet. This was a dialogue between the highest rulers of the two base cities, and any abrupt interruption would naturally displease the city lord. Exactly. That's why I brought them here to Jiangnan Base City for friendly sparring sessions, haven't I? Xiaozhan stared at Lin Chong while saying this. I don't think there's any need for sparring. You agreed. Are you scared and going back on your word? Xiaozhan said coldly. City lord, may I interject? Suddenly, a 9th grade master from Haiqing Base City rose from his seat. Chapter 52. The super strong of Jiangnan Base City is about to make a move. This 9th grade master is named Lu Kuan, but he wasn't there at Haichun-san. Alright. Xiaozhan nodded toward Lu Kuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuan looked at Lin Chong, the city lord of Jiangnan Base City, and said, Lord Lin, we should say that this time our friendly exchange with Jiangnan Base City isn't really an exchange, but rather it's an exchange with just one person. Lin Chong knew exactly who this person was after listening to Lu Kuan. I suggest you quit. You're certainly no match for him. Lin Chong shook his head towards Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan's expression changed instantly. Though he was merely a 9th grade master, and thus nothing compared to Lin Chong, he was confident that Yinan wouldn't possibly be his match. City Lord Lin Chong, surely he isn't afraid to fight us? As to whether he's afraid or not, I'm unsure, but I can help inquire. Lin Chong smiled faintly. Then before Lu Kuan could speak, Xiaozhan interrupted. Just wait. I'll go ask shortly, and have someone arrange a place for you all. You may rest for a bit. Subsequently, Lin Chong had the residents prepared for the experts from Haiqing Base City and led them out of the grand hall. Lin Chong smirked coldly, muttering to himself. These bastards from Haiqing Base City are quite petty-minded. He knew that when the city lord of Haiqing Base City, Xiaozhan, planned to bring people over to have a friendly exchange with the masters of Jiangnan Base City, he was somewhat shocked. Such things had never been heard of before. To compete fairly over a ferocious beast, then lose and return only for the city lord to challenge? Lin Chong rose. He needed to ask if Yinan was willing to take action. However, he felt it best if Yinan didn't get involved and just left these people from Haiqing Base City hanging, to see who would last longer. After leaving the city lord's residence, Lin Chong arrived outside the Jidao Alliance. The guards of the Jidao Alliance noticed it was their city lord and immediately bowed, respectfully addressing him. City lord. Lin Chong nodded briefly at these guards and then entered the Jidao Alliance. Not long after arriving in the square, the Jidao Alliance leader Su Yuan greeted him warmly. City lord, I've heard that people from Haiqing Base City have arrived and seem pretty arrogant. Let's leave this matter aside for now. I need to talk to Yinan about something. I'll take you to Yinan. Su Yuan accompanied the city lord towards a certain location. In a little while, Lin Chong spotted Yinan. City lord, what is it that you want? Yinan regarded the city lord Lin Chong with some confusion. The situation is like this, Yinan. People from Haiqing Base City have come here talking about a friendly sparring match with us, but it's more aimed at you. They wish to settle the score they lost in Haichun-san, explained city lord Lin Chong. However, I think it's better if you don't engage with them. Just leave them waiting. I'd like to see what Haiqing Base City can do. City lord Lin Chong continued. After hearing city lord Lin Chang's words, Yinan understood fully. A trace of smile appeared on his face, knowing that Haiqing Base City indeed wanted to reclaim its honor. I feel that I'd better show them some color. Yinan thought that since he had spare time anyway, fighting against the masters might increase his combat experience a bit. Of course, it's fine if you decide so, but could it be delayed for a few days? City lord Lin Chong pondered for several seconds before speaking to Yinan. Why delay it for a few days? Yinan was very puzzled. To be honest, Xiaozhan, the city lord of Haiqing Base City, and I haven't gotten along well. I just want to keep him waiting, seeing how agitated he gets, said city lord Lin Chong. Upon hearing this, Yinan understood. He initially thought it might be due to another reason, yet this particular cause did surprise him. It seemed even strong individuals such as the city lords were not devoid of desire, and they still enjoyed seeing their old opponents embarrassed. Alright, Yinan nodded at city lord Lin Chong. I'll take my leave first. With those words, city lord Lin Chong departed the Jidao Alliance. After returning to the city lord's residence, Lin Chong located a group of powerful individuals from Haiqing Base City. Lin Chong, how did it go? City lord Xiaozhan of Haiqing Base City questioned Lin Chong upon seeing him arrive. The masters behind Xiaozhan all cast their gazes towards Lin Chong, wanting to know the result. Yinan has agreed, but he has some other affairs, requiring you all to wait for a few days. What? The mighty figures of Haiqing Base City erupted with rage. They hadn't anticipated that Yinan had become so arrogant that he dared ask them to wait a few days, treating them with such disrespect. Yinan, Lu Kuan, the 9th grade master of Haiqing Base City, clenched his teeth, almost grinding out the two characters, Yinan. No problem, we'll wait. Xiaozhan, the city lord of Haiqing Base City, gave a cold laugh. After Lin Chang's departure, Xiaozhan finally spoke to a master. Go spread the news. I want to see if Lin Chong still has any dignity left. Yes, my lord. With that, a group of masters left the city lord's residence. A day later, rumors filled the city about how Jiangnan Base City refused to engage in friendly exchanges with Haiqing Base City despite their strong request. Initially, people were skeptical, but as more unknown powerful masters were rumored to be present in Jiangnan Base City, belief grew among the masses. By the second day, the situation escalated, and some outraged warriors and citizens directly cursed at Jiangnan Base City's leaders, calling them cowards who would not even dare to face Haiqing Base City. In their eyes, losing didn't matter, but completely avoiding the fight was unacceptable for many. Inside the city lord's residence, now many people in Jiangnan Base City think their leaders are just wimps. I wonder what Lin Chong feels right now. Ha! Xiaozhan let out an arrogant burst of laughter. The other masters also started laughing upon seeing their city lord laugh. On the other side, who knew Xiaozhan could be so clever? Looks like he played his cards well. Lin Chong smiled faintly. Lord, what should we do next? You go spread the word that tomorrow, our super strong from Jiangnan Base City will accept Haiqing Base City's challenge on the battlefield. Lin Chong said this to Su Yuan. Alright, Su Yuan was slightly excited. Was it finally happening? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuan left the grand hall and quickly went to spread the message. Upon hearing such news, the entire city erupted into chaos. The residents of Jiangnan Bay City felt an intense wave of excitement, and even some emotionally fragile ones began to shed tears. For these past 2 days, they had lived under too much frustration. Chapter 53. The Dueling Arena. Yinan, the master whose legend grows more exaggerated with each telling. The news spread at an astonishing speed. Before long, the mighty warriors of Haiqing Bay City had also received word. Humph! Jiangnan Bay City has finally decided to take up the challenge. Renowned Master Lu Kuan let out a cold laugh. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Wu Hailong, another 9th rank master. Not only Lu Kuan, but the other masters present also sneered, as they would finally get the chance to teach Jiangnan Bay City a lesson. However, the faces of the masters who had traveled to Haichun Mountain in search of the ferocious 9th rank beast, the wild giant ape, were not pleasant, because during their time on Haichun Mountain, they had truly felt the terror of Yinan. Yinan, of course, had also gotten this news. He was currently within the Jidao Alliance, and he gave himself a quiet smile. As the vice leader of the Jidao Alliance now, what business did these defeated underlings from Haiqing Bay City have to put on airs here? What's more important is that these people came specifically to target him. His purpose in cultivation was to become powerful. Though he wasn't yet a true powerhouse, he couldn't allow the people of Haiqing Bay City to look down on him. Had it not been for the city lord's request for him to wait a few days, he would have already shown those people from Haiqing Bay City what colors he could display. Yinan, it all depends on you tomorrow. Alliance leader Su Yuan patted Yinan on the shoulder. Understood. Yinan didn't say much, but there was an elusive smile on his face. The next day, the dueling arena. The number of spectators at the arena had reached an unprecedented level. Massive battles are prohibited in Jiangnan Bay City to prevent severe urban damage, and especially considering the destructive power of master-level martial artists. But the rules differ within the dueling arena. This so-called duel arena isn't just a stage. It's actually a sparring zone, a place dedicated for Jiangnan Bay City's martial artists to conduct trials. It's akin to a stadium in Huaxia, China. Within the duel arena, there's a gravitational suppression system in place. Even a top great master wouldn't be able to cause terrifying destruction, making it the perfect venue for grand battles. The audience seats were packed full of people. They were either martial artists or members of wealthy corporations, and they were eagerly awaiting the battle between the super-strong warrior from Jiangnan Bay City and the representatives of Haiqing Bay City. The city lord has arrived. Suddenly, City Lord Lin Chong approached with a group of strong warriors, walking confidently and gracefully, like dragons pacing forward. Everyone in the audience erupted into cheers, having previously thought that the city lord was intimidated, but upon learning of the upcoming showdown against Haiqing Bay City, they realized that the city lord hadn't backed down after all. City Lord Lin Chong waved to the audience, and Lin Chong was a veritable superstar within Jiangnan Bay City. Lin Chong and the group of strong warriors took their designated spots. Everyone knew that the next step would be to wait for the representatives of Haiqing Bay City to arrive. Even though they knew Haiqing Bay City's overall strength surpassed theirs somewhat, if they could defeat Haiqing Bay City, it would naturally be great. If they couldn't win, then it couldn't be helped. As long as they weren't cowards and dared to take on Haiqing Bay City, it was sufficient. The people from Haiqing Bay City have arrived. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Everyone in the audience turned their heads simultaneously, noticing that the people from Haiqing Bay City were striding over boldly. Their expressions displayed an air of smug arrogance, as if victory was already assured. Some of the more hot-headed audience members clenched their fists tightly in anger. How dare Haiqing Bay City come to their Jiangnan Bay City grounds to flaunt such bravado? Thereupon, the entourage from Haiqing Bay City sat down in their designated area. Silence reigned. One could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, everyone in the audience fell silent. City Lord, I'll go up first and see what's happening. 9th rank Master Lu Kuan of Haiqing Bay City said. Fine. City Lord Xiaozhan nodded in agreement. With those words, 9th rank Master Lu Kuan moved, his body encircled by 9 dragon-like energies. An instant later, a golden glow enveloped the entire area, dazzlingly bright to the point that some had to shield their eyes. In response to Lu Kuan's flamboyant display, Lin Chang's side exchanged wry smiles. They found Lu Kuan's actions ridiculous, but they kept quiet since they weren't the ones who had to deal with Lu Kuan anyway. Lu Kuan ascended onto the fighting platform. He directed his gaze toward Lin Chong and asked, Lord Lin, where's the super warrior of your Jiangnan Bay City, who will be representing you? No rush, he'll be here soon. Lin Chong remained calm, without a trace of worry on his face. He was supremely confident in Yinan. Listening to Lin Chang's words, though slightly displeased, Lu Kuan made no external signs of impatience, and merely waited for Jiangnan Bay City's super warrior to show up. A moment later, a young man entered the dueling arena. This youth was good-looking, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in casual attire. There was a faint laziness about his expression, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. This young man was none other than Yinan. Yinan was walking towards the dueling platform where 9th rank Master Lu Kuan stood. Who is he? What's he doing? Some of the spectators noticed Yinan. They were all taken aback, unsure what Yinan intended to do. It's him. 9th rank Master Wu Hailong turned pale with shock and quickly rose from his seat. At the same time, the masters who had been on Haichun Mountain also stood up, their faces filled with expressions of horror. Haiqing Bay City Lord Xiaozhan looked at Wu Hailong and the group of masters, immediately guessing that Yinan was the person who had left a psychological mark on them during their expedition to Haichun Mountain. He glanced Yinan up and down. Somehow, Yinan gave him an indescribable feeling. If one had to put it into words, it might be something like unfathomable. I know him. He's the young master who has emerged in Jiangnan Bay City. I've heard of him too. My grandfather mentioned how one person wiped out the Onqing underground labyrinth. When my grandfather returned from there, we found out that it was this young master from Jiangnan Bay City who did it. You think that's impressive? I've heard that this young master fought more than 109th rank ferocious beasts by himself. I thought I heard about 1,000 ferocious beasts. For a moment, the entire audience erupted into discussion. As expected, rumors only grew more exaggerated as they spread. So much was fabricated. On the dueling platform, 9th rank Master Lu Kuan listened to the murmurs among the crowd. His facial muscles started twitching uncontrollably. Finally, Yinan stepped onto the dueling platform. Are you really that capable? Lu Kuan stared coldly at Yinan. The people of Jiangnan Bay City made him sound so terrifying, but Lu Kuan didn't believe it for a second. One person fighting against over 1,009th rank ferocious beasts? Where would one even find 1,009th rank ferocious beasts? Though Yinan's age shocked Lu Kuan greatly, he couldn't dwell on it any longer. Even if Yinan was the greatest talent of the Blue Star, so what? He knew for sure that Yinan would never be a match for him right now. I only have 2 words for you, Yinan said calmly, looking at Lu Kuan on the dueling platform. Muggle. Chapter 54, Battle against the Sea Blue Base City Master. Muggle. Master of the 9th rank Lu Kuan was stunned. He had never imagined that Yinan would consider him a Muggle. Everyone in the audience held their breath at that moment. They knew that the battle between Yinan and Lu Kuan was about to begin. Yinan, do you really? Why so much nonsense? Let's go. Before Master Lu Kuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yinan. Looking for death, Lu Kuan was extremely angry. His eyes were spitting fire. With one powerful step, he rushed towards Yinan. Around Lu Kuan were 9 golden dragons coiled, dragon roars echoing everywhere. The airflow on the martial arts platform was already disrupted by these roars. Bang! After a loud explosion, the 9 golden dragons swept toward where Yinan was standing, moving at an incredible speed. Haha, let's see how you deal with this. The 9th rank Master Lu Kuan burst out laughing. The eyes of everyone in the audience widened several times more than usual. Could Grandmaster Yinan withstand such a blow? Rumbling. When the 9 golden giant dragons hit where Yinan was located, there was a violent explosion. Golden lights spread in all directions, making it impossible to tell immediately if Yinan had managed to resist the attack. I thought you were strong, but apparently. Before the 9th rank Master Lu Kuan could finish his words, a crackling sound came from the place where the golden energy scattered, and a figure rushed out. This figure was naturally Yinan. Yinan stretched out one hand to grab the neck of Master Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan was shocked, his pupils shrinking uncontrollably. Yinan was incredibly fast. Around him were coiled, fearsome golden energies. To deal with a 9th rank Master, he didn't need to show too much strength. His hand directly locked onto the neck of the 9th rank Master Lu Kuan. Hiss. When everyone in the audience saw this scene, they finally realized what had happened, drawing in cold breaths, thunderstruck. The 9th rank Master Lu Kuan still wanted to break free from Yinan. Before he could finish speaking, Yinan lifted Master Lu Kuan into the air. No longer able to stay seated, the audience was astonished. They could not believe that an exalted 9th rank Master was now like a ridiculous clown. Whoosh. Once the crowd came back to their senses, they cheered joyfully. Grandmaster Yinan is amazing. Haha. Give those people from the Sea Blue Base City a lesson. The people from Sea Blue Bay City aren't anything special after all. They were acting so arrogantly earlier. Now they've been humiliated. The excitement among the spectators surged to no end. This. The masters who had previously underestimated Yinan were also left speechless. However, the masters who had witnessed Yinan's abilities in Hai Chun Shan remained calm-faced because they knew Yinan's capabilities far exceeded this. Bang! Suddenly, Yinan threw up the 9th rank Master Lu Kuan, who flew off the martial platform. Lu Kuan fell heavily onto the ground beneath the martial platform like a drowned dog, utterly disheveled. Cheers from the audience continued without ceasing. The faces of the experts from the Sea Blue Bay City burned red with embarrassment. They had truly been publicly disgraced. Similarly, Wu Hailong, another 9th rank master from the Sea Blue Bay City, approached the spot where Lu Kuan lay and said, "Now, do you understand how powerful Yinan is?" Listening to Wu Hailong's words, Lu Kuan was overcome with shame, wishing he could find a crevice in the earth to hide in. Yinan looked towards the Sea Blue Bay City masters and smiled at them, saying, "I heard that you people came to Jiangnan Bay City specifically to target me, but now, you don't seem to be anything special." Yinan had a temper too. He thought that since he had already become a great master, it was frustrating to learn that the Sea Blue Bay City people had come to Jiangnan to provoke him. The experts from the Sea Blue Bay City clenched their teeth hearing Yinan's words, their expressions becoming extremely displeased. Satisfaction showed on Lin Cheng's face, the city lord of the Jiangnan Bay City. Although he knew that the 9th rank Master Lin Kuan would never be a match for Yinan, he was still very excited when he saw Yinan defeat Lu Kuan with his own eyes. "Yinan, don't be overconfident." With the sound of the word, yet another 9th rank master leapt onto the martial platform. Wu Hailong of the Sea Blue Bay City shook his head at this sight. Of course, he knew this new 9th rank master wouldn't be any match for Yinan either. Name, Wang Wu. Rank, 9th rank master. Cultivation talent, superb. Psionic talent, medium strength talent, high wind element talent. After looking at Wang Wu's information, Yinan shook his head slightly. Such combat power was even worse than Lu Kuan's. Although the high-level wind element talent was quite good, he was still just a 9th rank master after all. All the people in the audience saw that another 9th rank master from the Sea Blue Bay City climbed onto the martial arts platform. They started cheering for Yinan. Come on, come on, come on. The shouting was so loud it almost deafened the ears, and Wang Wu's face became ashen. He glared fiercely at the Yinan before him. "Yinan, I will make you know what terror truly is." As soon as his words finished, Wang Wu let out an explosive shout. Wind King Arrow Formula. Suddenly, many arrows made of wind energy appeared around Wang Wu's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows composed of wind energy surged toward Yinan, penetrating the wind like blades with cracks forming in the air where they passed. Humph. Wang Wu watched Yinan with a cold sneer, as if to say through his gaze that there was no way Yinan could handle this strike. A petty skill. After shaking his head, Yinan activated the master-level primal skill, 9 Shadow Steps. After using the 9 Shadow Steps, 9 afterimages instantly appeared on the martial platform, while Yinan himself disappeared from his original spot. Seeing these 9 afterimages appear, Wang Wu was filled with panic. Bang! A sound of a powerful punch emerged, and Wang Wu's body was thrown backward. When everyone in the audience saw Yinan win again, they cheered once more. Yinan looked at the group from the Sea Blue Bay City and said, "Can you stop sending 9th rank masters already? Clearly, 9th rank masters are no match for me." Hearing Yinan's words, the experts from Sea Blue Bay City were shocked. Of course, from Yinan's remarks, they had already guessed a terrifying possibility. Could it be that Yinan had already become a grandmaster? Was that even possible? City Lord, allow me to meet him. An elder stood up and walked towards the martial arts platform. Lin Chang's group looked at the elder walking towards the martial arts platform, and their faces revealed serious expressions, because the elder was a first-rank grandmaster. Chapter 55. Feng Luo shouted, "You crazy man." The old man stepped onto the arena and started confronting Yinan. "Yinan, I am Feng Luo, a first-rank grandmaster." The elder introduced himself to Yinan. After hearing what the old man said, everyone in the audience was shocked beyond measure. A first-rank grandmaster? Their hearts raced with tension. Everyone knew Master Yinan was strong, but facing a first-rank grandmaster would likely still be very challenging. As Yinan stared at Elder Feng Luo in front of him, he had come here intending to challenge a first-rank grandmaster in order to gain more combat experience, but never did he expect that two ninth-rank masters would step up to battle him. A rather embarrassing outcome. Name: Feng Luo. Realm: first-rank grandmaster. Cultivation talent: super. Abnormal ability talent: high strength talent, high defense talent. After glancing at the information about the elder, Yinan showed no significant reaction on his face. Such data wasn't much of an issue for him. "Yinan, I won't say more nonsense to you. I just want you to know the price of arrogance." Roar. With his voice trailing off, 10 golden dragons erupted from the body of Elder Feng Luo, interweaving together and ferociously rushing towards Yinan. Everyone in the audience saw this sudden attack by the first-rank grandmaster, and they were all extremely surprised. The power of these 10 golden dragons was absolutely astonishing. City Lord Lin Song of Jiangnan Bay City, Xin Yuan Su Yuan, leader of the Great Path Alliance and his group, quickly turned their attention towards Yinan, worry appearing on their faces as they didn't know if Yinan could withstand such a terrifying assault. Yinan stared intently at the sweeping force of the 10 golden dragons heading towards him. He thought to himself, aren't these merely 10 golden dragons? I have them too. With a loud boom, 10 streams of golden dragon power also surged out from within Yinan's body, instantly covering the entire arena in resplendent gold light, so dazzling, it seemed like divine radiance descending from the heavens. The power emanating from Yinan headed directly toward the incoming golden dragon forces. As expected, the golden dragons were about to collide. Boom boom boom. Another thunderous sound reverberated through the arena. Even with gravitational suppression, under the collision of 20 golden dragons, the arena itself began to tremble. It's easy to imagine that without gravitational suppression, what kind of catastrophic destruction this would cause. After the collision of the 20 golden dragons, they immediately transformed into a sphere of intense golden light. The blinding rays made people unable to open their eyes, and enveloped the entire arena, making it unclear who had the upper hand. When the powerful burst of golden light enveloping the arena disappeared, everyone in the audience strained their eyes to look over. They discovered that both Yinan and Elder Feng Luo were still standing in the arena, looking at each other. Yinan, he is also a grandmaster. Base City Haicheng's 9th-ranked grandmaster Wu Hailong felt sheer terror overwhelming him, and even his body quaked uncontrollably. The two 9th-ranked masters who battled against Yinan were thoroughly embarrassed. Regret coursed through their veins, hundreds times stronger than any emotion before. If they had known earlier that Yinan was a grandmaster, they would never have chosen to battle him. But now, everything was too late. Glancing at each other, the two 9th-ranked masters exchanged wry smiles. They knew this kind of embarrassment would follow them for a long time. Though outward embarrassment may fade quickly, the shame inside might leave a lifelong shadow. Jiangnan Bay City Lord Lin Song, Xin Yuan Su Yuan, head of the Great Path Alliance and others, were ecstatic. Initially, they hadn't known Yinan had already advanced to grandmaster status. The fact that Yinan broke through to become a grandmaster meant another grandmaster-level protector for their Jiangnan Bay City. Unbelievable. You are also a grandmaster. Feng Luo stared intensely at Yinan. There are many things you couldn't predict. After these words, Yinan once again unleashed his 9 shadow steps. 9 residual shadows appeared, followed by a thunderous shout from Yinan. Great Heaven Shadow Fist. Great Heaven Shadow Fist is also a master-level elemental technique. Feng Luo dodged awkwardly and chaotically. Seeing this, Yinan silently considered fighting against a grandmaster with a master-level elemental technique was somewhat lacking in effect and didn't feel particularly impactful anymore. Now Feng Luo was gasping for breath, his hair disheveled, and looked utterly disheveled. He stared fiercely at Yinan through gritted teeth and spat out. For how many years? It has been so long since anyone pushed me to such an extent. However, you deserve to be proud. Having said that, Feng Luo raised his fists. His fists started gathering unimaginably dense streams of golden qi. When the golden energy condensed to its highest degree, he bellowed at Yinan. Heaven Rush Overlord Fist. And as soon as the word left his mouth, countless massive golden fist shadows charged at Yinan, causing the whole arena to shake violently. Yinan was inwardly surprised. Although this Yuan technique and the master-level boxing technique, the Tian Shadow Fist, were about the same, its power was clearly much stronger than the Tian Shadow Fist. It might even be a grandmaster-level Yuan technique. But did he fear it? As some of the enormous golden fist shadows were about to collide with Yinan's body, his body began emitting thunder energy, which encased him. Bang bang. The enormous golden fist shadows that were just about to strike Yinan disappeared without a trace under the attack of the thunder energy. Thunder element talent. Everyone inside the arena was greatly shocked. This was a thunder element talent. Indeed, the matching abilities of a true powerhouse were something they could not reach. Yinan, you actually have. Old Feng Luo was also stunned when he saw the lightning coiling around Yinan's body, but before he could finish his sentence, Yinan activated an advanced thunder element Yuan technique that made one's soul tremble. 10,000 thunder technique. Suddenly, countless strands of thunder energy appeared in front of Yinan. Instantly, all the enormous golden fist shadows in the space disappeared without a trace. The residual power of the thunder continued sweeping toward Feng Luo. The entire sparring platform had been turned into a sea of thunder, the rumbling sounds of thunder deafening. Countless people in the audience covered their ears. Their faces were filled with both horror and unbearable pain. You crazy man. Feng Luo shouted as he fled the stage immediately at an unprecedented speed. How dared he stay longer on the sparring platform after seeing such power? When Feng Luo ran away, Yinan retracted his thunder energy. Whoosh. After a long while, the applause from the audience erupted like floodwaters, followed by cheers. Grandmaster Yinan is awesome. Grandmaster Yinan is awesome. Grandmaster Yinan is awesome. Important things must be shouted 3 times. After the applause and cheers ended, Yinan looked at the group from Haiqing Bay City and said, "Is there anyone who still wishes to battle me?" The strong men from Haiqing Bay City lowered their heads in shame. They had indeed come here intending to target Yinan because it was due to him that they lost Wild Gigantic Gorilla on Mount Haichuan. But now, the overwhelming power that Yinan displayed made them feel not only afraid, but also slightly suffocated. How dared they challenge Yinan? Chapter 56, An Incident in the Haiqing Base City. Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? Is there anyone else who still wishes to target me? The mighty ones of Haiqing Base dared not speak. City Lord Xiaozhan had a somber face, as he would never have imagined that Jiangnan Base could have such a formidable presence like Yinan. Lin Chong, this time even if our Haiqing Base lost, we leave. After finishing his speech, City Lord Xiaozhan took a group from Haiqing Bay City and left the battlefield. All spectators deeply engraved Yinan's appearance into their memories. They thought Yinan was incredibly powerful. Some girls even regarded Yinan as their dream Prince Charming. Yinan looked at the departing backs of Haiqing Base Group and shook his head privately, thinking he should participate in less of these kinds of fights in the future since it's meaningless. After the battle ended, people inside the arena gradually left. Yinan and City Lord Lin Chang's group went to the palace hall. After arriving at the hall, everyone sat down on the chairs. Yinan, I didn't expect you to have already broken through to Great Master level. Truly commendable. Yes, Great Master Yinan, congratulations. Everyone in the hall began congratulating Yinan. Yinan wasn't particularly fond of all these formalities, but neither did he hate them. After exchanging some pleasantries, City Lord Lin Chang continued. Haiqing Base received such a great disgrace at Jiangnan Base this time. Perhaps they won't be able to sleep for 3 days and nights when they return. It can't be blamed on anyone. Why were Haiqing Base so arrogant? This is also considered reaping what they sowed. That's right. Ignoring Haiqing Base's arrogance would have been enough, but Haiqing Base really thinks that we, Jiangnan Base, have nothing going for us? All masters inside the hall felt an overwhelming sense of passion. The fighting prowess Yinan displayed in the arena and the total shame faced by Haiqing Base's mighty ones excited them thoroughly. After the alliance leader Su Yuan and the elders in the hall departed, Yinan talked more with City Lord Lin Chong before leaving shortly thereafter. 1 month later. In this 1 month, Yinan, being bored, almost spent all the time completing missions at the Zijin Institution. Occasionally, he would enter the Yuan Tower to absorb some Yuan Qi. Boom. After the outer Yi Qi was released, several high-ranking martial beasts fell to the ground. After obtaining the required mission materials, Yinan recycled the corpses of the several high-ranking martial beasts. Thing. Recycling successful. 700,000 Yuan stones. 150,000 cultivation talent stones. 150,000 ability talent stones. High-level Yuan Bing, Qinghong Sword. Upon receiving the recycling rewards, Yinan did not show much excitement. Although a high-level Yuan Bing was quite excellent, it wasn't uncommon in the market. He fused all the rewards back into his body. He then stared at the Qinghong Sword in his hand. It was 3 feet 5 inches long. Its blade presented entirely green, and once a lower-level sword system talent was triggered, a strand of sword chi appeared on the Qinghong Sword. Unfortunately, it is a lower-tier sword talent. Yinan shook his head and placed the Qinghong Sword into his storage ring. After returning to the Zijin Institution and delivering the mission, Huangqing suddenly appeared in the Advanced Mission Completion Hall. Great Master Yinan, the City Lord requests your presence at the City Lord Mansion. It seems like something big has happened. Huangqing quickly addressed Great Master Yinan after finding him. Yinan was slightly taken aback. Something major has happened? Not wasting another moment, he proceeded to the City Lord Mansion with Huangqing. When both arrived at the mansion, they found it already full of people, all of whom were master-level experts. Yinan, you're here. Exactly what big event has happened? Yinan looked curiously at City Lord Lin Chong. Everyone inside the hall turned their gazes towards Yinan. They too wanted to know what was happening. There's been an issue at Haiqing Base City. City Lord Lin Chong said. Everyone was shocked. They certainly didn't expect that Haiqing Base City would encounter trouble. One academy of martial artists from Haiqing Base City entered a level 1 Earth cavern for promotion testing, including their mentors. No one returned. Investigations revealed that the people who entered the cavern were not killed by fierce beasts, but instead. But what? Seeing that the City Lord paused at the crucial part of his narrative, everyone became immensely curious. All the people who entered the cave were turned into fierce beasts by the creatures. City Lord Lin Chong said. How is that possible? The strong individuals within the grand hall sucked in cold air, their faces showing utter surprise. Could fierce beasts transform humans into beasts? How did they manage this? Although I don't wish to admit it, all of this is true, sighed City Lord Lin Chong after speaking. City Lord, while it's terrifying that the ferocious beasts have mastered a technique to turn humans into ferocious beasts, didn't you say it was only a level 1 Earth cavern? Surely Haiqing Base City hasn't destroyed this level 1 Earth cavern. Yinan asked. A level 1 Earth cavern is the weakest type of cavern. The most powerful beast inside doesn't exceed the level of a second-class great martial artist. On Blue Star, level 1 Earth caverns are usually used for assessing students in martial artist academies. The strong individuals within the Grand Hall all agreed with Yinan's reasoning. They stared curiously at the City Lord, hoping to get an answer from him. Because that level 1 Earth cavern connects with other Earth caverns, and there might be Grandmaster level ferocious beasts present in that cavern. This is why Haiqing Base City didn't take immediate action. Their City Lord Xiaozhan has already sought help from me. City Lord Lin Chong explained to everyone in the Grand Hall. Listening to the words of the City Lord, they all understood the situation. It was indeed so. Yinan mused silently that although the City Lord and the leader of Haiqing Base City had always had their disagreements, these were merely personal grudges. When informed that the City Lord of Haiqing Base Xiaozhan had reached out for help because of the ferocious beasts, he quickly called for a meeting of the experts. In terms of national righteousness, there was no ambiguity. I've gathered you here to listen to your thoughts. City Lord Lin Chong looked at everyone inside the Grand Hall and said, We must provide assistance. If the ferocious beasts have learned to turn humans into beasts, this is extremely alarming. Yes, once such a technology spreads through all the Earth caverns, perhaps the whole Blue Star isn't far from destruction. All the masters within the Grand Hall agreed to assist Haiqing Base City. Actually, without discussion, Yinan would also choose to support Haiqing Base City since ferocious beasts were involved. Recycling fierce beasts feels good for a moment, but continually recycling feels great forever. Yinan, what do you think? City Lord Lin Chong noticed that Yinan hadn't spoken, so he addressed Yinan directly. City Lord, can you give me a map of the route to Haiqing Base City? I'd like to head there now. Yinan replied. City Lord Lin Chong was startled. He had originally assumed Yinan was silent due to unwillingness to go to Haiqing Base City, but he hadn't expected Yinan to already be thinking about obtaining a route map. Chapter 57 Entering the Haiqing Base City Dungeon. Yinan, are you going to Haiqing Base City now? I'll take a look first. Yinan said to Mayor Lin Song. Well then, Mayor Lin Song nodded. You go ahead, we will follow shortly. Speaking of this, Mayor Lin Song had someone give Yinan a map of the route to Haiqing Base City. After receiving the map, Yinan left the mayor's residence and walked toward the outside of Jiangnan Base City. After leaving Jiangnan Base City, he headed towards Haiqing Base City following the map in his mind. Haiqing Base City. When Yinan entered Haiqing Base City, it seemed better than Jiangnan Base City. Currently, he only knew that the wilderness dungeon of Haiqing Base City involved a technique for ferocious beasts to turn humans into such beasts. Beyond that, he knew nothing. As he was about to head to the city mayor's mansion, he saw someone he recognized. This person was a towering middle-aged man, with more than 10 people following behind him. They were quickly heading toward the city gate. The middle-aged man was none other than the 9th grade Master Wu Hailong of Haiqing Base City. Master Hailong. Yinan called out to Master Wu Hailong. Listening to Yinan's voice, Wu Hailong slightly froze. This voice was very familiar. Where had he heard it before? He looked toward where the sound came from. Sigh. Wu Hailong took a sharp intake of breath, stepping back a few steps as he became tongue-tied, almost struck by lightning. More than 10 masters behind Wu Hailong also stood frozen. When Yinan showcased his abilities on the battlefield in Jiangnan Base City, they were all shocked, never expecting that Yinan would appear in Haiqing Base City at this moment. Alright. Suddenly, the masters recalled the request for aid from the mayor of Jiangnan Base City. Now the powerful existence of Jiangnan Base City had come to their Haiqing Base City. What a remarkable gesture. On the contrary, they had gone to Jiangnan Base City due to the 9th grade ferocious beast mad giant gorilla in Haichun Mountain, intending to give Jiangnan Base City some trouble. In comparison, they truly seemed petty-minded, while Yinan represented something much greater. Grandmaster Yinan, you have come. For Wu Hailong, Yinan was an unshakable shadow since he was defeated at Haichun Mountain, especially after what happened on the Jiangnan Base City battlefield. Are you preparing to go to the dungeon? Yinan asked Wu Hailong. He wasn't focused on anything else right now. He just wanted to go to the dungeon to retrieve the ferocious beasts. Yes, we've just received news. There's been an issue at the dungeon. The guards fighting off the ferocious beasts could not withstand them, allowing many of these creatures to emerge from the dungeon. Residents from a nearby small town have almost all been captured by these ferocious beasts and dragged into the dungeon. Wu Hailong told Yinan. Yinan privately thought the ferocious beasts' act of capturing humans and entering the dungeon must serve only one purpose: transforming humans into ferocious beasts. If not personally hearing it, he wouldn't believe there existed such technology. If this kind of technology was promoted throughout all dungeons on the Blue Star, it would be a terrifying scenario, one no one would fully comprehend. Grandmaster Yinan, if there's nothing else, we'll proceed to the dungeon. Wu Hailong cautiously looked at Yinan. Yinan came to support from Jiangnan Base City. Naturally, they had no authority to direct him. To think even if Yinan were from Haiqing Base City itself, what difference would it make? It was clear. Yinan, as a grade 1 grandmaster, could mobilize anyone, not the other way around. I'll go with you, Yinan said. Both Wu Hailong and the dozen or so masters were surprised. They hadn't expected Yinan to choose to join them on the journey to the dungeon. Once they regained their senses, they showed signs of joy on their faces. Having a grade 1 grandmaster accompany them to the dungeon was certainly a boon. Alright, Wu Hailong gave Yinan a firm nod. Subsequently, the group proceeded towards the dungeon. The dungeon they intended to visit was not close to Haiqing Base City, over 300 kilometers away. But for mighty warriors, 300 kilometers was not a long distance. Upon reaching the vicinity of the dungeon, strong bloody scents hit their nostrils. The space was filled with thick blood smells, bodies of humans and ferocious beasts sprawled all around, looking heart-wrenchingly tragic. Seems like this battle was quite severe. All the guards who defended the dungeon passage are gone. Wu Hailong sighed deeply, shaking his head heavily. Grandmaster Yinan, let's go to the dungeon passage. Okay, you go ahead, I'll follow later. Yinan told Wu Hailong. Wu Hailong didn't inquire further about what Yinan planned to do. He understood that whatever actions a grandmaster like Yinan took would have their own purposes. Not lingering too long at this place, Wu Hailong led the more than 10 masters toward the dungeon passage. After Wu Hailong and more than 10 masters left, Yinan proceeded to recycle the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were sprawled on the ground. Although the recycling rewards wouldn't be particularly great, it was still better to have something than nothing. As he continued forward, there were bodies of martial artists and ferocious beasts scattered along the way. Yinan moved while continuously recycling the remains. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the dungeon passage. From within the dungeon passage, an oppressive aura emanated in wave after wave. There was no one around, seemingly indicating that Wu Hailong and his group had already entered the dungeon passage. Yinan didn't ponder much further, entering the dungeon passage himself. Once inside the dungeon world, the sounds of combat reached Yinan's ears. He activated the 9 shadow steps and swiftly arrived at the site of the battle, where he found Wu Hailong and the dozen or so masters mercilessly slaughtering a group of ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts experienced an unprecedented level of terror. They panicked, trying to flee with their tails between their legs, but neither Wu Hailong nor the masters showed any intention of letting them escape. They pursued and exterminated every single beast. Yinan began to recycle these dead ferocious beasts. Ring, successful recycling. 9 million origin stones. 2 million cultivation talent stones. 2 million ability talent stones. Wu Hailong and the masters turned around. The masters, with their keen eyesight, spotted Yinan and approached him. As Wu Hailong prepared to speak, he suddenly noticed something odd. Grandmaster Yinan, what happened to the corpses of the ferocious beasts? The masters standing next to Wu Hailong were momentarily dumbfounded by this question as well. Looking around, they realized that the corpses of the ferocious beasts had disappeared, though they clearly remembered killing many of them right here. Yinan didn't explain further and continued walking ahead. Stopping beside the corpse of another ferocious beast farther away, Wu Hailong and the masters quickly followed, their faces expressing confusion. Yinan stared directly at the corpse in front of him. He opened his palm, and a ball of flame appeared, burning the body of the ferocious beast. Under the influence of the high-level fire talent, the ferocious beast was incinerated into ashes instantly. Then, Yinan used his wind element talent, causing the ashes of the ferocious beast to vanish from the dungeon world. Chapter 58, a first-class Grandmaster level savage beast, the purple gold demon tiger. Wu Hailong and the masters stared blankly at Yinan's series of actions. Do you now understand why the corpses of savage beasts disappeared? Yinan looked straight at Wu Hailong and the masters. Understood. Wu Hailong and the masters nodded unconsciously, their faces full of shock. They didn't understand the purpose behind Yinan's actions. Grandmaster Yinan, our mission this time is to guard the earth pit, so we will not go deep into it. The city lord of Hacking Bay City, Xiaozhan, had given him the order to guard the earth pit. Naturally, he wouldn't choose to enter deep inside the earth pit. This earth pit was only a level 1 earth pit, where the strongest savage beast would not exceed the strength of a second-tier great warrior level savage beast. But this level 1 earth pit was connected to other earth pit passages. Otherwise, Hacking Bay City would have already eliminated this level 1 earth pit long ago. After listening to Wu Hailong's words, Yinan did not force them. He spoke to Wu Hailong. Alright, I'll go in and take a look myself. In that case, Grandmaster Yinan, please be careful. After Wu Hailong finished speaking, Yinan headed toward the depths of the earth pit. Although there were many savage beasts in the level 1 earth pit, their powers were far too weak. Along the way, Yinan encountered numerous warrior-class savage beasts, which, being the weakest of all, were now too insignificant for Yinan who had already reached the Grandmaster level. Savage beasts kept falling one after another under Yinan's gaze. Beep. Recycling successful. 280 million yuan stones. 50 million cultivation talent stones. 50 million mutant talent stones. After fusing the rewards from the recycling process into his body, Yinan continued moving deeper. A long while later, he reached the deepest part of the earth pit. Upon arriving, he found savage beasts constructing a fortress, apparently preparing to build a massive city for savage beasts. A level 1 earth pit wasn't qualified to construct such a large savage beast city. Yinan inwardly marveled. Knowing that this level 1 earth pit was connected to other earth pits, he speculated that powerful savage beasts from those pits might have entered this level 1 earth pit, which prompted its effort to build the savage beast city. Entering such a construction in progress wouldn't be a wise decision. After leaving, he soon discovered a savage beast gathering site. This gathering site wasn't large. Encircling it with his mental energy, Yinan discovered that the auras of the savage beasts inside were very weak. He thought it best to first eliminate the savage beasts within this gathering place. Upon entering the savage beast gathering site, over 10 savage beasts appeared in front of Yinan. All of these beasts were warrior-class savage beasts, incredibly weak. Clenching their teeth, they fixed an intense gaze on Yinan. Roar! Before the over 10 savage beasts could leap towards Yinan, they were struck down by Yinan's palm strike. After recycling these dozen or so savage beasts, all remaining savage beasts in the gathering area charged at Yinan. There were thousands of savage beasts. Seeing the dense crowd, like countless ants, Yinan let out a slight smile. Although the savage beasts in this gathering area were not powerful, their numbers were satisfactory. The savage beasts surrounded Yinan tightly, eyes glaring fiercely and filled with murderous intent as they prepared to pounce. 10,000 Thunder Technique. Heavenly Young Fire Explosion. With 2 advanced skills activated, over 2,000 low-level savage beasts fell powerless into pools of blood. Beep. Recycling successful. 27 billion yuan stones. 600 million cultivation talent stones. 600 million mutant talent stones. Activate 4,000 times multiplier attack mode. Yinan inwardly shook his head. Low-level savage beasts were just that, low-level savage beasts. Such a large number of them had barely provided this meager reward. After integrating the rewards, just as Yinan was about to leave the savage beast gathering area, suddenly, a terrifying voice echoed in his ears. Human, do you think you can escape my sight? Pausing in his tracks, Yinan knew it was the voice of a savage beast. Turning around, he saw a tiger-faced, humanoid savage beast. Purple Gold Demon Tiger, a first-class Grandmaster level savage beast. Savage beast mutant skills, purple gold eyes, flames, speed. Yinan was inwardly astonished. He hadn't expected that a first-class Grandmaster level savage beast would have noticed him. He had been quite cautious while inside this level 1 earth pit. After thinking for several seconds, Yinan deduced that the reason the purple gold demon tiger could discover him might be due to its purple gold immutation skill. Yinan glanced at the purple gold demon tiger before him. He was glad that he hadn't rashly entered the savage beast city under construction. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Human, why don't you speak? What do you want me to say? Yinan countered the purple gold demon tiger with this question. The purple gold demon tiger let out a cold laugh. Like some last words, do you really think you can get out alive? You're right. Yinan raised his fists, and with a cold shout. Heavenly Great Shadow Fist. This purple gold demon tiger was indeed a troublesome opponent. But to defeat, it wouldn't be overly difficult. The purple gold demon tiger stared coldly at the overwhelming fist shadows rushing towards it. Opening its mouth, one after another flame began to erupt ferociously. Instantly, the whole area was filled with golden fist shadows and flames. Human, that's all you've got. After blocking Yinan's attack, the purple gold demon tiger arrogantly chuckled. 10,000 Thunder Technique. Rain Arrow Technique. Great Fire Dragon Technique. Heavenly Dragon Saint Technique. Yinan unleashed for consecutive terrifying attacks. The smirk on the purple gold demon tiger's face froze as it looked in horror at the incoming attacks and screamed. How is this possible? Then, the purple gold demon tiger activated its savage beast mutant skill speed, fleeing for its life. It knew such an attack couldn't possibly be resisted. The only chance for survival was escape. At this moment, the purple gold demon tiger regretted encountering what it thought was an easily killed human, only to have underestimated the threat. Thinking of running? With such a rare prize right before him, how could Yinan let this first-class Grandmaster level purple gold demon tiger escape? This would result in a fantastic reward if recycled properly. 9 Shadow Step. Under the influence of the Grandmaster level primal technique 9 Shadow Step, Yinan caught up with the purple gold demon tiger. Seeing Yinan close in on it, the purple gold demon tiger panicked. Human, you die. Yinan launched a heavy punch straight at the body of the purple gold demon tiger. Bang. One punch struck hard into the heart region of the purple gold demon tiger, causing a spurt of blood from its mouth. Bang, bang, bang. After several more consecutive strikes, the purple gold demon tiger collapsed onto the ground in despair and reluctance, its eyes unblinking even in death. Chapter 59. Terrifying recycling rewards, the Blackwater Prison. Ding. Recycling successful. 80 million yuan stones. 20 million cultivation talent stones. 20 million yeet energy talent stones. Grandmaster level speed primordial technique, Chongshao Shadow Step. Grandmaster level boxing primordial technique explosive dragon roar fist. 10 sword stones. Purple gold demon tiger experience card, X1. Yinan looked at the recycling rewards, and joy couldn't help but light up his face. A Grandmaster level ferocious beast was indeed a Grandmaster level ferocious beast. After checking the recycling rewards, he was momentarily stunned. Because Grandmaster level primordial techniques could also reach their peak directly, even Master level primordial techniques couldn't reach their peak directly. Why could Grandmaster level primordial techniques do so? Yinan didn't think too much about it. He felt that perhaps this was just good luck coming. Just like when chewing Shinmai gum. It's hard to stop once you've started. But this wasn't the most important thing. What mattered most was the sword stones. When he recycled the materials from a high-grade master-level ferocious beast at the mayor's mansion, he received the high-tier primary weapon Qinghong's sword. Back then, he thought Qinghong's sword was nothing special since it was also available on the market. However, after checking the function of the sword stones, his thoughts changed because the function of sword stones was to upgrade the quality of weapons. With immense anticipation, Yinan used the sword stones, and after using all 10 of them, Qinghong's sword became a second-tier primary weapon. Second-tier primary weapon? He realized that Qinghong's sword had become slightly more terrifying in his hands. But wasn't Qinghong's sword already a high-grade primary weapon? How come it only became a second-tier primary weapon after being upgraded? After thinking for a few seconds, Yinan understood. What was called a high-grade primary weapon existed merely within the context of Earth's Blue Star. On Blue Star, there were numerous extraterrestrial relics, and almost everyone knew that besides Blue Star, other life races lived in the sky above. Yinan knew that was the universe, because Blue Star also had a vast starry sky. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible that Blue Star would be the only planet with a martial arts system in the entire universe. From the alien warships that had fallen onto Blue Star, it was clear that the stars held advanced technological life planets. Looking across the whole universe, Qinghong's sword was a second-tier primary weapon, but on Blue Star, it was now a super primary weapon. Besides, he had even obtained a purple gold demon tiger experience card. Yinan still hadn't forgotten how elated he'd been when he acquired the Blood Devil Heavenly Wolf experience card in City's underground caves. But naturally, the purple gold demon tiger experience card was no match for the Blood Devil Heavenly Wolf experience card, as the Blood Devil Heavenly Wolf was a high-tier master-level ferocious beast, whereas the purple gold demon tiger was only a first-tier master-level one. Yinan integrated the rewards he had received. Low-level sword-based talent upgraded to medium level. Yinan felt a little excited. Medium-level sword-based talent. He looked again at the Qinghong's sword in his hand. After Qinghong's sword had been upgraded to a second-tier primary weapon, he felt that if he used it alongside his medium-level sword-based talent, his combat power would increase by more than double. It was just that he hadn't yet acquired any related sword techniques connected to the sword. Yinan thought to himself that he should use the purple gold demon tiger experience card next, and take a look inside the grand ferocious beast city that was under construction. After putting Qinghong's sword into his spatial ring, he activated the purple gold demon tiger experience card, which had a 5-day time limit. He headed towards the grand ferocious beast city currently under construction. On the other side, at the hacking base City Lord's mansion. At this point, the main hall of the City Lord's mansion was already full of people, all sitting upright with serious expressions. Everyone seated, there was a master-level strong person. The many powerful individuals from Jiangnan Bay City who had come to offer support had arrived in the Great Hall, and were now speaking with Xia Zhan, the lord of Hacking Bay City. Brother Xia, since we're already here, we should quickly enter the underworld and check things out, lest delays cause problems. City Lord Lin Song of Jiangnan Bay City said to Xia Zhan. Xia Zhan nodded. He was thinking the same thing. That underworld dungeon connected to other underworld passages, which is why they hadn't acted rashly. Now everything was ready. Since there's no opposition, let's set off tomorrow. After Lin Song finished speaking, he turned to Xia Zhan and continued. Yinan came to Hacking Bay City. Where is he? Upon hearing these words, Xia Zhan and the experts from Hacking Bay City exchanged glances, all showing a look of surprise on their faces. Yinan came to Hacking Bay City. After pausing to think for a few seconds, Xia Zhan told Lin Song, we haven't seen Yinan. Perhaps he went into the underworld dungeon. Lin Song stopped talking after that. He also believed that Yinan had gone to the underworld dungeon. The next day, the top experts from both base cities moved together, leading 2,000 great warriors in a grand procession towards the dungeons. Yinan had already been in the grand ferocious beast city under construction for a long time. He found that the ferocious beast city inside had taken its preliminary shape, and there were already quite a number of ferocious beasts present. He was now in the form of a purple gold demon tiger, and wherever he went, there were fierce beasts bowing to him. Although the scale of the ferocious beast city was smaller than that of a great ferocious beast city or royal city, it was still quite impressive. He had learned that the purple gold demon tiger he killed also belonged to this grand ferocious beast city under construction, named Lane. Apparently, after using the purple gold demon tiger experience card, he successfully replaced Lack. Since coming in, Yinan kept walking around. The humans who were captured just a few days ago will be mutated tomorrow, as I've heard. They should feel lucky. Not only do they get to live, but they'll become one of our great ferocious beast race. What else could they desire? A group of elite-level ferocious beasts not too far from Yinan were discussing such topics. Yinan remembered how Wu Hailong had told him that the ferocious beasts had captured everyone from a nearby small town, close to the underground dungeon passage. He walked up to the group of elite warrior-level ferocious beasts. Upon seeing the purple gold demon tiger master, these creatures immediately stopped their discussion, paying respect to Yinan and respectfully calling out, "Lane Master, where are those humans imprisoned?" Yinan asked. Replying to Master Lane, "Those humans are detained at the Blackwater prison." One of the elite warrior-level ferocious beasts answered. Yinan showed slight surprise. There was a prison? Then again, when he thought about it, it made sense. The ferocious beasts considered humans to be monsters, and humans considered ferocious beasts to be monsters. It was merely the clash between two different races. "Take me there." "Yes, Master Lane." One of the elite warrior-level ferocious beasts led Yinan towards the Blackwater prison. Though it had no idea why Yinan wanted to go there, it didn't dare to ask. After a long time, with this elite warrior-level ferocious beast leading him, Yinan arrived outside the Blackwater prison. The Blackwater prison was located behind the grand ferocious beast city, with two large mountains having a crevice in between. A black river flowed through the crevice. This river was called the Blackwater River. Following the flow of the Blackwater River inward, Yinan saw many holes on both stone walls. "Lane Master, these holes are the Blackwater prison," the elite warrior-level ferocious beast explained. It originally hailed from this level 1 dungeon, while the purple gold demon tiger was from another dungeon passage, so naturally, it wouldn't doubt why Yinan did not know the location of the Blackwater prison. Chapter 60. The lead researcher of monstrous beasts, Khan. Yinan stared at the cave in the stone wall. He had already sensed human aura emanating from those caves. "You go ahead," Yinan told the elite warrior-level monstrous beast beside him. "Yes, Lord Lian." The elite warrior-level monstrous beast nodded, then left this place. Soon after, Yinan flashed into one of the caves. The cave wasn't large, and inside, more than 100 people were locked up. The faces of these over 100 people were streaked with tears. Their bodies were filthy, sitting on the ground in extreme helplessness. When the humans saw the purple golden demon tiger arrive, their faces showed fear as they curled up in the corner. Yinan thought to himself about how unfortunate these people were. Tomorrow, they would turn into monstrous beasts. However, there was no monstrous beast guarding these caves, which surprised him somewhat. Upon further reflection, the geographical location of Blackwater prison certainly didn't need any monstrous beasts for defense. After leaving that cave, Yinan inspected other caves as well, finding out that around 1,000 humans had been captured. Having spent not much time in the Blackwater prison, Yinan soon left it. Exiting the range of the Blackwater prison, Yinan once again arrived at the great city of monstrous beasts under construction. Lord Lian. A monstrous beast saw Yinan approaching and quickly greeted him. Yinan looked at the monstrous beast, inwardly slightly surprised. It was an elite 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast. In this level 1 underworld dungeon, there couldn't be such a high-ranked beast. It must have come from another dungeon. "Come with me to a place," Yinan said to the elite 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast. The 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast was momentarily startled, not understanding why Yinan would bring it somewhere, but it didn't ask further. Yinan led the 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast to a secluded area. "Lord Lian, do you want to tell me something by bringing me here?" After looking around, the 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast asked Yinan in confusion. "Do you know the technology for turning humans into monstrous beasts?" Of course, isn't this common knowledge? The 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast was completely baffled. "And do you know who is responsible for this technology?" Yinan continued his inquiry. "Lord Lian, how could you possibly not know? Isn't Lord Khan from the same dungeon as you?" The 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast stared at Yinan in utter bewilderment. It never expected Yinan to ask such a question. "Then do you know where Khan is?" "Lord Khan is within the city, conducting research in the laboratory." After saying this, the 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast still felt something amiss. "Lord Lian, why do you seem a bit odd?" "You." Before the 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast finished its sentence, Yinan decided not to let it continue. With a snap, the neck of the 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast was broken by Yinan. After reclaiming the body of the 9th grade martial artist level monstrous beast, Yinan left the spot. Research lab. After some inquiries, Yinan finally arrived at the research lab. Upon entering, Yinan found the monstrous beast research lab to be incredibly vast, with hundreds of monstrous beasts inside. These scientific monstrous beasts all focused their gazes in one direction, fully concentrated. Yinan followed their gaze and discovered, over 100 meters away, a stone platform filled with countless black tentacles covered in layers of repulsive liquid. At that moment, these dense black tentacles were devouring a human. The human's body was suspended mid-air, rapidly transforming. Roar. In about a minute, the human emitted a roar, turning into a warrior-level monstrous beast. Yinan was inwardly shocked. This was how humans turned into monstrous beasts. Lord Lian. Hundreds of monstrous beasts in the research lab noticed Yinan and called out to him immediately. "Lian, what brings you suddenly to my lab? Are you asking if tomorrow we are beginning mass production of monstrous beasts?" A humanoid monstrous beast walked next to Yinan. Yinan examined the humanoid monstrous beast before him, which should be Khan, the lead scientific monstrous beast. "Khan, follow me to a place." "To where?" "You'll find out when we get there." "Truly, why the suspense even with me?" As he spoke, Yinan took Khan out of the research building and headed toward outside of the monstrous beast city. As Khan was about to leave the monstrous beast city, it stopped, looking at Yinan very puzzled. "Lian, if you don't tell me where we're going, I'll return immediately. My time is very precious." Yinan smiled. "Khan, do you think I wouldn't tell you if it wasn't a surprise? Just relax. I won't let you down, will I? My friend. As Khan listened to Yinan, it shook its head. You're impossible. With that, Yinan continued leading Khan away from the great monstrous beast city. They exited the great monstrous beast city. After a long while, Yinan led Khan to a forest. Lei, where is your so-called surprise? Khan looked at Yinan with obvious dissatisfaction. It had come so far with Yinan all for this so-called surprise. Khan, you are important. Without you, humans couldn't turn into. That's absolutely crucial. To put it simply, without me, those humans in Blackwater Prison would never become monstrous beasts, and my fellow researchers in the lab would be nothing but useless. Before Yinan could finish his sentence, Khan interrupted him, proud of itself. And this is why I brought you here. Yinan gave Khan a knowing smile. He had brought Khan here only to kill it. By eliminating Khan, all the problems would be solved effortlessly. Khan was just a first-class master-level monstrous beast. Due to being a key research subject, it held a high position. Lei, what do you mean by that? Confused, Khan stared at Yinan, feeling totally perplexed. There's no special meaning behind it, just that I want to beat you to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yinan threw a punch at Khan with tremendous force. Bang! Khan didn't have time to react in any way. Its body had already been pierced through by Yinan's powerful punch. In an instant, Khan's pupils contracted rapidly. It couldn't believe Yinan would suddenly attack it. With wide open eyes, Khan used its last ounce of strength to say, Lei you. In fact, I am human. As Yinan finished his statement, Khan fell to the ground, showing no signs of life. Yinan retracted Khan's body. That was all he could do for now. Would he go into the great monstrous beast city and rescue all the humans from Blackwater Prison? Of course not. He wouldn't do such a thing. He wouldn't risk his own safety just to save others. Without lingering too long in the small forest, Yinan prepared to find more monstrous beast gathering spots to collect their bodies. Chapter 61. Martial artists from two major bases enter the underground caves. After wandering through several areas of concentrated ferocious beasts, Yinan discovered that, apart from the ferocious beast megacity under construction, the scale of ferocious beasts in all other gathering places was nearly on par with a level 1 underground cave. Although the number of ferocious beasts was decent, there were hardly any notable recycling rewards. Just as Yinan stepped out from a ferocious beast concentration area, he just wiped out. The sight before him caused him to pause for a moment. This was because right before his eyes appeared 3 ferocious beasts of the master level. The purple gold demon tiger had followed him due to noticing his presence and was killed by him. Khan had been lured out by him. But why were these master level ferocious beasts outside the ferocious beast megacity? After contemplating for a few seconds, Yinan understood. These master level ferocious beasts must have traveled here via tunnels from another underground cave. All the master level ferocious beasts were 5th rank masterclass creatures, and their route was leading them toward the ferocious beast megacity currently under construction. Yinan chuckled to himself. It seemed fortune had not smiled upon these creatures since he hadn't obtained any substantial recycling rewards yet. Hey! He called out to the group of 5th rank master ferocious beasts. The 5th rank master ferocious beasts were momentarily surprised. They hadn't expected a sudden voice. Looking closely, they noticed a purple gold demon tiger walking toward them. Purple gold, demon tiger. The 5th rank master ferocious beasts were visibly shocked. Are you heading to the ferocious beast megacity? Yes. Oh great purple gold demon tiger. Are you also going to the megacity? No. I'm here to send you to your heavenly rest. To our heavenly rest? The 5th rank master ferocious beasts didn't know what heavenly rest meant, but just as they were about to inquire, they sensed an unprecedented terrifying energy. Boom. With an explosion, these 5th rank master ferocious beasts lost their lives forever. Ding. Recycling successful. 40 million yuan sure. 10 million cultivation talent stones. 10 million energy talent stones. 10 sword stones. Intermediate sword meta skill. Shadow chasing 10 frenzied swords. Activate 5000x critical hit bonus. Looking at the recycling rewards, Yinan sighed deeply. He had finally gained a sword meta skill. Not easy at all. After integrating the recycling rewards into his body, Yinan advanced to the 2nd rank Grand Master level. Using the 10 sword stones, it became clear that it wasn't enough to upgrade his 2nd rank Yuan weapon Xinghong's sword to a 3rd rank Yuan weapon. The intermediate level sword metaskill Shadow chasing 10 frenzied swords didn't require cultivation, achieving immediate mastery. Yinan took out the Xinghong's sword from his storage ring. A solemn killing intent enveloped his hand as he held the sword. Under the influence of the intermediate level sword talent, the Xinghong sword manifested streams of blade energy. Shadow chasing 10 frenzied swords. Suddenly, Yinan activated the intermediate level sword metaskill Shadow chasing 10 frenzied swords. Instantly, the Xinghong sword rapidly condensed 10 sword shadows, which shot toward a boulder, cutting through the space along its path. Boom. The boulder disintegrated into powder. Sword talents were an extremely offensive type of talent. Combined with his other talents, facing even a 5th rank Grandmaster shouldn't evoke too much fear. At the leader hall of the ferocious beast megacity, at the top stood a humanoid ferocious beast inside the grand hall. This humanoid beast was a 4th rank Grandmaster level ferocious beast. Inside the hall were numerous other humanoid ferocious beasts. The ones up front were several 3rd rank Grandmaster level ferocious beasts, besides which there were a few 1st rank Grandmaster level beasts and dozens of near master level ferocious beasts. Where exactly has Lane taken Khan? Haven't we received any information yet? Coldly, the 4th rank Grandmaster level ferocious beast spoke. This 4th rank Grandmaster was the new leader of this underground cave. Leader, Lane and Khan were from the same underground cave. There's no history of great enmity between them. They should. What should or perhaps? I demand accuracy. Accuracy. The 4th rank Grandmaster ferocious beast erupted in anger. Previously, the 4th rank Grandmaster ferocious beast had already sent many ferocious beasts outside the city to look for Lane and Khan's whereabouts, but came back empty-handed. Seeing their leader enraged, the ferocious beasts inside the hall bowed their heads and dared not speak further. What they didn't know was that it would be impossible to find Khan even if the entire underground cave was turned upside down. This was because Khan was not only dead, but his body had already been recycled by Yinan. On the other side, an underground cave tunnel. The underground cave passage, guarded by the 9th-rank Grandmaster Wu Hailong and more than 10 other Grandmasters, remained calm. Right then, martial artists from the 2 major bases had arrived at the underground cave. Besides some formidable figures, there were 2,000 powerful warriors present. City Lord Wu Hailong and over a dozen Grandmasters greeted a middle-aged man with respect. Where is Yinan? City Lord Xiaozhan from the Hacking Base City looked around and noticed that Yinan was not among Wu Hailong's group. The people from the Jiangnan Base City also shifted their gazes to Wu Hailong, all wanting to know Yinan's whereabouts. Reporting to the City Lord, Yinan, the Great Master, indeed entered the underground cave with us, but he went alone deep into it and hasn't come out yet. Nonsense, City Lord Xiaozhan rebuked sharply. Do you think this is just a level 1 underground cave? Inside, there are countless other cave passages, and the ferocious beasts within mustn't be underestimated. Wu Hailong, hearing the reprimand of the City Lord, broke out in cold sweat. City Lord, I know. If you knew, why did you let Yinan go in? Because Yinan is a great master, and I am only a 9th-rank master, so? Wu Hailong didn't finish his sentence, but the unspoken meaning was already clear. Now is not the time for these explanations. We must head deep into the cave and see how Yinan is doing. City Lord Linshang from the Jiangnan Base City said. With that, the 2 great bases' powerful individuals led the 2,000 warriors deep into the underground cave. After quite some time, the 2 great bases discovered the ferocious beast megacity under construction. They had come here to destroy this underground cave. This cave had to be destroyed. At this moment, Yinan concealed his energy. He wasn't far from the strong individuals of the 2 great bases and chose not to approach them. He still appeared as the purple gold demon tiger, and if he went over, wouldn't they join forces against him? Ferocious beasts are coming. Yinan noticed some ferocious beasts arriving behind the 2 great bases individuals and whispering to each other. I wonder where Lane took Khan. It's made us search for such a long time. Yeah, do you think Lane could have killed Khan? What nonsense. How could Lane possibly kill Kane? As the 15 or so ferocious beasts were engaged in animated discussion, they suddenly stopped, showing expressions of utmost astonishment. Humans, so many humans. Chapter 62, the battle begins, 10,000 times critical strike. The martial artists from the 2 base cities turned around. They saw more than 10 ferocious beasts not far away. These more than 10 ferocious beasts were also stunned. They had never imagined that there would be so many humans outside the great city of ferocious beasts. They could sense an incredibly terrifying energy fluctuation from these humans' bodies. Run! These more than 10 ferocious beasts weren't fools. They certainly knew that these humans were powerful figures, absolutely not ones they could fight against. Subsequently, the more than 10 ferocious beasts began to flee for their lives. But in front of the powerful figures from the 2 base cities, these more than 10 ferocious beasts were simply too weak. How could they possibly escape? After one of the Grandmasters released a wave like Yuanxi, the corpses of the more than 10 ferocious beasts exploded. Let's go in. As long as we annihilate this great city of ferocious beasts, this underground lair won't pose much of a threat anymore, said Xiaozhan, the city lord of Haiqing Base City. All the powerful individuals nodded their heads. They started walking towards the city gate of the great city of ferocious beasts. Rumbling sounds. After entering the great city of ferocious beasts, the martial artists from the 2 base cities immediately engaged in fierce battles with the ferocious beasts. Although the number of ferocious beasts inside the great city was vast, compared to the powerful individuals from the 2 base cities and the 2,000 grand martial artists, they weren't even worth noticing. Ferocious beasts kept falling to the ground one after another, and the entire scene was utterly ghastly. Blood flowed like rivers in no time at all. At this moment, a purple golden magical tiger appeared outside the great city of ferocious beasts that was under construction, happily retrieving the more than 10 weak ferocious beasts that were previously near the city. A conflict between the clam and the snipe benefits the fisherman. Although this metaphor might not be entirely fitting, but what could he do? This purple golden magical tiger card would only disappear automatically after the given time ended. He thought that unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't make a move. Otherwise, he would surely be surrounded by the powerful individuals from the 2 base cities, and at that point, there would be no way up or down. Whoosh! Yinan leaped from the ground and arrived on the wall. There were already countless corpses of ferocious beasts beneath the wall. All the ferocious beasts in this square were rather weak, while the powerful ferocious beasts hadn't shown up yet. As the people from the 2 base cities continued to massacre forward, Yinan jumped off the wall and retrieved all the ferocious beasts within this area. Jing. Retrieval successful. 40 million spirit stones. 9.5 million cultivation talent stones. 9.5 million supernatural talent stones. 20 sword stones. After fusing the rewards, Yinan continued moving forward. There were still quite a few ferocious beast corpses ahead. Other dungeons didn't know how many ferocious beasts had entered this particular dungeon. This great city of ferocious beasts was much more terrifying than the one within the Anqing dungeon. Even though its scale might not match a megacity, it wouldn't be far off either. Jing. Retrieval successful. 60 million spirit stones. 12 million cultivation talent stones. 12 million supernatural talent stones. 50 sword stones. Activate 6,000 times critical strike. The powerful individuals from the 2 base cities killed ferocious beasts ahead, and Yinan just retrieved them behind without lifting a finger. This was truly delightful. After fusing the retrieval reward, medium-level sword talent upgraded to high-level sword talent. Yinan felt excited. After upgrading to high-level sword talent, his understanding of the sword rose to another level, and activates 6,000 times critical strike. Yinan discovered that he had little knowledge about this great city of ferocious beasts currently under construction. There were simply too many ferocious beasts. An army of densely packed ferocious beasts was besieging the martial artists from the 2 base cities. Though the losses of the ferocious beasts had undoubtedly reached horrifying numbers, quite a few of the 2,000 grand martial artists had also died, but none of the grandmasters had fallen yet. Jing. Retrieval successful. 80 million spirit stones. 20 million cultivation talent stones. 20 million supernatural talent stones. 100 sword stones. Advanced level sword yuan technique. Flowing light crescent slash. Yinan infused the reward. Rank 3 Grandmaster. His face lit up with excitement. He had broken through to become a rank 3 Grandmaster. Ferocious beasts kept coming in waves. Yinan was contemplating that the number of ferocious beasts probably exceeded hundreds of thousands, a number that absolutely dwarfed what the Anqing dungeon could offer. Fortunately, no powerful ferocious beasts had appeared yet. Even if their quantity was significant, it wouldn't mean much. Powerful ferocious beasts wouldn't consider these lower-tier ferocious beasts as kin. They would only use them as sacrificial pawns, always sending them first in perilous situations. 7,000 times critical strike, 8,000 times critical strike, 9,000 times critical strike, 10,000 times critical strike. After continuously retrieving the corpses of ferocious beasts, Yinan's critical strike multiplier reached 10,000 times. He also advanced from a rank 3 Grandmaster to a rank 5 Grandmaster. Ultimate cultivation talent upgraded to godly cultivation talent. Yinan smiled. Finally his ultimate cultivation talent upgraded, did it? After 2 days of fierce battles, all the ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast square were gone, and the ground was littered with the corpses of great martial artists. Out of the 2,000 grand martial artists, 700 to 800 had perished. 5 Grandmasters were also dead. The martial artists from the 2 base cities had already left the ferocious beast square, heading toward the deepest part of the great city. Yinan sighed. The strongest individuals from the 2 base cities were only Grandmasters, and nearly 3rd-rank Grandmasters at that. If they only had battle generals. Above Grandmasters, there were battle generals. Martial weight battle generals. After breaking through to become a battle general, one could fly through the air, cultivating battle general level Yuan techniques, which were true large-scale destructive Yuan techniques. Though he didn't like to admit it, everything Yinan had faced thus far were just minor skirmishes. The real battlefield on a massive scale was beyond what he could even imagine. At that level of warfare, even those at the battle general rank might fall. Yinan noticed there were still more than 100 ferocious beasts at the forefront of the ferocious beast square, so he hurriedly approached them. Jing. Retrieval successful. 50 million spirit stones. 10 million cultivation talent stones. 10 million supernatural talent stones. His cultivation talent was already divine level now, yet he could still obtain cultivation talent stones? Yinan thought for several seconds, wondering if it might be due to the system's effects. His cultivation talent had already reached the level of higher life form planets within the universe. That meant divine level cultivation talent and high level supernatural talent could continue to upgrade as long as there was a sufficient quantity of upgrading stones. Thinking about this, a glimmer of joy appeared on Yinan's face. Without lingering further, Yinan headed deeper into the ferocious beast great city. He found that the martial artists from the 2 base cities were already confronting the ferocious beasts of this great city. This wasn't the fight in the ferocious beast square anymore. The martial artists from the 2 base cities absolutely couldn't be a match for these powerful ferocious beasts. Yinan knew it was down to the moment when action became inevitable. If staying out of it was ideal, taking action would sometimes be unavoidable. What a lively scene. Just as humans and ferocious beasts faced off, a voice broke the impasse. Both humans and ferocious beasts looked over in the direction where the sound came from. Lane. Chapter 63. Lon, you can't be this strong. Inside the fierce beast city, powerful ferocious beasts looked at Yinan who was walking over, and they were all a bit astonished. Lei, where's Khan? The strongest 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast in the fierce beast city asked Yinan. The martial artists from the 2 major base cities saw another 1st grade Grandmaster level fierce beast. Their faces showed some uneasiness. They had already imagined how terrifying the strong fierce beasts inside this dungeon were, but they hadn't expected to underestimate this dungeon. Khan has returned. Yinan said to the 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast. Khan has returned. Where is he? The 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast looked around but didn't see Khan's figure. It has returned to the lab. Yinan said. The 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast glanced suspiciously at Yinan but did not continue asking. What mattered most now wasn't Khan but the humans in front of him. The atmosphere in the entire area had reached an incredibly solemn point. On the side of the fierce beasts, there was 1 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast, 2 3rd grade Grandmaster level fierce beasts, 5 2nd grade Grandmaster level fierce beasts, 7 1st grade Grandmaster level fierce beasts, and as for Grandmaster level fierce beasts, there were more than 100. On the human side, there were 2 3rd grade Grandmasters, 4 1st grade Grandmasters, 40 Masters, and 1,200 great warriors. Even though the humans had an absolute numerical advantage, this blue star world that revered strength could never secure victory through numbers alone. Without question, the fierce beast side was stronger than the human side. In front of these high-ranking fierce beasts, these great warriors were nothing but cannon fodder. Humans, you are all powerful humans. The 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast looked at the martial artists from the 2 major base cities. Why don't we turn you into our kind? After becoming our kind, we can fight side by side and someday invade the human world, ruling over Blue Star. Hearing what the 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast said, the martial artists from the 2 major base cities clenched their teeth and gripped their fists tightly. They came to this dungeon because they learned about the technology inside that transformed humans into fierce beasts. They were here to destroy this dungeon, but from this fierce beast's words, they heard contempt from the fierce beasts towards them. It seems that this will be a tough battle. Lin Shang, the city master of Jiangnan Bay City, looked directly at the fierce beasts. Xia Zhan of Haiqing Bay City sighed with a bitter smile as he quietly said to Lin Shang, the city master of Jiangnan Bay City. Brother Lin, our overall strength isn't as good as the fierce beasts. Heroes don't eat the loss before their eyes. It was our Haiqing Bay City that asked you to come support us. In the end, when we hold back these fierce beasts, you should take the people of Jiangnan Bay City and leave. After hearing this, Lin Shang, the city master of Jiangnan Bay City, sighed. Yes, even though it wasn't something he wanted to admit, there was no way around it. They were indeed not the match for this group of fierce beasts. One who became a city master wasn't just powerful, they naturally also possessed high emotional intelligence, so he knew that this was not the time to say too much. He was not a coward who feared death. If there was a chance to go down fighting alongside these fierce beasts, he would choose without hesitation. But the disparity in power was too large, leaving absolutely no opportunity for mutual destruction. Humans, it seems that you have no intention of surrendering. The 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast smirked coldly at the martial artists of the 2 major base cities. If so, then there is only one option left, to annihilate you. With his words still hanging in the air, the 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast already raised his hand. The fierce beasts were ready to strike. Once the raised hand fell, they would charge out and destroy these humans. Before the 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast could finish the last word attack, a horrifying dark magical energy appeared. Instantly, several master level fierce beasts were blasted away by the dark magical energy. Lei, what are you doing? Seeing Lei actually attack them, the 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast couldn't help but show immense shock. Yinan smiled inwardly, thinking how humanized the purple golden demon tiger's card was. It displayed its vital energy as dark magical energy. In such a case, even the most brilliant martial artists from the 2 major base cities wouldn't think that the purple golden demon tiger was him. If the vital energy appeared as dark magical energy, then what about the Qinghong sword? Yinan decided to test it. He didn't care anymore whether the martial artists from the 2 major base cities would see the Qinghong sword or not. Soon after, he took out the Qinghong sword from his spatial ring. The Qinghong sword appeared in his hand. It was emitting waves of sword glow. Lei, why did you suddenly attack your own kind? Seeing Yinan not speaking, the 4th grade Grandmaster level fierce beast demanded again. The humans from the 2 major base cities were baffled too. They would never have thought that this purple golden demon tiger would attack the ferocious beasts. Weren't they of the same kind? Su Yuan, the master of the Jidao alliance in the group of martial artists, looked at the scene and suddenly remembered the incident in Anqing's underground cave when Huang Qing returned from the cave and said to him, "There is a blood devil wolf in the underground cave of Anqing, and it is slaughtering other ferocious beasts." This scene felt so familiar. Yinan listened to the words of the 4th grade Grandmaster level ferocious beast, thinking that in this way, the martial artist should not be able to see the Qinghong sword. Otherwise, if a ferocious beast took out a primordial weapon, wouldn't it shock all the ferocious beasts and humans? In that case, using primordial techniques shouldn't matter either. Yinan muttered to himself. Then, he smiled calmly, looked at the 4th grade Grandmaster level ferocious beast, and said, "Because I want to attack you guys." As the words fell, Yinan raised the Qinghong sword. Swish swish swish. Several sword slashes came out, driven by high-level sword talents, making the entire space shine with sword energy, cutting through the airflow with terrifying sword beams. Again, several Grandmaster level ferocious beasts were killed. Their bodies were split into halves by the extremely sharp sword beams. SSS. The martial artists of the 2 major base cities saw the purple golden demon tiger attacking the ferocious beasts again, couldn't help but take in a deep cold breath, as if struck by lightning, speechless. "Kill live for me." The 4th grade Grandmaster level ferocious beast was seething with anger, roaring in fury. When the sound faded, powerful ferocious beasts began to besiege Yinan. Flowing light crescent slash. Yinan held up the Qinghong sword, triggering the advanced sword talent primordial technique, flowing light crescent slash. Instantly, there appeared layer upon layer of flowing lights made of condensed sword beams into space, gathering rapidly together to form a crescent-shaped slash. Boom boom boom. An explosion occurred in the ferocious beast zone, shaking the earth violently. With second-grade primordial weaponry and high-level sword talents, such a strike was truly too terrifying. Dozens of Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts and 2 first-grade Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts lay in pools of blood. "It's impossible. Lu, you can't be this strong." The 4th-grade Grandmaster-level ferocious beast cried out loud upon seeing this. Chapter 64. Instantly defeating a Grade 4 Great Master-level fierce beast. The Grade 4 Great Master-level fierce beast and all the other fierce beasts were utterly terrified. No matter how they thought about it, they wouldn't have guessed that Yinan was so overwhelmingly powerful. The purple gold demon tiger is a Grade 1 Great Master-level fierce beast, but now it had killed 2 other Grade 1 Great Master-level fierce beasts, and so many Master-level fierce beasts. The martial artists from the 2 base cities were also shocked beyond measure, never imagining that the purple gold demon tiger could be this terrifying. Of course, they knew the purple gold demon tiger was a Grade 1 Great Master-level fierce beast, but it was clear that the purple gold demon tiger in their sight had already demonstrated unmatched strength. Just then, Yinan leaped out. He jumped out of the pack of fierce beasts. Then, his gaze turned to the martial artists of the 2 base cities. "Are you not going to make your move? What are you waiting for?" Yinan shouted towards the martial artists of the 2 base cities. The martial artists of the 2 base cities were stunned as they listened to what Yifeng said. They certainly didn't expect such words to come from the mouth of this purple gold demon tiger. "Len, you're looking for death." The Grade 4 Great Master-level fierce beast, hearing Yinan's intent to unite with the 2 base cities' martial artists against them, became enraged beyond control. "Kill." Suddenly, the Grade 4 Great Master-level fierce beast gave another command. "Go." Suddenly, Xiaozhan, the city lord of Haiqing Base City, shouted. The great battle was imminent. Boom boom. Instantly, countless explosions erupted throughout the entire region. Holding the Qinghong sword, Yinan began slaughtering the fierce beasts. Though these fierce beasts were all powerful, they were utterly insignificant before him now. If Yinan wished to slay these beasts, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Frightening sword beams constantly flashed through the space. Powerful fierce beasts fell one after another on the ground, making the scene look excessively brutal. Human martial artists also continuously collapsed in pools of blood. The whole field was drenched in rivers of blood, corpses everywhere. Even though casualties among the martial artists of the 2 base cities were heavy, there was no trace of retreat in their minds. Because with Yinan's participation in the battle, they completely had the ability to annihilate these fierce beasts. It didn't take long. Only 2 Grade 3 Great Master level fierce beasts, and 1 Grade 4 Great Master level fierce beast remained. Len, you are the eternal criminal of my fierce beast race. The Grade 4 Great Master level fierce beast coldly spoke to Yinan's position, its expression icily severe. The other 2 Grade 3 Great Master level fierce beasts couldn't even utter a word. Their bodies were violently trembling. Other than fear, there was nothing else visible on their faces. The martial artists of the two base cities knew that these three fierce beasts were the most powerful ones inside this earth cave. To kill them, they still needed to rely on this purple gold demon tiger. Their hearts were unsettled. They didn't know if this purple gold demon tiger would suddenly turn its blade and fight against them. In the Fierce Beast Encyclopedia, the purple gold demon tiger is indeed just a grade 1 great master level fierce beast, but no one knows why. But this purple gold demon tiger before their eyes has displayed extraordinary strength. Lin, we have no grievances or enmities with you. Why do you act like this? Why don't you let us go? A grade 3 great master level fierce beast finally summoned the courage and asked Yinan with utmost fear. Worthless creature, why beg for mercy from him? I refuse to believe he can defeat me. The grade 4 great master level fierce beast rebuked the grade 3 great master level fierce beast. Don't waste so much breath. Let's go. Yinan did not want too much nonsense with this grade 4 great master level fierce beast. The face of the grade 4 great master level fierce beast contorted with ferocity. Fiery wrath coalesced in its eyes, ready to burst forth. Len, I shall claim your life. Suddenly, the grade 4 great master level fierce beast roared in anger. This grade 4 great master level fierce beast leapt up, soaring dozens of meters high before descending upon Yinan below. Yinan's face remained calm. He was now at the 5th rank of the great master level. Not to mention his various supernatural abilities and talents. Even in terms of cultivation alone, this 4th rank great master level beast would not be his match. The warriors from both base cities watched this scene, their hearts rising to their throats. This unique purple gold demon tiger fighting against the 4th rank great master level fierce beast. Who would triumph? Len died. As the 4th rank great master level fierce beast approached Yinan, it cried out loud. The warriors of both base cities widened their eyes further, holding their breaths, time seeming frozen at this moment. The 2 3rd rank great master level fierce beasts felt the same way. They hoped that the 4th rank great master level fierce beast could eliminate Yinan. Otherwise, they might be the ones to die next. Swish. Just as everyone opened their eyes wide, preparing to see who would prevail, a streak of sword energy suddenly appeared. Of course, the martial artists from the 2 base cities and the 2 3rd rank great master level ferocious beasts couldn't see the sword glow. All they could see was the dark devilish aura. The sword glow passed through, as if dividing the space into 2 halves. The 4th rank great master level ferocious beast sensed an unprecedented danger. It looked at the terrifying dark devilish aura flying towards itself and became utterly shocked. This 4th rank great master level ferocious beast certainly couldn't evade such an attack. With a loud roar, the sword glow mercilessly split its body into 2. My god! The martial artists from the 2 base cities, witnessing this scene, were all struck speechless, feeling like being hit by 5 thunderbolts. They knew the strength of this purple gold demon tiger wasn't what they had imagined it to be, but they never expected that this purple gold demon tiger could be strong enough to instantly kill a 4th rank great master level ferocious beast. This. The remaining 2 3rd rank great master level ferocious beasts, seeing the 4th rank great master level beast killed instantly by Yinan, were filled with extreme terror and tried to say something but couldn't form any words. Next, it's your turn. After slaughtering the 4th rank great master level ferocious beast, Yinan turned his gaze toward the 2 3rd rank great master level ferocious beasts. Seeing Yinan look at them, the 2 beasts were terrified beyond measure and shouted loudly at Yinan. Len, do you really intend to exterminate us completely? We can submit to you. If you command us to go east, we will not go west. Please have mercy on us. These 2 3rd rank great master level ferocious beasts naturally didn't want to die, so they begged for mercy from Yinan. Swish swish. 2 streaks of sword energy flashed, and the 2 3rd rank great master level ferocious beasts fell to the ground, devoid of any sign of life. Yinan sighed quietly, finally eliminating all these ferocious beasts. Next, it would be the turn of the martial artists from the 2 base cities. He turned around and looked at the martial artists from the 2 base cities. Chapter 65, 7th rank great master, Crystal Gem Blood. The martial artists from the 2 major base cities, seeing this terrifying purple gold demon tiger turn its gaze toward them, were filled with dread. They had been wondering earlier if, after dealing with these ferocious beasts, the purple gold demon tiger would turn on them. Now it seemed that it would indeed target them. The martial artists from the 2 base cities vigilantly watched the purple gold demon tiger before them. They knew that if it truly attacked them, they would not stand a chance against it. You may leave. Suddenly, Yinan spoke to the martial artists of the 2 base cities. The martial artists were shocked, stunned into silence, unable to believe their ears. The purple gold demon tiger was letting them go. They were certain they hadn't misheard. Go! Xia Zhan and Lin Chong exchanged glances, reaching an unspoken agreement. Subsequently, the city lords of the 2 base cities led their martial artists toward the Earth Cavern Passage. They frequently turned around, checking if Yinan was in pursuit. Fortunately, Yinan didn't chase them, letting them heave sighs of relief as the tension left their throats. If Yinan hadn't chosen to let them go, there would have been no hope for their survival. After the martial artists from the 2 base cities departed, Yinan turned his attention to the bodies of the ferocious beasts. So many powerful ferocious beasts, if they could be salvaged. Yinan didn't dare to continue the thought. Without hesitation, he decided to recover them. Ding! Recovery successful. 300 million yuan stones. 50 million cultivation talent stones. 50 million ability talent stones. Crystal Gem Blood X1. 200,000 times explosive gain activated. How exhilarating. Looking at the recovery rewards, Yinan's face lit up with waves of excitement. Such a large amount of yuan stones and upgrading stones. This was the first time he'd acquired so much. He fused the recovery rewards into his body. 7th rank Great Master. The 300 million yuan stones propelled Yinan from a 5th rank Great Master to a 7th rank Great Master. Yinan checked the effects of the Crystal Gem Blood. It could restructure tendons and bones. Under the strike of heavenly thunder, there was a chance to cultivate the Crystal Gem Body. Crystal Gem Body. Yinan inwardly marveled. Of course, he had heard of the Crystal Gem Body, but it was rumored that only a War King could develop such a constitution. He was currently only at the Great Master level, which was followed by War General, and then War King. But it was merely a chance to obtain it. If only it was guaranteed. With the crystal gem body, one could unleash the crystal gem Buddha statue, standing 10 zhang tall, each additional zhang stronger than the last, revolutionizing one's combat prowess. To put it simply, if Yinan refined the crystal gem body to its full potential while still at the Great Master level, not even a 9th rank Great Master, let alone a war general, would be able to match him. Yinan wasn't in a rush. He planned to return to the base city first. Once the trial period of the purple gold demon tiger ended, Yinan arrived at the Earth Cavern passage. What surprised him slightly was that martial artists were still guarding the passage. He guessed it might be due to the purple gold demon tiger. Great Master Yinan, an elder of Haiqing Base City, looked at the approaching Yinan, his face glowing with excitement. The purple gold demon tiger had allowed them to leave, and after confirming their safety, they had also worried about Yinan, who was absent throughout. Many assumed that Yinan might have already met with misfortune. After all, given the outlandish events involving the purple gold demon tiger, nothing seemed impossible. Have the others returned? Yes, Great Master Yinan. The city lord instructed us to guard the Earth Cavern passage. Seeing you safe is truly wonderful. This elder answered Yinan. In that case, I will ascend first. Understood, Great Master Yinan. After returning to the surface via the Earth Cavern passage, Yinan headed towards the Jiangnan Base City. In the Jiangnan Base City Lord's residence. Sitting inside the City Lord's Hall were those who had participated in the aid mission to Haiqing Base City. Some individuals would never return, but this was inevitable. City Lord, Yinan must surely be gone. After contemplating for several seconds, Su Yuan, the leader of the Ji Dao Alliance, said to City Lord Lin Chong. Every elder within the Great Hall had considered this possibility, but refrained from voicing it aloud. Once Su Yuan did so, all eyes turned to the City Lord, awaiting his response. Yinan was too impulsive. City Lord Lin Chong sighed heavily, originally believing that Jiangnan Base City had nurtured an extraordinary genius whose talents might one day lead to becoming a new titan of Earth. Yet now, everything had disappeared. Following a summary of the underground lair battle, the leader of the Ji Dao Alliance, Su Yuan, and the elders all left the City Lord's residence. Several days later, Yinan returned to the Jiangnan Base City. Upon arrival, he headed directly towards the City Lord's residence. Still, the strong ones of Jiangnan Base City must be informed first that he is not dead. After arriving at the City Lord's residence, several guards there saw Yinan and immediately showed great respect. After bowing to Yinan, they addressed him. Grandmaster Yinan. Yinan nodded at the guards before entering the City Lord's residence. Once inside, many martial artists bowed to him as well. Yinan's unparalleled prowess on the battle arena had elevated him to a status of near idolization among the martial artists of Jiangnan Base City. Grandmaster Yinan, you didn't die? Suddenly, an extremely shocked voice reached Yinan's ears. The martial artists in the square of the City Lord's residence were startled. They realized it was Grandmaster Wang Hu. As a respected master under the employ of the City Lord, the martial artists couldn't help but wonder why Grandmaster Wang Hu would make such a comment to Yinan. Where is the City Lord? Yinan asked Wang Hu from a short distance away. Wang Hu snapped out of his shock and quickly responded. Grandmaster Yinan, the City Lord is inside. Without further words, Yinan headed towards the main hall. Upon entering the hall, he saw City Lord Lin Chong. City Lord. He addressed City Lord Lin Chong. Yinan? City Lord Lin Chong hurriedly rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that Yinan would appear in the hall at this moment. City Lord, are you not dead? City Lord Lin Chong still struggled to believe what he saw. Not dead. Yinan smiled slightly at City Lord Lin Chong. After quite some time, City Lord Lin Chong finally recovered from his extreme shock. Yinan, you entered the Earth Caverns so early. Why didn't we see you down there? Aren't Earth Caverns vast? Isn't it normal that you didn't find me? Yinan retorted. City Lord Lin Chong paused for a moment, realizing how absurd his own question was. Anyway, none of that matters. What matters is that you're alive. Lin Chong walked over to Yinan with satisfaction and gave Yinan a pat on the shoulder. Chapter 66. At the peak of Nanming Mountain, seeking a thunder strike. Pass it down. The Grandmaster Yinan has returned. Yes, City Lord. Inside the hall, a martial artist nodded in response and quickly left. After this martial artist left, Yinan looked at City Lord Lin Chong. He had returned to the Jiangnan Base City just to find out one thing. City Lord, which place in the Jiangnan Base City experiences the most celestial thunder? After using the Levi Divine Blood, if his body could be tempered by celestial thunder, he would have a chance to obtain the Levi Divine Body. Celestial thunder is from the sky, not lightning generated by thunder elemental abilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Heavenly thunder. City Lord Lin Chong was somewhat astonished. What heavenly thunder? Yinan knew that even the City Lord did not know about any place in Jiangnan Base City where celestial thunder appeared frequently. However, according to the knowledge he gained from Huaxia, standing higher increases the probability of being struck by lightning. The highest peak in Jiangnan Base City was Nanming Mountain, and these days the weather had been overcast. It might rain any time, and Yinan decided to try atop the Nanming Mountain. Yinan, since you've returned from the Earth Dungeons, City Lord Lin Chong paused for several seconds. Are you feeling unusual? Yinan was somewhat torn between laughing and crying. It was understandable that the City Lord thought this way because the topic of celestial thunder was indeed strange. City Lord, there's nothing unusual with me. That's good. City Lord Lin Chong nodded at Yinan. City Lord, I will head back to the Supreme Path Alliance first. With that, Yinan left the hall. After exiting the City Lord's residence, Yinan arrived at the Supreme Path Alliance. Going to the top of Nanming Mountain was just a current idea, but he had to return to the Supreme Path Alliance first to check if the leader knew which place in Jiangnan Base City experienced the most celestial thunder. As soon as he entered the square of the Supreme Path Alliance, Huang Qing saw Yinan. After initially being surprised, Huang Qing quickly walked up to Yinan with great joy. Grandmaster Yinan, you've returned. Is the leader here? The leader is in the hall. I'll head to the hall first. Saying this, Yinan moved toward the Supreme Hall of the Supreme Path Alliance. Once inside the hall, he saw the leader of the Supreme Path Alliance, Su Yuan. Yinan. Leader Su Yuan was surprised. His expression seemed frozen as though he had seen someone who shouldn't appear in the hall. Leader, surely you don't think I am dead, do you? Yinan smiled at Leader Su Yuan. Although the leader hadn't asked outright, he already knew what question the leader was going to ask next. Leader Su Yuan was still somewhat dazed, asking Yinan blankly, Yinan, after you went to the Haiqing base city, where did you go? To the Earth Dungeon. It's so vast. Why does everyone think I am dead? Yinan laughed calmly. Leader Su Yuan understood. What Yinan said made sense. The Earth Dungeon was so vast that not seeing him was perfectly normal. Yinan, does the City Lord know you've returned? I went straight to the City Lord's office as soon as I returned to Jiangnan Bay City. That's good, Leader Su Yuan said. Oh right, Leader, which place in Jiangnan Bay City experiences the most celestial thunder? Suddenly, Yinan asked the Leader Su Yuan this question. Hearing Yinan's words, Leader Su Yuan was slightly taken aback. Yinan, why are you asking this? It has some importance. As for celestial thunder, Leader Su Yuan paused for a few seconds. Naming Mountain. There's always quite a bit of celestial thunder on Naming Mountain, especially in this kind of weather. Yinan originally planned to go to the peak of Naming Mountain. Now, hearing this news from Leader Su Yuan, he was more determined than ever to head to Naming Mountain. Yinan, you probably don't know this. In the Earth Dungeons there's an enormous fortress under construction for savage beasts, inside there. Then, Leader Su Yuan began recounting in great detail the battle surrounding the beast fortress in the Earth Dungeon to Yinan. That purple gold magic tiger is truly beyond strong. Although the purple gold magic tiger is only a rank 1 Grandmaster level savage beast, it can effortlessly slay savage beasts at the 4th Grandmaster level. All the warriors from our 2 bases witnessed it. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we wouldn't have believed it. After speaking, Leader Su Yuan added another sentence. It seems our understanding of the savage beasts within the underworld world is still too little. Yinan of course knew about this. The purple golden magic tiger was none other than him. Leader, I'll take a shower first. I haven't bathed in a long time. Go ahead, Leader Su Yuan said. After leaving the hall, Yinan returned to his room, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and didn't leave anywhere afterward. He stayed in the room. He took the crystal blood from the storage ring and looked at the blood contained in the thumb-sized bottle. As long as he drank the divine blood from the small vial, his body would possess the crystal blood. However, crystal blood could only be derived by martial artists at the War King level or above. Levi Divine Blood, Levi Divine Bones, Levi Divine Body. War King level martial artists possess overwhelming strength. Above the War King level, there are also Hunyuan martial artists. Hunyuan Battle Honored, Hunyuan Battle Sage, Hunyuan Battle Emperor, Hunyuan Battle God. Yinan knew that his current strength was still very weak. The next day, he left the Supreme Path Alliance and headed towards Naming Mountain. Naming Mountain was to the north of the Supreme Path Alliance. After a long while, Yinan reached the foot of Naming Mountain. At the base of Naming Mountain, there were many people. They were all residents of the Jiangnan Bay City, including mountain climbing enthusiasts and those exercising by climbing, most of whom were ordinary people. Some lower-level martial artists accompanied their families as well. Naming Mountain stands over 5,000 meters high, making it a test for one's body to climb it. Of course, for regular climbers, more than 5,000 meters is no big deal. For Yinan, a Grandmaster, it was even less noteworthy. He activated the Grandmaster level speed technique, Chung Shaoing Bu, and dashed rapidly toward Naming Mountain. Sound travels at approximately 33 meters per second, but with Chung Shaoing Bu, Yinan's speed had already reached 200 meters per second. The people climbing Naming Mountain only felt a strong wind pass by them, followed by a fleeting shadow before everything disappeared. At the peak of Naming Mountain, after reaching the summit, he found that there were already many people on the top. There were vendors selling food at the peak, much like tourist spots in Huaxia. Yinan looked up at the sky. Although it was filled with dark clouds, there was no sign of rain. In the afternoon, the crowd on the peak of Naming Mountain gradually thinned out, yet there was still no thunder. Yinan continued to wait at the peak of Naming Mountain. 10 days later, at night, the sky began to rumble. Popping sounds echoed through the air. Yinan became incredibly excited. He took out the Levi Divine Blood from his storage ring again, then drank it in one go. Instantly, the Levi Divine Blood surged wildly through his 5 vital organs and 6 viscera, then into his bones, tendons, and veins, until it completely saturated his entire body. Yinan felt as if his body was on fire, unbearable pain reaching its peak. Clenching his teeth, he stared intently at the night sky and screamed 3 words with all his might. Seek a thunder strike. Chapter 67. The Thebog Bone Being Shaped. Pla. Flashes of lightning struck down in the night sky, illuminating the dark sky with a bit of brightness. Half an hour later, the intense pain disappeared, but still no lightning struck Yinan's body. After using the Thebog blood, Yinan indeed possessed the Thebog blood within him. However, without celestial thunder tempering his body, it would be impossible to condense into the Thebog body. Yinan looked up at the night sky and shook his head privately. Indeed, the chance of someone being struck by lightning is extremely rare. Even standing at the peak of Naming Mountain, does that mean he will definitely be struck by lightning? Unfortunately for the Thebog blood, Yinan wasn't ready to give up, but after careful consideration, it really was too difficult. Just as Yinan was lost in thought, there was a loud boom. The celestial thunder swept towards his body. At this moment, he hadn't even noticed yet. When he looked up, realizing the thunder was actually coming for him, it was already too late for him to react. Rumbling, the power of the celestial thunder struck heavily upon his body. Instantly, within 100 meters around Yinan, all the trees were reduced to powder, and the land turned into scorched earth, emitting a burnt smell. Yinan fell to the ground, now completely unconscious. His entire body suffered severe burns, with large areas covered in charred flesh, making for a horrifying sight. But, the Thebog blood within him was flowing throughout all his bones. This Thebog blood was aiding in reshaping his Thebog bones. Once the Thebog bones are formed and enter the skin, they could coalesce into the Thebog body. The next day, Yinan regained consciousness. However, he found himself unable to move his body. He felt as if he were locked inside his brain, able to think and breathe, but unable to command his body to do anything else. Who would have thought the power of celestial thunder could be so terrifying? Yinan possessed a lightning affinity, and originally thought that even though celestial thunder might be more fearsome than his talent, it was something he could endure. After all, he was a 7th grade Grandmaster. Wait, Yinan realized he could clearly feel a particular bone in his body undergoing a qualitative transformation. Is this the process of reshaping the Libao bone? Yinan secretly rejoiced. After a while, he was certain that this was indeed the process of reshaping the Libao bone. Although the process was slow, as long as he could condense the Libao body, the time spent would be worth it. Unfortunately, I can't move my entire body. Who knows what dangers I might encounter on the peak of Nanming Mountain. Thankfully, this wasn't the wilderness. Otherwise, those dangers could have been fatal. By noon, more people had gathered at the peak of Nanming Mountain. They all saw the scene within the area where Yinan lay. Within a 100-meter radius around Yinan, everything was scorched earth. Of course, they also saw Yinan. My goodness, what exactly happened here? Do we even need to ask? It's obvious this place was struck by lightning. This person must have done something to incur the wrath of heaven. This person must be dead already. What a pity. I've only ever heard of people being killed by lightning, but never actually seen it before. Some brave individuals began pointing fingers and gossiping about Yinan. The timid ones, emboldened by the crowd, stayed close together, occasionally peeking out of curiosity despite covering their eyes. Naturally, Yinan could hear their murmurs and chuckled wryly at himself, wondering what these people would make of this situation if they tried speculating day and night. Still, as long as they only pointed and whispered without tampering with his body, things were fine. A group of boys and girls aged 17 or 18 arrived at the peak of Nanming Mountain. After working hard for so long, I am finally here at the top of Nanming Mountain for the first time. The scenery along the way was truly wonderful. We must work harder after climbing Nanming Mountain. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter a good martial arts school. Yeah, we need to put in some real effort. There were over 20 students in this group. They were students from a martial arts school in Jiangnan Bay City. In Jiangnan Bay City, there are many martial arts schools, mostly ordinary ones. There are also numerous elite-level martial arts schools, but not everyone can enter them. These students belonged to a regular martial arts school, and they were seniors. If they wanted to progress further, naturally, they needed to pass the examination to enter a martial arts academy. Entering a big martial arts academy is exceedingly difficult. This system is no different from China's college entrance exam. Li Lang, you have the worst cultivation talent among us, and you don't have access to good resources. I suggest you just don't take the assessment and start working directly. One student suddenly turned to look at another student who was slim and looked rather self-conscious. This student was named Li Lang, and he only had inferior cultivation talent, which doomed him to never become a powerful warrior. Even in Jiangnan Bay City, there are technologies to enhance one's cultivation talent, but the cost is exorbitant. Not only in Jiangnan Bay City, but throughout the entire Blue Star, there are technologies to enhance one's cultivation talent. However, this technology can only elevate one's cultivation talent up to an average level at most. Below the average cultivation talent, there are still the weak, the lesser, and the low levels. The students all looked at Li Lang, their faces wearing a faint sneer. Li Lang, you must be dreaming of enhancing your cultivation talent, right? But it's too expensive. Your family is so poor. In this era, cultivation not only relies on oneself, but also on the family. Without the support of our families, where would we get good resources? This student saw that Li Lang didn't respond and continued speaking. The student named Li Lang still didn't say anything. When his cultivation talent was tested, he was happy because he knew he could become a martial artist and provide his parents with a good life. After entering the martial arts school and practicing diligently, no matter how hard he trained, he couldn't catch up with others. He knew this was due to the gap in cultivation talent. Later, he learned about the technology for enhancing cultivation talent, and he was filled with joy. But after some inquiries, he gave up. The exorbitant price was far beyond what he could afford. Gradually, he became overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority. Though he didn't want to feel inferior, what else could he do? Without excellent cultivation talent, without resources, and without connections, he was doomed to accomplish nothing his whole life. Hey, look, what are those people staring at? One of the students suddenly said. Hearing this, the other students followed the direction of this student's gaze and discovered that several hundred meters away, many people were gathered around somewhere, looking at something. Let's go check it out. As they spoke, the students quickly moved towards the crowded area. When they arrived, the 20-odd students stared at the scene before them, completely stunned. Was this caused by lightning? They had never imagined they would see such a sight at the peak of Nanming Mountain. Look at that person, they're in such bad shape. So terrifying. Several female students quickly turned away. Chapter 68. Grandmaster Huang Qing's confusion. Survived a lightning strike? As everyone focused on Yinan, a bold student approached him. Those at the peak of Nanming Mountain were puzzled when they saw this student walk up to Yinan. They couldn't figure out what the student intended to do. You all don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to save him. Clearly, he's already dead. I just want to see the details of someone who died from being struck by lightning. This student said to everyone present. The crowd immediately understood what the student meant. They thought poorly of this student's intentions. While everyone else had only glanced at Yinan, this person actually wanted to inspect in detail. After speaking, this student didn't care about anyone else's opinion and began scrutinizing Yinan closely. But after one look, this student was nearly frightened to death. He's alive. This man is still alive. Terrified, the student fell on his bottom and quickly scooted backward. Hearing this, all the spectators were stunned. This person survived? How? On what basis can you say he's still alive? I saw him breathing. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air as cold chills ran down everyone's spines. Could it be? This person really wasn't dead? Subsequently, another middle-aged man gathered courage, walked over, and checked carefully. Indeed, he's not dead. There's still a breath. After saying this, the middle-aged man promptly returned to the crowd. If this guy's still alive, shouldn't we help him? You go ahead then. I don't want any trouble. Same for me. I just came here for the spectacle. If we were to rescue him, it would change the situation entirely. All those present started making excuses. Most of them were there for the show, merely curious to see who would come forward to save Yinan. Yet deep down, they assumed perhaps no one would step up. Yinan, of course, could hear all their conversations. He almost chuckled. These people were amusing, having realized that he hadn't perished. As for rescuing him, though these words might sound heartless, Yinan, being from Huaxia, found this attitude utterly commonplace, something those who understand will simply get. He didn't need them to rescue him either. In his estimation, with some time, he'd regain movement, and even if the Lioli treasure body hadn't fully formed yet, it would be fine. However, neither Yinan nor anyone else anticipated what happened next. A physically frail student began approaching Yinan. "Li Lang, what are you doing?" Li Lang's classmates were shocked. They never imagined that Li Lang, usually quiet and reserved, would walk towards Yinan's position. Everyone around laughed, knowing that the martial arts school student intended to save Yinan. This must be due to years of repression. Consider this, no one values him at school, so he desperately wants to prove himself. Now, an opportunity has arisen. A student sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Lang hesitated mid-step, his fists clenched tightly, but despite sinking his nails into his palms, he felt no pain. After several seconds, he released his fists and continued toward Yinan's location. Since childhood, his parents had taught him to help others. When he noticed that Yinan was still alive earlier, he decided to save him. Though typically shy, he didn't want to stand out before such a large group. After much contemplation, he reached a decision. Saving this life mattered more than anything. When Yinan saw the weak-looking student walking toward him, he reflected that this child had good intentions but lacked strong cultivation talent. Once Li Lang reached Yinan's side, he lifted him onto his back. Although Li Lang appeared thin, remember, he was a warrior school member. Carrying someone posed no difficulty whatsoever. We should follow him. Li Lang's classmates soon followed suit. Long after, the group finally left Naming Mountain. Li Lang carried Yinan to the People's Hospital of Jiangnan Base City. But once Yinan was admitted to the intensive care unit, the cost became prohibitively expensive. "Please pay first." I have no money." "No money, what hospital?" An unkind doctor commented. The students around Li Lang burst out laughing. "Li Lang, we told you not to rescue him, but you wouldn't listen. And now what happens? You've embarrassed yourself." "I've said it already." Li Lang wants to show off. This isn't great. His family's not rich, and now this incident makes things worse. At this moment, Li Lang felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him. His mind went blank, his breathing difficult, wanting to cry uncontrollably. Why? Did he only want to save someone? Did he only want to think less about everything? Grandmaster Huang Qing. Suddenly, cries of surprise spread among everyone. Both the doctor and the students turned their gazes, and instantly their faces lit up with admiration. "Wow, it's Grandmaster Huang Qing. Grandmaster Huang Qing is so handsome. Grandmaster Huang Qing is my idol." After refining the wild giant gorilla blood given by Yinan, Huang Qing had advanced from a 7th-rank Grandmaster to an 8th-rank Grandmaster. A martial artist's body can contain toxins as well. If one doesn't properly absorb essence during cultivation, the essence entering the body may not convert into strength-enhancing energy, but instead forms toxins. Of course, a martial artist's body is strong. Even if these toxins are not removed, it won't affect them too much. Grandmaster Huang Qing. As Huang Qing approached the doctor and students, they respectfully addressed him again. Huang Qing nodded in approval. "Young ones, you're here for a medical examination, aren't you? Work hard, and strive to enter your desired martial arts school." "Not exactly, Grandmaster Huang Qing. We brought someone who was struck by lightning to the hospital." A female student spoke to Huang Qing. "Struck by lightning?" "Yes." Huang Qing paused. "If struck by lightning, shouldn't that person be dead? Why come to the hospital?" "The strangeness lies right here. The person didn't die, which is unbelievable to us too." The doctor beside Huang Qing also chimed in. Huang Qing thought to himself, strange events happen every year, but this year seems especially full of them. "Where's the person? I'll go take a look." The reply to Grandmaster Huang Qing, "The person is inside the intensive care unit." This doctor quickly said. Immediately after, this doctor led Huang Qing towards the intensive care unit where Yinan was. Upon arriving at the intensive care unit, a doctor told them, "It's strange. This person suffered such severe injuries, but is self-recovering without needing any medication." Grandmaster Huang Qing, this is... Before the doctor could finish his sentence, he noticed that Grandmaster Huang Qing's expression had frozen, as if he had seen someone he could never possibly encounter. Chapter 69. This is Yinan, the Great Master. "Master Huang Qing, what's wrong?" Several doctors in the intensive care unit were greatly puzzled by the expression on Master Huang Qing's face. Huang Qing ignored these few doctors and looked at Yinan lying on the bed. His throat moved up and down as he swallowed several times. "Great Master Yinan." Finally, Huang Qing called out to Yinan on the bed. "Yinan, Great Master." The several doctors in the intensive care unit were all stunned upon hearing Huang Qing's words. This person is a... Suddenly, the doctors seemed to have realized something, their faces filled with shock. They had heard of Great Master Yinan. During the battle tournament, wasn't it Great Master Yinan who left the Haiqing Base City utterly humiliated? Only warriors could attend the tournament. Ordinary people certainly couldn't enter, so they didn't know Yinan's appearance, but they had certainly heard of him. After the battle, news of the event spread throughout the Jiangnan Base City. These doctors just couldn't imagine that the legendary Yinan, the Great Master, would end up like this now. "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you checking Great Master Yinan yet?" Huang Qing, after regaining his senses, scolded the doctors. The doctors were greatly startled, and one of them quickly explained to Huang Qing. "Master Huang Qing, Great Master Yinan's body is automatically healing itself. We believe that within a short time, Great Master Yinan will return to normal." Huang Qing fell silent. Learning from these doctors that Yinan was safe, he felt relieved. "It won't do. I must inform the leader." Saying that, Huang Qing hurriedly left the intensive care unit. After exiting the ICU, the students all turned their gazes towards him, bowing again respectfully as they called out, "Master Huang Qing." Huang Qing looked at the students and said, "Don't leave yet." He thought that it was these students who had saved Great Master Yinan. Naturally, their extremist Dao alliance would offer some compensation later. The students still hadn't figured out what was going on when Huang Qing left. What is going on here? Around 20 students looked at each other, confusion filling their expressions. At this moment, a doctor walked out of the intensive care unit where Yinan was. "Doctor, why did Master Huang Qing tell us not to leave?" The students, upon seeing the doctor emerge, focused all their attention on him. "Do you know who you've saved?" "Who?" "Great Master Yinan." When the doctor mentioned Great Master Yinan, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day. Everyone froze like statues. "That person is Great Master Yinan." The one who trounced the top fighters from Haiqing Bay City in the battle arena? This group of students were completely frightened. They never imagined they would one day encounter such an existence. You are all truly fortunate. Having saved Great Master Yinan. Just wait for your success and glory. The doctor sighed with regret. How much he wished it was him who had saved Great Master Yinan. All the students remained stunned. Yes, if they had saved Great Master Yinan, they could bring honor to their family names. But it wasn't them, it was Li Lang. All the students' gazes focused on Li Lang, who was also standing motionless. His eyes were opened wider than usual. He merely didn't want someone to die without intervention. He only wanted to send Yinan to the hospital. He hadn't even considered the medical expenses. But now, this doctor was telling him that the person he had saved was a great master? At the headquarters of the Extremist Tao Alliance, Huangqing had already arrived at the Extremist Tao Alliance. He hurried into the main hall and met with Chief Su Yuan. Huangqing, what's happened that has you so flustered? Chief Su Yuan, seeing Huangqing hastily entering the hall, questioned him curiously. He was discussing things with the masters of the Extremist Tao Alliance. Not only Su Yuan, but all the masters in the hall were also confused by Huangqing's behavior. Chief, Great Master Yinan got struck by lightning. Right now, he's at the People's Hospital. What? The masters in the hall were shocked. They couldn't imagine Huangqing saying something like that. How could Great Master Yinan be struck by lightning? This cannot possibly be. Su Yuan initially thought this was nothing more than a preposterous tale, but then he suddenly remembered something. Yinan had asked him where there were the most heavenly thunders. Realizing this, Su Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he urgently questioned Huangqing. How is Great Master Yinan doing right now? The doctor says that Great Master Yinan's body is recovering automatically. It won't take long before he returns to his normal state. Huangqing replied. Fluent sighed. His heart, which had been held tightly in his throat, relaxed. Go and tell the city lord that we will go see Yinan first. Yes, leader of the alliance. Saying this, Huangqing quickly walked out of the grand hall. Let's go see Great Master Yinan. After Huangqing left the grand hall, leader Su Yuan told all the masters inside the hall. All the masters nodded their heads. Rising from their seats, they followed the leader and exited the grand hall. After leaving the Extremist Tao Alliance, they headed towards the People's Hospital of Jiangnan Bay City. Jiangnan Bay City, People's Hospital. Leader Su Yuan of the Extremist Tao Alliance arrived at the People's Hospital accompanied by many masters. Everyone in the hospital stopped to watch, shock appearing on their faces. They couldn't believe so many masters would gather at the hospital at the same time. It wasn't long before Leader Su Yuan and a group of masters reached the ICU ward where Yinan was located. The students, after being instructed by Huangqing not to leave, waited patiently. When they saw Leader Su Yuan and so many masters arrive, they were stunned as if struck by lightning. It was the first time they'd ever seen so many masters at once. The hospital president had already come out with a group of doctors to warmly welcome them. They showed great respect while bowing to Su Yuan and the masters. Su Yuan and the masters entered the ICU room where Yinan lay. Seeing his battered appearance, they were shocked. Great Master Yinan. The sight was heart-wrenching. The masters swallowed hard, unable to say much more. Esteemed warrior adults, you don't have to worry too much. Great Master Yinan's body is recovering on its own. A doctor finally came back to his senses after a long moment and spoke to all the warriors in a somewhat shaky voice. Yinan smirked inwardly. His fingers had already begun to twitch slightly. He thought, isn't this just what I'm aiming for, to create the glass treasure body? All this commotion across the city is worth it. But he discovered the glass treasure bones forming within him, which meant he was not far from achieving the glass treasure body. This change greatly excited Yinan. The glass treasure blood might only form the glass treasure body under certain probabilities when struck by divine thunder. Now, however, he was creating the glass treasure body. Chapter 70. Nephrite golden body successfully shaped. After shaping the nephrite treasure body, Yinan possessed the nephrite golden body. The nephrite golden body was a total of 10 zhang tall, and each breakthrough of 1 zhang would make it stronger. After staying for a long time in the intensive care unit where Yinan was, the leader of the Supreme Path Alliance, Su Yuan, and the masters walked out. The students were shocked beyond measure as they looked at the masters in front of them. The presence of so many masters together created an overwhelming pressure. At this moment, another group of powerful beings entered the People's Hospital of Jiangnan Bay City. All the people inside the hospital watched as the mighty warriors walked in, their pupils shrinking uncontrollably because, in their eyes, this was absolutely the most shocking event in history. It was already astonishing enough that the head of the Supreme Path Alliance and the various masters had come to the hospital. Now, even the city lord and the masters from the city lord's mansion had arrived. A doctor quickly ran into the dean's office. Dean, the city lord has arrived. What? Hearing the doctor's words, the hospital director sprang up from his seat, utterly astonished. Coming back to his senses, he rushed out of the office toward the outside of the hospital. Soon, the hospital dean saw the city lord and the masters of the city lord's mansion. City lord, esteemed masters. The hospital dean hurriedly greeted the city lord and the masters from the city lord's mansion. Take me to see Yinan. Yes, city lord. In fact, without waiting for the city lord to say it, the hospital dean already knew that the city lord and the masters from the city lord's mansion came to the hospital to meet with Grandmaster Yinan. The hospital dean didn't dare to linger in place. He quickly led the city lord and the masters of the city lord's mansion to a certain location. Not long after, the hospital dean took them to the ICU ward where Yinan was located. City lord, Grandmaster Yinan is inside, the hospital dean said to the city lord. Upon hearing this, City Lord Lin Chong pushed open the door of the ICU and went inside along with the masters. They saw Yinan on the bed. From Huangqing's mouth, City Lord Lin Chong had already learned that Yinan was not gravely injured, so even seeing Yinan's grievous state did not evoke much worry on his face. The masters from the City Lord's mansion sighed collectively. During the battle on the arena, Yinan had shamed the group of masters from Haiqing Bay City all by himself, but unfortunately ended up struck by lightning. Huangqing walked out of the hospital room, looking at the students outside who all had deeply despondent expressions on their faces. They regretted it greatly. If only they had known earlier that the person struck by lightning was none other than Yinan himself, they would have raced to save him without hesitation. But now, everything was too late. The students who had mocked Li Lang felt extreme shame and wished to disappear. Who saved Grandmaster Yinan? Suddenly, Huangqing asked the gathered students. It was me. In a corner, Li Lang raised his hand. Despite his natural timidity, he realized he must take responsibility. Well done. Huangqing smiled at Li Lang, asking, which martial school do you belong to? Respected Master Huangqing, I'm from the Southgate Martial School, replied Li Lang. Jiangnan Bay City had numerous martial schools, and Southgate Martial School was an exceedingly ordinary one, naturally unheard of by Huangqing. You may leave first. We will inform you when Grandmaster Yinan awakens. Huangqing said. The students nodded before leaving the hospital. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, half a month passed. Initially, the creation of the nephrite treasure bone moved very slowly, but as time progressed, the process of forming the nephrite treasure bone sped up considerably. By half a month's time, the nephrite treasure bone was fully shaped, and the nephrite moon within Yinan was flowing into every inch of his skin. Once the flow completed and spread throughout his whole skin, the formation of the nephrite treasure body would also be successful. After such a prolonged period, naturally, Yinan was able to move again. However, he refrained from moving because he understood any abrupt actions could cause unexpected changes. Another half month passed. He was now complete with nephrite blood, nephrite bones, and nephrite flesh. Finally, the nephrite treasure body was successfully formed, but he hadn't awakened or wielded the nephrite treasure body yet. Tisk, creating a nephrite treasure body is truly hard. Yinan rose from the hospital bed and let out a sigh. Then, he walked out of the hospital room. Grandmaster Yinan, you. Huangqing immediately stepped closer upon seeing Yinan walking out of the room and questioned. Just prepare my discharge procedures. Yinan said to Huangqing. Good. Huangqing rejoiced, thinking that Grandmaster Yinan was finally leaving the hospital. Otherwise, staying there much longer would have driven him insane. After checking out of the hospital, Yinan and Huangqing walked out of the People's Hospital of Jiangnan Bay City. Just as they were about to get into the designated car, Yinan suddenly remembered something and stopped, turning to ask Huangqing. Huangqing, do you know which martial school those kids are from? Nanmen Martial School. Huangqing replied to Yinan. Yinan hadn't heard of the Nanmen Martial School either, so he followed up with another question. Do you know where it is? I've already found out. Then let's head to the Nanmen Martial School. With that, Yinan and Huangqing got into the designated car. In Jiangnan Bay City, every master was entitled to a designated car powered by essence energy. As a grandmaster, Yinan naturally had a vehicle matching his status. It's just that he had never used it before. Once both were inside, the grandmaster level designated car set off towards the Nanmen Martial School. Nanmen Martial School. It was an extremely ordinary martial arts school with over 1,000 students. Most of them were practicing on the training grounds, honing their combat strength. Quick, look, a grandmaster level designated car. Suddenly, a startled shout caught everyone's attention. The students practicing on the field all turned sharply toward the school gate and couldn't help but gasp in shock. My goodness, that really is a grandmaster level designated car. How could such a car appear at our humble Nanmen Martial School? This can't be real. Who on earth is this car here for? Despite their reluctance to believe it, the students on the training ground knew that a grandmaster level designated car truly had arrived at the entrance to the Nanmen Martial School. The security guard manning the school gates also froze in surprise. Hurriedly rubbing his eyes, he thought he must be seeing something impossible. Open the gate. What are you waiting for? The driver, seeing the guard hesitating, barked an order at him. This snapped the guard back to reality, and he rushed to open the gate, saluting as the grandmaster's car passed through. At the same time, the leaders and teachers of the Nanmen Martial School had received the news. A grandmaster level car had come to their school, an unprecedented event. They had all gathered on the training grounds to welcome the arrival. Chapter 71. I've come to repay a kindness. After the grandmaster level vehicle powered by essence energy stopped, the leaders and teachers of Nanmen Martial Arts School all gathered in front of the grandmaster level vehicle. Yinan and Huangqing stepped out of the car. This is Grandmaster Yinan. Huangqing introduced him to the school's leaders and teachers. As they listened to Huangqing, they were all somewhat stunned. They knew Grandmaster Yinan well. His heroic achievements on the battlefield had spread throughout the entire Jiangnan Bay City. Grandmaster Yinan. Immediately, the leaders and teachers of Nanmen Martial Arts School quickly paid their respects to Yinan. Just be casual. I've come to your Nanmen Martial Arts School this time to look for someone who, in a certain way, saved me. Yinan said to the school leaders and teachers before him. The school leaders and teachers were shocked as they listened to Yinan's words. Could someone from their school have saved a grandmaster? You must be joking. Grandmaster Yinan, may I ask who saved you? The principal of Nanmen Martial Arts School asked Yinan respectfully. At this moment, some students on the training ground of Nanmen Martial Arts School already had bitter expressions on their faces, clenching their fists. These students naturally were those who had been at the peak of Nanming Mountain that day. They understood that this time, Grandmaster Yinan had come to their school to repay a life-saving favor. The opportunity for success was so close to them, but none of them had seized it. That person, he seems to be. Yinan paused for a few seconds. Li Lang. He remembered on the summit of Nanming Mountain when the young man was about to rescue him and was mocked by his classmates. Li Lang. The principal looked back at the teachers behind him and asked, whose student is Li Lang? Principal. Li Lang is my student. A teacher stammered, visibly startled. Where is he? Please, he's taken leave. The teacher's voice trembled greatly. Then take me to his home. Yinan was always one to repay kindnesses. Only after repaying this favor would he be able to focus fully on cultivating his crystal jade body without any mental distractions. Subsequently, all the leaders and teachers of Nanmen Martial Arts School led Yinan and Huangqing toward Li Lang's home. Hatai Housing Complex. It was a rather old housing complex. Yinan, Huangqing, and everyone else from Nanmen Martial Arts School arrived at Hatai Housing Complex. Grandmaster Yinan, according to Li Lang's information, this is the neighborhood where his family lives. Li Lang's homeroom teacher said cautiously to Yinan. As such a large group entered Hatai Housing Complex, it naturally attracted the attention of many residents there, who all looked over cautiously. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked over and asked the group. Hello, we're here to see Li Lang. Saying this, Huangqing revealed his rank badge. Seeing the rank badge in Huang Qing's hand, the middle-aged man was utterly shocked and exclaimed loudly, "An 8th rank grandmaster." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's cry, the other residents were also astonished. Their eyes widened, and even some timid ones fell limp on the ground. A grandmaster? And an 8th rank grandmaster? Such an overwhelmingly powerful being had actually come here to look for Li Lang? I know Li Lang. I saw him just now. The middle-aged man hurriedly told Huang Qing. Then could you please ask him to come out? Tell him Grandmaster Yinan wishes to speak with him about something. Huang Qing said. Hissing sounds were heard as all the residents of Hitai housing complex drew cold breaths. They stared open-mouthed, dumbfounded. So not only was there a grandmaster present, but there was also a great grandmaster? Grandmaster Yinan. They seemed vaguely familiar with that name, as if they'd heard it somewhere before. Indeed, Grandmaster Yinan is the same individual who shamed the powerful martial artist from Haiqing Bay City during the War Arena event. Suddenly, someone recalled where they'd heard about Grandmaster Yinan. Upon hearing this, all the residents of Hitai housing complex thought back and exchanged glances, their faces full of shock. They couldn't fathom why someone like Grandmaster Yinan had come looking for Li Lang. Alright, I'll go to Li Lang's house and call him right away. After coming back to his senses, the middle-aged man quickly replied to Huang Qing. He then sprinted towards Li Lang's house, faster than he'd ever run in his life. It didn't take long for the middle-aged man to arrive at the door of Li Lang's house. Brotherly, the middle-aged man knocked on the door while shouting. After a few seconds, a man who looked about 40 years old opened the door. Brotherly, where's Li Lang? He's at home, old Wu. Is there anything you need? This man in his 40s was named Li Ming, and he was Li Lang's father. Quickly call Li Lang downstairs. Grandmaster Yinan is here to see him. The middle-aged man hurriedly spoke. Old Wu, when did you learn to joke around? How can I joke about such matters? Hurry up. Li Ming froze for a moment. Could it be true? Immediately, he rushed into Li Lang's room to inquire. What's wrong? Li Lang's mother, Wang Lan, also walked over, her face filled with confusion. At this moment, Li Lang was also stunned. He had never imagined that Grandmaster Yinan would personally come looking for him. Don't talk here. Do you really intend to make Grandmaster Yinan wait? Seeing Li Lang and his parents standing frozen in place, the middle-aged man questioned them. Subsequently, Li Lang and his parents went downstairs, with the middle-aged man following closely behind. A few minutes later, Yinan saw Li Lang. At the peak of Nanming Mountain, he had thought Li Lang was quite an impressive child. Grandmaster Yinan, is this Li Lang the one you're looking for? The principal of Nanmen Martial Arts School asked Yinan. Yes, it's him. Yinan nodded. The principal sighed with relief. This made him feel reassured. He became delighted because he knew that due to today's event, their Nanming Martial Arts School might no longer remain just an ordinary martial arts school. And Master Yinan, good morning. Being naturally shy, Li Lang trembled uncontrollably before such a grand figure like Yinan. You saved me, and I've come here to repay your kindness. Yinan smiled at Li Lang. The residents of Hitai housing complex were astounded as they heard Master Yinan's words. Could Li Lang really have saved Grandmaster Yinan? It sounded like an implausible tale to them. Li Lang's parents had already become stiff as statues, dumbfounded. Their son had saved Grandmaster Yinan, an unimaginable dream for them. What do you desire? Yinan decided to get straight to the point since he had come here to repay the favor. I wish to enter the best martial arts academy in Jiangnan Bay City. I want my parents to live a good life. I want to distinguish myself. I don't want to be mocked anymore. Li Lang mustered his courage and said these words to Yinan. It had been a long time since he'd spoken so many consecutive sentences. Chapter 72, 30,000 Luli cells, the second layer of Luli gold body. Yinan listened to Li Lang's words and smiled at him. Then he looked at Huang Qing beside him. There shouldn't be much of a problem with what Li Lang wants, right? As for the martial arts school, it can be selected from the 3 major schools in our Jiangnan Bay City. As for living arrangements in all aspects, everything can be top-notch. After Huang Qing nodded at Yinan, the residents of Hitian community were all envious. This was an opportunity. People are not just successful through hard work, they also need luck. Li Lang, listening to Master Huang Qing's words, was also stunned for a moment. The goals one after another that had existed in his mind, have they really been accomplished? Li Ming, Li Lang's father, was so excited. He had never imagined that one day Li Lang would bring such glory to their family. In his eyes, their Li family had truly given birth to a dragon. This matter is left to you. After saying this to Huang Qing, Yinan looked at Li Lang and smiled. I still have some things to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Alright, Grandmaster Yinan. Li Lang immediately nodded in response. Yinan got into the Grandmaster class special car and headed towards the Ultimate Path Alliance. Huang Qing further discussed several matters with Li Lang. He discovered that Li Lang's cultivation talent was very average. However, there existed technologies in Jiangnan Bay City capable of enhancing cultivation talents, but the cost was extremely high. Even if we talk about rich families, not all of them could afford such exorbitant expenses. After taking care of everything, Huang Qing departed from Hitian community. The school leaders and teachers of Nangman Warrior School had not yet left. They all watched Li Lang with infinite relief. Li Lang saved Grandmaster Yinan. This event was sufficient enough to make their students proud. Some warrior schools on par with the scale of Nangman Warrior School, when compared now with Nangman Warrior School, would appear inferior. After conversing with Li Lang extensively, the school leaders and teachers of Nangman Warrior School left Hitian community. By the time they returned to Nangman Warrior School, it was already night. The next day, the principal of Nangman Warrior School convened a school-wide meeting, recounting how Li Lang saved Grandmaster Yinan. It was announced that Li Lang would be directly admitted to one of the 3 great martial arts schools in Jiangnan Bay City, free to choose any of them. Moreover, Li Lang's family received housing in Tianqing District, the most expensive neighborhood in Jiangnan Bay City, along with a significant amount of alliance currency. All the students of Nangman Warrior School were filled with extreme envy, and some students regretted and lamented endlessly. These students were the ones who, on that day at the peak of South Ming Mountain, chose not to save Grandmaster Yinan. The Ultimate Path Alliance. When Yinan returned to the Ultimate Path Alliance, he began cultivating the Luli Precious Body immediately. In an activated state, the Luli Precious Body manifests as a Luli Gold Body, though Yinan currently cannot yet display the Luli Gold Body. However, he felt that the time was approaching. 1,000 Luli cells. 2,000 Luli cells. 3,000 Luli cells. After several days, Yinan's body possessed 3,000 Luli cells. Originally, he did not know what Luli cells were, but he understood during the cultivation process. Once the Luli cells reach 10,000, the Luli precious body will break through to the first layer. Upon breaking through to the first layer, one can activate the Luli gold body. Currently, Yinan does not yet know how terrifying the combat strength of a first layer Luli gold body is, but he has already begun looking forward to it, knowing that it won't be long before he reaches the first layer of the Luli gold body. He continued cultivating the Luli cells. 4,000 Luli cells. 5,000 Luli cells. 6,000 Luli cells. Yinan cultivated the Luli cells to the point of neglecting meals and sleep. A few more days passed, and Yinan suddenly opened his eyes with a look of joy on his face. 10,000 Luli cells. Finally, his body had accumulated 10,000 Luli cells. Without hesitation, he activated the Luli precious body. Upon activation, Yinan instantly transformed into a golden figure made of Luli, towering up to 10 feet. The Luli gold body can grow up to 100 feet tall, each additional foot being more formidable than the last. After activating the Luli gold body, Yinan felt boundless power surging throughout his entire body. He even had the feeling that with a single punch, he could shatter the void. Yinan secretly thought that if he fully mastered the Luli gold body, below the rank of War King, he would fear no one. With just the first layer of the Luli gold body, despite being only a 7-star Grandmaster now, no other Grandmaster could stand against him. Next, Yinan continued to cultivate the Luli gold body. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Yinan's body accumulated 30,000 Luli cells. The Luli gold body broke through to the second layer. The second layer, a 210-foot gold body. Yinan's face was filled with excitement. In just a few months, the Luli gold body had broken through to the second layer. Grandmaster Yinan, are you there? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded near Yinan's ear. Come on over. Yinan replied. A few seconds later, a 9th-rank Grandmaster came into Yinan's view. This wasn't just anyone. It was Zhang Wenyuan. It was Zhang Wenyuan who led the team from Jiangnan Bay City during the battle for the wild giant ape at Mount Haichun. Do you have anything to say? Yinan looked somewhat confusedly at Zhang Wenyuan. Recently, a smaller base city near Jiangnan has been battling ferocious beasts. They've come seeking help and want our base city to assist them. Zhang Wenyuan explained. Manhwa may indeed only consist of 6 large base cities, but some smaller ones exist more in name than reality. Their scale is only slightly larger than that of Anqing, with a bit stronger defense mechanisms. So why did you come speak to me? The mayor mentioned that you seem quite interested in materials from ferocious beasts. He wonders if you'd be willing to go. 9th-rank Grandmaster Zhang Wenyuan asked. Take me to meet those who have come seeking aid. Yinan said this almost without thought, addressing Zhang Wenyuan in front of him. Of course he wanted to go. It had been quite some time since he last recovered materials from ferocious beasts. In his mind, the alliance leader truly understood him. However, since it's a small base city, there probably wouldn't be any powerful ferocious beasts. Still, going would not be a waste of time. Zhang Wenyuan understood that Grandmaster Yinan saying this meant he had already agreed. He led Yinan towards the mayor's residence. Once they reached the mayor's office, Yinan saw the warriors who had come seeking assistance. There were more than 10 of them, all elite warriors. Grandmaster Yinan. The Grandmasters inside the mayor's office hall greeted Yinan respectfully upon seeing him arrive. The more than 10 elite warriors who had come seeking help were stunned on the spot, glancing incredulously at Yinan. Was this young man really a Grandmaster? Even in Jiangnan Bay City, a real one at that, would such a terrifying prodigy emerge? Grandmaster Yinan, has Wenyuan already spoken to you? Mayor Linchong turned toward Yinan. Chapter 73, The Radiant Golden Body. It's the War King. I already know everything. Yinan said to City Lord Linsong. So are you going? I am. Yinan nodded in agreement. City Lord Linsong had previously guessed that Yinan would go, so he sent Zhang Wenyuan to the Extreme Path Alliance to call Yinan. Then, City Lord Linsong looked at the more than 10 elite warriors who had come for help. He said to these more than 10 elite warriors, then let Grandmaster Yinan go and help you. Yes. The more than 10 elite warriors were naturally very happy. They had only hoped for a master to go support them when they came seeking help, but they never expected that a Grandmaster would actually help them. I don't know when Grandmaster Yinan is planning to. The time should not be delayed. Let's set off now. An elite warrior had not finished speaking when his words were interrupted by Yinan. The more than 10 elite warriors nodded in agreement. Of course, they hoped Yinan would arrive at their base city as soon as possible. Now the base city was in battle with ferocious beasts, and they didn't know what might happen if it took another day. After Yinan and the more than 10 elite warriors who had come seeking help left the Great Hall, after leaving the city lord's residence, those more than 10 elite warriors led Yinan towards their base city. When the base cities were first formed, the Dragon Country only established 6 major base cities. Later, because some cities also built up to the scale of base cities, they were also called base cities. In the Dragon Country, no one knows how many such base cities exist. They just have not been registered with the imperial capital. So on the surface, the Dragon Country has only 6 base cities, but in reality, there are numerous base cities. The base city that came for aid is called the Moon Base City. Yinan and the more than 10 elite warriors arrived at the base city through the underground passage of the Moon Base City. Yinan looked at the streets of the Moon Base City. The streets were full of wounded soldiers. From the wounds of these injured soldiers, there wafted a pervasive bloody smell. Grandmaster Yinan, a fierce battle is ongoing at the defense line of the Moon Base City. Shall we go directly to the defense line, or? An elite warrior cautiously asked Yinan. Of course, he knew that as long as Grandmaster Yinan was there, the crisis of the Moon Base City could be resolved. Let's go directly now. Before Yinan finished his sentence, one cry after another rang out loudly on the main street of the Moon Base City. Defense line crisis. Defense line crisis. Defense line crisis. The wounded soldiers and residents on the main street of the Moon Base City all heard these sounds, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, full of fear. Defense line crisis? The defense line is the last line of protection for the Moon Base City. If the defense line encounters a crisis, that means danger for the Moon Base City. If ferocious beasts break through the defense line, they will enter the base city, causing immense destruction, a scene no one wishes to see. The more than 10 elite warriors around Yinan all turned pale. They knew the terror of the defense line being lost. Lead the way. Yinan's face did not show much fluctuation. In his view, even if the defense line fell, so what? There was absolutely no fear. The more than 10 elite warriors dared not linger, and they quickly led Yinan towards the Moon-based city's defense line. Moon-based city, defense line. Numerous ferocious beasts clumped together forming a massive sphere, the sphere continuously colliding with the defense wall wave after wave. The defense wall vibrated incessantly, and it seemed like it wouldn't take long before it was breached. And the warriors stationed at the Moon-based city's defensive line had no methods against the ferocious beast ball. Under the guidance of the more than 10 elite warriors, Yinan reached the Moon-based city defense line. Once there, Yinan naturally saw wave after wave of the ferocious beast balls. His expression grew rather complex. Seeing so many ferocious beasts made him feel an increased sense of intimacy. Bang, bang, bang. The defense wall of the Moon-based city continued to tremble. If no one stopped it, the wall would definitely not withstand the attack. Grandmaster Yinan. The more than 10 elite warriors around Yinan all looked at him with eyes filled with hope, awaiting his move. Yinan looked at the ferocious beasts below the defense wall. There were probably tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. It was almost impossible to encounter so many ferocious beasts in the wild all at once. Yinan guessed there must be some undetected tunnels in the wild, and all these ferocious beasts must have come from those tunnels. However, the strength of these ferocious beasts was all very weak. To destroy these tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, given Grandmaster Yinan's capabilities, was far too simple. The radiant golden body has already reached the second layer. Yinan silently decided to use these weak ferocious beasts to practice his skills. He activated the radiant golden body. Instantly, a 2-zhang-tall radiant golden figure appeared within the sight of everyone on the outer defense line. This 2-zhang-tall radiant golden figure emitted layers of golden light, blinding everyone on the wall, making them unable to open their eyes. What is this? Numerous warrior-level martial artists looked at the 2-zhang-tall crystal golden figure on the city wall, and they were shocked to the core. Crystal golden body. This is the crystal golden body. A great warrior shouted loudly. Haha, crystal golden body, the war king. A war king level master has come to aid us. The warriors on the defensive wall of the Moon-based city trembled all over as if struck by lightning, remaining statuesque in shock. A war king level master has come to assist them? Brothers, bring out your fighting spirit. Reinforcements for our Moon-based city have arrived. These ferocious beasts will be wiped out soon. Show your fighting spirit. The great warrior on the defense wall rallied his comrades with heightened morale. The warriors on the wall were incredibly excited. They had almost despaired, but they never expected that a war king would appear to help them at such a critical moment. This is a war king. Yinan leaped down from the defensive wall. As he jumped down, some fearless ferocious beasts pounced at him. Bang! Yinan thrust up a golden fist and fiercely smashed it towards these charging beasts. The 300,000 crystal cells in his body went into overdrive, infusing the golden light-wrapped fist with unstoppable power, shattering through the void, as if breaking through nothingness. The ferocious beasts charging at Yinan were obliterated under the impact of the enormous force, disappearing into space as though hit by an atomic bomb. What a careless move. Yinan shook his head. These were only low-rank ferocious beasts. How could they possibly withstand his attack after activating the crystal golden body? The attacking ferocious beasts were instantly erased, leaving no chance for recovery. The remaining ferocious beasts, seeing this spectacle, were all terrified witless and fled in panic, sensing the horrifying vibrations from Yinan's body. Of course, Yinan would not let these ferocious beasts escape, but he noticed they were all fleeing toward the same place. He didn't immediately kill them, but pursued them instead. During the chase, he reverted to his original form. The crystal golden body was simply too powerful for these ferocious beasts to handle. Chapter 74, Wildland Grotto. The warriors on the walls of the Moon-based city defense line saw the fierce beasts fleeing for their lives in utter disarray, and they all became incredibly excited. At the same time, they also knew that if this martial king-level warrior hadn't suddenly appeared, then their Moon-based city would have undoubtedly been broken into by the fierce beasts, leading to a great calamity within. More than 10 elite warriors who had been sent to support the Jiangnan-based city scratched their heads. They displayed expressions of shock and confusion, thinking about how it was supposed to be Yinan the Grandmaster, not some martial king. Yinan followed these ferocious beasts into mountain after mountain. The beasts, seeing that Yinan relentlessly pursued them, panicked, desperate to shake him off as quickly as possible. After a long while, Yinan followed the beasts to a grotto tunnel where they swarmed inside one after another. As he initially suspected, these fierce beasts indeed came from within the grotto. He looked at the previous grotto tunnel. There must be quite a few fierce beasts inside this grotto, right? Yinan muttered to himself. With that, he entered the grotto tunnel. Yinan arrived in the world of the grotto. After reaching the grotto world, he started looking for fierce beasts. Although he still didn't know what level this grotto belonged to, the saying still holds true. Fortune comes with taking risks. If he didn't dare to take even a little risk, wouldn't obtaining this system have been a waste? A short while later, he saw a place where the fierce beasts gathered. Yinan is currently a 7th-tier Grandmaster. His spiritual power is completely capable of enveloping this gathering place of the fierce beasts. After wrapping the area with his spiritual force, Yinan discovered that there weren't any particularly powerful fierce beasts within this gathering place. On the contrary, they were quite weak. He walked into this gathering place of fierce beasts. Yinan had concealed his presence, and the level of the beast gathering place couldn't possibly detect him through the senses of the beasts present. After entering the place, some fierce beasts finally noticed him. These beasts are warrior-level creatures. Warrior-level beasts don't possess high intelligence, but being unintelligent doesn't make them fools. They knew that the figure before them was human. Before Yinan stood more than a dozen warrior-level ferocious beasts. Once these beasts spotted him, they bared their teeth, revealing terrifying fangs glinting with chilling light. Roar! Suddenly, over a dozen warrior-level beasts roared and charged towards Yinan. Bang! With a casual strike, primordial energy surged, and those dozen warrior-level beasts collapsed onto the ground, displaying no signs of life whatsoever. Clang! Recovery successful. 6 million essence stones, 1.5 million cultivation talent stones, 1.5 million supernatural ability talent stones, 10 sword stones. Any method used to turn the savage beasts into ashes will result in an equivalent recovery reward. Seeing the rewards from recycling, Yinan felt somewhat exhilarated. When he was in Anqing's grotto, he only gained talents under supernatural abilities that allowed equivalent recycling. Now, since using any means to make the savage beasts dissipate would allow equal recycling, this made things much better. This commotion in the savage beast gathering place was already detected by all the beasts, and before long, hundreds of savage beasts appeared within Yinan's sight. These 100+ savage beasts glared fiercely at Yinan, ready to pounce at any moment. Yinan looked at these hundreds of savage beasts and found that the strongest amongst them was merely an 8th rank elite warrior level beast. Roar! This 8th rank elite warrior level savage beast suddenly let out a roar, and hundreds of savage beasts charged towards Yinan violently. Right when hundreds of savage beasts lunged at Yinan, a golden man emanating a radiant golden light measuring 2 zhang appeared before their eyes. Bang! The radiant golden light coalesced into a powerful fist energy, sweeping away like a shockwave towards the hundreds of incoming savage beasts. The hundreds of savage beasts were reduced to powder by the fists made of the condensed radiant golden light. At this moment, the sound burst finally arrived. Clang! Recovery successful. 50 million essence stones, 10 million cultivation talent stones, 10 million supernatural ability talent stones, 20 sword stones, 1,000 glass-like cells. 1,000 glass-like cells? Yinan was startled. He never expected that recycling fierce beasts would also yield glass-like cells. If so, it's really excellent. Recycling these beasts not only earns him other rewards, but also provides glass-like cells, meaning he could simultaneously break through the limitations of the glass-like body technique. Yinan became full of fighting spirit. He continued to look for gathering places of fierce beasts. This was a grotto, and there were still many beasts inside. However, after walking for just a few minutes, Yinan halted his steps. He thought that to be on the safe side, he should first explore the depths, checking the scale of this grotto's deep areas. Yinan walked towards the depths of the grotto. After a long while, he finally reached the deepest part. Not far from him, there were several ferocious beasts. With just one step forward, Yinan left only one of the ferocious beasts standing. The other few lay in a pool of blood. The remaining ferocious beast was terrified to the core. Its pupils rapidly shrank. It hadn't seen when Yinan had come, nor how he had acted. It didn't even know how the other ferocious beasts ended up in the pool of blood. When it realized what had happened, it was all that remained. Human you, I. This ferocious beast tried to say something to Yinan but was too frightened. Its trembling voice couldn't form a complete sentence. Tell me, where's the gathering place of the most powerful ferocious beasts in this grotto? Yinan looked at the ferocious beast in front of him and asked, how could this ferocious beast dare to hide anything? Hastily, it spoke to Yinan. The gathering place of the most powerful ferocious beasts inside the grotto is the Tianqing Cave. Tianqing Cave. Yinan silently shook his head. A look of disappointment crossed his face. Even without the city of ferocious beasts, this grotto was very ordinary. Then, Yinan further inquired about the approximate location of the Tianqing Cave from the ferocious beast. Human, I have already. Before this ferocious beast could beg for mercy, a stream of primordial energy burst forth from Yinan's body, striking the ferocious beast. The creature immediately disintegrated into pieces. After recycling these ferocious beasts, Yinan moved towards the Tianqing Cave. He thought that with his current level, maintaining the Li Jinshen technique was still somewhat strenuous. He hoped to quickly break through to the rank of War General so that the primordial energy within him would become more concentrated. Half an hour later, he found the Tianqing Cave. He took out the Qinghong sword from the system space. Now, the Qinghong sword was a 2nd-rank primordial weapon moving towards becoming a 3rd-rank primordial weapon. Even human titans did not possess weapons at the level of Qinghong's sword. As he stared at the Tianqing Cave before him, he had no intention of entering it. Just one sword stroke would be enough to kill many ferocious beasts inside the cave, and as for the others, they wouldn't be able to escape their fate either. Chapter 75, the 3rd level of the Vili Golden Body. Yinan stared straight at the earthen cave in front of him, raising the 2nd-tier, Yuan weapon Qinghong, sword in his hand. Under the effect of the advanced sword talent, the Qinghong sword was adorned with waves of sword energy, flowing like crescent slash. A slash was unleashed towards the Tianqing Cave. The advanced Yuan skill flowing like crescent slash of the high-level sword talent produced magnificent crescent-shaped blade strikes that impacted heavily on the Tianqing Cave. Boom. The mountain where the Tianqing Cave was located let out a violent roar and shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. In the blink of an eye, the Tianqing Cave split into 2. The fierce beasts inside the cave were cut in half without knowing how they died. The remaining fierce beasts were filled with terror and quickly emerged from the cave to find out what had happened, wondering why the Tianqing Cave had suffered such a terrifying attack for no apparent reason. The Tianqing Cave originally housed over 4,000 fierce beasts. The high-level Yuan skill flowing like crescent slash that Yinan had just triggered killed half of them, leaving over 2,000 fierce beasts remaining. More than 2,000 fierce beasts all came out of the Tianqing Cave. By now, it could no longer be called an earthen cave, as it had been split into 2 by the sword aura. When the fierce beasts came out to see what had happened, upon seeing Yinan, they were all stunned speechless. These fierce beasts never expected that humans would dare to attack them, within their own den even. Humans, how dare they enter the earthen caves? Yinan looked at these fierce beasts before him, slightly puzzled, wondering why the scale of the fierce beasts attacking the moon-based city seemed larger than what this cave could possibly hold. This cave was far too weak, incomparably weaker than the Anqing Cave, truly belonging to the category of a genuine level 1 cave. Among the more than 2,000 fierce beasts that appeared before Yinan, the strongest one was merely a first-class, great martial artist level fierce beast. Yinan speculated that perhaps there might be other cave passages within this cave system, connecting to other dens, otherwise it couldn't be explained logically. A few seconds later, he snapped back from his thoughts. Regardless of whether there were any other cave passages or not, He decided to deal with the more than 2,000 fierce beasts in front of him first, and then clear out the rest of the beast lairs in this cave system. The more than 2,000 fierce beasts and Yinan remained in a standoff state. They glared viciously at Yinan but dared not make the first move. The imposing aura emanating from Yinan had already left them trembling. Since the more than 2,000 fierce beasts didn't make a move, Yinan decided to act first. In his eyes, these fierce beasts were comparable to ants, requiring only his person and his sword to handle. He absolutely did not need to use the Lili golden body technique. Swish swish swish. Yinan raised the Qinghong's sword, under the operation of the high-level sword talent, filling the area with blade auras. He unleashed several slashes toward the fierce beasts. Several waveforms of concentrated sword energy swept across towards the beasts like a typhoon's path, leaving no vegetation standing. The fierce beasts were terrified beyond measure, struck as if by thunderclaps. Bang! After a loud boom, the more than 2,000 fierce beasts were mostly dead, and the few survivors were so scared that they trembled helplessly, unable to flee despite wanting to. With a single step, Yinan emerged and delivered several more slashes at the surviving fierce beasts. They experienced what was probably the most desperate moment of their lives. In the end, they collapsed in pools of blood. Ding! Recycling successful. 50 million yuan stones. 10 million cultivation talent stones. 10 million power talent stones. 500 sword stones. 5,000 Elise cells. Activate 30,000x critical hit. Yinan was secretly pleased to have obtained 5,000 Elise cells. He felt once again that reaching the third level of the Lili golden body required 30,000 Elise cells, and now he only needed 25,000 more to break through to the third level. He fused the rewards into his body. 8th grade Grandmaster. 3rd stage Yuan weapon. Breaking through from the 7th grade Grandmaster to the 8th grade Grandmaster, and upgrading his 2nd tier Yuan weapon to the 3rd tier were all within Yinan's expectations, and thus did not surprise him much. Having broken through, his strength increased. Although this cave system was just a level 1 cave, there were still some gathering places for fierce beasts. After leaving the Tianqing cave range, Yinan began searching for other gathering places of the fierce beasts. 2,000 Elise cells. 1,500 Elise cells. 3,000 Elise cells. The third level of the Lili golden body. After eliminating all the fierce beast gathering places of this level 1 cave system, Yinan's V golden body broke through to the third level, a 3-zhang golden body. He finally understood why some martial arts schools placed their evaluation grounds in level 1 earth caves, for level 1 earth caves were simply too weak. With his current strength, a level 2 earth cave wouldn't even make him blink. But Yinan also knew that levels 1 and 2 were only the beginning. There were much stronger earth caves in Long Country, let alone on the entire Blue Star. There were even some earth caves that required human titans to guard. Those levels of earth caves were the truly terrifying ones. After recycling all the fierce beasts inside this level 1 earth cave, Yinan did not rush to leave. All the fierce beasts attacking the moon base city had entered this earth cave, but this earth cave's strength was obviously mismatched to that fact. Yinan searched within this earth cave for other cave passages. An hour later, Yinan discovered other cave passages. Looking at this cave passage in front of him, a faint smile crossed his face. It was exactly as he had thought. There were indeed other cave passages inside this earth cave. Subsequently, he entered this cave passage. Upon entering the cave passage, Yinan saw 2 fierce beasts nearby. He thought of asking these 2 fierce beasts about the situation of this cave first. Using the high-level Grandmaster Speed Yuan technique Chengshao Shadow Step, it took Yinan but an instant to reach the 2 fierce beasts. These 2 fierce beasts were not weak. They were both elite martial artist level fierce beasts. While the 2 elite martial artist level fierce beasts were conversing, a gust of wind suddenly appeared. What's going on? The 2 elite martial artist level fierce beasts were greatly startled and quickly turned around to look. Hiss! Upon seeing Yinan appear before them, the 2 elite martial artist level fierce beasts simultaneously sucked in cold breaths, speechless. How could they have expected a human to be standing right in front of them? Yinan reached out a hand. One of the elite martial artist level fierce beast bodies was shattered by Yinan's single punch. The other elite martial artist level fierce beast was shaken to its core. Human, you don't talk nonsense. Tell me the situation of this cave, or else die. Before the elite martial artist level fierce beast could finish speaking, Yinan interrupted its words. He thought how useful the mind listening technique was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to communicate with fierce beasts below the Grandmaster level. Chapter 76, the 4th level of Crystal Golden Body, 40,000x critical strike. This elite martial artist level ferocious beast had already been scared out of its wits and dared not hide anything from Yinan. It hurriedly spoke to Yinan. The strongest gathering place for ferocious beasts in this subterranean cavern is the Stone Ghost Forest. Yinan looked at this elite martial artist level ferocious beast, knowing it was telling the truth. A hint of boredom appeared on his face. If the strongest gathering place for ferocious beasts was merely the Stone Ghost Forest, then this meant there was no ferocious beast metropolis in the base city. However, since he had already come, Yinan naturally wouldn't just leave. Revered human master, I've already told you everything I know. You, crack. Before this elite martial artist level ferocious beast could beg for mercy, its body had already turned into fragments. After absorbing these 2 elite martial artist level ferocious beasts, Yinan began searching for other ferocious beast gathering places. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the Stone Ghost Forest yet. He would first clear the surrounding areas. Who? Human. As Yinan approached a ferocious beast gathering place, they discovered him. These ferocious beasts hastily rubbed their eyes, thinking they must have seen wrong. How could a human possibly be here? But reality told them, they really saw a human. Bang! Unfortunately, before these ferocious beasts could say anything, their bodies were shattered by the primordial energy released by Yinan. 10,000 Thunder Art. Under the power of lightning, this ferocious beast gathering place turned into a hell on earth. All the ferocious beasts died without any chance of survival. Ding! Recycling successful. 17 million Yuan stone. 5 million cultivation talent stones. 5 million ability talent stones. 200 sword stones. 2,000 crystal cells. After fusing the rewards into his body, Yinan continued looking for other ferocious beast gathering places inside the subterranean cavern. This subterranean cavern was slightly stronger than the previous one, but not too much stronger. With his strength, he could completely dominate this level of subterranean cavern. Whenever Yinan encountered a ferocious beast gathering place, he destroyed it immediately, leading to an explosive increase in crystal cells. Crystal cells plus 3,000. Crystal cells plus 2,500. Crystal cells plus 2,700. Fourth level of crystal golden body. Activate 40,000x critical strike. After wiping out many ferocious beast gathering places, the crystal golden body reached the fourth level, and the critical strike multiplier also climbed to 40,000x. Finally, Yinan arrived outside the stone ghost forest. His spiritual energy was released from his mind, instantly enveloping the entire stone ghost forest. Yinan felt that there were many ferocious beasts inside the stone ghost forest, but their strength was still not very formidable. Of course, the ferocious beasts within the stone ghost forest were stronger than those in other gathering places. He guessed that the ferocious beasts attacking the moon base city should be from the stone ghost forest. This subterranean cavern was stronger than a level 1 cavern, but weaker than a level 2 cavern. In level 2 caverns, there are ferocious beast metropolises with master-level ferocious beasts guarding them, deep within the stone ghost forest. At the deepest part of the stone ghost forest, there were more than a dozen ferocious beasts, all of which were grand martial artist level ferocious beasts. Damn, we thought we could occupy the human city, but unexpectedly, a powerful human warrior showed up. Fortunately, we retreated in time, or we wouldn't have made it back. That human warrior is still chasing us relentlessly, but he likely has no idea we're in this subterranean cavern. He's probably still searching in the previous cavern, and even if he searched for years, he couldn't find us. The dozen or so grand martial artist level ferocious beasts were the most powerful ferocious beasts in the stone ghost forest. During the attack on the moon base city, not all of them went because they had previously learned that the moon base city was very weak. If it hadn't been for Yinan's appearance, the moon base city would have already been breached by the ferocious beasts. Since there are such powerful humans, I suggest we stay inside the subterranean caverns for the time being and avoid going out as much as possible. Otherwise, we will surely invite our own destruction. One of the 9th grade grand martial artist level ferocious beasts said. This 9th grade grand martial artist level ferocious beast was the leader of the ferocious beasts in the stone ghost forest. All the grand martial artist level ferocious beasts nodded in agreement. Even if the 9th grade grand martial artist level ferocious beast hadn't suggested it, they would have done the same thing anyway. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted throughout the stone ghost forest. Immediately afterward, the cries of pain from the ferocious beasts sounded one after another. What is going on? The more than a dozen grand martial artist level ferocious beasts were startled. Leader, it's bad. Suddenly, an elite martial artist level ferocious beast ran over, its face already full of utmost terror. Speak. What exactly happened? The 9th grade grand martial artist level ferocious beast immediately roared at the elite martial artist level ferocious beast. Hey, a duly golden person has invaded the stone ghost forest. The elite martial artist level ferocious beast trembled as it spoke, taking a long time to finish its sentence. Ugly golden person? One of the great martial artist level ferocious beasts suddenly realized something and became petrified with fear, as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. Could it be that human powerhouse? Before the other great martial artist level ferocious beasts could react, a streak of luminous golden light illuminated the area. More than a dozen great martial artist level ferocious beasts were temporarily blinded by the blinding golden light. It seemed like divine light, filling every corner of the region. The leader guiding the attack on Moonbase City was so terrified that its soul almost fled its body. It could already see Yinan activating his crystal golden body in its sight. The crystal golden body had now reached the 4th level. The Forjang Tall crystal golden body. Attack. The leader of the ferocious beasts in the stone ghost forest, a 9th grade great martial artist level ferocious beast, roared. Instantly, the great martial artist level ferocious beasts lunged toward Yinan. However, those who had led the assault on Moonbase City and had witnessed Yinan's strength remained frozen in place, their faces filled with overwhelming fear, trembling uncontrollably, even shaking deep within their souls. Yinan's display of power at Moonbase City had left an indelible mark on them. As Yinan watched the great martial artist level ferocious beasts rushing toward him, he reflected that these creatures were indeed limited by their small-scale environment. They didn't know that the crystal golden body could only be activated by a battle king level martial artist. In a higher level realm, these great martial artist level ferocious beasts would likely have gone berserk, trying to flee for their lives. But regardless of whether these great martial artist level ferocious beasts attempted to escape or not, their end result would always be the same: death. As the great martial artist level ferocious beasts approached Yinan, he unleashed a punch. A golden light formed from his fist tore through the ferocious beasts instantly. Before they could even let out a scream, these great martial artist level ferocious beasts lost their lives forever. Chapter 77. Ruli cells increasing frenetically, 5 layers of Ruli gold body. Hiss. The leader of the vicious beasts in Shirguwei Forest, a 9th rank great warrior level beast, watched this scene, drawing in a sharp breath, tongue-tied, as if struck by lightning. Several vicious beasts leading an attack on Moonbase City were terrified out of their minds. Their faces had reached the peak of despair. They knew there was no possibility of survival. If they could rewind time, they wouldn't have chosen to attack Moonbase City, but it was all too late now. Human, how is it possible for you to be so strong? After recovering from its shock, the 9th rank great warrior level beast roared loudly at Yinan. But just as the 9th rank great warrior level beast finished speaking, a powerful beam of Ruli gold light condensed and shot towards it with heavy force. The 9th rank great warrior level beast's eyes shrank sharply. All it could see within its line of sight was the incoming punch shaped out of Ruli golden light sweeping toward it. Under the impact of the punch formed from condensed Ruli golden light, this 9th rank great warrior level beast turned into powder. The remaining few great warrior level beasts screamed upon seeing this. It seemed that they were completely frightened out of their wits. Yinan shook his head, and, looking at these roaring great warrior-level beasts, slowly spoke. You don't think that by pretending to go crazy, I will let you go, do you? Even if you were human, I wouldn't spare you, not to mention that you are vicious beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. After this punch, these roaring vicious beasts' lives vanished forever. Instantly, Yinan absorbed all the vicious beasts from the Shigue forest. Ding! Absorption successful. 90 million Yuan stones. 20 million cultivation talent stones. 20 million supernatural talent stones. 5,000 Jin stones. 50,000 Ruli cells. Yinan's face lit up with joy. These numerous rewards for absorption were really quite excellent. Without thinking much further, he assimilated all the reward into his body. Fifth layer of Ruli Golden Body. Yinan's Ruli Golden Body had reached its fifth layer. Entering the underground chambers was solely for absorbing vicious beasts, and now the vicious beasts in these two small underground chambers had been annihilated. Therefore, Yinan no longer needed to remain inside them. He returned from the underground passage back to the surface, then proceeded towards Moonbase City. Moonbase City. In the hall sat over a dozen of the most powerful warriors from Moonbase City. War King Yinan has been gone for such a long time. I wonder how he's doing. Yes, he hasn't returned yet. Could he have met with some unforeseen misfortune? What are you saying? That's War King we're talking about. Do you think he's like you, a mere second-rank great warrior? Aren't you also a second-rank great warrior? All the warriors inside the hall were great warriors, discussing Yinan's situation. It was clear that after Yinan had triggered the Ruli Gold Body, everyone considered him a War King, and Yinan was precisely aiming for that kind of effect, to intimidate people. Everyone, stop arguing. The only thing we can do now is wait for War King Yinan. There's nothing else we can do. A great warrior located directly above in the middle of the hall said this. All the great warriors nodded, acknowledging that this was the only option available. On the other hand, Yinan had already returned to Moonbase City. After the vicious beast's retreat, the residents of Moonbase City were extremely overjoyed. When the defenses of Moonbase City were under crisis, they had genuinely prepared themselves for death. But now, everything had returned to its proper state. Yinan moved towards the City Lord's mansion of Moonbase City. For these smaller base cities, calling it a City Lord's mansion was more of a nominal title. It didn't hold any recognition from larger base cities or even the Dragon Kingdom's capital. Not long after, Yinan arrived outside the gates of the City Lord's mansion in Moonbase City. Stop! You cannot enter. Several guards of the City Lord's mansion blocked Yinan. Yinan hesitated momentarily, then a wry smile spread across his face. Accustomed to rampaging freely in Jiangnan Bay City, he had almost forgotten where he was, Moonbase City. He took out his realm insignia from his storage ring. His realm insignia was still that of a grandmaster, which he hadn't yet changed. He thought he would need to change it after returning to Jiangnan Bay City, since it sometimes proved useful. The several City Lord mansion guards, looking at Yinan's realm insignia, felt as though thunder had split the skies, sitting down hard on the ground, as if witnessing something that they believed never could occur. 99-9. Ninth rank grandmaster. These guards of the City Lord mansion were undoubtedly horrified beyond belief. They couldn't have dreamed that Yinan was a 9th rank grandmaster. Yinan put his realm insignia back into his storage ring before entering the City Lord mansion of Moonbase City. Of course, the several guards of the City Lord's mansion did not dare to stop Yinan. This wasn't a matter of reporting or not. Instead, if they angered this 9th rank grandmaster, not only would they perish, but the entire City Lord's mansion of Moonbase City would be annihilated in an instant. Yua, we didn't expect that besides War King's Yuan in our Moonbase City, there is also a 9th rank grandmaster. One guard of the City Lord's mansion said with lingering fear. When the defenses of Moonbase City were in crisis, the appearance of one War King caused the ferocious beasts attacking Moonbase City to flee hastily, which had already spread across the entire city. But the presence of another 9th rank grandmaster was something no one knew about. The other guards of the City Lord's mansion remained shocked as well. They realized how fortunate they were for not offending Yinan too much. Otherwise, they would have become cold corpses by now. After entering the City Lord's mansion of Moonbase City, Yinan headed straight towards the Grand Hall. Though Moonbase City wasn't large in scale, the City Lord's mansion was properly arranged. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he found all the great warriors of Moonbase City present. War King Yinan. Over a dozen great warriors inside the Grand Hall, upon seeing Yinan enter, felt immensely relieved and ecstatic. None of them could have imagined that War King Yinan would suddenly return at this moment. They were, of course, extremely grateful to Yinan. Without him, Moonbase City would have been occupied by the ferocious beasts, resulting in widespread death and mountains of bodies. After their relief turned into joy, these over a dozen great warriors rose quickly and paid their respects to Yinan humbly. Hearing the title these over a dozen great warriors gave him, Yinan showed no surprise. At the Moonbase City defense lines, he revealed his Ruli Golden Body, and naturally, they considered him a War King. This was correct. War King Yinan, we were just worried about you a moment ago. No. We were discussing you. What we meant is, the City Lord of Moonbase City wanted to say something to Yinan, but then realized his words might seem disrespectful to Yinan, so he hastily changed his tone and still couldn't complete a full sentence. It seems like all of you are quite interested in my excursion into the wild. Yinan smiled as he looked at the over a dozen great warriors in the Grand Hall. Chapter 78. War King Level Savage Beast, Tyrant Dragon Model. In the main hall of the City Lord's residence in Moonbase City, all the great warriors looked expectantly at Yinan. They were indeed very interested in his story after he entered the wilderness and wanted to know what happened. You're so curious? Then I'll tell you. After chasing that group of savage beasts into the wild, I found 2 underground caves. I wiped them both out. Yinan told the great warriors gathered in the Grand Hall. Upon hearing Yinan's words, the great warriors in the hall froze, feeling as if they had heard wrong. 2 underground caves, and you just wiped them out. This is the power of a War King. These great warriors in the hall all knew that if it was them who discovered an underground cave in the wild, they would be scared witless. The appearance of an underground cave means there are many savage beasts inside, yet Yinan managed to destroy 2 caves? War King Yinan, you're truly amazing, the strongest warrior I've ever seen. The City Lord of Moonbase City regained his composure first, and quickly spoke to Yinan. After these words were spoken, the other great warriors in the hall also came to their senses and echoed the city lord's statement. I came back just to let you know the crisis in Moon Base City has been resolved. I'm going back to Jiangnan Base City. The words of the great warriors did not cause any fluctuations on Yinan's face. He'd heard such praises many times before. Thank you, War King Yinan. The city lord of Moon Base City looked at Yinan with gratitude. I'm leaving. After acknowledging the city lord of Moon Base City, Yinan turned around and left the hall. Jiangnan Base City. After returning to Jiangnan Base City, Yinan went to the city lord's residence. Yinan, you've returned from Moon Base City. Soon after arriving at the city lord's residence, a gentle voice reached Yinan's ears. It was City Lord Lin Chang's voice. Yinan looked at City Lord Lin Chang in the distance. Subsequently, Yinan informed City Lord Lin Chang about some situations in Moon Base City. The reason he came here was to tell him these details. After staying at the city lord's residence for a short while, he returned to the Supreme Alliance. The next day, Yinan took out the rank badge from his storage ring, looking at the 9-level master rank badge still in his hand. During his time in Moon Base City, he had thought of returning to Jiangnan Base City to update this rank badge. Immediately after, Yinan put the rank badge back into the storage ring and left the Supreme Alliance toward the warrior organization. Even when Yinan was still a 9-level master visiting the warrior organization, it caused much surprise among the organization members, so needless to say, this time he received even more attention. When he entered the warrior organization, the organization leader personally welcomed him. After exchanging the rank badge, Yinan obtained an 8-level Grandmaster rank badge. He then placed the 8-level Grandmaster rank badge into his storage ring and returned to the Supreme Alliance once more. Although Yinan was currently powerful, being absolutely unmatched in either Jiangnan Base City or Haiqing Base City, he was very clear that he was still very weak on the entire Blue Star. After returning to the Supreme Alliance, Yinan began cultivating the Emerald Gem Body. Emerald cells plus 100. Emerald cells plus 95. Emerald cells plus 79. Time flew by, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yinan already had 10,000 emerald cells in his body. The Emerald Golden Body advanced from the 5th layer to the 6th layer. Each breakthrough required more emerald cells, and after breaking through to the 6th layer, the number of cells needed to break through to the 7th layer was terrifying, requiring 150,000. I've heard that a model of the Tyrant Dragon was transported over from Haiqing Base City. Do you know what? You think that's just a simple Tyrant Dragon model? Its tail is real. My goodness. It's true. The Tyrant Dragon is a War King level savage beast bought by Haiqing Base City at great expense from the capital. Yeah, our Jiangnan Base City borrowed this Tyrant Dragon model from Haiqing Base City so the top elite warrior schools could see it and encourage student morale. After the Emerald Golden Body advanced from the 5th layer to the 6th layer, Yinan decided to stroll around the square, but unexpectedly overheard this conversation. Tyrant Dragon? A trace of a smile flickered across Yinan's lips. That's a War King level savage beast, which he had seen in a beast reference book in Anqing. Though it wasn't a complete Tyrant Dragon corpse, just its full tail was quite horrifying. As for why they used a real Tyrant Dragon's tail for the model, he guessed it was likely to create the dragon's terrifying momentum, otherwise, it wouldn't feel like anything special just with the model alone. He walked towards those martial artists discussing the Tyrant Dragon. Great Master, Yinan has arrived. Suddenly, a martial artist noticed Yinan approaching them, and he hurriedly whispered to the other martial artists. They all lowered their heads. Everything you just said, I've already heard. Where's the Tyrant Dragon model now? I also want to take a look. Yinan asked the martial artists in front of him. In response to Great Master Yinan, the Tyrant Dragon model is at the Jianghan Martial Artist School. One of the martial artists quickly replied. Without saying much, Yinan left the Supreme Alliance. The Jianghan Martial Artist School belongs to the schools under the jurisdiction of the Jianghan Martial Arts Hall, which is an elite martial artist school in Jiangnan Base City. After the students pass the exams, they directly enter the Jianghan Martial Arts Hall, one of the 3 major martial arts halls in Jiangnan Base City. The Tyrant Dragon model was borrowed from Haiqing Base City by Jiangnan Base City. The other parts of the model are not important since they can be manufactured as needed. What's clearly most significant is the real tail. A real Tyrant Dragon tail is exceedingly rare and can only be seen in large base cities. In places like Jiangnan Base City and Haiqing Base City, there are no such high-level fierce beasts. If such beasts existed, perhaps Jiangnan Base City and Haiqing Base City would have been destroyed long ago. Yinan considered that if he reclaimed the Tyrant Dragon model's tail, it might cause some friction between the 2 base cities. However, not reclaiming it would seem too wasteful. This is a War King level fierce beast's tail, plus 40,000 times critical hit. It would definitely yield an excellent reward. He thought about going to Haiqing Base City later to explain, and then reclaim some of the fierce beast materials inside Haiqing Base City. Wouldn't that be wonderful? At this thought, Yinan's face lit up with anticipation. Talk is cheap, show me the action. He set off towards the Jianghan Martial Artist School. After arriving at Jiangnan Martial Artist School, Yinan found that the training ground was filled with many students. Moreover, the principal and teachers were also on the training ground. A Tyrant Dragon model stood tall in front of the students and teachers, emanating terrifying vibrations. Chapter 79. Recovery of the Tyrant Magic Dragon's Tail, Terrifying Rewards. The body of the Tyrant Magic Dragon emitted waves of terrifying fluctuations. The momentum belonging to the Tyrant Magic Dragon naturally came from its tail, since it was a genuine Tyrant Magic Dragon's tail. The rest were just models. The teachers and students on the martial arts training ground at the Jianghan Martial Arts School showed expressions of utter shock on their faces. The momentum coming from the Tyrant Magic Dragon model was so terrifying that they couldn't withstand it for long. Although there is the Tyrant Magic Dragon's tail, this is still too fearsome. My goodness, even glancing at it gives me no hope of survival. Just imagine how terrifying the real Tyrant Magic Dragon would be. I must work hard and one day become a mighty warrior capable of effortlessly killing a Tyrant Magic Dragon. The students in the training ground were murmuring among themselves. Yinan had already entered the training ground. He concealed his aura. Even though he looked exceptionally good, standing out like a crane among chickens amidst these students, all eyes were focused on the Tyrant Magic Dragon model, none noticing him. Recovery also requires proximity. If the distance is too far, recovery wouldn't be possible. Yinan could feel this distance clearly. His current position allowed him to recover the Tyrant Magic Dragon model. He chose to recycle it. Beep. Recycling successful. 5 billion Essence Stones. 1 billion Cultivation Talent Stones. 1 billion Psychic Talent Stones. 1 million Crystalline Cells. 100,000 Sword Stones. Activate 50,000x Critical Hit Multiplier. Looking at the rewards from the recycling, no words could adequately describe Yinan's excitement. However, he did not linger at the Jianhe Martial Arts School, but left the school before fusing the rewards. Grandmaster Rank 9. Star Level Cultivation Talent. Tier 4 Primordial Armament. 9th level of Crystal Golden Body. After merging the rewards, Yinan's cultivation talent improved, breaking through his Primordial Armament to Tier 4, and his Crystal Golden Body also directly advanced to the 9th level. Overjoyed, Yinan realized that although he had guessed before that both his cultivation and psychic talents were already at their peak levels, and yet recycling still granted him cultivation talent stones and psychic talent stones because he was now aligned with the universe's cultivation system. Indeed, his cultivation talent increased to star level cultivation talent, which he certainly did not know existed above the divine level. Though his psychic talent did not increase, it was fundamentally irrelevant. What mattered most was that his crystal golden body had actually broken through directly to the 9th layer, leaving only the final layer before achieving full mastery. The perfected crystal divine body was horrifyingly powerful. Rank 9 Grandmaster. Only one realm away from becoming a martial general, upon which achievement he'd be able to soar through the skies. Yinan was elated, but the teachers and students on the training ground at Jianhe Martial Arts School stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning, stiff as wooden sculptures or clay figures. Their eyes bulged wider than ever before, their mouths agape enough to swallow a fist, feeling as if they'd been hit by thunder from 5 directions. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they absolutely wouldn't have believed it was true. The tale of the Tyrant Magic Dragon model? Many students opened their eyes wide, thinking they must have made a mistake and hastily rubbed them, only to find out they weren't mistaken. Neither the teachers nor the students of the Jianhe Martial Arts School could accept why the tale of the Tyrant Magic Dragon model suddenly disappeared. After a long while, they finally accepted this fact. Though an incredible occurrence, the tale of the Tyrant Magic Dragon model had indeed vanished. What should we do? This matter must be reported to the headmaster immediately. Suddenly, the principal of Jianhe Martial Arts School screamed almost crazily. Upon learning about this incident, Lin Jing, the master of the Jianhe Martial Arts Pavilion, initially thought the principal of Jianhe Martial Arts School was joking around with him and scolded him a few times. However, after arriving at the Jianhe Martial Arts School and seeing that the tale of the Tyrant Magic Dragon model really had disappeared, Lin Jing felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, filled with dread. Lin Jing quickly ordered the news to be suppressed. During this time, he questioned the teachers of the Jianhe Martial Arts School alone, but he wasn't present when the Tyrant Magic Dragon model's tale disappeared, assuming it was some sort of conspiracy. The teachers of the Jianhe Martial Arts School banded together to sell the tale of the Tyrant Magic Dragon model to the black market to reach the pinnacle of human existence. But after questioning individually, it became apparent that none of the teachers had lied. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Lin Jing, the master of the Jianhe Martial Arts Pavilion, stared at the Tyrant Magic Dragon model with horror. Could the tale really have vanished into thin air? Abruptly, Lin Jing brightened as he recalled something. Shadow talent. Yes, it must be shadow talent. The master of the Jianhe Martial Arts Pavilion, Lin Jing, thought that only martial artists with shadow talent could have possibly done it. But then again, the master of the Jianhe Martial Arts Pavilion, Lin Jing, also thought it was impossible. Although shadow talent can make one's body invisible, how could someone remove the tail of the Tyrant Magic Dragon model without being noticed? After all, the shadow talent cannot make the tail of the Tyrant Magic Dragon model invisible. The master of the Jianhe Martial Arts Pavilion, Lin Jing, found that no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what had happened. However, he knew this matter was huge. The Tyrant Magic Dragon model was borrowed from the Haiqing base city. It was purchased at an astronomical price by Haiqing base city from the capital. Had it not been for the last incident involving the underground layer of Haiqing base city, which improved relations between Jiangnan base city and Haiqing base city, in the past, Haiqing base city would have never lent the model of the Tyrant Magic Dragon to Jiangnan base city. The master of the Jianhe Martial Arts Pavilion, Lin Jing, felt as if struck by lightning on a clear day. His eyes grew dark and his head buzzed. If this matter leaked, he would definitely be the scapegoat, and facing charges would be unavoidable. There's no doubt that it would result in the death penalty. Still, this matter will definitely leak because the Tyrant Magic Dragon model is only staying in the Jianhe Martial Artist School for a day, and the next day it will be taken to other martial arts schools. The master of the Jianhe Martial Arts Pavilion, Lin Jing, was extremely desperate, but still had to report the matter higher up under these hopeless circumstances. Even though he knows death is certain, this occurred under his jurisdiction at the Jianhe Martial Arts School. All martial artists of the Jiangnan Base City are controlled by the Extreme Path Alliance. The master of the Jianhe Martial Arts Pavilion, Lin Jing, arrived outside the Extreme Path Alliance headquarters. Director Lin. The guards of the Extreme Path Alliance greeted Lin Jing and then went inside to report. Not long after, a guard walked out and said to Lin Jing, Director Lin, the leader wants you to come in. Lin Jing entered the Extreme Path Alliance, each step feeling as if he was getting closer to the gates of hell. Finally, he reached the hall of the Extreme Path Alliance. Yinan was also inside the hall. When the Extreme Path Alliance guards entered the hall to report, he already knew why Director Lin Jing from the Jianhe Martial Arts Pavilion had come to the Extreme Path Alliance. Chapter 80. Outside the Lord's Manor in Qinghai Base City. Trembling, Lin Jing, the head of River Martial Arts School, walked into the Grand Hall of Jidao Alliance. He was prepared for death and only hoped to protect the River Martial Arts School. If he could redo it all, he would never have taken the model of the Overlord Magic Dragon to the River Warrior School. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lin Jing saw the leader Su Yuan and Yinan. Lin Jing, why are you here at the Jidao Alliance? Leader Su Yuan looked at Lin Jing, a look of confusion on his face. Leader, I have committed a crime. What crime have you committed? Su Yuan was utterly baffled. He had no idea what had happened or what crime Lin Jing might have committed. Speak, what has happened? Su Yuan asked Lin Jing again. Then, the head of River Martial Arts School, Lin Jing, told everything that had occurred. What? As Su Yuan listened to Lin Jing, he froze, thinking he must have misheard something. Lin Jing didn't dare continue speaking and bowed his head low. Leader, please go tell the city lord that I wish to speak with Master Lin. Yinan said to Leader Su Yuan. After coming back to his senses, Su Yuan sighed heavily and wouldn't choose to believe that the tail of the Overlord Magic Dragon model had simply disappeared into thin air. In his opinion, the tail might have been damaged by the River Warrior School, leading Lin Jing to say these words. Well, Su Yuan's expression was far from pleasant. He knew that the disappearance of the tail of the Overlord Magic Dragon meant a lot. You will be judged. Before leaving the hall, Su Yuan glared fiercely at Lin Jing. After the leader Su Yuan left the hall, Lin Jing collapsed within the grand hall, completely despairing, with an extremely hollow gaze. What do you fear? Seeing Lin Jing collapse within the grand hall, Yinan chuckled slightly. Listening to Yinan's words, Lin Jing shook his head. Grandmaster Yinan, I'm doomed. Having spoken, Lin Jing's face filled with bitter laughter. It's fine. It's not a big deal if the tail of the Overlord Magic Dragon is missing. There's no need to be afraid, Yinan continued. Lin Jing was momentarily stunned, frozen for several seconds. Coming to his senses, Lin Jing brightened suddenly, as if realizing something. Grandmaster Yinan, does this mean that you will save me? Of course. Didn't I already say, it's not a huge problem? Yinan truly thought it wasn't such a major issue. All he needed to do was speak a word in Qinghai Bay City, and he believed they'd give him some consideration. Even if they didn't, he would force the matter one way or another. But, my lord, take care of your business, and I'll explain to the city lord. Thank you, Grandmaster Yinan. Thank you, Grandmaster Yinan. Lin Jing showed endless gratitude to Yinan, even kneeling down and bowing deeply. After Lin Jing left, Yinan exited the Jidao Alliance and headed towards the city lord's manor. In the grand hall of the city lord's manor, City Lord Lin Chong and the assembled grandmasters were already informed about the incident where the tail of the Overlord Magic Dragon model vanished, their faces pale with shock. Lord, now isn't the time for anger. The event has already happened. How should we explain ourselves to Qinghai Bay City? Su Yuan asked the seated City Lord Lin Chong above. Sighing, Lin Chong paused for a few seconds. It's quite difficult. There's nothing too difficult. Let me explain. At a moment when none in the grand hall of the city lord knew how to proceed, Yinan's voice reached their ears. All eyes in the grand hall turned to see that Yinan was already outside. Grandmaster Yinan. The gathered grandmasters hurriedly stood up and greeted Yinan respectfully. Yinan, did you just say that you'll explain? After walking into the grand hall, City Lord Lin Chong questioned Yinan. Yes, I've already agreed with Lin Jing, the master of the River Martial Arts School. It seems he hasn't lied. Perhaps the tail of the Overlord Magic Dragon really disappeared mysteriously. How can this possibly happen? It's impossible. City Lord Lin Chong shook his head. Not just City Lord Lin Chong, but everyone in the grand hall found this notion absurd, too fantastical to be true. I am a soft-hearted person. While I am going to Qinghai Bay City to reclaim some ferocious beast materials, let's not punish Master Lin Jing from the River Martial Arts School. Let's see how well I resolve the matter. Yinan spoke. City Lord Lin Chong, Su Yuan, and all the grandmasters in the grand hall fell silent. Fine. After a long silence, City Lord Lin Chong nodded in agreement with Yinan. Since Yinan planned to go to Qinghai Bay City to recover some fierce beast materials anyway, explaining this situation wouldn't be a difficult task at all. Though he is not a good person, he is not a bad person either. Yinan, the Overlord Magic Dragon model was purchased from the capital for an astronomical price by Haiqing Bay City. Now that this kind of incident has happened, are you really sure about going to Haiqing Bay City to resolve this matter? Suddenly, City Lord Lin Chong asked Yinan again. Confirmed. Yinan did not hesitate at all. So, when do you plan to depart? Tomorrow. That day, Yinan stayed inside the Jidao Alliance, and on the following day, he left for Haiqing Bay City. Haiqing Bay City. Since Yinan had already been to Haiqing Bay City once, the architecture there no longer fascinated him. He went directly to the City Lord's Manor in Haiqing Bay City. Before long, Yinan arrived outside the City Lord's Manor in Haiqing Bay City. Please show your realm insignia and state your name. A guard at the City Lord's Manor said to Yinan. Yinan stated his name to the guard in front of him and took out his realm insignia from his storage ring. More than a dozen guards at the City Lord's Manor saw Yinan's realm insignia. Their pupils contracted rapidly at that moment, and their expressions were filled with shock, as if they'd seen something extremely terrifying. An 8th-rank Great Master. One of the City Lord's Manor guards exclaimed in horror. Although Yinan was currently a 9th-rank Great Master, his realm insignia still showed an 8th-rank Great Master. Master Yinan, please wait a moment. I will go inform the City Lord immediately. Saying so, one of the City Lord's Manor guards hurriedly ran into the City Lord's residence. In the Great Hall of the City Lord's Manor, this guard rushed into the Great Hall of the City Lord's residence where he saw the City Lord, Xiaozhan. City Lord. Such panic. What kind of decorum is this? The City Lord Xiaozhan glanced sideways at this guard. City Lord, outside the City Lord's Manor, there is an 8th-rank Great Master named Yinan. This guard said fearfully to City Lord Xiaozhan. As City Lord Xiaozhan heard the words from the guard, his pupils sharply contracted. He looked dazedly at the guard in front of him and asked, "What rank Great Master?" Chapter 81. In fact, I am a 9th-rank Grandmaster. An 8th-rank Grandmaster. This message was repeated by the guard of the City Lord's mansion to Lord Xiaozhan. Upon hearing the guard's definite response, Xiaozhan swallowed. Earlier, he had clearly heard that a Grandmaster named Yinan, who was ranked 8th, had arrived at the City Lord's residence. Of course Xiaozhan knew Yinan. Though extremely shocked, Xiaozhan tried hard to calm himself. He thought perhaps it might be a coincidence with the same name. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for Yinan from the Jiangnan Bay City to have broken through to become an 8th-rank Grandmaster in such a short time. Please invite the Grandmaster inside. Lord Xiaozhan said this to the guard in front of him. Yes. The City Lord's guard humbly replied, then hastily left the hall. After arriving outside, he first bowed respectfully to Yinan and then spoke. Grandmaster Yinan, the City Lord requests your presence inside. Without much ado, Yinan walked into the city lord's palace. Just after entering, a dedicated warrior led him towards the main hall. Upon entering the hall, Yinan saw Lord Xiaozhan sitting on his throne above. Lord Xia, we meet again. Yinan smiled slightly as he addressed Xiaozhan. Xiaozhan was startled, looking down at Yinan with surprise. He hadn't expected it truly to be Yinan, the Grandmaster from the Jiangnan Bay City. Now, Xiaozhan felt incomparably astonished. Master Yinan, earlier when the report came in stating you were an 8th rank Grandmaster, wasn't there some mistake? Xiaozhan cautiously asked, finding it hard to believe that Yinan could have progressed to the rank of 8th Grandmaster in so short a period. If true, this would seem almost supernatural. He did not make a mistake. After saying this, Yinan once again pulled out his rank insignia badge from his storage ring. As Xiaozhan observed the badge in Yinan's hand, he couldn't help but suck in a breath sharply and gaped, speechless. Grandmaster Yinan, forgive my rudeness, but I find this impossible. Xiaozhan shook his head at Yinan, with an expression of extreme conviction. Even after seeing the rank insignia badge proving Yinan's status as an 8th Grandmaster, Xiaozhan refused to believe it. It was just too far-fetched. You don't trust the rank insignia? Then I will show my dragon force. However, after I display it, I will tell you something, and you must promise to agree. This. After pondering for a few seconds, Xiaozhan finally responded, if it's within my capacity, I will definitely agree. After hearing this, Yinan's face briefly lit up with a hint of excitement, but it quickly vanished. Immediately, Yinan began to unleash the golden dragon within him. Roar! Suddenly, 19 golden long dragons swirled around Yinan's body. The entire hall overflowed with golden light, causing everyone present to feel as though divine light descended from heaven. Xiaozhan's body atop the throne trembled uncontrollably, not out of fear, but because of the overpowering pressure from the 19 dragon forces that caused involuntary shaking. 9th rank Grandmaster. When Xiaozhan clearly saw that there were 19 golden dragons surrounding Yinan's body, he was completely stunned and filled with shock and horror. Finding an 8th rank Grandmaster already unbelievable and extraordinary, Xiaozhan never imagined Yinan to be a 9th rank Grandmaster. But, Xiaozhan realized he hadn't misjudged. Regardless of how implausible it seemed, everything was undeniably real. Yinan withdrew the 19 golden dragons swirling around him, and the golden light enveloping the hall faded, restoring it to its original state. City Lord Xia. Yinan called out to Xiaozhan, who was still utterly astonished. After snapping back to reality, Xiaozhan became flustered. As he was about to speak to Yinan, he suddenly remembered something, rushed from his seat, approached Yinan, bowed respectfully, and sincerely said, Grandmaster Yinan. Given that Yinan was now a 9th rank Grandmaster, Xiaozhan naturally couldn't treat him with the same respect as before. After all, this was a 9th rank Grandmaster, just one small step away from being a martial general. Being merely a 3rd rank Grandmaster himself, their disparity was beyond comprehension. Grandmaster Yinan, didn't you mention earlier that you wanted to say something? Please go ahead. If it is within my capability, I will definitely agree, Xiaozhan firmly said to Yinan. Although he still didn't know how Yinan managed to break through to the 9th rank in such a short span, that no longer mattered. The crucial fact was that Yinan was indeed a 9th rank Grandmaster. The Jiangnan Bay City borrowed a model of the Overlord Magic Dragon from your Haiqing Bay City, right? Yes. Xiaozhan nodded at Yinan, thinking in his heart, could it be that the Jiangnan Bay City was preparing to buy the Overlord Magic Dragon model? He looked at Yinan in front of him, ready to see what words Yinan would say next. The tail of the Overlord Magic Dragon model disappeared into thin air. Oh, never am. Xiaozhan's words were not yet finished when suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. What? The tail of the Overlord Magic Dragon model disappeared. This. Xiaozhan's shock was something Yinan had already anticipated. After all, this was no small matter. Lord Xia, I think the tail of the Overlord Magic Dragon model has been stolen by someone. We in the Jiangnan Bay City have searched for a long time but found nothing. It is our fault from the Jiangnan Bay City. After pondering for a moment, Yinan asked, how do you think this should be handled? Master Yinan, I believe this matter needs to be discussed together with the great masters and warriors from our Haiqing Bay City. Call them here. Yinan said. Xiaozhan stepped out of the hall and gave an order to a warrior. After a long while, 2 grandmasters and high-ranking masters from Haiqing Bay City gathered in the Lord's Hall. Grandmaster Yinan. All of these people had visited the Jiangnan Bay City and witnessed Yinan's terrifying power there. Some masters still harbored psychological fears of Yinan. After paying respects to Yinan, they all turned their gazes toward Lord Xiaozhan. Lord, why have you summoned us? Lord Xiaozhan looked straight at the grandmasters and masters in the hall and said, the tail of the Overlord Magic Dragon model has vanished in the Jiangnan Bay City. As soon as these words were spoken, the grandmasters and masters in the hall felt as if struck by lightning. Some of them froze in place. Lord, the Overlord Magic Dragon model was purchased at great expense from the capital by our Haiqing Bay City and kindly lent to the Jiangnan Bay City. How could they possibly? Enough. The incident has already occurred. Just tell me how you plan to resolve this. Lord Xiaozhan cut off this master mid-sentence. Chapter 82. I can help the Haiqing Bay City. The grandmasters and masters in the main hall of the city lord's mansion all started to mutter among themselves. Ultimately, they reached a conclusion. It was the Jiangnan Bay City that borrowed the model of the Tyrant Magic Dragon. Now that the Jiangnan Bay City has caused the tail of the Tyrant Magic Dragon model to vanish, it is only fair for them to compensate us. Other parts of the Tyrant Magic Dragon model are not valuable, but the disappearance of the most important part, the tail, renders the model entirely meaningless. City Lord, since it is the Jiangnan Bay City that made the Tyrant Magic Dragon's tail disappear, then let the Jiangnan Bay City compensate us. That's right, there's no reason why the Jiangnan Bay City shouldn't compensate us. All the masters in the Grand Hall spoke these words to the City Lord Xiaozhan. City Lord Xiaozhan, hearing the excited remarks from the masters in the Grand Hall, directed his gaze toward Yinan. Grandmaster Yinan, what do you think? Upon hearing these words from the City Lord, all the masters in the Grand Hall became silent, and their eyes turned to Yinan, preparing to see how Grandmaster Yinan would respond. Your proposals are quite good, but the Jiangnan Bay City also faces financial constraints with no available funds. Yinan smiled at all the masters in the Grand Hall. The master's faces darkened. Of course, they had never expected Grandmaster Yinan to say such things. Grandmaster Yinan, even though you are very powerful, our Haiqing Bay City is not one to be trifled with. Since your Jiangnan Bay City made the tyrant magic dragon's tail disappear, can this matter just end like this? Let me suggest this. Is there something difficult for your Haiqing Bay City? To express the apology of the Jiangnan Bay City, I will help you. Yinan looked at the Grandmasters and Masters inside the Grand Hall. Besides, I need some ferocious beast materials. If you don't mind, give me some. With that, I can help you more. Everyone inside the Grand Hall, upon hearing Grandmaster Yinan's words, were utterly stunned. They couldn't have imagined that Grandmaster Yinan would want those materials. Grandmaster Yinan, you're greatly embarrassing our Jiangnan Bay City. Even though the Jiangnan Bay City helped our Haiqing Bay City last time, it doesn't mean we should let you overstep bounds like this. Grandmaster Yinan, even if you're strong, our Haiqing Bay City isn't afraid of you either. The Masters and Grandmasters in the Grand Hall were all highly agitated, speaking out one by one to Yinan. Grandmaster Yinan, there is indeed something we'd like you to help with. If you could assist our Haiqing Bay City, the matter regarding the tail of the tyrant magic dragon will be settled, and providing you with some ferocious beast materials wouldn't be an issue either. Suddenly, the city lord of Haiqing Bay City, Xia Zhan, interjected. All the Masters and Grandmasters in the Grand Hall were momentarily stunned, unable to understand why the city lord would speak this way. What kind of matter could exempt such a great cost, unless it was? Abruptly, all the Masters and Grandmasters thought of a shocking possibility, and after thinking about it, everyone inside the Grand Hall was filled with awe. Tell me, what kind of assistance do you need? Yinan pondered silently that if the Haiqing Bay City really had a thorny problem, it might actually be beneficial. Of course, he could force Haiqing Bay City to abandon compensation using his own strength, but this was not his style. He never liked bullying the weak. Grandmaster Yinan, recently, in the Black Thunder Mountain outside our Haiqing Bay City, an extremely powerful wild beast appeared. This wild beast is a level 5 Grandmaster tier iron-skinned dragon tiger. City Lord Xia Zhan said these words to Yinan. Everyone in the Grand Hall froze. They didn't expect that the task the City Lord wanted Yinan to undertake was truly this. But how could they possibly believe that Grandmaster Yinan would agree? Even though Yinan was extremely powerful, there was absolutely no way he could match a level 5 Grandmaster tier iron-skinned dragon tiger. Yet what the Masters and Grandmasters in the Grand Hall would never have foreseen was that when Grandmaster Yinan heard about the request from the City Lord, a trace of a smile actually appeared on his face. Give me a map of Black Thunder Mountain, and I'll go to Black Thunder Mountain right away. Yinan was already eager. He had encountered a rare level 5 Grandmaster tier wild beast. That such a powerful creature could appear in a place like Haiqing Bay City was something he hadn't anticipated at all. Seeing Yinan's agreement, City Lord Xia Zhan immediately instructed someone to bring out a map. After Yinan received the map and placed it into his storage ring, he left the Grand Hall and set off towards Black Thunder Mountain. The Masters and Grandmasters in the Grand Hall watched as Yinan's figure disappeared, standing there dumbfounded, completely shocked. Do you all understand why Grandmaster Yinan agreed so readily? Could it be that he didn't hear clearly that it's a level 5 Grandmaster tier, ferocious beast? The Grandmasters and Masters naturally couldn't figure out what was going on. Is this strange at all? Grandmaster Yinan is a 9th rank Grandmaster. City Lord Xia Zhan suddenly said. All the Grandmasters and Masters in the Grand Hall were shocked. It felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Grandmaster Yinan was actually a 9th rank Grandmaster. Of course, they knew that the City Lord wasn't lying to them. Only now did they understand why the City Lord asked Grandmaster Yinan for help. In that case, the iron-skinned dragon tiger in Black Thunder Mountain will definitely be slain by Grandmaster Yinan, thus lifting the crisis for some cities around our Haiqing Bay City. That's true. Though the model of the tyrant magic dragon is extremely expensive, how could it compare to the safety of our Haiqing Bay City? It seems like it's heaven's will. If not for this, Grandmaster Yinan wouldn't have gone to Black Thunder Mountain to help us slay that iron-skinned dragon tiger. What the Masters in the Grand Hall didn't know was that Yinan had an almost insatiable affection for powerful ferocious beasts. After leaving Haiqing Bay City, Yinan headed straight toward Black Thunder Mountain. There was still a fair distance between Black Thunder Mountain and Haiqing Bay City. A few days later, Yinan finally reached the base of Black Thunder Mountain. Upon arriving at the foot of Black Thunder Mountain, Yinan took in the view of the mountain before him. Black Thunder Mountain was an entirely pitch-black mountain range. It was massive, and there was no vegetation growing on its surface. Yinan was momentarily stunned. He had never known there was such a mountain with such coloration in the world. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. After a few seconds, Yinan snapped back to reality. Without lingering too long at the base of Black Thunder Mountain, Yinan started ascending the mountain. As a 9th rank Grandmaster, it didn't take Yinan long to reach the summit of Black Thunder Mountain. Throughout this time, he used his mental energy to search for the 5th rank Grandmaster tier ferocious beast, the iron-skinned dragon tiger. Chapter 83, Black Thunder Mountain, the 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast. Though terrifying, the iron-hide dragon tiger was merely a 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast. Under the intense spiritual exploration of a 9th rank Grandmaster, as long as it remained on Black Thunder Mountain, it would surely be unable to hide. When Yinan ascended Black Thunder Mountain, he continuously used his spiritual force to search for the iron-hide dragon tiger. Upon reaching the peak of Black Thunder Mountain, he located its position. After finding the iron-hide dragon tiger, Yinan proceeded towards its location. He could use his spiritual force to locate the iron-hide dragon tiger, but under its hidden presence, the iron-hide dragon tiger couldn't detect him. This was the suppression of the powerful over the weak. Do you have any solutions? You have absolutely no solutions. When Yinan appeared in front of the 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast iron-hide dragon tiger, only then did the iron-hide dragon tiger sense his existence. This iron-hide dragon tiger received a great shock, seeing this human suddenly appear before its eyes, feeling that it must have seen wrong, yet knowing it had not made a mistake. Human, when did you appear? The 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast iron-hide dragon tiger wore a solemn expression, knowing that Yinan's ability to quietly appear before it clearly marked him as an immensely powerful human warrior. When I appeared is unimportant. What's important is that you're about to meet your end. As the sound faded, 19 golden dragons manifested around Yinan's body. The 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast Ironhide Dragon Tiger, seeing the 19 golden dragons coiled around Yinan's body, was filled with extreme fear. Suddenly, this 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast Ironhide Dragon Tiger turned and ran, knowing it could absolutely not stand against Yinan. Running was the only path to possible survival. Ascend the Cloud Shadow Step. Under the impetus of a Grandmaster level primal technique, Yinan instantly appeared in front of this 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast Ironhide Dragon Tiger. Seeing Yinan suddenly appear before it, this 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast Ironhide Dragon Tiger became utterly terrified. Bang! Before this 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast Ironhide Dragon Tiger could speak, Yinan's punch already surged towards it. The 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast Ironhide Dragon Tiger felt unspeakable terror. Faced with such a punch, it experienced nothing but the world's end. How could it possibly withstand this punch? At that moment, a tremendous boom resounded. The Ironhide Dragon Tiger's body was struck by Yinan's fist, leaving a colossal hole. Subsequently, essence energy surged from the fist towards the Ironhide Dragon Tiger's internal organs. Instantly, all its internal organs were destroyed. Its eyes bulged wide, showing no more signs of life fluctuations. Yinan took the head of the Ironhide Dragon Tiger and placed it into his storage ring, needing to keep some evidence. Subsequently, he began reclaiming the remaining parts of the Ironhide Dragon Tiger's body. Ding! Reclaim successful. 90 million Yuan stones. 35 million cultivation talent stones. 35 million psychic talent stones. 30,000 sword stones. 500,000 crystal cells. Activate 60 times explosive damage. Yinan privately smiled, thinking how terrifying 60 times explosive damage truly was. However, now that he'd activated 60 times explosive damage, future rewards from recovery would only become even more terrifying. After departing from Black Thunder Mountain, he headed toward the Sea Green Bay City. Upon returning to the mansion of the Sea Green Bay City governor, apart from Governor Xiaozhan, other Grandmasters and Masters were still present inside the hall. They had been waiting for Yinan's news at the governor's mansion. Upon seeing Yinan return, they hastily greeted him. Grandmaster Yinan, how did it go? Governor Xiaozhan eagerly questioned Yinan. The 2 first-rank Grandmasters and the numerous Masters also immediately shifted their gazes to Yinan, eager to know if Yinan had successfully slain the 5th rank Grandmaster level fierce beast Ironhide Dragon Tiger on Black Thunder Mountain. Under everyone's gaze, Yinan extracted the head of the Ironhide Dragon Tiger from his storage ring. Xiaozhan and the various Masters observed the Ironhide Dragon Tiger's head and all grew exceedingly elated. Yinan had indeed slain the Ironhide Dragon Tiger. Grandmaster Yinan, we are extremely grateful. If not for you, there's no need for pleasantries. Shouldn't the fierce beast materials be handed over to me? Yinan said to the governor of Sea Green Bay City, Xiaozhan. After speaking, he again stored the Ironhide Dragon Tiger's head back into his storage ring. Of course, definitely. Subsequently, Governor Xiaozhan had people bring forth numerous fierce beast materials of varied types, totaling over 100 portions. Upon viewing the fierce beast materials before him, most of them were from great martial artist level beasts, with the finest being at the master level. A trace of disinterest surfaced on his face, though having something was better than nothing. He gathered all the over 100 fierce beast materials into his storage ring. I came to the Haiqing Bay City this time to resolve the issue of the Bawang Magic Dragon model. Since it has been resolved now, I should go back. Yinan said to Xiaozhan, the mayor of Haiqing Bay City. In that case, Grandmaster Yinan, please take care. After Xiaozhan finished speaking, Yinan left Haiqing Bay City. After leaving Haiqing Bay City, Yinan recycled the materials in his storage ring, including the head of the Ironhide Dragon Tiger. Ding! Recycling successful. 60 million Yuan stones. 17 million cultivation talent stones. 17 million psychic talent stones. 20,000 sword stones. 300,000 crystal cells. After fusing the rewards, Yinan set off towards Jiangnan Bay City. He thought about returning to Jiangnan Bay City and informing the mayor and others of the situation, then focusing on cultivating himself to aim for a complete mastery of the Lili Baltique. Jiangnan Bay City. After returning to Jiangnan Bay City, Yinan went to the governor's mansion and informed Governor Lin Song of what had happened in Haiqing Bay City, then returned to the Extreme Path Alliance. Governor Lin Song certainly found it hard to believe that not long after Yinan returned to the Extreme Path Alliance, he kept thinking about how utterly unbelievable it was. In the end, Governor Lin Song decided to personally visit Haiqing Bay City. Upon arriving at Haiqing Bay City, Lin Song rushed to its mayor's residence. After learning all the details from Mayor Xiaozhan at the mayor's mansion, Lin Song was stunned into silence, as motionless as a wooden statue. He couldn't believe that Yinan had already advanced to become a 9th-rank Grandmaster, with a promotion speed so fast that he simply dared not trust it. Lin Song, you don't need to find it so unbelievable. I felt the same way at first. I didn't even believe when he showed me his rank insignia, but when 19 golden dragons appeared around Yinan's body, only then did I come to believe it. Mayor Xiaozhan of Haiqing Bay City said to Lin Song. Lin Song swallowed his saliva. His figure trembled slightly as he spoke shakily to Xiaozhan. I'll return to Jiangnan Bay City first. There are some matters I need to deal with. After speaking, Governor Lin Song of Jiangnan Bay City hurried back to Jiangnan Bay City as fast as he could. Chapter 84. The completion of the Liuli treasured body. After City Lord Lin Chong returned to Jiangnan Bay City, he immediately rushed to the City Lord's mansion. Upon arriving, he found Yinan. Yinan was cultivating the Liuli treasured body. Sensing the City Lord's presence, he stopped his cultivation and turned toward the source of the energy. Seconds later, City Lord Lin Chong appeared before him. Yinan. City Lord Lin Chong quickly approached Yinan. City Lord, is there something you need? Yinan looked at the City Lord in puzzlement. Judging from the expression on the City Lord's face, it seemed as if there was some major news. Yinan, have you already become a 9th-ranked Great Master? City Lord Lin Chong hurriedly asked Yinan. How did you know? Yinan was somewhat surprised. He believed that his level insignia only indicated an 8th rank Great Master. Even if the city lord had obtained information about his level from a martial artist institution, it should still only be 8th rank. How could he possibly know that he was a 9th rank Great Master? Could it be? Yinan thought of a possibility. This possibility was that the city lord had gone to Haiqing Base City, and it was the city lord of Haiqing Base City, Xiaozhan, who had told him. Yinan, when you returned, I went to Haiqing Base City, where Xiaozhan informed me. Lin Chong said. Yinan confirmed that this matched his speculation, though it wouldn't make any difference if the city lord knew his current level. City lord, you didn't come just to verify this, did you? Yinan looked at city lord Lin Chong in front of him, and secretly wondered if the city lord came just to ask whether or not he had reached the 9th rank Great Master level, which would indeed be rather uninteresting. No, certainly not. City lord Lin Chong shook his head quickly and continued speaking to Yinan. Master Yinan, now that you are a 9th rank Great Master, you are our Jiangnan Base City's most powerful martial artist. Therefore, I earnestly request that you become the guardian of our Jiangnan Base City. The guardian of Jiangnan Base City? Yinan smiled lightly. There's no need for that. Since I am in Jiangnan Base City, naturally, if anything happens here, I will offer my help. He originally thought the city lord had some big matter to discuss with him, but didn't expect it to be just about this. City lord Lin Chong relaxed and relief showed on his face, thinking happily that Yinan was still one of Jiangnan Base City's people. If he had been someone from Haiqing Base City, their current position might have diminished almost entirely. City lord, if there is nothing else, I would like to continue cultivating. Yes, Master Yinan. City lord Lin Chong quickly nodded his head like a pecking chicken. Now that Yinan was already a 9th rank Great Master, he naturally couldn't treat Yinan with the same casual tone as before. After Lin Chong left, Yinan began to continue cultivating the Liuli Golden Body. The Liuli Golden Body was already at its 9th layer. Only one more layer needed to be completed for full mastery. Breaking through to complete mastery would still require a considerable amount of time. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, several months passed, and the number of Yinan's Liuli cells inside his body was increasing rapidly, yet there was still no breakthrough to the 10th layer of the Liuli Golden Body. Unfortunately, this is what cultivation entails. Yinan knew he was already very fortunate. Without the system, even with a small star-class cultivation aptitude, it would be completely impossible to reach the level of a 9th rank Great Master within such a short period of time. He continued his practice. It was imperative to bring the Liuli Golden Body to its highest state of perfection. Liuli cells plus 5,000. Liuli cells plus 5,000. Liuli cells plus 5,000. Another 2 months passed. In the city lord's mansion, a golden shockwave intertwined with light shot up into the sky, resembling a pillar under the heavens, enough to astound anyone who witnessed it. Many residents of Jiangnan Base City saw this marvel. Some ordinary people cried out in amazement, mistaking it for the arrival of immortals. However, the martial artists all knew that this was no immortal but rather an indication of an incredibly powerful martial artist in the city lord's mansion displaying their terrifying prowess. With so many people witnessing this phenomenon across Jiangnan Bay City, it was even more surprising for those within the city lord's mansion. Numerous martial artists in the square of the city lord's mansion were shocked speechless when the golden radiance surged upward like a heavenly pillar. Even city lord Lin Chong and the various masters of the city lord's mansion were dumbfounded for quite a while. What in heaven's name is happening? All the masters were deeply astonished, unable to figure out exactly what was going on. Such golden essence energy was far too fearsome, beyond anything they could match. If I'm not mistaken, that area should be where Master Yinan cultivates. City Lord Lin Chang's expression grew solemn. In his judgment, Yinan must have likely broken through to the martial general rank. Otherwise, how could such a strange phenomenon occur? The masters of the city lord's mansion all appeared stunned when they learned from the city lord that the place where the strange phenomenon occurred was actually where Yinan cultivated. Probably, city lord Lin Chang paused for a few seconds, then laughed. Master Yinan has broken through to the martial general rank. He naturally hoped that Yinan's strength would grow stronger and stronger. In such a case, the overall strength of their Jiangnan Bay City would also continue to grow stronger. Though City Lord Lin Chang already knew that Yinan was a 9th rank Great Master, the masters of the City Lord's mansion didn't know this. Listening to the City Lord's words, their pupils couldn't help but contract rapidly. It was as if thunder had struck them, leaving them convinced that they must have heard wrong. City Lord, did you just say that Master Yinan broke through to the martial general? All the masters beside Lin Chang were utterly astonished. They knew that Master Yinan was very strong, but they didn't realize how strong he truly was. To break through to the martial general required one prerequisite, reaching the 9th rank Great Master level. Otherwise, how could anyone break through to the martial general rank? Could it be that Master Yinan was already a 9th rank Great Master? The masters looked at each other in silence, unsure what to say. Their faces displayed nothing short of extreme astonishment. They finally understood why Master Yinan could go alone to Haiqing Bay City to deal with the issue of the Overlord Demon Dragon model and succeed in solving it. The golden light pillar began to slowly fade away. Yinan looked at his own hands, excitement clearly written all over his face. Unable to suppress himself, he shouted aloud. The Liuli treasured body is finally complete. The Liuli treasured body was a physique only cultivators at the War King rank could derive, yet Yinan had broken through to its completed state in such a short time. His current strength was no longer merely that of a 9th rank Great Master. Below the rank of War King, there would not be a single martial artist who could stand against him. On the square of the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Lin Chang and the masters saw the golden pillar about to vanish. After being momentarily stunned, City Lord Lin Chang spoke to the masters. Let us go take a look. Chapter 85. The most powerful dungeon in Long Country, the Demon Sea Great Dungeon. After City Lord Lin Chang and the masters arrived at Yinan's location, they naturally saw Yinan. Yinan Grandmaster, have you broken through to the rank of War General? Suddenly, City Lord Lin Chang asked Yinan. The masters also looked at Yinan with great curiosity. It was not surprising for Yinan that Lin Chang could ask such a question. The golden yuan qi intertwined to form an overwhelming pillar reaching to the sky. It was just too shocking to look at. Apart from assuming he had broken through to the War General level, there seemed to be no better explanation. Yinan didn't want to explain any further, so he just nodded slightly. Seeing Yinan nod, City Lord Lin Chong and the masters were extremely delighted. Though it was only their guess that Yinan Grandmaster had broken through to War General, even if this guess was highly likely, it could not prove that Yinan Grandmaster truly had broken through. Now, getting the definite answer from Yinan Grandmaster, they certainly knew that Yinan had already become a War General. Then, the group went to the Grand Hall of the City Lord's residence and started chatting. Yinan wasn't paying much attention to these matters. He thought to himself that since his Nivering Li Jinsen was already at its utmost perfection, now was the time to recover powerfully. What needed to be done now was to break through as soon as possible and become the strongest martial artist on Blue Star. Yinan knew this was his primary goal. 3 days later, a report reached City Lord Lin Chang's hands. Looking at the report in his hand, Lin Chang was shocked to the core and immediately convened an emergency meeting. Yinan was within the Extreme Path Alliance when Chairman Su Yuan found him. Yinan noticed the hurried manner of Su Yuan. Did something happen? Yes, Yinan War General. The City Lord has called for an emergency meeting. There must be some huge issue. Su Yuan said to Yinan. Well, let's go then. Yinan was somewhat eager. In the Blue Star filled with dungeons, what big event could it possibly be? It definitely had to be related to ferocious beasts. Before Su Yuan could even react, Yinan had taken several steps forward already. Su Yuan quickly followed after. At the City Lord's residence, inside the Grand Hall of the City Lord's mansion, all the strong ones of Jiangnan Bay City were seated. Yinan War General, Su Yuan Grandmaster. When Yinan and Su Yuan entered the hall, the Grandmasters all stood up to pay their respects. Both sat down on their dedicated seats. Yinan looked towards City Lord Lin Chong and asked, City Lord, what exactly happened? Everyone inside the Grand Hall also turned their gaze towards City Lord Lin Chong. With the City Lord issuing such an urgent command for an emergency meeting, everyone knew that something serious must have happened, but specifically what, they still did not know. Alas, a battle erupted in the dungeon channel of the Demon Sea Great Dungeon. Dozens of generals guarding the dungeon channels all perished. The ferocious beasts are almost on the surface now. The Emperor issued a decree for all masters and higher-level warriors from the 5 major base cities outside the capital to provide support. All those inside the Grand Hall listened to the City Lord's words, struck as though by thunderbolts. No one would have ever guessed that such a major event occurred. Demon Sea Great Dungeon. It is the strongest dungeon in Long Country. Even dozens of generals guarding the dungeon channels have perished. How massive must this war be? For a moment, everyone inside the Grand Hall was unsure of what to say. The Demon Sea Great Dungeon was truly terrifying. They'd probably just end up as cannon fodder, but they could not go. The mood among the Grandmasters was very low. In the entire hall, only Yinan retained a fascinating expression on his face. The Demon Sea Great Dungeon. He had heard about it while announcing. It was indeed the strongest dungeon in Long Country, where the number of ferocious beasts was surely immense, perhaps even beyond his imagination. City Lord, when are we supposed to go? After much contemplation, Su Yuan asked City Lord Lin Chong. The day after tomorrow. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Make the necessary psychological preparations. City Lord Lin Chong looked at everyone in the hall and said, by preparations, it essentially meant they should return home and leave their last wishes behind. After all, the Demon Sea Great Dungeon was truly terrifying. After the Grandmasters left the hall, City Lord Lin Chong then gazed at Yinan and asked, War General Yinan, what are your thoughts on the matter concerning the Demon Sea Great Dungeon? If we must go, then I don't have much to think about. Let's just go. At worst, it'll cost me my life. Yinan replied to City Lord Lin Chong. Lin Chong, hearing Yinan's words, didn't continue asking anymore. He thought Yinan's mindset was quite good, but this might also be related to Yinan's young age and having no family ties. None of them weren't responsible for their own families. After the Grandmasters returned home and left their final wishes, it came to the day of departure. Led by City Lord Lin Chong, they set off toward the Demon Sea Great Dungeon. The Demon Sea Great Dungeon is located in the Haihe Mountain Range, which lies outside of the Long Country capital. There are 6 major base cities in Long Country. The capital is called Longqing Base City, while there are 5 other major base cities. Not only the Jiangnan Base City, but also the other major base cities require masters and warriors above the master level to go to the Demon Sea Great Dungeon for support. Half a month later, Yinan's group finally arrived at the foot of Haihe Mountain Range. That's people from Haiqing Base City. Suddenly, Su Yuan pointed at a place and said, everyone from Jiangnan Base City turned their gaze towards the direction indicated and found that it was indeed people from Haiqing Base City. They were not far from them. People from Haiqing Base City saw them too. Xiaozhan, the city lord of Haiqing Base City, became delighted. He hurriedly walked over quickly. Yinan Granda? Here, just call names. Xiaozhan hadn't finished his sentence when Yinan interrupted him. Before they came, everyone from Jiangnan Base City had agreed that no matter who it was, they would call each other by name to prevent unnecessary troubles. Hearing Yinan's words, Xiaozhan thought he should have thought about it earlier. Then he turned around and informed all the people from Haiqing Base City, and everyone from Haiqing Base City nodded. As the people from Jiangnan Base City and Haiqing Base City were about to ascend the Haihe Mountain Range, more people from several other base cities arrived. Yinan, those are the people from Tianyan Base City. Their city lord is a war general. Those are the people from Tungbei Base City. Those are the people from Jiangshui Base City. Lin Chong introduced them to Yinan. Except for Jiangnan Base City and Haiqing Base City, all other base city lords were at the war general level, and there were quite a number of grandmasters as well. Yinan knew that both Jiangnan Base City and Haiqing Base City were weak, but he never expected the gap between these 2 cities and other base cities could be this large. The strong ones from Tianyan Base City, Tungbei Base City, and Jiangshui Base City began to climb up the Haihe Mountain Range. Let's go up too, Yinan said to the people from the 2 base cities. Chapter 86. Entering the Demon Sea Earth Cave, Savage Beasts Attack. The people from Jiangnan Base City and Haiqing Base City nodded their heads and proceeded towards the Haihe Mountain Range. It didn't take long before they arrived at the Haihe Mountain Range, within the Demon Sea Earth Cave area. After the battle in the cave tunnels of the Demon Sea Earth Cave, where more than a dozen generals and countless warriors had perished, many powerful beings from the imperial capital Longcheng came to subdue the savage beasts. Otherwise, the savage beasts would have already emerged from the cave tunnel, perhaps even attacking the imperial capital Longcheng by now. Yinan and his group reached the entrance of the Demon Sea Earth Cave. In addition to them, there were also warriors from Tianyuan Bay City, Tunbei Bay City, and Jianshui Bay City. All eyes were fixed intently on the cave tunnel before them. The Demon Sea Earth Cave was the largest cave in Long Country, and besides fear, there was a trace of seriousness on the faces of the warriors. Everyone. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the cave tunnel. Shortly after, a warrior appeared from the cave tunnel. This was an old man who emanated waves of domineering aura, appearing quite formidable. Name, Tangshan. Realm, 4th rank war general. The old man's identity information appeared on Yinan's retina. Upon seeing the elder arrive, the warriors from the 5 major base cities all turned their attention toward him. Greetings to the warriors of Tianyuan Bay City, Tunbei Bay City, Jianshui Bay City, Haiqing Bay City, and Jiangnan Bay City. Thank you for coming to support us. I am Tangshan, and from this point forward, I will be in command, said Tangshan to the warriors of the 5 major base cities. Listening to Tangshan's words, the warriors of the 5 major base cities all nodded their heads. Even a child could guess that Tangshan was a warrior from the imperial capital Longcheng. Tangshan was also the strongest warrior among the 5 major base city warriors. If no one has any objections, then follow me into the cave. Saying this, Tangshan once again headed toward the cave tunnel. All the members of the 5 major base cities followed Tangshan into the Demon Sea Earth Cave tunnel. Upon entering the tunnel, they saw numerous warrior armies stationed in various parts of the tunnel, ensuring its safety. After the last battle, we suffered heavy losses. We believe that savage beasts will soon launch another attack on the cave tunnel, which is why we have summoned your aid, Tangshan explained to the warriors as they walked along. Although the warriors from the 5 major base cities were visiting the Demon Sea Earth Cave for the first time, they were fully aware of its horrors. If the savage beasts were to attack the Demon Sea Earth Cave again, it would result in an unimaginably terrifying and epic battle. After much time had passed, Tangshan led the warriors of the 5 major base cities to their defensive positions. On the way, the warriors of the 5 major base cities observed the Demon Sea Earth Cave. Comparing the caves outside their own base cities with the Demon Sea Earth Cave made them seem like dwarfs facing giants. Yinan was also observing the interior of the Demon Sea Earth Cave. He thought to himself that if he were to capture savage beasts during the battle, with so many people engaged in combat, no one would know who had caused the beasts to disappear. There was nothing for him to worry about. Lin Chong. Suddenly, Yinan called out Lin Chang's name. Hearing Yinan's call, Lin Chong looked over, curious about what Yinan wanted to say. Do you know what level the most powerful warrior in Long Country is? Lin Chong was somewhat astonished, clearly not expecting Yinan to ask such a question. Wasn't this something every warrior knew? But upon further reflection, perhaps not every warrior did know. Yinan was from Anqing, a small city where they might know that the most powerful warrior in Long Country was the ruler, but not the specific realm. Our most powerful warrior in Long Country is the ruler, and the ruler is a 9th rank war king, Lin Chong said to Yinan. Yinan inwardly marveled. Although he knew that the most powerful warrior in Long Country must be strong, he never imagined that the strength was this great. 9th rank war king. Though his jade glass body was already at its grand completion stage, he knew it was absolutely impossible to defeat a 9th rank war king. For a war king also possessed the jade gem body. However, a hint of excitement suddenly flashed across Yinan's face. He felt he had nothing to worry about. After all, now that he had come to a place like the Demon Sea Earth Cave, what was there to fear? His system needed to grow stronger through constant capturing. This time I've come here with no intention of returning alive. What about you guys? I'm the same. Unfortunately, as warriors, we hold high status. In times of national peril, we must step forward. It's impossible to let the common folk stand ahead of us, right? In fact, I am the same. I have already talked to my family and friends. If I can return alive, that would be good, but the hope is too slim. The grandmasters of the 5 major base cities began chatting with one another. Most of them had originally been strangers, but now they were comrades in arms. Naturally, Yinan overheard the conversation among the grandmasters of the 5 major base cities. He shook his head inwardly, thinking to himself that indeed, at this level of an earth cave, it wasn't just grandmasters or great-grandmasters who could easily perish. Even warriors could fall without much effort. As grandmasters themselves, how could they possibly believe they'd survive? Everyone knew the savage beasts would attack again. They were waiting, but also enduring torment. Yet Yinan was anticipating it. Indeed, he wasn't a good person, and he knew this well enough. A man of petty mind cannot be a gentleman, and a man without ruthlessness cannot be a true husband. But in a certain sense, he was by no means a bad person, at least that's what he believed. 10 days later, suddenly, the defensive line of the Demon Sea Earth Cave tunnel began to tremble. The warriors stationed on the defensive line all looked forward. Savage beasts are coming. Savage beasts are coming. Savage beasts are coming. Voices amplified by energy from powerful warriors continuously echoed along the defensive line. All the warriors stationed along the Demon Sea Earth Cave tunnel's defense lines became solemn. Their eyes were fixed intently on the front. The warriors of Tianyuan Bay City, Tunbei Bay City, Jianshui Bay City, Haiqing Bay City, and Jiangnan Bay City also turned their gazes forward. And then they froze in shock. There was an overwhelming mass of savage beasts rushing toward the defensive line like dark clouds pressing down from above. The ground trembled, and the roars of the savage beasts ascended into the heavens, deafening and terrifying. Their might shook the sky. 1 million, 2 million, or perhaps 3 million. No one knew exactly how many savage beasts there were. All they knew was that the combined aura of these creatures was far too fearsome. The warriors of the 5 major base cities' pupils contracted violently, and their bodies trembled. They had never seen so many savage beasts before. Chapter 87. Breaking Through to Warrior, the shocking dragon roar fist. The strong ones from the 5 major base cities, as they looked at so many fierce beasts, couldn't help but tremble. With a sky full of wild beasts in front of them, such numbers were incredibly overwhelming. Yinan's face, however, was showing wave after wave of excitement. He knew that with so many ferocious beasts, even he would be in danger, but risking it all for wealth had always been his motto. Prepare to defend. Warrior Tangshan shouted out loud. The martial artists from the 5 major base cities were guarding the passageways of one region, while other passageway defenses were maintained by the warriors of the Dragon City capital. The massive flood of savage beasts drew closer and closer. Everyone was ready to fight to their last breath. They knew this battle would end either with the death of the beasts or their own demise. Boom boom. Suddenly, countless thunderous sounds appeared. The war was about to start. Primordial energy and dark demonic energy began continuously emerging in the space around them. As Yinan looked at the fierce beasts in front of him, he gave a cold laugh and then pulled out the Qinghong sword. The fierce beasts attacking their passage defense line were not very strong and definitely did not require him to use his lapis lazuli body technique. Qinghong sword was already a rank 4 primordial artifact weapon, Yuan Bing. There was no question that rank 4 Yuan Bing was the most powerful primordial weapon on the Blue Star. Of course, from appearance alone, one could not tell how Qinghong surpassed high-rank primordial weapons. To others, Qinghong naturally appeared as an ordinary high-rank primordial weapon, but none would know how truly terrifying the Qinghong was. Swish swish swish. Holding the Qinghong sword, Yinan started slaying these wild beasts. As he fought, he recycled resources. Ding. Recycle successful. 20 million spirit stones. 7 million cultivation talent stones. 7 million psychic talent stones. 10,000 sword stones. The number of wild beasts was indeed too numerous. Fortunately, the more powerful beasts were attacking the passages guarded by Longwa's warriors. There were plenty of martial artists from the 5 base cities, and they were all master-level martial artists. For a moment, these beasts were being driven back step by step. Just as Yinan previously guessed, as he killed the fierce beasts and recycled them, no one discovered him. Given the chaotic situation, he felt himself getting closer and closer to breaking through to the warrior realm. After breaking through to become a warrior, without using his lapis lazuli body technique, his strength would advance further. Roar! Suddenly, an 8th rank Grandmaster level ferocious beast pounced towards him. This 8th rank Grandmaster level beast was not a humanoid monster. It had an enormous figure, its mouth agape like a bloodstained basin preparing to devour Yinan in one bite. Naturally, Yinan saw this 8th rank Grandmaster level beast coming towards him. He chuckled lightly. With so many warriors present, this beast picked one of the most powerful ones, truly inviting calamity upon itself and sealing its doom. Swish! An 8th rank Grandmaster level ferocious beast might have been strong against other warriors, but in Yinan's eyes, it was just an ant. With the Qinghong sword in hand, Yinan cut the 8th rank Grandmaster level beast down in a single slash. A flash of light like sword aura shot out. Following the slash, the 8th rank Grandmaster level ferocious beast collapsed to the ground without ever seeing how it died. He recycled this 8th rank Grandmaster level ferocious beast. 70,000 times critical hit. 80,000 times critical hit. When the multiplier reached 80,000 times, Yinan broke through. 50 golden dragons coalesced inside his body. A basic warrior possesses 50 golden dragons, giving an overall combat power of 50 million. Warrior, martial arts warrior. After breaking through to a warrior, one can fly through the air. If in Huaxiao, a warrior would be considered a terrestrial immortal. The battle continued. Reinforcements of the savage beasts kept arriving. Several masters among the masters from the 5 major base cities have fallen already. 10 days later, 100,000 times critical hit. When the critical hit multiple reached 10,000 times, Yinan felt somewhat excited. After such a long period, the critical hit multiplier finally reached 100,000-fold. Yinan sensed something and turned around, only to find more than 100 large warrior-level ferocious beasts rushing towards him. Swish! A single slash. The sword energy flashed past, turning the bodies of more than 100 large warrior-level ferocious beasts into 2 halves. Ding! Recycle successful. 50 million spirit stones. 15 million cultivation talent stones. 15 million psychic talent stones. 20,000 sword stones. Warrior-level boxing technique primal technique. The shocking dragon roar fist. Looking at the rewards from recycling, Yinan couldn't help but give a faint smile. 10,000-fold critical hits are indeed worth their name, as the recycling rewards were certainly substantial. After integrating the recycling rewards, he realized that the warrior-level boxing primal skill, Shocking Dragon Roar Fist, could be perfected immediately. Without any doubt, he now possessed the Shocking Dragon Roar Fist. The rank of War General was not non-existent among the martial artists of the 5 major base cities. Yinan being a War General wouldn't have caused others to be shocked, as if struck by lightning. Just as Yinan turned around to look, he noticed 2 3rd-rank Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts surrounding Lin Chang. Lin Chang's expression was extremely solemn. As a 3rd-rank Grandmaster, he found it very arduous to face 2 3rd-rank Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts. He human die. In the eyes of these 2 3rd-rank Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts, the human martial artist before them was already a cold, lifeless corpse. Once their voices fell silent, the 2 3rd-rank Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts made their move against Lin Chang. Whoosh! Just as Lin Chang prepared to defend himself, a streak of sword light shot over, instantly killing the 2 3rd-rank Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts. Lin Chang was startled. He quickly glanced over and saw that Yinan had acted, a grateful look showing on his face. Yinan took a single step forward and stood in front of Lin Chang. You should go join the masters at the Jiangnan base city. Alright, Lin Chang knew that there was no need to say much at this time. After nodding to Yinan, he left. After Yinan recycled the 2 3rd-rank Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts, over 10,000 ferocious beasts came rushing over like a swarm. Good timing. Yinan gave a cold laugh. Roar. Over 10,000 ferocious beasts let out shocking roars, then rushed forward after the roars faded, resembling flood waters breaking through dams, looking extraordinarily fierce. As the over 10,000 ferocious beasts surged toward Yinan, he raised his fists. A fast coalescing fist aura began to form on his knuckles, and 50 golden dragons started swirling around his body. The sky-shocking dragon roar fist represented the combat strength of a war general, combining with the fist aura to form an awesomely fearsome shockwave, creating terrifying attacks. Sky-shocking dragon roar fist. Suddenly, Yinan unleashed the war general level primal technique. Boom. With the force of 50 golden dragons interwoven with the fist aura, a vast area attack formed and swept across the thousands of ferocious beasts. When they saw such an attack approaching, the thousands of ferocious beasts were all frightened stiff, never imagining that this human could launch such a dreadful attack. When the attack from the sky-shocking dragon roar fist hit the region of the thousands of ferocious beasts, they were reduced to powder without leaving even a complete corpse behind. Chapter 88. 500,000 times critical hit. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were turned into powder by the attack triggered by Yinan's sky-shocking dragon roar fist. Yinan absorbed tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Be careful. Just after Yinan had absorbed tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, an urgent voice sounded in his ears. Yinan looked closely and found that a master-level ferocious beast was already not far from him. And it was Tang Shanzhan who warned him. Bang! Yinan threw a punch towards the master-level ferocious beast, and the Ngong burst forth. The master-level ferocious beast's pupils shrank rapidly. When it tried to evade the terrifying Ngong, it was too late. Rumble! After a loud noise, this master-level ferocious beast fell in a pool of blood, killed instantly. Although all martial artists from the 5 base cities guarded the same passage defense line, the battle line of the passage defense was quite long. Earlier, Yinan's move wasn't seen by Tang Shanzhan. Seeing Yinan instantly kill a master-level ferocious beast, Tang Shanzhan was somewhat stunned and couldn't help but think that Yinan had become so powerful. Young man, you. Tang Shanzhan took a step closer to Yinan, preparing to say more when another group of ferocious beasts attacked. Yinan looked at the numerous incoming ferocious beasts. There were probably tens of thousands of them. Truly, the Magic Sea Earth Cave deserved its reputation for having countless ferocious beasts. Sky-shocking dragon roar fist. He once again activated the war general level ultimate skill, Sky-shocking dragon roar fist, against these attacking ferocious beasts. Instantly, the power of 50 golden dragons intertwined with an immensely strong Qinggong swept toward the ferocious beasts. Nearby, Tang Shanzhan watched this attack, his pupils shrinking quickly. Astonished, he cried out. War general. Tang Shanzhan would never have thought that Yinan was actually a war general. Stiff as a statue, there were many things that shocked him, but nothing like this before. A young man who appeared no more than 20-something years old turned out to be a mighty war general. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, who would believe it? When Tang Shan went to greet the warriors from the 5 base cities at the Earth Cave Passage, he also saw Yinan. However, he didn't inquire much, knowing that the ruler ordered only martial artists at the master level or above to come and support the Magic Sea Earth Cave. He clearly understood that Yinan was not a master-level warrior. Death might have been waiting for him in the cave. But now Tang Shanzhan discovered that Yinan, whom he considered destined for death, was actually a war general. Rumble. Another thunderous roar sounded as the Ngong, entwined with 50 golden dragons, heavily collided with the oncoming group of ferocious beasts. At once, primal energy overflowed, filling the area with Qinggong force. The oncoming group of ferocious beasts was turned into powder again. The war general level ultimate skill Sky-shocking dragon roar fist was indeed famous for good reasons. Yinan absorbed these ferocious beasts. The scene was too chaotic. Intense battles were happening around Yinan and Tang Shanzhan. The ferocious beasts rushing towards Yinan were also turned into powder, so Yinan's absorption completely slipped past Tang Shan's notice. May I ask, what is your name? Tang Shanzhan asked Yinan. Yinan. Yinan told Tang Shanzhan his name. He felt there was no need to hide anything. War General Yinan, if I am not mistaken, are you from the Jiangnan base city? Yes. Yinan nodded. Tang Shanzhan naturally did not expect before that there would be war general level warriors in the Jiangnan base city, making him view the Jiangnan base city with slightly new eyes. Still, Tang Shan knew that this was not the most important matter. The most shocking fact was that a young man looking no older than 20-something had become a war general. Yet even among the elite warriors in the imperial capital Longqing, such talent had not been witnessed. War General Yinan, let's have a good chat after we drive away the ferocious beasts, Tang said to Yinan. At this moment, all Dragon Nation martial artists defending the Earth Cave passages were gaining the upper hand. All powerful martial artists from the imperial capital Longqing came to the Magic Sea Earth Cave, including the Lord of Dragon Nation. The Lord of Dragon Nation defended the most brutal position in the passage defense line, where he and other great warriors fought off the ferocious beasts. It could be said that as long as there was no trouble there, generally speaking, there wouldn't be too many problems. Ding. Absorption successful. 50 million Yuan stones. 15 million cultivation talent stones. 15 million psychic talent stones. 30,000 sword stones. War general level speed ultimate skill. Saint Dragon brilliant moonstep. Ding. Absorption successful. 80 million Yuan stones. 30 million cultivation talent stones. 30 million psychic talent stones. War general level defensive ultimate skill. Mysterious heaven heavy armor. Yinan kept killing ferocious beasts and continuously recycling them, while the multiplier of critical hits kept increasing. 20,000 times critical hit. 30,000 times critical hit. 40,000 times critical hit. 50,000 times critical hit. After reaching 10,000 times critical hit, the multiplier increased by 10,000 every time. By crazily recycling ferocious beasts, Yinan's critical hit multiplier reached 500,000 times. Yinan's realm directly advanced to a 5th rank general. In such a short time, he broke through to become a 5th rank general, and no one on the entire Blue Star could compare with him. This was how terrifying the system was. As a 5th rank general, Yinan already had the power of 75 golden long dragons within him. The ferocious beasts are retreating. Just as Yinan had broken through to the 5th rank general, the ferocious beasts attacking their defensive area began to retreat. The martial artists from the 5 base cities all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the ferocious beasts retreating, thinking that the ferocious beasts had finally withdrawn. The battle had lasted so long, and both the ferocious beasts and the Dragon Nation martial artists suffered significant casualties. But everyone's goal was to repel the ferocious beasts, and without a doubt, they had achieved that goal now. During this long period of fighting, Yinan's formidable combat strength was noticed by some of the martial artists from the 5 base cities, and they remembered him. Before coming here, the martial artists from the 5 base cities had left wills behind. Everyone was ready to die, and some would never be able to return alive. Yinan looked at the martial artists from Jiangnan Bay City, and many of them had been injured or killed. The martial artists from Haiqin Bay City were beside those from Jiangnan Bay City, and they too had suffered heavy casualties. General Yinan. Suddenly, General Tangshan's voice appeared in Yinan's ears. Yinan noticed that General Tangshan was walking towards him. General Tangshan. Yinan also greeted Tangshan. As Tangshan approached Yinan, he said, General Yinan, the ferocious beasts have finally retreated, but Tangshan suddenly hesitated, as if unsure whether to continue. Chapter 89, 7th rank Ward General level Fierce Beast, Wild Gale Blood Wolf. Yinan saw Tangshan War General's hesitation to speak. He asked Tangshan War General, is there something wrong? After a few seconds, Tangshan War General spoke to Yinan. Yinan, I think a warrior like you should go to the capital Longcheng instead. Although Jiangnan Bay City is quite good, in the capital Longcheng, your development space would be greater. There was no great surprise on Yinan's face. Tangshan being a warrior from the capital Longcheng, it was not strange that he would say such things. Actually, even without Tangshan saying this, Yinan would eventually head to the capital Longcheng too. It was impossible for him to stay in Jiangnan Bay City forever. He also knew that he wouldn't remain long in the capital Longcheng either. He, as a time traveler with a system, how could he only stay on the Blue Star? His journey was clearly destined for the entire universe. We'll see when the time comes. Yinan casually gave an excuse. Seeing this, Tangshan War General stopped urging Yinan further. He knew everyone has their own ambitions. Tangshan War General, now that the fierce beasts have retreated this time, they probably won't attack the channel defense line again, right? Xiaozhan, the city lord of Haiqin Bay City, suddenly asked Tangshan War General. The warriors around Xiaozhan also turned their eyes towards him, looking at Tangshan War General expectantly, waiting to hear what he had to say. They all hoped the fierce beasts wouldn't attack the channel defense line again. That way, they could go home. Yinan didn't particularly care either. Even if the fierce beasts didn't attack the channel defense line again, he had made enough gains already. Before entering the dungeon, he was merely a 9th rank Grandmaster. Now, he had broken through to 5th rank War General, and his spirit weapon had upgraded to 7th stage spirit weapon. It's unclear yet. We need to observe more. Tangshan War General said to the group of warriors. The faces of the warriors showed a hint of disappointment, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Who would willingly die when they could survive? If the fierce beasts were to launch another offensive against the channel defense line, they would still have to fight for their lives. A day later, a warrior from the capital Longcheng arrived at the area guarded by the 5 major base cities and found Tangshan. Tangshan War General, the Emperor summoned you to attend a meeting at the central defense line. This warrior respectfully said to Tangshan. Alright. Tangshan nodded in acknowledgement, and then followed this warrior toward the central defense line. The warriors of the 5 major base cities watched this scene and began speculating among themselves. What do you think kind of meeting this will be? Perhaps the fierce beasts are approaching the defenses again. How terrifying is the Magic Sea Great Dungeon? When will the end come to guarding this passage? The warriors of the 5 major base cities were somewhat pessimistic. Yinan, what do you think? Suddenly, Xiaozhan, the city lord of Haiqin Bay City, walked up to Yinan and asked him. Looking at Xiaozhan, Yinan mused for several seconds. Not much to say. Only respond as the situation arises, just as water is met with earth to block it. Xiaozhan thought the same, sighing inwardly. Why did the Dragon Kingdom produce such a terrible dungeon like the Magic Sea Great Dungeon? Since Tangshan War General left, the warriors of the 5 major base cities waited anxiously. They wanted to know why the Emperor summoned Tangshan to the central defense line for a meeting. 5 days later, Tangshan War General finally returned from the central defense line to the passage defense line where the warriors of the 5 major base cities stood guard. Seeing Tangshan War General return, the warriors of the 5 major base cities quickly turned their eyes towards him. Well, Yinan looked at Tangshan and was the first to speak. Alas, Tangshan let out a heavy sigh. At Tangshan War General's sigh, the hearts of the warriors from the 5 major base cities grew heavy because they knew something unfortunate must have happened. Our people detected deep within the dungeon that after the withdrawal of the fierce beasts from the passage defense line, they didn't return to the great city of fierce beasts. Instead, they directly rested outside the city, showing signs that they might attack the passage defense line again. So, we need to wait and watch. Tangshan explained to the warriors of the 5 major base cities. The warriors from the 5 major base cities had guessed this point and were mentally prepared. Therefore, when Tangshan War General spoke, there wasn't much shock on their faces. A few days later, the defense line trembled again. The warriors from the 5 major base cities looked forward and saw countless fierce beasts charging towards them. The sky seemed filled with them, roaring towards the defended passageway in a rush. Their roars were deafening, reaching up to the heavens, and the overall momentum felt incredibly terrifying. Roar! Suddenly, the leading fierce beast at the front of the army of fierce beasts let out an intense roar, creating wild gales that continuously swept toward the passage defense line, held by the warriors from the 5 major base cities. Listening to such ferocious roaring, the warriors were seized with fear, and some masters' bodies even shook involuntarily. Wild Gale Bloodwolf. Tangshan War General said word by word, his eyes tightly focused on the fierce beast at the forefront of the fierce beast army. The Wild Gale Bloodwolf was a 7th rank War General level fierce beast that Yinan had seen in the fierce beast catalog. Of course, the warriors from the 5 major base cities also saw this Wild Gale Bloodwolf. Looking at its massive body, their faces were filled with shock. This was a 7th rank War General level fierce beast. Among the warriors guarding the channel defense line, Tangshan, who was only a 4th rank War General, was the strongest. Tangshan's face also didn't look good. He couldn't believe that such a powerful fierce beast would appear at their channel defense line. He looked at the warriors on the defense line. Their overall morale couldn't be compared to when they first started. However, Tangshan noticed a hint of excitement on Yinan's face. How? Yinan, aren't you afraid? Tangshan knew he shouldn't ask this question at a time like this, but he was too astonished. Even he felt desperate in this situation, yet Yinan still appeared excited. Was it ignorance of his own insignificance, or could Yinan actually defeat the wild gale blood wolf? Since they met, Tangshan knew Yinan was not ignorant despite being very young. Could Yinan really defeat the wild gale blood wolf? Otherwise, why would there be such fluctuations on his face? Afraid. Yinan looked at Tangshan beside him. Would being afraid even help? Not only was Yinan unafraid, but he was also very happy. With so many fierce beasts, they could be harvested again. But facing a 7th rank ward general level fierce beast, like the wild gale blood wolf, it seemed he needed to activate the emerald gold body. Otherwise, defeating the wild gale blood wolf would be quite difficult. Hearing Yinan's words, Tangshan's heart sank. Originally, he thought Yinan's expression meant he could defeat the wild gale blood wolf. But now it seemed that Yinan just had a better mindset. Chapter 90. Yes, capture the thief first by taking down the leader. The 7th rank ward general level ferocious beast, the Anfeng Xiaolong, Guangfeng Shuelang, let out a cold laugh. Its enormous body was incredibly intimidating as it stared at the channel defense line guarded by warriors from the 5 major base cities. Stupid humans, are you really ready to defend yourselves to death? The Guangfeng Shuelang's voice was icy and bone-chilling. The warriors from the 5 major base cities listening to the Guangfeng Shuelang felt an increased sense of fear on their faces. Yinan looked at Tangshan beside him and realized that Tangshan had no intention of speaking. He ascended into midair. After such a long battle, the warriors from the 5 major base cities more or less understood Yinan. They knew that Yinan was a warrior of war general rank, and that war generals can fly in midair. This was something everyone on Blue Star knew. Guangfeng Shuelang, how do you wish to die? Yinan spoke these words towards the Guangfeng Shuelang, standing in front of the army of ferocious beasts. SSS. At the channel defense line, the warriors from the 5 major base cities drew in a sharp breath of cold air, as if struck by lightning. None of them had anticipated that Yinan would ask Guangfeng Shuelang how he wished to die. After all, Guangfeng Shuelang was a 7th rank war general ferocious beast. Even if Yinan were powerful, how could he possibly be a match for Guangfeng Shuelang? But, upon reconsideration, they realized that when they learned Yinan was a war general, did they not feel absolutely shocked? It was likely that Yinan could indeed be a match for Guangfeng Shuelang. Otherwise, how could Yinan have said such a thing? Not just the warriors from the 5 major base cities guarding the channel defense line, even the various ferocious beasts within the army of ferocious beasts felt shocked. Coo-coo-coo-coo. Suddenly, Guangfeng Shuelang began laughing strangely with a coo-coo-coo sound. Attack! Suddenly, the laughter ceased, and with its full force displayed, it shouted loudly. With its command, the ferocious beast army started attacking the channel defense line guarded by the warriors from the 5 major base cities. The scene was like floodgates opening, terrifying in scale. In the sky, seeing the attack initiated by the ferocious beasts, Yinan thought that this was now the moment. Jade Glass Body. Instantly, he activated the Jade Glass Body. At once, golden light shone brightly in the sky. The intense glow was extremely shocking, resembling divine light. While a majestic Tinjong tall, approximately 33 feet, golden figure appeared mid-air, demonstrating boundless supremacy in every movement. The Jade Golden Figure. The warriors from the 5 major base cities guarding the channel defense line all shouted loudly. Their eyes widened to the largest extent they ever had, and some martial artists even blinked several times urgently because they thought they must have seen it incorrectly. War General Tangshan stood stiff as stone sculpture right where he was. He remained dazed for a long time, completely stupefied. He had assumed Yinan was only a war general, even someone who wouldn't be a match for Guangfeng Shuelang. But no matter how much he imagined, he couldn't fathom that Yinan was actually a war king. How could there be such a strong person right beside him without his noticing? Warriors from Jiangnan Bay City and Haiqing Bay City all turned to stone, as though struck by thunderbolts. Of course, none were more stunned than they were. Lin Chong, the city lord of Jiangnan Bay City, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After recovering, Tangshan became so excited that his body shook uncontrollably, nearly bringing him to tears. After the emergence of a 7th rank war general level ferocious beast at the defended channel, he had almost lost hope. But he also knew that despite his desolation, he must not retreat, for any retreat on his part would cause the ferocious beasts from the 5 major base cities to collapse entirely. But things were different now. There was a war king among them. This was a war king. The 7th rank war general level ferocious beast Guangfeng Shuelang saw the towering Tinjong golden figure midair and grew slightly startled, but it soon calmed down. Facing Yinan floating high up, it bellowed loudly. Capture the thief first by taking down the leader. Roar. Several master-level ferocious beasts let out a roar after hearing Guangfeng Shuelang's command, leaping up off the ground toward Yinan floating in the air and pouncing at him with great ferocity. Yinan pondered over how audacious the ferocious beasts were still. Master-level ferocious beasts indeed dared to make a move against him. However, although these master-level ferocious beasts jumped extraordinarily high, it served them no good. Bang! Suddenly, he lifted his fist, revealing golden boxing energy on it, and punched forcefully towards the approaching master-level ferocious beasts. Golden boxing energy surged towards the master-level ferocious beasts, making the airflow retreat due to its overwhelming power, and cracks started to appear in space. The master-level ferocious beasts didn't have time to react. In an instant, their bodies were shattered into pieces by the golden boxing energy. You're right. Yinan's gaze focused on the 7th rank war general level ferocious beast Guangfeng Shuelang. Capture the thief first by taking down the leader. As he finished speaking, Yinan gathered his speed and rushed swiftly towards the 7th rank war general level ferocious beast Guangfeng Shuelang. The 7th rank war general level ferocious beast, Guangfeng Shuelang, looked up with great shock as the Tinjong golden figure approached it. Human, I'll have you die. A few seconds later, Guangfeng Shuelang let out a loud roar and charged forward. With Yinan having activated the Jade Glass Body, aside from a war king, how could a 7th rank war general ferocious beast like Guangfeng Shuelang be a match for Yinan? Boom. Yinan punched hard at Guangfeng Shuelang. He hadn't anticipated that this Guangfeng Shuelang would actually dare to charge up so boldly. This Guangfeng Shuelang appeared to be a strong ferocious beast on the surface, but in fact, was a ferocious beast with a negative IQ behind its facade. When Yinan and Quangfing Shuelang collided, a loud, thunderous sound spread. It was evident, a massive figure was sent flying backward. Of course, this huge figure was none other than Quangfing Shuelang, the 7th rank War General Ferocious Beast. Quangfing Shuelang hit the ground with immense force, creating a deep pit upon impact. Lord Rosslin. Several powerful ferocious beasts screamed loudly and rushed to where Quangfing Shuelang had fallen, only to find a horrifying blood-soaked wound across its body. There was no longer any sign of life in Quangfing Shuelang. Upon confirming there was no more vitality left in Lord Rosslin, these powerful ferocious beasts let out cries of grief, and their morale crumbled entirely. As soon as news of the death of Quangfing Shuelang spread through the ranks of the ferocious beasts army, all the ferocious beasts froze in shock. At a time like this, shouldn't you be thinking about how to save your lives? Yinan shouted to the ferocious beasts before him. After speaking, his fists whirled in motion, launching waves of golden boxing energy toward the crowd of ferocious beasts. Boom boom boom. Wherever the golden boxing energy swept through, ferocious beasts were thrown back in succession. Yinan was like an authentic war god. The warriors from the 5 major base cities guarding the channel defense line watched such scenes, their blood stirring. Kill. Suddenly, War General Tang Shan shouted aloud. With those words spoken, he led the warriors from the 5 major base cities into battle. Chapter 91, 900,000 times critical hit. 8th rank War General. 600,000 times critical hit. 700,000 times critical hit. 800,000 times critical hit. After Yinan killed the 7th rank War General level Fierce Beast Qua Foam Blood Wolf, the Fierce Beast army lost its spiritual support. Under the intimidation of Yinan's Tianzhong golden body, these fierce beasts kept falling in pools of blood. Tangshan War General led the martial artists from the 5 major base cities to attack. The martial artists from the 5 major base cities grew increasingly brave. When they had previously seen the 7th rank War General level Fierce Beast Qua Foam Blood Wolf at the front of the Fierce Beast army, they were already desperate. Now, it was like a rebirth from the brink of death. The fierce beasts were retreating continuously, and Yinan was furiously reclaiming the ground. In the end, the fierce beast army that attacked the defensive line channel of the 5 major base cities was annihilated. Yinan broke through to the 7th rank War General. After the martial artists from the 5 major base cities wiped out the fierce beast army, their faces were all filled with extreme joy. War King Yinan, thank you. Suddenly, War General Tang Shan walked up to Yinan and excitedly spoke. He knew that if Yinan hadn't killed the 7th rank War General level Fierce Beast Qua Foam Blood Wolf, then the channel defense line they were guarding would have been occupied by the fierce beasts at this moment. What are you thanking me for? Yinan looked at War General Tang Shan and counter-asked. Tang Shan. War General Tang Shan never expected that Yinan would ask him what he was thanking him for. Wasn't it obvious? Wasn't he supposed to thank Yinan for killing the 7th rank War General level Fierce Beast Qua Foam Blood Wolf? Just as Tang Shan was about to continue saying something to Yinan, a loud and fierce roar of a fierce beast echoed across the land. Listening to this roar, the martial artists from the 5 major base cities trembled violently all over and immediately looked towards where the roar came from. This look caused the martial artists from the 5 major base cities to be utterly shocked, as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. 9th rank War General level Fierce Beast, Purple Demon Flying Bird. Only to see, a bird-like fierce beast 100 meters long was rushing towards the channel defense line guarded by the 5 major base cities. From this purple demon flying bird fierce beast radiated wave after wave of terrifying power. Why should we fear? It's not just any 9th rank War General level fierce beast, is it? We have a War King level martial artist here. An Elder Master suddenly said. Indeed, the martial artists from the 5 major base cities thought this made sense. In front of them, the purple demon flying bird was certainly powerful, but in front of Yinan, was it still powerful? After Yinan activated the flowing jade golden body, his appearance and powerful fighting strength had deeply imprinted into their memories. The 9th rank War General level fierce beast purple demon flying bird was getting closer to the channel defense line they were guarding. Wherever its massive body went, violent winds arose, and the air currents were disrupted. War King Yinan. Tang Shan beside, Yinan hurriedly called out to Yinan. Yinan remained unperturbed on his face, his eyes staring straight at the approaching purple demon flying bird. He originally thought there wouldn't be more fierce beasts coming, but didn't expect another one to come seeking death. He had no way around it. Swoosh. He leapt off the channel defense line, activating the flowing jade golden body again. A Tianzhong golden body appeared right in front of the purple demon flying bird, causing the bird to turn pale in shock. Die! Yinan coldly commanded towards the purple demon flying bird ahead of him, delivering a fierce punch. Golden fist energy formed into a golden shockwave, piercing straight towards the 9th rank War General level fierce beast purple demon flying bird. The pupil of the purple demon flying bird contracted rapidly. It had absolutely no idea this would happen, and hastily turned to try and escape. However, how could it possibly escape in front of Yinan, who had activated the flowing jade golden body? A huge sound explosion happened afterward. The golden fist energy pierced straight through the body of the 9th rank War General level fierce beast purple demon flying bird. Instantly, the 9th rank War General level fierce beast purple demon flying bird met its demise. Seeing Yinan instantly kill the 9th rank War General level fierce beast purple demon flying bird, all the martial artists from the 5 major base cities became extremely exhilarated. The War King is truly the War King. It's really too formidable. Lin Chong, the city lord of Jiangnan Bay City, was greatly relieved. He would have absolutely never imagined before that Yinan was a War King. He had thought Yinan was merely a war general. But what the martial artists from the 5 major base cities couldn't foresee was that Yinan actually lifted the 9th rank War General level fierce beast purple demon flying bird and moved forward. War King Yinan, where do you intend to go? Upon seeing Yinan lifting the purple demon flying bird, War General Tang Shan looked surprised. All martial artists from the 5 bases seemed somewhat stunned, unable to understand what War King Yinan was preparing to do. Yinan stopped his steps, revealing a side of his face towards War General Tang Shan as he said, I'm going ahead to take a look. As soon as the words fell, Yinan turned away without looking back and marched toward the front. Evidently, Yinan's response didn't enlighten War General Tangshan or the martial artists from the 5 base cities. Stunned, they stared at the retreating figure of War King Yinan, thinking that even if he was going ahead for a look, there was no need to carry the corpse of the purple demon flying bird. Nevertheless, though puzzled, they naturally wouldn't question War King Yinan any further. They all understood this basic social courtesy. Holding the corpse of the 9th rank War General level ferocious beast, purple demon flying bird, Yinan kept moving forward until he was out of the sight range of the martial artists from the 5 base cities. Then, he stopped. During the battle, he reclaimed the ferocious beasts mainly due to the chaotic situation. In fact, many of the ferocious beasts were not reclaimed by him to avoid exposing his system. He didn't wish to become overpowered all at once. Breaking through to his current realm already made him quite satisfied. Without hesitation, he decided to reclaim it. Beep. Reclaimed successfully. 5 billion yuan stones. 1 billion cultivation talent stones. 1 billion ability talent stones. 500,000 sword stones. 900,000 times critical hit. A great joy flickered across Yinan's face. Obviously, an 800,000 times critical hit was truly outstanding. Now with the activation of 900,000 times critical hit, the rewards for future reclamations would be even more formidable. He integrated the reclamation reward. 8th rank War General. 8th stage Primordial Soldier. Yinan broke through from the 7th rank War General to the 8th rank War General, and the Primordial Soldier also broke through to the 8th stage. His realm had now reached the 8th rank War General, making the flowing jade golden body seem somewhat less significant. After all, after breaking through to War King, one could naturally derive the flowing jade golden body, and the first thing a War King should do is cultivate this flowing jade golden body to its utmost perfection. An 8th stage Primordial Soldier combined with high stage sword-based talents. This was what truly struck fear into the hearts of others. He did not proceed deeper into the Abyss Cave. As the strongest Abyss Cave of the Dragon Nation, the Devil Sea Great Abyss Cave naturally housed terrifyingly powerful ferocious beasts. After returning to the outer defensive line of the 5 base cities, something unexpected happened. Tangshan approached Yinan and conveyed these words. War King Yinan. Earlier the people guarding the central defense line said that the ferocious beasts might not launch another attack on the channel defense line. We just need to observe for a while longer, then we can leave the Abyss Cave tunnel. Chapter 92. Tangshan invites Yinan to join the Qinglong Gym. Yinan, hearing Tangshan's words, was slightly stunned. He never expected that the fierce beasts would stop their attack, but after a moment's thought, he realized he should be satisfied with his mission to the Magic Sea Great Cave. Even if the fierce beasts don't attack again, it's not a big deal. He nodded at Tangshan without saying much. After the warriors from the 5 major base cities wiped out this wave of fierce beasts, they were ecstatic upon learning that the fierce beasts might not attack the tunnel defense line again. They just needed to observe for a bit longer, and then they could return to their respective base cities. The Magic Sea Great Cave is the strongest cave in Long Country, and its area is truly massive. The distance between the cave's tunnel and where the fierce beasts gather is quite far, so it's not easy for the fierce beasts to make a large-scale advance to the cave tunnel, thus observation wouldn't be brief. On the Blue Star, as long as a cave has been discovered, almost all the cave tunnels are guarded by humans, while the rest of the cave belongs to the fierce beasts. The purpose of human warriors is only to guard the cave, not to eliminate the fierce beasts inside because such a thing is unrealistic. However, if the fierce beasts must come from the cave tunnel into the human world, there would be no way for humans to prevent it, and thus a great battle would inevitably ensue. Where is Yinan, the War King? Tangshan looked around among the warriors of the 5 major base cities, but did not see Yinan. Then he approached Lin Chong, the city lord of Jiangnan Base City, and asked him. War King Yinan has already left the Magic Sea Great Cave. He said if the fierce beasts attack the Magic Sea Great Cave again, send someone to Jiangnan Base City to inform him, Lin Chong told Tangshan. Tangshan was surprised. He hadn't expected War King Yinan to leave the Magic Sea Great Cave like this. After being silent for a long time, Tangshan gathered the warriors from the 5 major base cities together and said, I'm going to leave for a bit. The next task of guarding the channel defense will be entrusted to you all, but the fierce beast should not attack the channel defense again, so rest assured. With that, Tangshan went from the cave tunnel to the surface. Tangshan had only one reason for coming out, and it was an extremely important one. He had visited Jiangnan Base City before, so this trip to Jiangnan Base City was straightforward for him. Jiangnan Base City. Yinan had returned to the Jiangnan Base City. Since the fierce beast would no longer attack the tunnel defense of the Magic Sea Great Cave, he felt he didn't need to continue waiting there. Strictly speaking, he couldn't leave the Magic Sea Great Cave yet because the Emperor had not issued the final retreat order. But he was the most powerful warrior of the 5 major base cities, and if not for him, the channel defenses held by the 5 major base cities would have been overrun by the fierce beasts long ago. No one would say anything about it, nor would anyone file a complaint. After returning to the Extreme Path Alliance, Yinan first took a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. Afterward, he started to ponder. Now that he was an 8th grade war general, he was the most powerful warrior outside the capital Dragon City. He thought he had no further need to stay in Jiangnan Base City. However, it was still necessary to observe and see if the fierce beasts inside the Magic Sea Great Cave would attack the channel defense again. After exiting the tunnel of the Magic Sea Great Cave, he informed City Lord Lin Chong that if the fierce beasts attacked the channel defense again, he would send someone to inform him. A few days later, Tangshan arrived in Jiangnan Base City. After reaching there, he first went to the City Lord's residence, but found Yinan was not there. Learning from the warriors in the City Lord's residence about the Extreme Path Alliance, he headed towards it. It didn't take long for Tangshan to arrive at the Extreme Path Alliance, and there he finally saw Yinan as desired. War King Yinan. He hurried over quickly towards Yinan's position. Yinan, seeing Tangshan coming toward him, was slightly taken aback, never expecting Tangshan to appear in the Extreme Path Alliance. War General Tangshan, has the fierce beasts attacked the channel again? Yinan asked Tangshan, thinking this should be the only possibility. However, Tangshan personally coming to Jiangnan Base City to summon him was unexpected. No. Tangshan shook his head at Yinan. Upon seeing Tangshan shake his head, Yinan paused. unsure why else Tangshan would be here other than for the fierce beasts attacking the channel. So why are you in Jiangnan Bay City looking for me? Yinan curiously stared at Tangshan. Tangshan hesitated momentarily before stopping briefly. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and said to Yinan, War King Yinan, I humbly beg you to join our Qinglong Gym. Yinan had not heard of the Qinglong Gym, but since Tangshan said this, he naturally already thought that Tangshan must be an important figure in the Qinglong Gym, or even possibly the gym master. Before Yinan could speak, Tangshan continued and said to him, Our Qinglong Gym is one of the most powerful gyms in the imperial capital Yu. Tangshan hadn't finished his sentence when Yinan raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Tangshan understood this point, so he stopped speaking and looked at Yinan. It's just a gym. Do you think I need to join? Yinan looked at Tangshan. If Tangshan wanted him to join the Qinglong Gym, then appropriate conditions should be offered. Otherwise, why would he want to join? As a war general, Tangshan clearly understood Yinan's meaning. He hurriedly spoke again to Yinan. War King Yinan, any condition you might have, I believe our Qinglong Gym can meet it. Let's see when the time comes. After I go to the imperial capital, I will first visit your Qinglong Gym. If it seems suitable, I'll consider joining, said Yinan. Tangshan nodded. Then he took out a badge from his storage ring. War King Yinan, this is my identity badge. It will make things easier for you when you go to the Qinglong Gym later. As he spoke, Tangshan handed over the identity badge to Yinan. Badges are divided into identity badges and realm badges. Identity badges represent the identity of warriors. Yinan didn't hesitate. He accepted the badge and placed it into his storage ring. War King Yinan, then I'll take my leave first. You must come to our Qinglong Gym. The Qinglong Gym won't disappoint you. Tangshan knew that people like Yinan didn't like others urging them excessively. After saying this, he didn't linger too much in the Extreme Path Alliance and left. After returning to the Magic Sea Great Cave, Tangshan learned explosive news. The ferocious beasts had confirmed they wouldn't attack the channel defense of the Magic Sea Great Cave anymore. The warriors from the 5 major base cities could all return to their respective base cities. Chapter 93, Zhang Wenyuan's daughter, a 9th rank master. The warriors from the 5 base cities had tears streaming down their faces. They knew guarding the demon pits was their duty, but no one wanted to die so soon. Once it was confirmed that ferocious beasts wouldn't attack the passageway defenses again, they all became deeply moved. The warriors from the Jiangnan Bay City, led by the city lord Lin Song, came out from the demon pit passage onto the ground and headed toward the Jiangnan Bay City. The warriors of the Jiangnan Bay City had relatively good luck with the smallest casualties among the 5 base cities. They carried the dead warriors, those who had perished and could never return alive to tell their families and friends that they had made it back. Before this, someone had already returned to notify the Jiangnan Bay City. After Lord Lin Song and his group returned to the Jiangnan Bay City, residents lined up solemnly on both sides of the streets, wearing white flowers on their chests to bid farewell to the deceased masters. They knew these masters had died for them. In this calamity-stricken world, warriors walked a difficult path to protect them. Many people cried, Master Duran, rest in peace. The residents began shouting. Masters might not mean much in the context of the entire martial arts population of the Blue Star, but in the eyes of ordinary people in the Jiangnan Bay City, a master was a colossal figure, someone beyond their reach even when looking up. They couldn't comprehend the combat power at the master level. They only knew that any battlefield where masters fell must have been an unimaginably terrible situation. Lord Lin Song, Su Yuan, and other master-level warriors looked extremely sorrowful. 3 days later, Lord Lin Song held a grand funeral for these deceased master-level warriors, and all residents of the Jiangnan Bay City observed 3 minutes of silence. Yinan watched the scene from the side. Although he wasn't a good person himself, scenes like these still stirred something deep within him. After the silence, a very pretty girl walked into a restaurant. Boss, I want a bowl of beef noodles. The girl said to the boss. She had an excellent aura, clearly not someone from an ordinary family, but at this moment her beautiful face showed no emotion. She was dressed in black mourning attire with a white flower on her chest. Soon, the beef noodles arrived. The girl ate a few bites, then looked up questioningly at the boss. Boss, why is your beef noodle soup so salty today? Hearing the girl's words, the boss shook his head and sighed at the girl. Because your tears are in the beef noodles. Only then did the girl notice that she was already in tears. Coincidentally, Yinan was also in this restaurant. He saw everything. He also noticed that the girl was a warrior, and more than that, a first-rank elite warrior. Though the girl appeared to be around his age, she had already become a first-rank elite warrior, truly gifted. But why was this girl crying? Was it due to being moved by those fallen masters, or? Yinan hesitated. Heaven knows why he, as a proud 8th-rank war general, should care about a first-rank elite warrior. He could check the girl's identity information. He found that her surname was Zhang. Yinan paused for a moment, feeling like he had remembered something. Zhang Wenyuan. He approached the girl. What is your relationship with him? Yinan didn't know Zhang Wenyuan well. They first met at Haichun Mountain. At that time, Zhang Wenyuan was leading the masters of Jiangnan Bay City against the masters of Haichun Bay City. When Yinan appeared, all the warriors from Haichun Bay City left Haichun Mountain just to contend for the blood of the wild giant gorilla beast. Back then, Zhang Wenyuan had shown great admiration for Yinan. He knew that the strength Yinan had displayed would be unforgettable. However, in the Demon Sea Earth Pit, Zhang Wenyuan had died there forever, without even leaving behind a complete corpse. The girl's name was Zhang Ling. Hearing Yinan's words, her body slightly tensed. Looking up at Yinan with a puzzled expression, sorrow once again filled her face. She understood that if Yinan could ask her such a question, perhaps he had some connection with her father. Zhang Wenyuan is my father, Zhang Ling told Yinan. As it turned out, Yinan had already guessed that the girl belonged to Zhang Wenyuan. He merely wanted to confirm further. Your father has passed away. What do you plan to do now? I want to train hard and become a strong warrior. Upon hearing Zhang Ling's response, a smile surfaced on Yinan's face. He hadn't expected her plans to be so straightforward. Come with me. What do you think you're doing? A touch of alertness finally appeared on Zhang Ling's beautiful face. Yinan had thought before that Zhang Ling might know him, as many warriors in the Jiangnan Bay City were familiar with him from his performances on the battle platform. They'd engraved his figure deeply into their memories. But upon reflection, it was understandable that Zhang Ling didn't recognize him. The Jiangnan Bay city may not be outstanding compared to the larger cities of Long Country, but it was absolutely not comparable to small towns. I don't want to do anything, just find you a teacher. Yinan smiled at Zhongling and said, I am Yinan. Yinan. Zhongling froze, feeling that this name was all too familiar. After pondering for a moment, Zhongling was shocked. Are you, Yinan, the great master? Yinan nodded at Zhongling in front of him. The people of the Jiangnan Bay city, other than the powerful warriors, still believed that Yinan was at the level of great master. When Zhongling saw Yinan nodding, she was stunned. The name Yinan was mentioned countless times by her father. In her father's eyes, Yinan, the great master, was the most terrifying star on Blue Star. Of course, Zhongling also heard about how Yinan disgraced the strong warriors from Haiqing Bay City in a battle. She regretted not going to watch it. But now, the legendary Yinan, great master, appeared right before her. Is this real? And he wants to find her a teacher? Uft. Don't joke around, calling yourself Yinan, the great master. Yeah, if you're Yinan, then I'm the emperor of Long Country. Some people are like this, already having nothing, but still pretending. I really don't know what's worth pretending about. Exactly, these powerful warriors are carrying our burdens forward, and yet some pretend to be experts. It's so infuriating. The customers in the restaurant all heard the conversation between Yinan and Zhongling, and they began mocking Yinan coldly. Lord Yinan of the war, you are here. I finally found you. Suddenly, Su Yuan, the president of Jidao Alliance, hurried into the restaurant. Chapter 94, departing from Jiangnan Bay City, Shishui Mountain Range. After Su Yuan walked into the restaurant, the atmosphere inside instantly froze. Everyone's eyes widened dramatically, like copper bells. Is this Chief Su Yuan? After a few seconds, one of the customers cautiously spoke up. Su Yuan was so well known in Jiangnan Bay City that everyone knew who the chief of Jidao Alliance was. With his long stay in Jiangnan, most residents were familiar with Su Yuan's face. The guests in the restaurant never expected that Chief Su Yuan would enter this restaurant, and even call out Yinan as the War King. Yinan War King. Suddenly realizing it, the guests' pupils contracted sharply, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, and their eyes wide open wider than before. They naturally had heard of Grandmaster Yinan, but Yinan War King? There could only be one possibility, that Grandmaster Yinan had broken through from Grandmaster to War King. And the person they mocked earlier, was it truly Yinan, the War King? For a moment, everyone in the restaurant was utterly shocked. On Blue Star, disrespecting a Grandmaster was unacceptable, but for a War King? They knew if a War King decided to kill them, there would be no legal consequences. Zhongling was also frozen, unable to recover for a long time. Staring dumbly at Yinan, she wondered if this person was really Yinan? Uncle Su, is he really? Really what? This is Yinan War King. Zhongling's words were cut off by Su Yuan before she finished. Zhongling stood rooted to the spot, as if turned to stone. The words, Yinan War King, kept echoing in her mind. You've come just in time. I think she's pretty good, so I want to find her a teacher. Since you're here, why don't you become her teacher? Yinan said to Su Yuan. Ah, this. Su Yuan was stunned. He had only come to the restaurant to find Yinan, but unexpectedly gained a disciple? Wasn't it supposed to be friendship out of nothing? How could it become a disciple out of nothing? No problem. Regaining his composure, Su Yuan nodded in agreement. He already knew Zhongling was the daughter of Zhong Wenyuan, and he also knew her talent was quite remarkable. By the way, why did you come looking for me? Yinan asked Su Yuan. The city lord requests your presence at the city lord's mansion. Su Yuan replied. After saying this, Yinan looked at Zhongling standing beside him. From now on, train hard under your teacher, striving to become a powerful martial artist. Yes, Yinan War King. Zhongling solemnly nodded, determination lighting up her delicate features. After leaving the restaurant, Yinan headed towards the city lord's mansion. It didn't take long before he arrived. Upon entering the grand hall, Yinan saw City Lord Lin Chong and several grandmasters of the city lord's mansion. Yinan War King. Upon seeing Yinan walk into the hall, City Lord Lin Chong and the other grandmasters respectfully greeted him. Yinan gave a slight nod, indicating they could sit down. Inwardly, he found it amusing. He wasn't even a true war king, merely an 8th rank war general. City Lord, what is it that you need from me? Yinan asked City Lord Lin Chong. It's like this, Yinan War King. I believe you're very interested in ferocious beasts. Even though something like this shouldn't concern someone of your level, not telling you feels somewhat inappropriate. What is it? In the wilds outside the capital city of Longqing, 15 master-level ferocious beasts have been discovered. Beast hunters from various regions are welcome to hunt them. After obtaining their hearts, they can claim generous rewards at the task institution in the capital. City Lord Lin Chong tentatively explained to Yinan. He knew that Yinan was a war king-level martial artist, and 15 master-level ferocious beasts wouldn't mean much against such a powerful war king. Having known Yinan for so long, Lin Chong understood his keen interest in ferocious beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared share such news lest he insulted such a great power by making light of his abilities. Yinan smiled. He had already intended to leave Jiangnan Bay City, waiting only for Lin Chang's return to bid farewell. Since several master-level ferocious beasts appeared near the Imperial City, he no longer needed to linger in Jiangnan Bay City. If so, then I'll make a trip to the wilds outside the capital, but what? City Lord Lin Chong and all the grandmasters in the hall looked at Yinan, ready to hear what he would say. This time when I leave, I'll head directly to the capital. Yinan addressed everyone in the hall. City Lord Lin Chong and the grandmasters fell silent. They knew with Yinan War King's immense talent, staying in Jiangnan Bay City for too long was impossible. They were prepared for the news that Yinan War King would leave Jiangnan Bay City, but hearing it spoken by Yinan himself still lowered their spirits. After the farewell, Yinan returned to Jidao Alliance. He didn't have anything else to do there. If he wanted to leave, he could do so anytime. Jidao Alliance's leader Su Yuan and his disciple Zhongling were on the square. Seeing Yinan returning, they quickly approached him. Yinan War King. Both respectfully addressed Yinan. Yinan nodded, conversing with Su Yuan for a while. He planned to set off the next day. Yinan was thinking about the 15 master-level ferocious beasts that had appeared in the wilds outside the Imperial City. While such beasts weren't extraordinary to him anymore, completing this mission would allow him to claim generous rewards at the task institution within the capital. Since obtaining the billion times explosion recovery system, Yinan followed the principle that even the smallest gains mattered. Having something was better than having nothing. From City Lord Lin Chong, Yinan learned that several master-level ferocious beasts had been sighted in the Chishui mountain range near the capital. The Chishui mountain range was vast, and finding several master-level ferocious beasts hiding among them was no easy task. It wasn't exactly like searching for a needle in the ocean, but it wasn't far from it. Chishui mountain range. Yinan had already arrived in the Chishui mountain range. After entering, he began using his spiritual power to locate the master-level ferocious beasts. Within a day, he had spiritually sensed one. This was a third-rank master-level ferocious beast, which was practically weaker than an ant before him. Roar. This third-rank master-level ferocious beast also spotted him, roaring at him before charging forward. Dealing with a third-rank master-level ferocious beast required no personal effort from Yinan. A burst of primordial energy emitted from his body struck the third-rank master-level ferocious beast, leaving it dead in a pool of blood. Yinan extracted the heart of the third-rank master-level ferocious beast, then proceeded to recycle its body. Chapter 95, Top-Tier Flame Talent. Ding. Recycling successful. 70 million Yuan stones. 20 million cultivation talent stones. 20 million ability talent stones. 150,000 sword stones. The 900,000 times critical hit was indeed quite excellent. After Yinan integrated the recycling rewards into his body, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Higher flame talent upgraded to top-tier flame talent. After integrating the recycling reward, a system voice sounded in Yinan's mind. Yinan was surprised. So it has finally come? Last time when the divine level cultivation talent upgraded to the small star level cultivation talent, he knew that the abnormal talent would also upgrade eventually. Now, the moment had arrived. On Blue Star, the highest level of flame talent was only high level, but within the more advanced cultivation systems of cosmic civilizations, flame talent could not possibly be limited to just high level. If flame talent had become top tier, then how far could other abnormal talents be from achieving the same? Without much thought, Yinan began using his spirit power to search for Grandmaster level ferocious beasts. In the instant he used his spirit power to probe these ferocious beasts, Yinan naturally also detected many human martial artists' auras, but these auras were not very strong. Almost all were merely Grandmaster level martial artists. Grandmaster level martial artists meant nothing before him now, though he did not intend to do anything against the Grandmasters on Chishui Mountain. He only wished to complete his task. Not long after, his immense spirit power detected another Grandmaster level ferocious beast. Yinan used the champion level skill Sacred Dragon Bright Moon Step, and with just an instant, he was already before this Grandmaster level ferocious beast. This Grandmaster level ferocious beast was also third rank Grandmaster. Just like the previous one, it was also a Black Steel Raging Bull. The third rank Grandmaster Black Steel Raging Bull coldly stared at Yinan, never having expected a human to suddenly appear before it. Human, you seem to be a very powerful human martial artist? Grandmaster level ferocious beasts can speak in human tongue. This third rank Grandmaster Black Steel Raging Bull coolly spoke towards Yinan. Go to your death. Yinan did not wish to exchange unnecessary words with this Black Steel Raging Bull. After briefly speaking 3 words, a streak of light-like essence energy erupted from his body, the essence condensing into the shape of a sharp blade, dashing fiercely towards the Black Steel Raging Bull. What? This third-rank Grandmaster ferocious beast let out a great shout. It was as if struck by a thunderclap in clear skies, instantly chilled to its core. Ah! The third-rank Grandmaster ferocious beast, the Black Steel Raging Bull, tried to dodge the attack, but with its third-rank Grandmaster strength, there was absolutely no possibility of escaping. Thus, the Black Steel Raging Bull collapsed to the ground, devoid of any life signs. Similarly, Yinan extracted its heart and recycled its corpse. 71 million Yuan stones. 20 million cultivation talent stones. 20 million abnormal talent stones. 160,000 sword stones. Top-tier flame technique. Incinerating Fire Inferno. Incinerating Fire Inferno is a top-tier flame technique that matches the top-tier flame talent, requiring no practice to immediately achieve mastery. After Yinan integrated the recycling rewards, he acquired the Incinerating Fire Inferno. He continued using his spirit power to seek out other Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts. He had only killed 2 such creatures so far, and there were still 13 Grandmaster-level ferocious beasts left on Chishui Mountain. By noon, a flicker of amusement crossed Yinan's lips, for he had found another Grandmaster-level ferocious beast. However, his spirit power, aside from detecting the Grandmaster-level ferocious beast, also picked up on a human aura. It seemed they had encountered each other. Once again, Yinan activated the general grade speed technique, Sacred Dragon Bright Moon Step, and then disappeared from where he had been standing. Upon arriving at the area his spirit power had detected as being occupied by the Grandmaster-level ferocious beast, he saw the beast, a 5th-rank Grandmaster-level Purple Blood Great Python. The Purple Blood Great Python was dozens of meters long, and at that moment had raised its head to confront 2 Grandmasters. Both Grandmasters were 5th rank themselves. They coldly stared at the Purple Blood Great Python in front of them, confident in their eyes that this creature was like a fish in a jar, certain not to survive. You 2 leave. Just as the 2 5th rank Grandmasters were preparing to move against the Purple Blood Great Python, a voice intruded into their ears. The 2 Grandmaster-level martial artists paused momentarily. Of course, they had not anticipated hearing someone else's voice at this moment. As they turned their gaze towards the sound's origin, they were slightly stunned. They saw Yinan approaching. His steps neither rushed nor lagged, betraying no emotions on his face, as though ignoring everything around him and instead enjoying the beauty of nature. Not only the 2 5th rank Grandmasters, but even the Purple Blood Great Python itself was somewhat startled. Facing these 2 humans, it already felt tremendous pressure, yet unexpectedly, another human had arrived. It sensed the aura from Yinan's body. However, what the Purple Blood Great Python did not expect was that it could not detect any trace of energy emanating from Yinan. The 2 5th rank Grandmasters naturally could not feel it either. They knew that Yinan had hidden his aura, but would someone at such a young age dare to come here? Didn't he know what had been happening in the Chishui mountain range recently? The most laughable thing was that he actually dared to tell them to leave. But, These two fifth-rank grandmasters noticed something strange. The purple blood great python and they themselves were not concealing their auras. Therefore, Yinan should have felt an extremely terrifying fluctuation from their bodies. So why was his face still so calm? While these two fifth-rank grandmasters were shocked, Yinan appeared before them. Didn't I tell you to leave? Haven't you heard me? Yinan looked at the two fifth-rank grandmasters. The two fifth-rank grandmasters regained their composure, and discontent showed on their faces. They decided that no matter what, they would not leave. This purple blood great python belonged to them. Humans, there are too many of you. Next time we meet, I will definitely not. The fifth-rank grandmaster level ferocious beast, the purple blood great python, originally intended to say some intimidating words and then escape. But before it finished its sentence, Yinan attacked it with the same move. A streak of sword light like flowing light shot towards it, and the purple blood great python was startled out of its wits because there was absolutely no way for it to dodge such an attack at this speed. When the attack condensed from Yuan Chi was only a breath away from the purple blood great python, it fell into absolute despair. With a thunderous roar, the fifth-rank grandmaster level ferocious beast, the purple blood great python, heavily collapsed onto the ground, without any signs of life left. Hiss! The two fifth-rank grandmasters watching this scene sucked in a cold breath, eyes wide open in shock and horror. They could not believe it. This fifth-rank grandmaster level ferocious beast, the purple blood great python, was actually just wiped out instantly. Chapter 96. The Underground Cave in Chishui Mountain Range. When the two fifth-rank masters saw Yinan instantly kill the fifth-rank master level ferocious beast, the purple blood great python, they were terrified to an extreme. To be able to instantly kill a fifth-rank master level ferocious beast, that person must be an incredibly powerful martial artist. What are you two still doing here? Do you plan to take the heart of the purple blood great python? Yinan, seeing that the two fifth-rank masters were still standing there frozen and had no intention of leaving, said this to them. The two fifth-rank masters, upon hearing Yinan's words, snapped out of their stupor. How could they dare to linger any longer here? They hastily apologized to Yinan and then quickly left. Yinan took out the heart of this purple blood great python and placed it into his storage ring. Afterward, he recovered the corpse of the purple blood great python. There were still 12 master-level ferocious beasts left. Without lingering for too long at the original spot, Yinan continued using his spiritual power to search. 11, 10, 9, 8. Under Yinan's powerful spiritual energy coverage, one by one master-level ferocious beasts in the Chishui mountain range were found and killed. After a few more days passed, Yinan finally eliminated all 15 master-level ferocious beasts, and their hearts were all inside his storage ring. Right after he recycled the last ferocious beast, he felt the aura of human martial artists. Turning around, what he did not expect was that the martial artists behind him turned out to be the two fifth-rank masters from that day. After killing the fifth-rank master-level ferocious beast purple blood great python, he hadn't seen them again, and Yinan didn't think he would meet these two fifth-rank masters again so soon. Master martial artist, seeing you is truly wonderful. Upon seeing Yinan turn around, the two fifth-rank masters immediately halted their steps. One of the fifth-rank masters joyfully spoke to Yinan. Listening to this fifth-rank master's words, Yinan felt utterly confused. What does he mean, seeing me is really too good? Speak, what do you mean? Yinan stared at the fifth-rank master and asked. Master, we discovered an underground cave passage in the Chishui mountain range. We wanted to go in and check it out, but we felt it wasn't appropriate. Master martial artist, as you are an immensely powerful martial artist, could we invite you to join us in descending into the cave? This fifth-rank master spoke to Yinan. Yinan didn't expect such good fortune. He had come to the Chishui mountain range with the intent of merely slaying 15 master-level ferocious beasts. Now, these two fifth-rank masters were telling him that they had discovered an underground cave passage? Lead the way, Yinan said to the two fifth-rank masters, his face showing no signs of fluctuation. As a powerful martial artist, the need for poise was certainly not lacking. All right, master martial artist. The two fifth-rank masters, seeing Yinan agree, showed a flicker of joy on their faces. A newly discovered underground cave often brings curiosity to others. Subsequently, the two fifth-rank masters began leading Yinan toward a certain place. After quite some time, the two fifth-rank masters brought Yinan to the entrance of the underground cave passage. However, at this entrance to the underground cave passage, several masters were already gathered around. Dang, someone else has discovered it too. One of the fifth-rank masters beside Yinan said. The other several fourth-rank masters outside the cave passage were also masters, though lower in rank. Upon seeing Yinan and the two fifth-rank masters arrive, they glanced at each other but did not exchange words. While masters may be powerful, even in the imperial capital Longcheng, not every master knew every other master. Master martial artist, shall we enter the cave now? The two fifth-rank masters were already somewhat impatient, fantasizing about finding treasures within the cave. The rest of the several fourth-rank masters noticed that these two fifth-rank masters actually referred to Yinan as master martial artist, which left them somewhat stunned. Let's go in now. With that, Yinan directly walked into the cave passage. The two fifth-rank masters followed suit without delay, while the several fourth-rank masters, after glancing at each other following Yinan and the two fifth-rank masters' entry, reached a tacit agreement and also entered the cave. The cave. Once Yinan and the two fifth-rank masters entered the cave, they observed everything within the underground cave. Not long after, the several fourth-rank masters joined them. You guys can explore together, I will go alone. Suddenly, Yinan said to the two fifth-rank masters and the several fourth-rank masters. The two fifth-rank masters were momentarily stunned, completely not expecting Yinan to say something like this. They invited Yinan to enter this cave because they intended to explore it together with Yinan. However, unexpectedly after entering the cave, Yinan actually planned to act independently. Indeed, strangers cannot be trusted. The two fifth-rank masters did not dare to refuse Yinan, because they deeply understood how terrifying Yinan was, far too powerful. If they angered Yinan, perhaps they would end up eternally resting in the Chishui mountain range. After Yinan left, several fourth-rank masters looked at the two fifth-rank masters. May I ask, why did you call him master martial artist? He appears so young. One of the fourth-rank masters was extremely confused about this, and had been pondering it for at least 10 minutes. The other 4th rank masters felt the same way. They couldn't understand this either. Ho ho, one of the 5th rank masters let out a cold laugh, glaring at the questioning 4th rank master. Because he instantly killed the 5th rank master level ferocious beast Purple Blood Great Python. Do you think we should not call him Master Martial Artist? Hearing Yinan's words, these 4th rank masters were momentarily stunned, never imagining that Yinan could instantaneously kill the 5th rank master level ferocious beast Purple Blood Great Python. They might have accepted if he just defeated it in battle, but to immediately kill, it was simply beyond their comprehension. Is this really not an exaggeration? This 4th rank master asked the 5th rank master again. Yinan had already reached deep within the underground cave. On the way there, he wiped out quite a few small gathering places of ferocious beasts inside the cave. He was beginning to feel disappointed, because upon destroying the small ferocious beast gathering places, he learned that there was no city of ferocious beasts here. A ferocious beast gathering place without a large city undoubtedly meant this was merely a level 1 cave. A level 1 cave offered nothing to him now, but then again, retrieving something was always better than retrieving nothing. He arrived outside the largest ferocious beast gathering place in this cave, Black Yinan Ravine. As he was preparing to enter Black Yinan Ravine, a few ferocious beasts suddenly emerged from inside. These ferocious beasts were startled and hurriedly rubbed their eyes. They could not believe what they saw. However, in Yinan's eyes, these ferocious beasts were far too weak. It would be incomparably easy for Yinan to eliminate them. Boom! An explosion resounded, and these ferocious beasts burst into pieces. Chapter 97. Leaving the underground cave, heading to the imperial capital. After Yinan killed these several ferocious beasts, he entered the Black Yinan Ravine. This underground cave was only a level 1 underground cave. The strongest ferocious beast in a level 1 underground cave was no more than a grade 1 great warrior level beast. After entering the Black Yinan Ravine, Yinan encountered a group of ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were all extremely weak. When they saw humans appear in their territory, they were somewhat stunned. Yinan didn't want these ferocious beasts to survive for too long, so he unleashed his primal energy. The primal energy formed into an attack and flew towards this group of ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts in front of Yinan didn't even know what happened. There was an explosion in the area where they were located. After the explosion ended, this group of ferocious beasts had turned into powder. Yinan absorbed these ferocious beasts. The Black Yinan Ravine was the gathering place for the most powerful ferocious beasts in this level 1 underground cave. Such a disturbance inside the Black Yinan Ravine naturally had been heard by the beasts within. Not long after, all the ferocious beasts from the Black Yinan Ravine appeared before Yinan's eyes. The number of ferocious beasts was only in the thousands, which was too few for Yinan now. Moreover, the strongest among the 1,000 ferocious beasts was just a grade 1 great warrior level beast. The thousands of ferocious beasts glared at him viciously, just waiting for the grade 1 great warrior level beast to issue an order, and then they would charge without hesitation. Roar! Suddenly, this grade 1 great warrior level beast roared furiously at Yinan. Following the roar of this grade 1 great warrior level beast, the thousands of ferocious beasts swept towards Yinan. Inferno Prison. When the thousands of ferocious beasts charged towards Yinan, Yinan activated the supreme flame essence technique, Inferno Prison. Instantly, cages of fire appeared around the thousands of ferocious beasts. These thousands of ferocious beasts began to be burned by the flames in the cage, and cries of pain instantly echoed incessantly. Fire talent was already at the top tier of fire talents. Its terror naturally could not be compared with high-level fire talents. Almost instantly, the thousands of ferocious beasts were all burned to ashes. Yinan merely wanted to test the terror of Inferno Prison. He knew that these ferocious beasts absolutely could not withstand the attack of the supreme flame essence technique, Inferno Prison. At this moment, inside the entire Black Yinan Ravine, there was only one grade 1 great warrior level ferocious beast left. This grade 1 great warrior level beast had already been scared out of its wits, looking at Yinan in utter terror. This was the most terrifying experience it had ever had in its life. Die! Yinan only said 2 words to this grade 1 great warrior level beast, then attacked casually. How could a grade 1 great warrior level beast resist Yinan's attack? Struck by the attack Yinan unleashed, this grade 1 great warrior level beast fell to the ground. Yinan absorbed this grade 1 great warrior level beast. There wasn't much fluctuation on his face. This underground cave did not bring him much surprise, so after he exited the Black Yinan Ravine, he prepared to leave this underground cave. When he reached the underground cave passage, Yinan saw 2 5th rank masters and several 4th rank masters. Warrior Duan. The 2 5th rank masters and the several 4th rank masters, seeing Yinan walking over, called out to him. Initially, these several 4th rank masters did not know Yinan's strength, but after learning it from the 2 5th rank masters, they of course didn't dare underestimate Yinan anymore. So, have you found any treasures? Yinan asked the masters in front of him. We searched many places inside the underground cave, but didn't find any treasures. One of the 5th rank masters said dejectedly. Yinan secretly found it amusing. The treasures inside the underground cave were not so easily found, and they were basically of little use. It was vanity driving them. Then, he left the underground cave. He still had to visit the Imperial Capital Mission Agency. The 2 5th rank masters and the several 4th rank masters, seeing Yinan leave, followed along. After arriving on the surface, the several 4th rank masters left first, and the 2 5th rank masters looked at Yinan. They had invited Yinan originally because of his formidable strength, wanting to explore this underground cave with him, but unexpectedly, Yinan had entered the underground cave and then left alone, making them naturally somewhat displeased. However, these 2 5th rank masters clearly understood Yinan's terrifying strength, so of course they dared not say anything to him. Yinan also noticed these 2 5th rank masters looking at him, so he looked at them and said, "Why are you staring at me?" Listening to Yinan's words, their entire bodies trembled as they obviously knew the consequences of angering Yinan in the wild. Warrior Duan, we are the Grandmasters of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. May I ask who you are? One of the 5th rank masters said to Yinan. This 5th rank master revealed his identity to Yinan with the intention of letting Yinan know his backing, thinking that once Yinan knew they were from the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, he wouldn't dare make a rash move against them. Though they knew they hadn't provoked Yinan, the temperaments of strong individuals were often unpredictable. It was better to be safe than sorry. Yinan paused slightly, naturally not expecting these two fifth-rank masters to actually be from the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. However, it seemed like this didn't concern him much anyway. When Tangshan battle captain came to find him at the Jiangnan Bay City, he gave Yinan an identity badge. Yinan had also planned to visit the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, though whether or not he would join remained uncertain. Could you take me to the Imperial Capital Mission Agency? Abruptly, Yinan asked these two fifth-rank masters. Hearing Yinan's words, they looked startled, obviously not expecting him to say something like this. But then, suddenly, the two fifth-rank masters suddenly thought of something. That was right, they hadn't come to the Chishui Mountains because of some underground cave. Instead, it was because 15 master-level ferocious beasts had appeared in the Chishui Mountains. A task didn't necessarily require killing all 15 master-level ferocious beasts to be completed. Killing even one master-level ferocious beast would still qualify for reward collection at the mission agency. Warrior, may I ask how many master-level ferocious beasts you have killed? One of the fifth-rank masters gathered his courage and asked Yinan. You will know later. Can you take me there? Yinan replied. The two fifth-rank masters realized then that Yinan had been asking if they could bring him to the mission agency, a question they hadn't yet answered. Yes. The two fifth-rank masters were also curious about Yinan. They had never seen such a young yet powerful individual. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed it. Chapter 98, Tianheng Mission Agency. Two fifth-rank masters began escorting Yinan toward the imperial capital, Long City. The imperial capital, Long City, also known as Dragon Bay City, was the most powerful bay city in Long Country. It housed the largest number of martial artists and had the highest overall strength among martial artist groups in the country. Under the guidance of the two fifth-rank masters, Yinan arrived at the capital. He knew that as the imperial capital of Long Country, Long City must be prosperous. However, he hadn't anticipated just how prosperous it truly was. Indeed, it felt like entering a major urban center of Huaxia. The mission agency in the capital was called Tianheng Mission Agency. At this moment, Yinan had already reached the exterior of Tianheng Mission Agency. Tianheng Mission Agency was similar to Zijin Agency in Jiangnan Bay City, except its scale was much larger. Esteemed martial artist, this is the capital's mission agency. One of the fifth-rank masters accompanying Yinan said to him. Yinan entered the Tianheng Agency. Strange, what's going on here? What do you mean what's going on? Why has no one come yet to claim the task for the 15 master-level ferocious beasts in Chishui Mountain? Have all 15 master-level ferocious beasts left Chishui Mountain? It should be like that. Otherwise someone would have already claimed the task. A few staff members at the Tianheng Mission Agency whispered amongst themselves. Yinan and the two fifth-rank masters had walked into the advanced task submission hall. Once they entered, these few whispering staff members immediately stopped their conversation. In the imperial capital Long City, martial artists who could enter the advanced task submission hall were at least masters. These staff members looked respectfully at Yinan and the two fifth-rank masters and paid them a formal bow before speaking respectfully. Esteemed martial artist. Then, one of the staff members asked Yinan and the two fifth-rank masters, may I ask which task the esteemed martial artists wish to submit? The task for the 15 master-level ferocious beasts in Chishui Mountain. Yinan said. These staff members listened to Yinan's words and silently thought that finally, someone had come to submit the task. They had originally assumed that the 15 master-level ferocious beasts in Chishui Mountain had left the area, which explained why no one had submitted the task after such a long time. Inside the advanced task submission hall, there were other masters present. They had all heard Yinan's statement and turned their gaze towards him. Some of these masters had previously searched for 5th-rank master-level ferocious beasts within Chishui Mountain, but had clearly not succeeded. Now, they wanted to see how many master-level ferocious beasts Yinan had slain. However, from their perspective, Yinan could have killed at most one master-level beast, as master-level ferocious beasts were not so easily slain. Esteemed martial artist, please take out the hearts of the master-level ferocious beasts from Chishui Mountain. The staff member in front of Yinan spoke respectfully. Yinan took out the 15 hearts of master-level ferocious beasts and placed them on the submission table. Upon seeing Yinan extract 15 master-level ferocious beast hearts from his storage ring, everyone in the advanced task submission hall was struck dumb. Their mouths gaped open in astonishment, and some even froze stiffly like statues. None of them had expected that Yinan had actually killed all 15 master-level ferocious beasts in Chishui Mountain. After all, there were only 15 master-level ferocious beasts in Chishui Mountain. The masters who had earlier believed that Yinan might have killed at most one master-level ferocious beast were now overwhelmed with shock. All of them are dead. The two 5th-rank masters beside Yinan saw the 15 hearts of master-level ferocious beasts on the submission table. Were they not equally stunned, feeling as though they had been hit by 5 thunderbolts? They had brought Yinan to the Tianheng Mission Agency out of curiosity, wanting to find out exactly how many master-level ferocious beasts he had slain. But never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that Yinan had killed all 15 master-level ferocious beasts in Chishui Mountain. What kind of luck and power was this? The staff member in front of Yinan was also petrified, staring at the 15 hearts of master-level ferocious beasts on the submission table with disbelief. What rewards can I receive? Yinan asked the staff member in front of him. He didn't have time to waste here. He still needed to visit Qinglong Martial Arts School after claiming his reward. Back to your question. Esteemed martial artist, you can choose between union coins or points. The staff member, having recovered his wits after hearing Yinan's inquiry, quickly replied. What use are points? Union coins were naturally something Yinan did not desire. He wasn't an ordinary person. Why would he need so much money? Points can be used to exchange for any item in the Tianheng Mission Agency, including weapons, yuan techniques, and materials from ferocious beasts. The staff member explained. I want points. After hearing the staff member's explanation, Yinan did not hesitate for a moment and chose the points. Esteemed martial artist, you have obtained a total of 1,500,000 points. With that, the staff member handed Yinan a point card. Yinan took the point card and placed it into his storage ring. Where is the exchange hall? Yinan turned around and asked the two 5th-rank masters. Hearing Yinan's question, the two 5th-rank masters shared a subtle smile. They were secretly glad that Yinan had asked them this. Otherwise they wouldn't have had an excuse to follow him to the exchange hall. Their curiosity about Yinan had already reached its peak. Esteemed martial artist, we will take you there. Yinan nodded at the two fifth-rank masters. Then, the two fifth-rank masters began guiding Yinan towards the exchange hall. It didn't take long before Yinan arrived. Esteemed martial artist, what kind of item do you wish to exchange for? One of the fifth-rank masters curiously asked Yinan. Ferocious beast materials. Yinan said. He had no need for weapons, nor yuan techniques. He could only exchange for some ferocious beast materials. He only hoped that the ferocious beast materials in Tianjing Mission Agency were decent enough. The exchange hall was also divided into many different halls, each type having its own separate hall. After arriving at the ferocious beast materials hall, a staff member greeted them. Esteemed martial artists, greetings. What kind of ferocious beast materials would you like to exchange for? The staff member politely addressed Yinan and the two fifth-rank masters. I'll look around first, Yinan said. As he spoke, Yinan began searching through the various ferocious beast materials. Most of the ferocious beast materials were from great martial artist level beasts, though naturally there were quite a few master level ferocious beast materials as well. Chapter 99, War King level fierce beast materials, Tang Shan identity badge. The foot of a second level master fierce beast golden-footed rhinoceros, 10,000 points. The tail of a third level master fierce beast great devil viper, 20,000 points. The wings of a third level master fierce beast cold flame cloud bird, 20,000 points. Yinan's gaze began to wander among these master level fierce beast materials. Suddenly, he saw a fierce beast material that made his eyes lock on it. The wings of a fourth level war king fierce beast heavenly devil bloodbat, 1.5 million points. When Yinan saw this fierce beast material, he exhaled deeply. The fierce beast materials inside the Tianjing Task Institution did not disappoint him. There were even more king level fierce beast materials, and he just had 1.5 million points, which was exactly enough to exchange for the wings of the fourth level war king fierce beast heavenly devil bloodbat. I'll exchange for this. Yinan pointed with his finger at the wings of the fourth level war king fierce beast heavenly devil bloodbat, and said to the staff member. Upon hearing Yinan's words, this staff member was somewhat stunned, thinking she must have misheard them. Master, these are the wings of a fourth level war king fierce beast heavenly devil bloodbat, requiring 1.5 million points. The staff member quickly informed Yinan. Do you think I don't know? As he spoke, Yinan took out his point card from the storage ring and handed it over to the staff member in front of him. Seeing the point card Yinan handed over, she hesitated momentarily, her heart questioning whether there could really be so many points. She didn't believe it. Instantly, this staff member took the point card and brushed it on the reader. The results showed that there were truly 1.5 million points in the card. Sigh. This staff member couldn't help but draw in a cold breath, her eyes widening several times, feeling extremely shocked. Just give me the material. Seeing that the staff member was frozen, Yinan spoke up. After hearing Yinan's words, this staff member returned to her senses and immediately handed the material, wings of the fourth level war king fierce beast heavenly devil bloodbat, to Yinan. Yinan placed the wings of the heavenly devil bloodbat into his storage ring. Master, why do you want to exchange for this? One of the fifth level masters asked Yinan. Another fifth level master also appeared very puzzled. You two don't need to worry about it. Wait for me here. After speaking, Yinan walked to a corner and started recycling the wings of the fourth level war king fierce beast heavenly devil bloodbat. Ring, recycling successful. 1 billion yuan stones. 200 million cultivation talent stones. 200 million energy talent stones. 1 million sword stones. 1 million times damage boost activated. Looking at the rewards from the recycling, Yinan revealed a touch of satisfaction on his face. He integrated the recycling rewards. High-level strength talent upgraded to top-level strength talent. High-level speed talent upgraded to top-level speed talent. High-level defense talent upgraded to top-level defense talent. Yinan hadn't expected all his attribute talents to have upgraded to their peaks. With these talents, as an 8th level master himself, how hard would it be for him to fight a first level war king? The 1 billion yuan stones also brought him closer to 9th level battle general status, and Yinan thought that even if he absorbed energy inside one of the yuan towers, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 9th level battle general. And he had also initiated a 1 million times damage boost. Yinan returned to where the two 5th level masters were located. They looked at Yinan coming over, and they too were curious as to why Yinan had asked them to wait for a moment. They had assumed that after exchanging for the fierce beast material, Yinan would have simply left them, considering they had no prior relationship. The fact that they had brought Yinan to the Tianjing Task Institution was merely due to some curiosity about him, yet they hadn't expected Yinan to ask them to wait. Master, is there anything else? One of the 5th level masters looked questioningly at Yinan. It's nothing special. I just want to go with you to the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. At these words, the two 5th level masters froze instantly. They never expected that Yinan was actually preparing to join them to the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. Master, you're going to the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall? The 5th level master didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was obvious. I'm just going to check out the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, said Yinan. These two 5th level masters were very clear. It was their first time seeing Yinan on the Chishui mountain range. Moreover, they hadn't heard about any such young powerhouse as Yinan in the capital before. They hadn't anticipated Yinan wanting to visit their Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. In that case, we'll take you there now. After finishing, the two 5th level masters began leading Yinan toward the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. As one of the most powerful martial arts halls in the imperial capital Dragon City, Qinglong Martial Arts Hall was naturally extremely magnificent. Master Yinan, this is the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, one of the 5th rank masters said to Yinan. On their way from the Tianjing Task Institution to the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, they had already learned Yinan's name. Master Yinan, outsiders cannot easily enter the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. But don't worry, with our guidance, you will definitely be able to enter. The 5th rank master assured him. What these two 5th rank masters did not expect was that Yinan remained silent and walked straight into the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. Without a doubt, Yinan was stopped by two people from the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. Just as the two 5th rank masters were about to speak, Yinan suddenly took out an identity badge from his storage ring. These two fifth-rank masters and several martial artists from the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall could not help but change expressions drastically upon seeing the identity badge in Yinan's hand. Tang Shan's badge. Tang Shan's War General Identity Badge. The two fifth-rank masters exclaimed in surprise. An identity badge signified status. Tang Shan was part of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, and they of course recognized this badge as Tang Shan's War General Identity Badge. Never would these two fifth-rank masters have imagined that Yinan possessed Tang Shan's War General Identity Badge, which explained why he wanted to visit the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. Lord, we should immediately report to War General Tang Shan. One of the fifth-rank masters hurriedly said to Yinan. Let it go. I'll just take a look first. Yinan said. Once Yinan had taken out Tang Shan's War General Identity Badge, no one from the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall dared to stop him. After putting the identity badge back into his storage ring, Yinan stepped inside the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. After arriving at the hall, he began observing the interior. After taking a look around, he found it pretty impressive. The two fifth-rank masters continued to trail behind Yinan, leaving many students of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall utterly astounded. How could they ever imagine a day when they would see two fifth-rank masters following a young master? They were extremely curious about Yinan's identity. Chapter 100, Attacking the Azure Dragon Tower. Who is this person? Grandmaster Lin Hai and Grandmaster Mu Yang are actually following behind him, which I could have never imagined. Yes, it's obvious that his background is very powerful. We couldn't possibly provoke someone like him. Let's all go home. Sigh, if only I had such a background. Because of Yinan's age, they would absolutely not consider Yinan as some kind of powerful martial artist. The reason Yinan could have Grandmaster Lin Hai and Grandmaster Mu Yang follow behind was completely due to Yinan's background. Grandmaster Lin Hai and Grandmaster Mu Yang were the two five-rank grandmasters. As one of the most powerful dojos in the imperial capital Longqing, the Azure Dragon Martial Dojo had tens of thousands of students. After Yinan walked around the Azure Dragon Martial Dojo once, many of its students already remembered him. Not only did the students of the Azure Dragon Martial Dojo, but even the grandmasters there became incredibly curious about Yinan's identity. Some grandmasters approached Lin Hai and Mu Yang for inquiry. However, Lin Hai and Mu Yang knew that Yinan possessed the insignia of a Tangshan War General. Besides having unparalleled strength, he also came from a very strong background. Otherwise, how could he possess the identity insignia of a Tangshan War General? Therefore, they didn't tell the other grandmasters Yinan's true identity, lest they anger Yinan, which wouldn't be good. Lin Hai, does your Azure Dragon Martial Dojo have any place with extremely concentrated yuan qi? Suddenly, Yinan asked Grandmaster Lin Hai. He had already learned the names of these two five-rank grandmasters. Hearing Yinan's words, both Lin Hai and Mu Yang were somewhat stunned, as they didn't expect that such an immensely powerful martial artist would ask such a question. Could it be? They thought of a possibility, that Yinan was preparing to absorb yuan qi. Lin Hai and Mu Yang guessed correctly. Yinan was now at the rank of an 8th grade war general, yet his distance from becoming a 9th grade war general was merely a hairline. With his stellar level cultivation talent, absorbing some yuan qi would soon allow him to break through to the rank of 9th grade war general. Lord Yinan, our dojo mainly focuses on cultivating students. Will the Azure Dragon Tower do? Lin Hai tentatively asked Yinan. What exactly is the Azure Dragon Tower like? Responding to Lord Yinan, the Azure Dragon Tower has 100 floors. The yuan qi on all 100 floors might mean nothing to a warrior of your caliber, but for the students, it is absolutely terrifying. Although no student of the Azure Dragon Dojo has ever reached the 100th floor. Lin Hai answered, thinking that the Azure Dragon Tower would suffice since he was almost ready to break into the 9th grade war general rank. Yinan decided that the location didn't matter. Take me to the Azure Dragon Tower, Yinan said to Lin Hai and Mu Yang. Daring not to delay, Lin Hai and Mu Yang led Yinan towards the Azure Dragon Tower. It wasn't long before, under the guidance of the two grandmasters, Yinan arrived at the base of the Azure Dragon Tower. At that moment, there were numerous students gathered below the Azure Dragon Tower. These students were quite startled when they saw Yinan along with Grandmaster Lin Hai and Grandmaster Mu Yang. Some students had seen Yinan earlier with Lin Hai and Mu Yang. They were intensely curious about Yinan's identity and never expected that Yinan would come to the Azure Dragon Tower. These students realized that the purpose of Yinan's visit to the Azure Dragon Tower could only be one thing, attacking it. Lord Yinan, here is the Azure Dragon Tower, so? Mu Yang looked at Yinan but didn't finish his sentence. However, the meaning behind it was clear without further explanation. I'll go take a look upstairs. After saying that, Yinan headed straight into the Azure Dragon Tower. Many students watching outside the Azure Dragon Tower were astonished as they didn't expect Master Mu Yang to address this man as Lord. His background must then be extraordinarily formidable, beyond what they dared to imagine. Under the astonished gazes of the numerous students outside the Azure Dragon Tower, Yinan entered. Upon entering the first floor of the Azure Dragon Tower, he found that there were many students inside. Yinan didn't linger much on the first floor and continued walking upward. 10 floors, 20 floors, 30 floors, 50 floors. In just moments, Yinan had already ascended to the 50th floor. Unbeknownst to Yinan, whenever someone was on a particular floor of the Azure Dragon Tower, the floor would automatically glow with light. The 50th floor still contained students, though significantly fewer than those present on lower levels. From outside the tower, both Grandmaster Lin Hai and Grandmaster Mu Yang naturally understood that Yinan could easily reach the 100th floor, and for him, this would be as easy as turning over his palm. But the students only considered Yinan as someone with an incredibly intimidating background, never linking him with being a powerful warrior. Had they made the connection, they wouldn't have wondered how far Yinan could progress up the tower. Now, however, these students really wanted to know how many floors Yinan could reach. The strongest student of the Azure Dragon Martial Dojo, Li Xiaoyan, had once reached the 77th floor. They wanted to see if Yinan could break this record. 60th floor, 70th floor, 76th floor. When the students outside the Azure Dragon Tower saw that the 76th floor was lit up, their eyes immediately widened a little more. They associated the person on the 76th floor with Yinan. Do you think, is the person on the 76th floor him? I think it must be. Usually, people with strong backgrounds, due to their genes, have incredible cultivation talents and resources far beyond our reach. Becoming a powerhouse in a short period feels completely normal to me. That's not necessarily true. What if the person on the 76th floor is Li Xiaoyan? It can't be Li Xiaoyan. I just saw him at the sparring platform. The students outside the Azure Dragon Tower started buzzing with speculation. 77th floor. Suddenly, an exclamation arose outside the Azure Dragon Tower. After the exclamation, all students quickly turned their gaze to the 77th floor of the Azure Dragon Tower. But before they could even fully absorb the shock, the 78th, 79th, and 80th floors also lit up one after another. Hiss. The students outside the Azure Dragon Tower sucked in a sharp breath of cold air as if struck by lightning. The 77th floor was the record of the Azure Dragon Martial Dojo, but none of them had imagined how easily this record would be shattered. Grandmaster Lin Hai and Grandmaster Mu Yang looked at these students' shocked faces, shook their heads, and chuckled softly. They thought internally, these students had two narrow-minded views, mistaking Yinan for some kind of genius when he was actually an immensely powerful martial artist. After the 80th floor lit up, followed by the 81st floor, and finally, the 99th floor, Yinan had already reached the 99th floor of the Azure Dragon Tower. Only one more floor stood between him and the top of the Azure Dragon Tower. He sensed the Yuan Qi inside the 99th floor and found it extremely ordinary. He continued towards the 100th floor. Meanwhile, the students outside the Azure Dragon Tower were frozen like statues. Chapter 101. Did Yinan, the War King, come to the Qinglong Martial Arts School? The students outside the Qinglong Tower never expected that Yinan could reach the 99th floor so quickly and in such a short period of time. Wasn't this too fast? So what kind of strong warrior is Yinan exactly? But he appears so young. Brotherly, you've really put in a lot of effort. You were just on the sparring platform, and now you're about to challenge the Qinglong Tower again. Accompanied by several students, an apparently handsome student walked towards the Qinglong Tower. This handsome student was none other than Li Xiaoyan, the strongest student at the Qinglong Martial Arts School. Brotherly, do you have the confidence to reach the 78th floor this time? As the strongest student at the Qinglong Martial Arts School, Li Xiaoyan naturally had a group of little fans, both male and female. 800 floors. Just as Li Xiaoyan and his fan base were about to reach the Qinglong Tower, an extremely shocked cry reached their ears. What? The students around Li Xiaoyan, when they saw the light from the 100th floor of the Qinglong Tower, were all stunned to the extreme. Their pupils contracted rapidly. They would absolutely not believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Li Xiaoyan also went blank for a moment, quickly rubbing his eyes, thinking he must have made a mistake. But no matter how much he rubbed his eyes, the result remained the same. The 100th floor of the Qinglong Tower truly lit up. There's no need to be surprised. It must be some senior warrior from the martial arts school ascending the tower. After regaining his composure, Li Xiaoyan explained to the surrounding students. After they snapped back to reality, they all thought it was logical. It was the only plausible explanation. After all, within the Qinglong Martial Arts School, Brother Li was the strongest student. Then they arrived at the foot of the Qinglong Tower. Brother Li theirs. Then one of the students told Li Xiaoyan about Yinan. Hearing the student's words, Li Xiaoyan froze in place. A very young person? Is this true? That means someone very young has managed to reach the 100th floor? Xiaoyan. Master Lin Hai walked over to Li Xiaoyan and patted him on the shoulder, earnestly saying, "There's no need to compare yourself with others. You are who you are. All you need to do is focus on your cultivation, and your future achievements will not be lacking. At the same time, you should understand, on the Blue Star, the thing we lack least are geniuses. Some of these geniuses become mountains that peers can never surpass, so it's enough to simply do your best." Listening to Master Lin Hai's words, Li Xiaoyan seemed to understand something. He nodded seriously at Master Lin Hai. Lin Hai inwardly felt proud, believing that he had done another good deed. If he hadn't told Li Xiaoyan these words, there might have been a mental barrier formed within him, which is most fearsome for warriors because even the slightest misstep could cause a catastrophic breakdown. After Yinan reached the 100th floor, he felt the energy inside this floor, finding it slightly more concentrated than the 99th floor. But his distance to becoming a 9th-rank warrior general wasn't far anymore. Inside the 100th floor of the Qinglong Tower, it wouldn't take long before he could break through and become a 9th-rank warrior general. Without further thoughts, he sat down cross-legged in the 100th floor and began absorbing the qi from this level. His minor star cultivation talent ran wildly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Outside the Qinglong Tower, Grandmaster Lin Hai and Grandmaster Mu Yang looked at each other, pondering whether or not they should tell War General Tang Shan about this matter. Tang Shan would eventually know Yinan and came to the Qinglong Martial Arts School. Then, he would blame them for not telling him sooner. Subsequently, Grandmaster Lin Hai and Grandmaster Mu Yang nodded at each other, as if reaching some sort of agreement. "Then I'll go tell War General Tang Shan," Lin Hai said. After finishing his sentence, Lin Hai left the Qinglong Tower. Not long after, Lin Hai arrived outside War General Tang Shan's office. "Come in." When Lin Hai was about to knock on the door, Tang Shan's voice already rang out from inside the office. Lin Hai internally marveled, contemplating how perceptive War General Tang Shan was. He knew Lin Hai had arrived right away. After entering Tang Shan's office, seeing that it was Lin Hai, Tang Shan asked, "Lin Hai, why did you come see me?" Tang Shan is the third most important person at Qinglong Martial Arts School, after the main headmaster and vice headmaster. His strength is very formidable, and everyone within Qinglong Martial Arts School respects him highly. Tang Shan, War General. Yinan. Before Lin Hai finished his sentence, Tang Shan interrupted him, abruptly rising from his chair and looking at Lin Hai in shock. "Your meaning is, War King Yinan came to Qinglong Martial Arts School?" Tang Shan hastily said, pointing at Lin Hai. "Yinan, War King." Lin Hai felt like he'd been struck by a bolt of lightning. He stumbled backward a few steps, the words, "Yinan, War King," endlessly echoing in his ears. His throat swallowed a lump of saliva, and his face had already reached the peak of terror, as if he had heard something that he would never be able to hear in a million years. He and Grandmaster Mu Yang had already imagined how terrifying Yinan's strength was, but he absolutely never expected that Yinan would actually be an incredibly powerful War King. That's a War King. Right. Don't tell anyone about War King Yinan. Perhaps War King Yinan is someone who likes to keep a low profile. War General Tang Shan looked at Lin Hai's shocked expression, and he reminded Lin Hai while saying these words. Lin Hai snapped back to reality, nodding his head vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Subsequently, War General Tang Shan hurriedly left the office, and seeing this, Lin Hai also quickly followed him. It wasn't long before War General Tang Shan and Lin Hai arrived at the foot of Qinglong Tower. The students outside Qinglong Tower were greatly astonished when they saw War General Tang Shan approaching. War General Tang Shan, Master Yinan is currently absorbing energy on the 100th floor. Lin Hai said. Tang Shan nodded. He thought it would be better for him to wait outside Qinglong Tower rather than risk having a working-level powerhouse like Yinan join another martial arts institute. The students outside Qinglong Tower couldn't believe War General Tang Shan had come to the tower, but they suspected his visit must have something to do with Yinan. Time flew swiftly, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yinan opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead because he had finally broken through to become a 9th-rank warrior general. 10 days, for a warrior general-level martial artist, wasn't even worth mentioning. A martial artist's lifespan increases dramatically after reaching grandmaster level, let alone warrior general level. Yinan came to the 100th floor of Qinglong Tower to break through to 9th-rank warrior general. Now that he had succeeded, there was no need for him to stay any longer. Relying on the energy of the 100th floor to ascend to War King would take countless eons. He began to walk out of Qinglong Tower. Chapter 102, Qinglong Martial Arts Academy Principal Tu Qiu. After Yinan arrived outside the Qinglong Tower, all the people there immediately fixed their gaze on Yinan's face. They all knew it was Yinan who had reached the 100th floor of the Qinglong Tower, and that even General Tangshan had waited for such a long time in the Qinglong Tower. It could be imagined just how powerful this person's background must be. Yinan. When General Tangshan saw Yinan come out from the Qinglong Tower, he called to Yinan, then moved forward with a look of great delight. Since returning to the capital from the Devil Sea Large Cave, he had been looking forward to the day Yinan would come to their Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. He did not call Yinan Battle King because he considered the impact. He thought perhaps Yinan might prefer to remain low-key. The students under the Qinglong Tower all knew that General Tangshan had come to the foot of the Qinglong Tower because of Yinan. However, none of them had ever imagined that when General Tangshan met Yinan, his tone towards Yinan would be so respectful. They were all stunned, unable to fathom just how powerful Yinan's background truly was. Sometimes, when you learn someone's background is very powerful but cannot fully grasp just how influential they are, you can't help but feel humbled by the presence of such an individual. The strongest student at the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, Li Xiaoyan, watching this scene felt inexplicably relieved. Upon hearing that someone had climbed to the 100th floor, the sense of superiority Li Xiaoyan had once held crumbled instantly. Fortunately, Grandmaster Lin Hai's words helped somewhat soothe his feelings, though he hadn't fully let go of his pride until now. It was different now. Seeing Yinan welcomed like this by General Tangshan, Li Xiaoyan realized he and Yinan belonged to entirely different worlds. There was no need for him to compare himself with Yinan. Doing well as himself was enough. Li Xiaoyan, feeling much lighter after realizing this, left the Qinglong Tower, each step lighthearted and cheerful, something he had not felt these past days. Yinan, since you're already here at our Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, why don't you meet our principal with me? Suddenly, General Tangshan spoke up before Yinan. Do you have any fierce beast materials at your academy? Asked Yinan. Fierce beast materials? General Tangshan was startled, not expecting Yinan to ask about fierce beast materials. There should be quite a lot. Though General Tangshan was the third most important figure at Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, his duty had always been to safeguard the academy's security, and he had not given other aspects too much consideration. To be honest, our Qinglong Martial Arts Academy is really excellent. Yinan, you should come and meet the principal with me. General Tangshan again urged Yinan. Fine, lead the way. Thinking it wasn't a problem to meet the principal of Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, Yinan agreed. Upon seeing Yinan consent to meet the principal with him, General Tangshan was elated beyond measure, happy like a little child, quickly telling Yinan. In that case, I will take you to see the principal. With that, General Tangshan led Yinan away from under the Qinglong Tower toward a certain location. Underneath the Qinglong Tower, all the students, watching the retreating backs of Yinan and General Tangshan, were left speechless, as if turned to stone. No matter what, they couldn't imagine General Tangshan earnestly inviting Yinan to meet the principal. What extraordinary personage had arrived at their Qinglong Martial Arts Academy? One of you, do you think maybe it's not because he doesn't have a strong background, but rather because he's an extraordinarily gifted genius? Could it be that General Tangshan fears he might join another martial arts school, which is why he invited him to meet the principal? Suddenly, one of the students seemed to hit upon an idea and said so to the other students around him. Hearing this student's words, several other students nearby paused, puzzled why they hadn't considered this point themselves. To be able to climb the 100th floor of the Qinglong Tower, and at such speed, that surely marked an incredibly talented individual. Thinking thus, the students outside the Qinglong Tower were all astounded, unable to imagine what sort of terrifying genius Yinan must be if this were indeed the case. That was a request from a general. In their eyes, a general was an unattainable supermountain, an almost impossible height to even contemplate reaching. Alas, these students were all wrong. Yinan was not a genius, but a mighty warrior. Led by General Tangshan, Yinan followed along to enter a vast office room. Inside the office stood a towering elder, looking to be around 80 years old yet still exuding vigorous energy. A faint air of authority radiated from him. This elder was none other than Tu Qiu, the principal of the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. When Yinan learned from General Tangshan that the principal of Qinglong Martial Arts Academy was named Tu Qiu, he was a little surprised. The Tu surname carried an air of hostility, but the word Qiu seemed gentle and elegant, so the two were not quite a perfect match. Yinan had originally thought that as one of the most powerful martial arts academies in the capital, the principal must be at least a battle king-level martial artist. But to his great astonishment, the principal of Qinglong Martial Arts Academy turned out to be merely an 8th-rank war general. General Tangshan, who is he? Principal Tu Qiu looked somewhat puzzled at Tangshan. He couldn't understand why Tangshan had brought a young man to his office. The principal, he is. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yinan. Yinan interrupted Tangshan's words. Tu Qiu was even more confused. He wondered if he had ever heard the name Yinan before. Tangshan was about to go mad on the side. He quickly walked over to Tu Qiu, whispered something into Principal Tu Qiu's ear. Sigh. Hearing what Tangshan said, Principal Tu Qiu of the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy could no longer sit still. He hastily rose from his chair, shocked beyond measure. Do you mean what you just said is true? Tu Qiu asked Tangshan in astonishment. Principal, do you think I would joke about something like this? Tangshan replied. Principal Tu Qiu swallowed hard and looked at Yinan. Yu. He wanted to say something to Yinan, but found it impossible to get any words out. It was perfectly normal for Tu Qiu to be unable to utter a word. He had absolutely no mental preparation. He simply couldn't believe that a Battle King level martial artist had suddenly appeared before him. Keep in mind, this was not some weak martial artist or a terrifying genius. It was a Battle King level martial artist. It's possible for me to join your Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. However, I need to inspect your academy's fierce beast materials first. Yinan said this to Principal Tu Qiu of Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 103. Let General Tangshan explain. Tu Qiu, the master of Qinglong Martial Arts School, looked at Yinan in confusion. He hadn't expected that Yinan would say such a thing. To look through the fierce beast materials inside Qinglong Martial Arts School? What was the purpose of viewing these fierce beast materials? Tu Qiu was lost in thought and couldn't figure it out. After a few seconds, Tu Qiu thought of a possibility, that Yinan might be a refining elixir maker. But if Yinan was already a warrior of the Battle King level, how could he also be a refining pharmacist? On Blue Star, elixir makers were different from those in Chinese fantasy novels. They held a certain status, but their standing was far lower than that of mighty warriors. Still, Tu Qiu didn't ask much further. He knew that Yinan must have a reason for wanting to see the fierce beast materials in Qinglong Martial Arts School. However, Tu Qiu cast a skeptical glance at Yinan. He found it hard to believe that someone so young could become such an accomplished warrior. Could this possibly be true? Then he calmed himself down, thinking that General Tangshan probably wouldn't joke about something like this since the matter was far too significant. As for whether Yinan was indeed a Battle King or not, that would only be revealed once Yinan joined Qinglong Martial Arts School. Yinan, since you want to see our Qinglong Martial Arts School's fierce beast materials, I'll take you there. Master Tu Qiu said this to Yinan. Once he spoke, Tu Qiu led Yinan to a place. Not long after, under Tu Qiu's guidance, Yinan arrived at a grand hall. Everyone inside stood up straight when they saw Tu Qiu and greeted him respectfully, shouting, Master! The people inside the hall also naturally saw Yinan and General Tangshan. They never expected that someone who appeared to be just over 20 years old could walk side by side with the Master and General Tangshan. Yinan, this is the Fierce Beast Material Hall of Qinglong Martial Arts School. What type of fierce beast material do you need? Master Tu Qiu asked Yinan. Yinan looked at the fierce beast materials inside the hall and felt that they were decent enough, as many were at the general level quality. There were thousands of portions of fierce beast materials divided into various levels, the highest being a 9-star general level tail of the celestial green devil buffalo. After hearing the master call Yinan by his name, everyone inside the hall was stunned. None of them could imagine the master addressing a young man who appeared to be in his 20s as Mr. Eh. They all knew they hadn't misheard, which made it even more alarming. So what kind of surprising background did this person have? No one knew, truly had no idea. Master Tu Qiu and General Tangshan's eyes were fixed on Yinan, wanting to know what type of fierce beast materials he required. Master, I will join Qinglong Martial Arts School if you give me all the fierce beast materials. Yinan stated this directly to Master Tu Qiu. SSSSTT. Upon hearing this, every single person in the entire hall sucked in a breath of cold air. No one could have foreseen that Yinan actually wanted all the fierce beast materials. What did you just say? Master Tu Qiu stared at Yinan in shock. He couldn't believe that Yinan intended to take all the fierce beast materials. Yinan, why do you need so many fierce beast materials? Tu Qiu looked at Yinan in great confusion. This doesn't concern you. Will you give them to me or not? Yinan questioned Tu Qiu. Of course, he wasn't speaking recklessly. If he were to confirm his joining of Qinglong Martial Arts School, his contribution would undoubtedly surpass the value of all these fierce beast materials. Seeing the master was struck dumb, General Tangshan quickly whispered to Master Tu Qiu, explaining many things. Listening to General Tangshan, Master Tu Qiu mulled over the words for a few seconds before nodding. Alright, Tu Qiu nodded to Yinan. When Yinan saw Tu Qiu agreeing, he began putting all the fierce beast materials in the storage ring. Everyone inside the hall helplessly watched Yinan placing the materials into the storage ring. Finally, Yinan placed all the fierce beast materials from the hall into the system space. After putting the fierce beast materials into the storage ring, Yinan left the hall. Upon seeing Yinan go, General Tangshan hurriedly caught up. Yinan, where are you going? When General Tang reached Yinan's side, he quickly questioned Yinan. I don't seem to have a place to stay, do I? Yinan countered the question to General Tang. Tang clearly understood what Yinan meant. He immediately responded, Yinan, let me show you to your residence. With that, General Tang took Yinan to a specific place. Before long, under Tang's lead, Yinan arrived at his accommodation, a standalone villa. Battle King Yinan, this is your place, General Tangshan announced. Tangshan spoke to Yinan. In public, he said he dared not address Yinan as Battle King, because he knew Yinan was an extremely low-profile person. You may leave. Alright, Battle King Yinan. With that, Tangshan left the place. Yinan entered the standalone villa before him. Once inside, he didn't do anything else but began recycling these fierce beast materials. Ding! Recycling successful. 1 billion yuan worth of spirit stones. 400 million cultivation talent stones. 400 million psychic talent stones. 1.2 million sword stones. The rewards from recycling didn't make Yinan feel particularly excited, considering it was a 100-fold crit multiplier. Without overthinking, he absorbed the recycling rewards. Lightning elemental talent upgraded to peak. Wind elemental talent upgraded to peak. Rain elemental talent upgraded to peak. 9th rank Yuan soldier. After absorbing the recycling rewards, Yinan's lightning, wind, and rain elemental talents were all upgraded to their peaks, while his 8th rank Yuan soldier advanced to 9th rank Yuan soldier. Although the rewards from recycling didn't bring Yinan too much joy, after fusing with them, he became ecstatic. Now, only the sword talent remained. Once the sword talent reached its peak, he would become an unimaginably powerful existence. On the other side, in the Qinglong Martial Arts School meeting room, seated in the meeting room were the strongest martial artists of Qinglong Martial Arts School, the Master, Vice Master, General Tangshan, and various other formidable warriors. Master, who exactly is Yinan? Everyone in the entire Qinglong Martial Arts School besides Master Tuoqiu and General Tangshan had no idea about Yinan's strength. All eyes of those in the meeting room turned toward Master Tuoqiu of Qinglong Martial Arts School, wanting to know who Yinan really was. I think it would be better if General Tangshan explained this for everyone. Though Master Tuoqiu learned from General Tangshan that Yinan was a battle king, he hadn't witnessed Yinan showcase his strength personally. The assembled strong individuals in the meeting room listened to Master Tuoqiu's words and shifted their gazes toward General Tangshan, hoping to learn more about Yinan from the general. Chapter 104. The owner of Heitung Martial Arts Pavilion, Huang Kai. If I were to tell you, Tangshan Zhanjiang looked at everyone in the meeting room, that Yinan is a war king, what would you do? Sigh. The crowd of experts inside the meeting room, upon hearing Tangshan Zhanjiang's words, were all greatly surprised. They had never expected that Yinan could be a war king. Zhanjiang of Tangshan, surely you are not joking. A great grandmaster looked at Tangshan. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Tangshan Zhanjiang retorted at the great grandmaster. This great grandmaster, having heard his reply, dared not ask further questions. Yet, he still believed that Yinan could not possibly be a war king. It would be too astonishing if that were true. But, aside from you, Zhanjiang of Tangshan, none of us have personally witnessed Yinan demonstrating his strength. Tu Qiu, the head of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, suddenly said, "Why do you refuse to believe?" Tangshan seemed exasperated, wondering if truthful words were no longer to be believed these days. Alright, let's put an end to this discussion. A few days ago, I received news that the owner of Heitung Martial Arts Pavilion has broken through to the rank of a 9th grade war general. Heitung Martial Arts Pavilion and our Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion have always been at odds. Thus, Tu Qiu, the head of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, left his statement unfinished, looking at everyone inside the meeting room. All the experts within the meeting room fell silent. It was common knowledge that Heitung Martial Arts Pavilion and their Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion were perpetually on bad terms. Now that the owner of Heitung Martial Arts Pavilion had ascended to the level of a 9th grade war general, it was inevitable that he would create trouble for them. Then, undoubtedly, they, Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, would face humiliation since there was truly nobody who could contend with a 9th grade war general. At present, we can only rely on Yinan for help. After a prolonged silence, Tu Qiu announced to everyone. Everyone inside the meeting nodded, thinking the same thing must be done. It sounds lively enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out, entering the ears of all the powerful individuals in the meeting room. No one in the meeting room had anticipated hearing a voice outside at this time. They all turned to the entrance in unison and discovered Yinan standing right outside. Yinan, not just Tu Qiu, but everyone present was dumbfounded. None of them had imagined Yinan would appear before them at this moment. After reclaiming the ferocious beast materials, Yinan had simply wandered around Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. Upon learning about a meeting of its strongest presences, he found out the location and proceeded to come over. The conversation inside the meeting room was all heard by Yinan. Yinan, take a seat quickly. With joy, Tangshan Zhanjiang beckoned him over and warmly approached. Casually sitting down, Yinan drew continued stares from everyone in the meeting room. Their astonishment reflected their inability to comprehend why Yinan had suddenly appeared. Some had never met Yinan before, and seeing how young he was completely shocked them, unable to conceive that someone so youthful could become an exceedingly powerful war king. Yinan, since you've heard, could you perhaps? Tu Qi carefully glanced at Yinan, as his heart held some contradiction, but leaned more towards trusting Yinan was indeed a war king after all. This claim came directly and earnestly from Tangshan Zhanjiang. With the owner of Heitung Martial Arts Pavilion now a 9th grade war general, he would definitely come to trouble Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, which only Yinan could prevent. No problem, considering I've taken so many ferocious beast materials, it's fitting that I contribute something back to Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. Yinan replied. From the dialogue between the experts in the meeting room just moments ago, Yinan had understood that the owner of Heitung Martial Arts Pavilion was a newly ascended 9th grade war general. To defeat someone who had just achieved that rank would be far too effortless for Yinan. Upon Yinan agreeing, Tu Qiu's face brightened slightly with a look of joy. Except for Tangshan Zhanjiang, others inside the meeting room still harbored doubts and showed no signs of elation. What others thought was irrelevant to Yinan, for he knew that having taken so much from Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, giving a bit back was only natural. Yinan was not one who simply took without reciprocating. 3 days later, on Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion's training ground, countless golden dragons suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating it entirely gold. The trainees on the field stared in awe, as such a phenomenon was something they saw for the very first time, utterly astonishing to them. Among these golden long dragons, there was a middle-aged man. The man had a tiger-like back and bear-like waist, emanating boundless, overbearing aura all over his body, with brows like swords and leopard-like eyes, making him look incredibly powerful. The trainees on the martial arts training ground all sucked in a cold breath of air. In their eyes, the middle-aged man hovering in midair was too terrifying. Such an anomaly appearing above Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion naturally did not just go unnoticed by the trainees, but also became known to those in high ranks. Pavilion Master Tu Qiu and the other senior members of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion had all arrived at the training ground. They looked at the middle-aged man floating in midair and were instantly struck as if by lightning, because the man was none other than Huang Kai, the owner of Heitung Martial Arts Pavilion. How detestable! Tu Qiu clenched his teeth so hard that these 4 words almost squeezed out from between them. Swoosh! Suddenly, a piercing wind sound was heard, and Huang Kai began descending from midair. Golden long dragons coiled around Huang Kai, the owner of Hei Tung Martial Arts Pavilion, blinding the trainees on the field and making it impossible for them to open their eyes. Only after Huang Kai landed on the Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion training ground did the golden long dragons circling around him vanish. Brother Tu Chiu, it's been a long time. Abruptly, Huang Kai grinned smugly at Tu Chiu. Huang Kai, what do you want? Of course, Tu Chiu knew that Huang Kai, the owner of Hei Tung Martial Arts Pavilion, must have come here to cause trouble. If he intended to create trouble, Tu Chiu certainly wasn't going to show him any courtesy. I don't really want anything. I just came for a friendly exchange with your Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. Huang Kai smiled faintly as he said this. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the high-ranking members of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion darkened drastically. They had already predicted that Huang Kai, the owner of Hei Tung Martial Arts Pavilion, would come to pick a fight once he broke through to the rank of a 9th-grade war general. Now it turned out exactly as they had foreseen. Exchange? Do you deserve it? Just as Master Tu Chiu of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion didn't know how to respond, a voice entered everyone's ears. Who dares to talk to me like that? Huang Kai, the owner of Hei Tung Martial Arts Pavilion, became extremely angry. Chapter 105. Yinan's astonishing combat power. Huang Kai, the master of hiding martial arts hall, didn't expect that even after he had broken through to become a 9th rank war general, there was still someone in Qinglong Martial Arts Hall daring to speak to him like that. It was completely unfathomable. However, when he looked in the direction of the voice, he was somewhat stunned because the person who spoke appeared so young. Of course, he wouldn't have thought that Yinan would dare to talk to him this way. The senior members of Qinglong Martial Arts Hall were all delighted upon seeing Yinan come. They believed only Yinan could handle Huang Kai, the master of hiding martial arts hall. The students on the training ground were frozen in shock as they naturally hadn't expected a martial artist of this caliber to allow Yinan to intervene. They had guessed that Yinan came from an incredible background, but they didn't realize it was terrifying to such an extent. Who are you? Huang Kai glared at Yinan coldly. Yinan. Yinan informed Huang Kai of his name. Since Yinan was merely an unknown in the capital city of Longqing, what difference would revealing his name make? Yinan. Huang Kai pondered deeply, discovering he'd never heard of this name. Ho ho. Suddenly, Huang Kai sneered at Tu Chiu. Brother Tu Chiu, don't your students know any manners? You should discipline them better. No wonder Qinglong Martial Arts Hall isn't as strong as our hiding martial arts hall. Huang Kai didn't bother dealing with Yinan personally and redirected his gaze back to Tu Chiu. But something Huang Kai hadn't anticipated was Tu Chiu merely smiling and saying, "Who says Yinan is one of our Qinglong Martial Arts Hall students?" Huang Kai was taken aback. Looking at Tu Chiu's expression, he realized his mission to disgrace Qinglong Martial Arts Hall wasn't working. Instead, he felt he was the only one humiliated here. Ho ho, Huang Kai laughed sarcastically again at Tu Chiu. If he's not a student, could he be among the higher-ups then? As the students on the training ground listened to this remark, their eyes all turned toward the master, Tu Chiu, waiting for his response. You're correct. Yinan really is one of our high-level members. Tu Chiu retorted coolly towards Huang Kai in front of him. He hoped Yinan was indeed a battle king. Otherwise Qinglong Martial Arts Hall would lose face entirely. The students at the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall training field were dumbfounded. They certainly hadn't foreseen that Yinan had become part of their high-level members. When did this happen? Why didn't they know? All of a sudden, Huang Kai burst into laughter, glaring disdainfully at Tu Chiu. It seems your Qinglong Martial Arts Hall has truly fallen. Allowing a young martial artist to become a high-level member is utterly laughable. In Master Huang Kai's mind, Yinan's elevation to a high-level position in Qinglong Martial Arts Hall was the most hilarious joke on the entire Blue Star. You're not here to conduct a friendly sparring session with Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. Yinan glanced at Master Huang Kai from hiding martial arts hall. So why all the meaningless talk? What? Master Huang Kai couldn't believe Yinan actually dared to speak to him like that, which provoked uncontrollable rage within him. Initially, he planned to ignore Yinan, considering Tu Chiu must have elevated him because he was some decent talent. But now it seemed Yinan wanted to challenge him directly. Should he say Yinan was arrogant without knowing the heaven's height or earth's thickness, or just ignorant altogether? Yinan, do you wish to fight me? Huang Kai fixed his gaze on Yinan, developing a slight interest in him. He wondered how Yinan would behave once scared by the formidable strength he would soon reveal. Yinan simply nodded at Huang Kai, tired of unnecessary banter. Huang Kai shook his head internally. He had met many overconfident people, but Yinan represented the first instance where he found someone so outrageously ignorant of their limits. Didn't Yinan know that Huang Kai could defeat him in an instant? Take this. Before the words faded, Master Huang Kai unleashed a trace of pressure towards Yinan, confident that given his abilities, Yinan didn't deserve a direct confrontation and would beg for mercy under mere pressure. But what Huang Kai wouldn't dream of happening was this. Yinan's face showed no ripple of emotion upon feeling his pressure, as if he hadn't sensed anything at all. The master of hiding martial arts hall, Huang Kai, was stunned and almost speechless. Huang Kai hadn't anticipated that Yinan could withstand his pressure. Immediately, he intensified the pressure, but Yinan's expression remained unperturbed with a faint trace of a smile on his face. Once again, Huang Kai intensified the pressure. However, what hiding martial arts hall's master Huang Kai couldn't accept was that there was still no reaction from Yinan. Pressure. Yinan grinned at hiding martial arts hall's master Huang Kai, tired of exchanging words with Huang Kai. With a thunderous sound, suddenly, Yinan threw a punch toward hiding martial arts hall's master Huang Kai. Though it lacked any dazzling elemental techniques, with his peak strength and fist energy, the terrifying momentum became apparent. Huang Kai's pupils constricted sharply as he couldn't have imagined that Yinan would suddenly strike him. Nor had he expected that Yinan's attack would be so formidable. He immediately dodged. After all, a 9th rank war general is a 9th rank war general. With a swift movement, he avoided Yinan's attack. Yet, hiding martial arts hall's master Huang Kai was still unnerved, eyes wide, unable to fully grasp how fearsome Yinan's combat power was. Yinan, you. Just as Huang Kai prepared to say something to Yinan, Yinan unleashed his ultimate speed talent. Before Huang Kai could finish his sentence, all he saw was a lingering afterimage left behind where Yinan had stood moments ago, leaving him utterly startled. Bang! By the time everyone in the square realized what happened, the body of hiding martial arts hall's master Huang Kai had already been sent flying backward. All members present at the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall training ground watching this scene were struck dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. How could this be possible? The students on the training ground were terrified, their mouths agape. They had merely speculated earlier that Yinan possessed an unparalleled background. Yet, none of them could have imagined that Yinan's prowess had reached such heights. Chapter 106. Heading to Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. None of the people on the training ground of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion could ever imagine that Yinan would be able to instantly defeat the head of Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion, Huang Kai. After all, Huang Kai was a 9th rank war general. The upper echelons of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion were naturally stunned. They had been skeptical when they heard from Tangshan War General that Yinan had become a war king. But now, they undoubtedly believe that Yinan was an incredibly powerful war king because he had instantaneously defeated Huang Kai, the head of Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. After Huang Kai's body fell to the ground, his spirit seemed shaken, and he couldn't have imagined in any way that Yinan could defeat him. When Huang Kai got up from the ground, he looked at Yinan with fear. You? Who exactly are you? Huang Kai had indeed been very curious about Yinan before. He wondered why Yinan appeared so calm facing him, even speculating that Yinan might be a genius, albeit one unaware of his own limitations. But now, Huang Kai understood Yinan's strength. Such power was truly terrifying. When Yinan made his move against him, Huang Kai distinctly felt Yinan's overwhelming might. Who exactly am I? Yinan gave Huang Kai, the head of Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion, a smile. Didn't I already tell you? Huang Kai swallowed nervously, wanting to say something to Yinan but ultimately hesitating. After a long pause, Huang Kai finally summoned the courage to speak. Sir, could you join our Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion? What? The senior members of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion were immediately astounded upon hearing this. They never expected Huang Kai to say such a thing. Huang Kai, what do you mean? Yinan, the war king is. Tu Qiu, the head of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, stared fixedly at Huang Kai. Of course, Huang Kai knew that Yinan must be a working level martial artist if he could so easily defeat him. He had not previously known of Yinan's existence at Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, implying that Yinan was just newly recruited. Brother Tu Qiu, don't be so stingy. Wait. Huang Kai had yet to finish his sentence when Yinan cut him off. Huang Kai naturally dared not continue. He looked expectantly at Yinan. Since you caused trouble for Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion after breaking through to 9th rank war general, I, being a member of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, should be allowed to similarly cause trouble for your Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion, right? Yinan said this to Huang Kai. The high-ranking officials of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion present on the training ground were all dumbfounded. They certainly didn't expect Yinan to say such words. However, it made perfect sense. Huang Kai became dazed after listening to Yinan's words, unable to respond for a long while. Huang Kai recovered his wits and hurriedly explained. I did not come here to cause trouble for Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. I came for friendly exchanges. That's enough, stop making excuses. Yinan shook his head at the Huang Kai standing in front of him. Then, he continued. I didn't say I would definitely cause trouble for your Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. Naturally, he wouldn't recklessly find trouble with Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. He hadn't been in the capital city of Longcheng for long, and still did not know if Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion had influential backing. The capital city of Longcheng harbored too many formidable warriors. At his current realm of 9th rank war general, coupled with his various extraordinary talents and yuan weapons, engaging several war kings posed no problem. But if he faced a more powerful war king, then there was the possibility he'd lose. The real purpose of his words was merely to scare Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion's headmaster, Huang Kai, a little bit, and observe how Huang Kai responded. However, based on Huang Kai's tone, Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion likely lacked significant support behind it. Although Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion and Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion were among the most powerful martial arts pavilions in the capital, fundamentally, they were still only martial arts schools. Well, Huang Kai gazed at Yinan, not finishing his sentence, eager to know what exactly Yinan intended. Let's go. I'll visit your Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. I promise I won't look for trouble afterward. Yinan said this to the headmaster of Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion, Huang Kai. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Huang Kai nodded hastily, with a trace of joy appearing on his face. In his mind, Yinan was planning to switch from Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion to Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. All the high-ranking members of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion on the training ground were astonished. None of them expected Yinan to want to go to Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. Lord Yinan this. Tangshan War General hurriedly walked to Yinan's side, glancing at him urgently. Though he didn't finish his sentence, the implication was already clear. No worries, I'm just going for a look. Yinan said this to Tangshan War General. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Tangshan War General relaxed. He had genuinely feared that Yinan might join Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. If that happened, their Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion would be entirely helpless. It wasn't just Tangshan War General. Every single high-ranking official of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion let out a sigh of relief. Let's go. Immediately after, Yinan spoke to the headmaster of Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion, Huang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, Yinan started walking toward the outside of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. The headmaster of Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion, Huang Kai, looked at Yinan as he walked out of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. He thought to himself, a war king truly is a war king, so low-key despite his stature. Right after, Huang Kai followed Yinan closely. The two left Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion and made their way to Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion, where Huang Kai led Yinan towards Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. Yinan and Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion's Huang Kai had arrived at the gates of Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion. Outside Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion, there were some students. These students all saw the master along with Yinan, and they were quite startled. While it wasn't surprising to see their master appear, what amazed them was the man walking alongside the master, Yinan. All the students of Hiding Martial Arts Pavilion knew the kind of person their master was, a person who adhered strictly to hierarchy. It was unfathomable to them why someone who appeared about the same age as them dared to walk side by side with their master. Who is this guy? He looks so powerful. Do you even need to ask? This is a person who can walk side by side with a master. He must be extraordinary. I wish I could be like him. I envy him so much. Outside hiding martial arts pavilion, all the students began envying the situation. Yinan, this is hiding martial arts pavilion, Huang Kai said respectfully to Yinan. Yinan nodded. Let's go inside. Chapter 107. I want all the fierce beast materials. The scale of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion seemed about the same as that of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. Yinan walked towards Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. Pavilion Master Huang Kai saw Yinan walk in, so he hurriedly followed him inside. On the way from Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion to Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion, Yinan had instructed him not to call him War King Yinan, but simply by his name. After Huang Kai entered Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion with Yinan, he asked Yinan, Yinan, our Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion is pretty good, isn't it? In the eyes of Pavilion Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion, since Yinan had come to Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion with him, it meant he was preparing to transfer from Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion to their Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. Okay. Yinan nodded at Pavilion Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. Master. Suddenly, a sound came from not far away. Following the sound, Yinan saw a group of quite strong martial artists walking over. These martial artists were easy to guess. They must be the higher-ups from Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. After the higher-ups of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion arrived next to Yinan and Master Huang Kai, they immediately asked Huang Kai, Master, how about it? Did you successfully humiliate the people of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion? A second-rank war general asked Pavilion Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. By the way, Master, who is he? Suddenly, all the higher-ups of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion noticed Yinan. I'm just an ordinary person. Before Pavilion Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion could speak, Yinan spoke first. Upon hearing Yinan's response, the higher-ups of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion all had some doubts and couldn't understand why Yinan would say that. Of course, they didn't believe that Yinan was just an ordinary person because how could an ordinary person possibly be around the Pavilion Master? They no longer paid attention to Yinan. In their eyes, Yinan was just an unknown nobody. Their gaze once again turned to Pavilion Master Huang Kai, waiting for Master Huang Kai's response. I went to Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, but I had no intention of humiliating them. Suddenly, Pavilion Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion said this to the senior officials. Hearing these words, the high-level members of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion were all stunned. They clearly remembered that the master had told them that after breaking through to the 9th rank master, what he wanted to do first was to embarrass the Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. Since master had gone to Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion this time, they naturally assumed master was there to humiliate Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. But none of them had expected that master would say he didn't have any intention to humiliate Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. What did this mean? The high-level members of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion looked at each other, completely puzzled. Could it be? Suddenly, all the high-level members of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion thought of a shocking possibility. This shocking possibility was that master indeed hadn't humiliated Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion when he went there, but instead brought back Yinan. As for why master brought Yinan back, the reason was very simple, because Yinan was an extremely terrifying genius. Apart from this explanation, the high-level members of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion couldn't think of any other better explanations. Your Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion should have quite a few fierce beast materials, right? Just when all the high-level members of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion were greatly shocked, Yinan said something to Pavilion Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. Huang Kai slightly startled upon hearing Yinan's words, never expecting Yinan to say something like this. Yinan, why do you need the fierce beast materials? Pavilion Master Huang Kai looked at Yinan with great confusion. He had considered everything except for the fact that Yinan might actually need fierce beast materials. Naturally, the higher-ups were also filled with doubt, looking at Yinan incomprehensibly. In their view, Yinan shouldn't be speaking now. Just don't ask about it. I only want the fierce beast materials. Yinan said. Alright then. After nodding, Pavilion Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion led Yinan to the fierce beast material storage hall of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. The higher-ups of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion, seeing such a scene, were truly amazed. How could the master show such respect to Yinan? Isn't Yinan supposed to be a super genius? Even if he is a super genius, he's still only a genius who can become strong in the future. Let's go and check it out. After nodding, the higher-ups moved towards a certain place. Not long after, they arrived at the hall where the fierce beast materials were stored in Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. Yinan surveyed the fierce beast materials inside Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion and believed that the reserves here were about the same as in Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion. Yinan, which fierce beast materials do you need? Suddenly, Pavilion Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion and Master Tu Chiu of Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion asked Yinan the same question. All of them. Yinan replied to Pavilion Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. SSS. The senior members of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion behind Huang Kai and Yinan were all struck by Yinan's words, as if they had been hit by a thunderbolt on a clear day. Yinan actually wanted all the fierce beast materials? How could they have ever imagined that? Yinan, what do you need so many fierce beast materials for? Huang Kai, the master of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion, didn't feel any pain about losing these fierce beast materials. He just wanted to know what Yinan needed them for. That's none of your business. Just say whether you will give them or not. Yinan in Huaxia was always straightforward, never being subtle. He also never pursued girls, nor could he express any romantic words, as love for him was completely out of the question. After the high-level members of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion came back to their senses, they thought Yinan was simply laughable, just a junior figure. How did he manage to be so shameless, without blushing or feeling guilty? He even wanted all the fierce beast materials from their Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion. It was absolutely absurd. Give it. Master Huang Kai of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion responded. Lord Huang Yu. The senior members of Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion were shocked into silence upon hearing their master's words. They never expected him to agree so easily. No problem, it's only some fierce beast materials. Huang Kai shook his head towards the senior members. The senior members sighed upon hearing this. They really wanted to know what kind of person Yinan was that he could make Master Huang act like this. Thank you. Suddenly, Yinan said to Huang Kai, As soon as the sound faded, Yinan began putting all the Fierce Beast materials from the Fierce Beast Material Storage Hall of Blackton Martial Arts Pavilion into his storage ring. It didn't take long before Yinan placed all the Fierce Beast materials into his storage ring. This. The high-level members of Blackton Martial Arts Pavilion stared at the now empty Fierce Beast Material Storage Hall. They originally wanted to say something, but realized they had no words left to speak. In the end, they could only swallow their thoughts. Well, I'll take my leave then, Yinan said to Master Huang Kai of Blackton Martial Arts Pavilion. Huang Kai, the master of Blackton Martial Arts Pavilion, nodded. Yinan walked slowly. Chapter 108, Top-Tier Sword Talent. Yinan left the Fierce Beast Materials Storage Hall. The high-ranking members of Hiding Martial Arts Gym had their eyes fixed on Yinan's back until he disappeared from their sight. Director, I cannot accept this. Suddenly, the vice director of Hiding Martial Arts Gym shook his head at Director Huang Kai. The feelings of the higher-ups were naturally similar to those of the vice director. They were very curious about who exactly Yinan was. What is there not to accept? If you knew how strong Yinan is, you'd understand. Hiding Martial Arts Gym Director Huang Kai said to the senior officials. The higher-ups were slightly stunned. Earlier, they only thought Yinan was an exceptionally talented person, but the director claimed that he was a formidable warrior? Director, how strong is Yinan? The vice director asked Huang Kai again, curiosity flashing across his face. Ho, how strong? Huang Kai looked at the vice director in front of him and then glanced at the others. If I told you that Yinan could effortlessly annihilate me, would you believe it? Huang Kai knew that during the confrontation at Qinglong Martial Arts Gym, if it were a fight to the death, he would already be dead. The high-level members of Hiding Martial Arts Gym, upon hearing these words from their director, were thunderstruck as though experiencing a bolt from the blue. Their jaws dropped, and they felt dazed. Could Yinan really annihilate our director with such ease? Could we possibly believe this? How about it? You still don't believe, right? Otherwise, why do you think I brought Yinan to Hiding Martial Arts Gym? And why did I agree to give so many Fierce Beast materials to Yinan? Hiding Martial Arts Gym Director Huang Kai explained to the upper management. Huang Kai also felt quite bitter inside. Initially, he thought Yinan came to Hiding Martial Arts Gym because he wanted to switch from Qinglong Martial Arts Gym. But what he never expected was that Yinan only came for the Fierce Beast materials before leaving. With the certainty conveyed by the director's words, the higher-ups froze like statues. If what he said were true, then wouldn't Yinan have to be a war king? But, how could this possibly be true? I know you find this hard to believe, a tale of impossibility, but reality is precisely thus. At first, my thoughts were the same as yours, but later, I was slapped in the face with the truth. If Yinan wanted to kill me at Qinglong Martial Arts Gym, I would already be dead. Director Huang Kai added more details. All the higher-ups looked at each other, their faces subsequently revealing a trace of wry smiles. The director's words made them realize a crucial truth. That truth was not to judge a book by its cover. A person who looks merely 20-some years old can already become a war king. Then on Blue Star, what could truly be impossible? Qinglong Martial Arts Gym. Yinan returned to Qinglong Martial Arts Gym. Director Tu Chiu and the higher-ups were still on the training ground. When they saw Yinan return, they hurriedly approached him. War King Yinan. Tu Chiu was ecstatic. Earlier, he thought Yinan agreed to leave with Huang Kai to join Hiding Martial Arts Gym. However, after Yinan explained he was just visiting, Tu Chiu relaxed. Now that Yinan has returned, he feels even more assured. You see, this isn't the same situation as when everything began. Now everyone knows about Yinan's terrifying strength. I need to go to my room first. After saying that, Yinan left the training ground. Not long after, he reached his residence. Upon arriving, Yinan started reclaiming the Fierce Beast materials stored in his ring. Ping. Reclamation successful. 1.1 billion essence stones. 400 million cultivation talent stones. 400 million abnormal abilities talent stones. 2 million sword stones. Top-tier sword talent primordial skill, Shadow Killer Sword King Array. Yinan glanced at the reclamation rewards and secretly smiled, thinking how useless top-tier sword talent primordial skills are. After all, his sword talent was still at a high level. Without much thought, he fused with the obtained reclamation rewards. Although 1.1 billion essence stones sounded like a lot, they weren't nearly enough for him to break through into a war king. There is naturally a bottleneck between 9th rank battle general and 1-star war king. To break through this bottleneck, besides chi, he would require ferocious battles. High-level sword talent upgraded to top-tier sword talent. Yinan was shocked. His high-level sword talent had now upgraded to top-tier sword talent? His face lit up with joy. Initially, he certainly didn't expect his high-level sword talent to break through to top-tier sword talent. Then, the top-tier sword talent skill Shadow Killer Sword King Array might come in handy. Shadow Killer Sword King Array can achieve great success directly. In other words, Yinan now possessed the Shadow Killer Sword King Array. He left the room. Now all conditions were met except for one. The earlier 1.1 billion essence stones might not be sufficient for him to break through to 1-star war king, but he didn't need too many essence stones. What he required was a large amount of combat experience. After leaving his residence, Yinan arrived at the Home Master's office where he saw Home Master Tu Chiu. War King Yinan, it's you. Tu Chiu greeted Yinan with a smile. Since Yinan joined Qinglong Martial Arts Gym, the overall strength of the gym had improved significantly, and Tu Chiu was certainly happy about it. By the way, War King Yinan, you must be here for something, right? Suddenly, Tu Chiu asked Yinan again. I just wanted to ask if there are any earth tunnels that I can enter? Yinan said. In the many earth tunnels already discovered, these were guarded by human warriors, and generally, one couldn't go inside as it would disrupt the balance. Otherwise, if a martial artist entered and slaughtered ferocious beasts within, it would surely spark a massive battle between beasts and humans. However, newly found or special case earth tunnels differ, as they allow entry for the slaughter of fierce creatures, as long as one is powerful enough. War King Yinan, doesn't the 5th Academy have plans to go into Earth Tunnel number 0 for evaluation? That tunnel is accessible. But why do you want to enter the Earth Tunnel? Tu Chiu looked curiously at Yinan. A small matter, Yinan said briefly. Tu Chiu knew it wasn't simply a small matter, but since Yinan didn't want to elaborate, he also chose not to press further. War King Yinan, if you really want to go into an Earth Tunnel, I know the Dean of the 5th Academy. Shall I take you there? Tu Chiu continued speaking to Yinan. Alright, Yinan nodded in agreement. He knew that the Fifth Academy was a martial artist school, and the Earth Tunnel for the Academy's entrance examination could only be described as pitifully weak, but it was better than nothing. Right after that, Hall Master Tu Chiu of Qinglong Martial Arts Gym left the gym with Yinan and headed toward the Fifth Academy. Although battle generals are capable of flying, usually no one does so because it's too ostentatious. After a while, Yinan and Hall Master Tu Chiu finally arrived outside the Fifth Academy. Wait, why am I here? Suddenly, Yinan asked Tu Chiu. Chapter 109, The Fifth Academy. Yinan was thinking to himself that he was a 9th rank battle general, the war king in the eyes of everyone at the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. Going into a 0-numbered dungeon was nothing, so there was absolutely no need to go to the Fifth Academy first. Why not just go directly when the time comes? He looked questioningly at Tu Chiu, the head of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. He felt that Tu Chiu couldn't possibly have missed this point. War King Yinan, aren't you going into the dungeon? So I brought you here. Tu Chiu didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. A hint of confusion also appeared on his face. Yinan looked at Tu Chiu's expression and thought, could it be that Tu Chiu really didn't know? Let's go in. Yinan had no intention of dwelling on this topic with Tu Chiu any longer. But from his perspective, Tu Chiu probably just wanted to introduce him to the Dean of the Fifth Academy for a brief meeting. The guards of the Fifth Academy obviously knew Tu Chiu, the head of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. When they saw Tu Chiu coming, they immediately welcomed him and bowed respectfully. Battle General Tu Chiu. Tu Chiu nodded to the guards of the Fifth Academy and then turned to Yinan. Let's go in. Yinan entered the Fifth Academy with Tu Chiu. The Fifth Academy was just a martial artist academy, so naturally, Yinan wasn't overly concerned about it. Under the guidance of Tu Chiu, the head of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, Yinan reached the Dean's office of the Fifth Academy. The Fifth Academy noticed Tu Chiu and Yinan. Battle General Tu Chiu. The Dean of the Fifth Academy was flabbergasted. He never expected the head of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, Tu Chiu, would personally come to their Fifth Academy. Name, Hailong. Realm, 9th rank Great Master. Dean Hailong of the Fifth Academy's information had already appeared on Yinan's retina. Yinan thought to himself, the capital is truly the capital. Even a mere martial artist academy has a 9th rank Great Master as its dean, something that cannot compare to the Zhongnan base city. Looking at the expression on Hailong's face, Yinan was puzzled. Could it be that Tu Chiu really brought him here just because he wanted to enter the dungeon? It was obvious that Tu Chiu and Dean Hailong of the Fifth Academy did not appear to be friends. That meant Tu Chiu wasn't introducing Yinan to Hailong. But this was fine too. If he were, Yinan would be deeply disappointed in Tu Chiu. Battle General Tu Chiu, may I ask what brings you here? Dean Hailong asked Tu Chiu respectfully. Isn't your Fifth Academy scheduled for the 0 dungeon assessment? It has already been filed above, so I want Yinan to enter the 0 dungeon together with you. As he said this, Tu Chiu glanced at Yinan, as if asking if this response was acceptable. He also wasn't sure whether he should refer to Yinan or use the title, War King Yinan. Using Yinan alone seemed disrespectful to Yinan, the War King, while using the full title, War King Yinan, made him worry that Yinan might prefer a more low-key approach and dislike being addressed formally. In reality, Tu Chiu didn't realize that no matter how he introduced Yinan didn't care much since it wasn't a big deal. However, through Tu Chiu's words, Yinan finally understood his previous doubts. He had known before that entering discovered dungeons wasn't easy, but he overlooked the fact that the Fifth Academy had arranged for a dungeon entry test, allowing him an opportunity to independently access the dungeon. Besides the martial artist stationed guarding the dungeon passages, others who wished to enter the dungeon must file a report. What department they had to file with, Yinan was still unaware. For instance, since the Fifth Academy had reported, the Academy members naturally gained permission to enter the dungeon. But if Yinan chose to enter after the Fifth Academy's people went in, that wouldn't be possible. Of course, forcibly breaking in isn't out of the question, but that would definitely attract unwanted attention. In the capital city of Longcheng, Yinan certainly understood that his own strength was far from sufficient. Forcibly breaking into a dungeon would be an idiotic move. Yinan. Hearing this, Dean Hailong of the Fifth Academy carefully appraised Yinan up and down. First, he confirmed one thing. He didn't know Yinan. This was the first time he'd ever heard the name Yinan. But it was also certain that Yinan must be a super student of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. Otherwise, how could the esteemed head of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall personally bring him here? Shouldn't be a problem, right? Tu Chiu looked at Hailong. No problem. Hailong, Dean of the Fifth Academy, snapped back to his senses and nodded seriously to Yinan. They couldn't refuse this face that Tu Chiu, the head of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, had given them. After all, compared to the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, the Fifth Academy was incomparably inferior. When do we leave? Yinan asked Dean Hailong of the Fifth Academy. The day after tomorrow. Hailong replied. Yinan listened to the words of Hailong, the Dean of the Fifth Academy. He glanced at Tu Chiu beside him. I will stay in the Fifth Academy for the next 2 days. Good. Tu Chiu nodded at Yinan. Thank you. After saying that, Tu Chiu patted Dean Hailong's shoulder. Without waiting for Hailong to respond, Tu Chiu left his office. Xiaoqing, take Yinan to find a place to stay. Suddenly, Dean Hailong instructed Xiaoqing, his secretary. All right, Dean. Xiaoqing was a very cute girl. After nodding at Dean Hailong, she took Yinan out of the dean's office. Not long after, Xiaoqing led Yinan to a room. This is your room. You, go out. Before Xiaoqing could finish her sentence, Yinan cut her off. Xiaoqing was taken aback. She had never expected Yinan to be so aloof and cold, especially considering how pretty she was with an excellent figure that many were attracted to. As Xiaoqing let her thoughts wander, she suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her. She would absolutely swear that this was the first time she had ever felt such terrifying oppression. In just a moment, her body was drenched in cold sweat. Xiaoqing looked at Yinan before her in terror and realized then that Yinan was truly a powerful martial artist. Not daring to linger any longer, Xiaoqing quickly left the room. Once Xiaoqing left, Yinan lay down on the bed and waited for the day when the Fifth Academy would set out. The dungeon that the Fifth Academy would evaluate was the 0 dungeon. Since the Fifth Academy as a martial artist academy was going to the 0 dungeon, it was 100% certain that the 0 dungeon was only a level 1 dungeon. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day for the 5th Academy to go to the Zero Dungeon for their assessment. Xiaoqing, the secretary of Dean Hailong of the 5th Academy, came back outside Yinan's room. She knocked on the door and called out, "Yinan." Chapter 110, The Depths of Zero Dungeon. After the last time, Xiaoqing, the secretary of Hailong, the dean of the 5th Academy, naturally already knew about Yinan's terrifying power. She didn't dare to burst in directly. Yinan opened the door and asked Xiaoqing, "Is the assessment about to start?" "Yes." Xiaoqing nodded at Yinan. "Lead the way." Yinan did not say much, just gave 2 words to Xiaoqing. After hearing Yinan's words, Xiaoqing didn't dare to linger or talk too much with Yinan. She took Yinan towards the martial arts training ground of the 5th Academy. Upon arriving at the training ground of the 5th Academy, Yinan saw hundreds of students. These students were all going to participate in the Zero Dungeon evaluation. Yinan looked at these students on the training ground and thought that the genes of the imperial capital were indeed a bit better. Most of these students were high-stage warriors, and there were quite a few elite warriors as well. "Yinan, you've arrived." Dean Hailong of the 5th Academy smiled naturally when he saw Yinan arrive. Since Yinan was an exceptional genius brought by Tu Chiu, the master of the Qinglong Martial Arts Hall, Dean Hailong chose not to be negligent. Yinan nodded at Dean Hailong of the 5th Academy. The hundreds of students on the training ground, upon seeing Yinan standing beside the dean, couldn't help but pause in shock. They never would have expected such a young person to be next to the dean, which left them filled with doubt. Even though the students on the training ground of the 5th Academy were rather weak individually, they collectively emanated an overwhelming spirit. Not only the students, even the mentors of the 5th Academy had somewhat become immobilized. They had never seen Yinan within the 5th Academy before. "Dean, who is he?" Suddenly, a mentor questioned Dean Hailong. All the senior staff members of the 5th Academy also directed their gazes toward the dean, hoping to learn exactly who Yinan was from the dean's words. "You shouldn't inquire too much about this." Dean Hailong shook his head at the senior members and then shifted his eyes towards the hundreds of students on the training ground. He called out loudly, "The assessment is soon heading into the Zero Dungeon. This assessment will only be a simulation test. If it were truly the decisive examination, it wouldn't be like today. By that point, all the martial arts halls of the imperial capital would be involved. But even for this simulated exam, you must exert effort." The hundreds of students on the training ground grew excited. Their morale surged as none of them had ever entered a dungeon before. Being curious about the dungeon, some of them felt immensely happy knowing they were about to enter it momentarily. Set off. Abruptly, Dean Hailong shouted once more. All mentors of the 5th Academy led the hundreds of students being evaluated towards the Zero Dungeon. Zero Dungeon lies atop Rain Mountain outside the imperial capital. A day later, the people of the 5th Academy reached the base of Rain Mountain. Hundreds of students, looking at Rain Mountain, were brimming with anticipation, astonishment, and joy. "Ah, so this is Rain Mountain. I've heard about it long ago, but have never visited." Yes, it's said that before the appearance of the dungeons, Rain Mountain was a tourist destination. But now the dungeons have appeared, and these ferocious beasts are truly loathsome. Zero Dungeon is on Rain Mountain. We'll be entering it shortly. How exciting. Once hundreds of students arrived at the foot of Rain Mountain, they became full of anticipation. After discussing with the mentors, Dean Hailong of the 5th Academy announced to the gathered hundreds of students, "Ascend the mountain." Yes, 100 students of the 5th Academy cheered, and, led by the mentors, moved towards the mountain. It didn't take long before they reached the top, and shortly after, the entrance to the Zero Dungeon passage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone present, staring at the entrance of the Zero Dungeon passage, involuntarily widened their eyes slightly. For the hundreds of students of the 5th Academy, this was their first time coming to the Zero Dungeon passage. Everything about the Zero Dungeon was utterly unfamiliar to them. At this moment, near the entrance of the Zero Dungeon passage, there were several warriors. These warriors looked formidable, exuding waves of killing intent, making them clearly not easy to provoke. "We're from the 5th Academy and have already registered." Dean Hailong of the 5th Academy took out a document from his storage ring. A warrior took the document from Dean Hailong, looked it over, and then smilingly said, "We've received confirmation of the passageway. You can now descend into the dungeon." After speaking, the warrior returned the document to Dean Hailong of the 5th Academy. "Descend into the dungeon." Dean Hailong of the 5th Academy spoke to everyone behind him. Subsequently, the mentors and the hundreds of students who came for the assessment entered the dungeon. Once inside the dungeon, the students from the 5th Academy were all filled with immense joy as they hastily took in their surroundings within the dungeon world. The dungeon world is a world of ferocious beasts. The dungeon world looks very different from the human world. For instance, the vegetation lacks the vibrant colors found in the human world, and the land is terribly barren. Of course, not every dungeon world is like this. Some dungeon worlds are different. Is this what it looks like inside the Zero Dungeon? It seems so terrifying. Are you already scared? We haven't even encountered any ferocious beasts yet. Yeah, we haven't met any ferocious beasts yet. Why would anyone be afraid? I don't know about you guys being scared or not, but I'm certainly not afraid. Among the hundreds of students, there were timid ones whose faces were filled with shock and fright, and there were also the bold ones whose faces showed no fluctuations, as if they hadn't seen anything unusual. Next, each mentor will lead their respective students to look for ferocious beasts. Remember not to venture too deep into the dungeon. It's a level 2 dungeon after all. Dean Hailong of the 5th Academy addressed all the mentors. Yinan, who was beside Dean Hailong, listened carefully and couldn't help feeling somewhat surprised, naturally not having expected that the Zero Dungeon would turn out to be a level 2 dungeon. He had originally thought that the Zero Dungeon would surely be a level 1 dungeon. Looks like one shouldn't make absolute statements at any time. People can falter, and horses can stumble. However, since it's a level 2 dungeon, then there must exist a ferocious beast city. Then, he walked toward the depths of the Zero Dungeon. When Dean Hailong noticed Yinan walking towards the front of the Zero Dungeon, he couldn't help feeling startled. Regaining his composure, he shouted to Yinan. "Yinan, what are you doing?" Chapter 111. Entering the Fierce Beast City. Yinan was brought by Tu Chiu, the master of the Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion personally. Of course, he needed to take responsibility for Yinan. If anything happened to Yinan in the zero-numbered catacomb, Tu Chiu would not have been satisfied. Tu Chiu, the master of the Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, could bring Yinan to the 5th Academy personally and let him take Yinan down to the catacomb, which already showed a lot. Yinan was definitely a super genius. With this thought, Hai Long, the president of the 5th Academy, became determined. He must ensure nothing happened to Yinan in the 0-numbered catacomb. After hearing Hai Long's words, Yinan stopped, came back to his senses, looked at Hai Long, and said, "The deep part of the catacomb." When the 4 words, "the deep part of the catacomb," came out from Yinan's mouth, Hai Long suddenly turned pale with shock. He never expected that Yinan would want to go to the deep part of the catacomb. You know, it was the deep part of the catacomb. The 0-numbered catacomb was a level 2 catacomb where master-level fierce beasts resided. Although Hai Long knew Yinan was a super genius, he also understood that Yinan absolutely had no chance against a master-level fierce beast. "Can we not go?" Hai Long couldn't help being stunned when he saw a slight determination on Yinan's face. "Why?" Yinan watched Hai Long indifferently. "Because this catacomb is strong. There are master-level fierce beasts inside. I know you're a powerful student of the Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, but do you think you can defeat a master-level fierce beast?" While listening to Yinan's words, a touch of displeasure appeared on Hai Long's face. No matter what, he was still the president of the 5th Academy, a 9th-rank great master. It wasn't easy for him to endure Yinan speaking to him like this all the time. Upon hearing Hai Long's words, Yinan understood. It's fine, just a master-level fierce beast. After saying that, he turned around and continued walking forward. Regardless of whether Hai Long's warning was kindly meant or due to fear of Tu Chiu, the master of the Qinglong Martial Arts Pavilion, at least the warning itself was pretty good. Hai Long was stunned. Just a master-level fierce beast? Could such words really come out of Yinan's mouth? "Yinan." Hai Long called Yinan after regaining consciousness, finding that Yinan had gone far away. He hurriedly stepped up and followed closely behind. In an instant, Hai Long reached in front of Yinan, stopping him, then said, "Yinan, since you were brought by General Tu Chiu, I feel I cannot let you enter the deep part of the catacomb." Seeing Hai Long blocking him, Yinan couldn't help giving him a sincere smile. Instantly, a thread of primordial energy swept out from within his body. For Yinan, it was just a single thread of primordial energy, yet to Hai Long, this tiny thread was incredibly terrifying. He felt as if the air around them crackled audibly, and he experienced a horrifying oppressive feeling from this tiny bit of primordial energy. SSSHH. Hai Long drew a sharp breath, staring at Yinan with utmost astonishment. How could he even say another word? He never would have dreamed that Yinan could actually generate such primordial energy. That was way too powerful. Feeling the primal energy emanating from Yinan, he experienced an unprecedented sensation, an utterly lethal one. Suddenly, Hai Long was thrown into confusion. He no longer understood who exactly Yinan was. Could it be that Yinan is a super strong individual? An alarming possibility flashed across Hai Long's mind. "Yinan, you." But when Hai Long glanced back at Yinan, he realized that Yinan had vanished from the spot, nowhere to be seen. Hai Long stood frozen. For how long had he been lost in thought? Yet Yinan had already disappeared, deep in the catacomb. Yinan went straight to the point, reaching the deep area of the 0-numbered catacomb, where a city of fierce beasts came into view. He observed this city of fierce beasts, thinking how much larger it was compared to the one inside Anqing catacomb. It didn't matter though, the city of fierce beasts was ultimately just a city of fierce beasts. Without lingering too long outside the city of fierce beasts, Yinan moved towards it. Not long after, he entered the city, and inside, he saw numerous fierce beasts. These level 2 catacombs were nothing in Yinan's eyes. The fierce beasts that appeared before Yinan were merely warrior level and elite warrior level fierce beasts. No matter where, the majority of fierce beasts were warrior level and elite warrior level ones, just like the human powerhouses on Blue Star. These fierce beasts were unable to speak human language. They glared viciously at Yinan, ready to pounce at any moment. "Human." Suddenly, a voice came from the distant part of the fierce beast city. The vision of a war general level martial artist was naturally terrifying. Yinan looked carefully and saw a grand hall in the distance. He assumed it must be where the leader of this fierce beast city resided. The fierce beast in front of Yinan became extremely excited upon hearing the voice from the fierce beast hall, as if pumped up with adrenaline, and they looked ready to pounce on Yinan any second. "Kill this human." Suddenly, another voice of a fierce beast came from the fierce beast hall. As soon as the sound faded, all the fierce beasts in front of Yinan rushed towards him in a swarm. Yinan shook his head looking at these charging fierce beasts. These fierce beasts were merely warrior level and elite warrior level, far too weak in front of him. He didn't need to make any movement to attack. He only needed to release his primordial energy. After the primordial energy was released, a strand of it, shaped like a sharp sword, fiercely struck towards the rushing fierce beasts. Rumble. Instantly, an explosion occurred in the area where the fierce beasts were. When the sound of the explosion ended, all the warrior level and elite warrior level fierce beasts turned into powder. Not a single one of them had a complete corpse left. Yinan recycled these warrior level and elite warrior level fierce beasts. "Ho ho, I didn't expect you to be quite powerful." Suddenly, a cold laugh rang in Yinan's ears, and a humanoid fierce beast appeared in front of Yinan. Yinan looked at this humanoid fierce beast. It was a level 1 Grandmaster fierce beast, and its physique seemed very powerful. Chapter 112. The Terror of the Kill Shadow Sword King Array. The first-rank Supreme Master Grade Ferocious Beast coldly looked at Yinan. It did not think Yinan would be its opponent. Otherwise, this Supreme Master Grade Ferocious Beast would have already fled for its life. "What is the strongest level of the Ferocious Beasts in your Ferocious Beast Great City?" Yinan asked the first-rank Supreme Master Grade Ferocious Beast in front of him. The first-rank Supreme Master Grade Ferocious Beast was stunned. It didn't expect that Yinan wouldn't flee, but rather ask it such a question instead. "Human, don't you think?" This first-rank Supreme Master Grade Ferocious Beast just wanted to say some sarcastic words to Yinan, but before it could finish, a surge of violent wind followed, and the first-rank Supreme Master Grade Ferocious Beast only felt an intense pressure. In just an instant, Yinan appeared in front of this first-rank Supreme Master Grade Ferocious Beast. He raised his hand into a claw and gripped it around the throat of this ferocious beast. This first-rank Supreme Master Grade Ferocious Beast was scared out of its wits. It never expected Yinan to be so strong. Now can you tell me the level of the strongest ferocious beast in this ferocious beast great city? Yinan said to the first rank Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast in front of him. 9 Supreme Master rank. How could the first rank Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast dare to hide anything? It quickly told Yinan the strength of the strongest ferocious beast inside the city. Yinan had guessed earlier that this cave would definitely be more powerful than the Ant City cave. As proven true, there was indeed a 9 Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast inside. The first rank Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast originally thought after telling Yinan this information, Yinan would be fearful, but to its astonishment, Yinan showed no ripple on his face, as if a 9 Supreme Master rank ferocious beast meant nothing in front of him. However, the first rank Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast knew that this was not the most important thing at the moment. What mattered most was that it needed to survive. Firstly, through Yinan's strength, it realized it absolutely could not match Yinan, so to survive, it could only plead for mercy from Yinan and hope to live. Do you want to beg for mercy? Yinan indifferently looked at the first rank Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast in front of him. The ferocious beast was shocked. It never would have thought that the human in front of it could know exactly what was on its mind. So, am I allowed to beg for mercy? The first rank Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast swallowed its saliva nervously and looked fearfully at Yinan. Of course it did not want to die. It just wanted to live. What do you think? Yinan's mouth curved into a smile. Before the first rank Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast could even respond, with a sound crack, Yinan twisted its neck and killed it. The first rank Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast would never have imagined that one day it would meet its end like this in its own territory. After killing the first rank Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast, Yinan directly reclaimed it. Immediately afterward, he activated the Crystal Jade Golden Body. With all 10 layers of the Crystal Jade Golden Body fully activated, a Tenjong Golden Body manifested. Yinan leaped off the ground, flying swiftly toward the distant ferocious beast hall. Catching the thief first means catching their king, an old saying in China but also an eternal truth. Instantly, Yinan arrived outside the ferocious beast hall. Die! A voice came from within the ferocious beast hall. This voice carried dark magical power, making people feel deafening. If it were low-rank martial artists, they probably wouldn't survive under such force. But, this sound was insignificant in front of Yinan. Bang! Suddenly, Yinan raised his golden fist. Under the strong golden light wrapping, Yinan punched toward the ferocious beast hall ahead. The golden punch aura swept out from Yinan's fist, forming an impact wave flying and striking towards the hall, where it collapsed instantly. How is this possible? At the moment when the ferocious beast hall collapsed, an extremely shocked voice appeared in Yinan's ear. It turned out a humanoid-shaped ferocious beast crawled out from the ruins. This humanoid-shaped ferocious beast looked utterly disheveled. At this point, numerous ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast great city were gazing at the half-sky. They saw the Tenjong golden body in the sky. In these ferocious beasts' eyes, this was undoubtedly a rare spectacle. Human Battle King. The humanoid-shaped ferocious beast that crawled out from the ruins was the most powerful ferocious beast in this cave, the 9th Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast. Of course, this 9th Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast knew that the Crystal Jade golden body in the half-sky was the form that a human Battle King could possess. Die! Yinan coldly shouted at the 9th Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast. Boom boom. As soon as Yinan's words faded, an explosion occurred in the area where the 9th Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast was located. After the explosion subsided, this 9th Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast had directly turned into powder without even having time to scream. Leader! A Master Grade ferocious beast screamed when it realized its leader had been instantly killed. This Master Grade ferocious beast wasn't too far from the location of the 9th Supreme Master Grade ferocious beast. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. The words were barely out before Yinan's voice appeared next to the Master Grade ferocious beast. What? Startled, the Master Grade ferocious beast quickly looked up, only to find a stream of golden energy flying toward it. Ah! The moment the golden energy was about to strike, the Master Grade ferocious beast let out a loud cry. When the cries ended, the Master Grade ferocious beast was struck by the golden energy and lost its life forever. Kill this human and avenge our leader. Suddenly, all the ferocious beasts within the ferocious beast great city attacked Yinan. You came just in time. Yinan chuckled coldly. To him, these ferocious beasts were no different from ants. Killing them would be far too easy. He reverted to his true form. Is the Crystal Jade golden body powerful? Just average. With that, he took out the Qinghong sword from his storage ring. Once retrieved, under the influence of his top-tier sword talent, the Qinghong sword began to shine with an intense sword glow. Kill Shadow Sword King Array. The ultimate sword technique, Kill Shadow Sword King Array, was unleashed. Instantly, a massive sword disc appeared in front of Yinan. The sword disc began to spin rapidly, and under the fast spinning, countless sword shadows surged out from the disc. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The space itself was torn apart by these fearsome sword shadows. It was truly terrifying to behold. And all the ferocious beasts within the ferocious beast great city fell in pools of blood. Blood flowed like rivers in the city, the stench of death filling the air. This was the terrifying power of the ultimate sword technique, the Kill Shadow Sword King Array. The entire ferocious beast great city became a scene of unimaginable horror. Chapter 113, Breakthrough, 1-star Battle King. Ding. Recycling succeeded. 50 billion yuan stone. 20 billion cultivation talent stone. 20 billion abnormal ability talent stone. 10 million sword stones. Battle King level boxing technique primordial skill, extreme dragon fist. Activate 2 million times critical hit. Yinan looked at the recycling rewards he had obtained, and his expression became extraordinarily vivid. Slaughtering an entire ferocious beast city was truly exhilarating. He integrated the recycling reward. Instantly, the golden dragon force inside his body began to wildly circulate, and Yinan felt as if his body were about to explode with unbearable pain. Yinan knew that he was about to break through. The number of golden dragons within him began to increase rapidly. 130, 150, 170. Finally, after the number of golden dragons in Yinan's body reached 200, they stopped increasing. At this moment, the sensation of pain finally disappeared. Yinan wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaled a breath of stale air, and felt a wave of relief throughout his body. He now had the power of 200 golden dragons within him, meaning he had broken through to become a 1-star Battle King. A warrior at the Battle King level is an extremely powerful existence anywhere on the Blue Star. After breaking through to the Battle King level, both flight duration and mental power surpass those of warriors at the War General level by a great margin, and they are also able to evolve into Jade Glass Body. However, Yinan's Jade Glass Body has already reached full completion. Moreover, he had obtained the Battle King level boxing technique Primordial Skill, Extreme Dragon Fist. Yinan raised his fist and gazed forward intently as 200 golden dragons began to swirl around his body. He softly exhaled 4 words. Extreme Dragon Fist. Instantly, the 200 golden dragons roared and quickly condensed into a single immense golden dragon, as the Extreme Dragon Force charged forward. Boom boom. A deafening roar sounded. When Yinan saw this, a calm smile spread across his face. The Extreme Dragon Fist was indeed a primordial skill of the Battle King level, and it was absolutely terrifying. After undergoing the Shadow Sword King array just now, what remained of the ferocious beast city was nothing more than rubble. Yinan has been in the deep bowels of the earth for so long now. I wonder where he could be. Could he possibly be in Bo Galfan City? Said Hai Long, the dean of the 5th Academy. At this point, he was not far from Bo Galfan City. During Yinan's departure, Hai Long had sensed his formidable combat prowess, even believing himself mistaken because it was truly overwhelming. He simply couldn't accept it. After much time had passed, Dean Hai Long of the 5th Academy finally arrived at Bo Galfan City. But something completely unexpected greeted him. The Bo Galfan City before his eyes was no longer the same as it used to be. The former grandeur of Bo Galfan City had now turned it into ruins. What happened? Hai Long mumbled in shock after being stunned for a long while. As Dean Hai Long of the 5th Academy prepared to enter Bo Galfan City to see what had happened, a voice suddenly resounded in his ears. Just leave. Dean Hai Long trembled all over, hurriedly looking ahead, only to be utterly shocked upon seeing Yinan standing there before him, unawares. Yinan? Upon confirming it was indeed Yinan, Dean Hai Long's pupils shrank sharply. He glanced again at the ruined cityscape before him. This. Suddenly, Dean Hai Long entertained a terrifying thought. Could it be possible that Yinan was responsible for Bo Galfan City's destruction? Realizing this, Dean Hai Long was seized by horror. Yinan, you wouldn't dare tell me this was your doing, would you? Though Dean Hai Long had already suspected Yinan of doing this, he felt that unless he heard it straight from Yinan's mouth, it would haunt him as a psychological burden. What's so strange about this? After speaking these words to Dean Hai Long, Yinan then set off towards the exit of the subterranean tunnel. After snapping back to his senses, Dean Hai Long hurriedly followed behind him. Silent journey continued. When Yinan and Dean Hai Long reached the examination location, the students were still undergoing evaluation. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave first, Yinan said to Dean Hai Long. Alright, okay. How could Dean Hai Long dare to refuse Yinan? Hastily, he replied to Yinan. Just as Yinan took a step forward, he suddenly paused, turning back to look at a particular place. Boom boom. Suddenly, a fierce explosion occurred. Run fast. Run fast. Terrified cries kept coming. Everyone quickly looked over, only to see a humanoid ferocious beast was chasing some students. Yinan raised his finger, and a sword gleam condensed upon it. As the top sword talent now, he could definitely conjure up a sword gleam not merely by using a sword. Whoosh. The sword gleam formed on his finger swept towards the humanoid ferocious beast. Just as Dean Hai Long and the mentors of the 5th Academy were about to reach this humanoid ferocious beast, they suddenly felt an unprecedented terror. In a split second they froze. They realized that the humanoid ferocious beast had already fallen to the ground with a huge blood-stained hole on its body. Dean Hai Long and the mentors of the 5th Academy quickly turned around and found that Yinan had already vanished from the spot. These students, after being saved, still had pale faces due to shock. They could never have imagined encountering such danger. Dean, what's wrong with you? A mentor suddenly noticed that the dean seemed to be petrified in place. Nothing. Dean Hai Long of the 5th Academy swallowed a lump in his throat. He was already fearful afterward because he realized Yinan's strength exceeded his imagination. After leaving the underground lair, Yinan headed straight for the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall. Upon Yinan's return, Master Tu Chiu of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall naturally exhibited immense joy on his face. Battle King Yinan, you're back. Master Tu Chiu of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall smiled at Yinan. Humph. Yinan nodded to Master Tu Chiu of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall. After resting for 2 days at the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall, Yinan once again sought out Master Tu Chiu of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall. Battle King Yinan, is there something you need from me? Master Tu Chiu looked curiously at Yinan. If there's nothing particular, come take a walk with me. Take a walk. Master Tu Chiu paused, not expecting Yinan to ask him to go for a stroll. Alright, without too much thought, Tu Chiu nodded to Yinan. After leaving the headmaster's office, they arrived at the training grounds of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall. However, Yinan's destination wasn't the training grounds, but the Imperial Capital. Chapter 114. The Dragon Palace restraining the warriors of the Imperial Capital. After Yinan and Tu Chiu, the master of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall, left the premises, they started walking along the Dragon City streets in the Imperial Capital. War King Yinan, there's actually one thing I'm very curious about. Suddenly, Tu Chiu stopped in his tracks and looked at Yinan. Speak. Yinan was also curious to know what exactly Tu Chiu wanted to ask. Do you really have some shocking grand background? Tu Chiu asked Yinan. Upon hearing Tu Chiu's words, Yinan couldn't help but laugh. I am just an ordinary person. How could I have such a background? He indeed was an ordinary person, except that he had a system. Seeing War King Yinan say this, Tu Chiu naturally thought Yinan didn't want to tell him the truth. With this in mind, Tu Chiu stopped asking further. By the way, War King Yinan, do you wish to stroll around casually, or would you like me to accompany you somewhere? Abruptly, Tu Chiu asked Yinan again. To collect my realm badge. Yinan slowly replied. Alright, let's go there immediately. Tu Chiu seemed pleased, not expecting War King Yinan to still haven't collected the realm badge. Nearby, some commoners overheard their conversation and snorted disdainfully, finding it utterly amusing that Yinan and Tu Chiu acted as if they were incredibly impressive. These ordinary people didn't think it possible for great powers to walk among them unnoticed. Sometimes, though, these powers are discovered, and then all the commoners can do is exclaim, "A strong warrior was right beside me." Yinan and Tu Chiu paid no heed to these commoners as they moved toward their destination. The place in the Imperial Dragon City where one collects the realm badge is called the Dragon Palace. Not only does the Dragon Palace serve as the location for receiving badges, but it also restrains all the warriors within the Dragon City of the Imperial capital. It bears a similar function to the Jidao Alliance in Jiangnan Base City. Much later, Yinan and Tu Chiu arrived outside the Dragon Palace. Once outside the Dragon Palace, some warriors finally recognized Tu Chiu, eyes wide in shock. They hadn't expected that the headmaster of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall would come to the Dragon Palace. This was a high-rank war general. Without lingering outside too long, Yinan entered the Dragon Palace. As an organization controlling various warrior factions within the Dragon City of the Imperial capital, the exterior of the Dragon Palace's structure was naturally exquisite. Seeing Yinan enter, Tu Chiu followed suit. Upon entering the main hall, a staff member quickly approached. This worker's expression changed dramatically upon recognizing General Tu Chiu. "General Tu Chiu, I will notify immediately." "No need." Before the staff member finished, Tu Chiu waved a hand to stop him. The staff member was internally amazed, realizing that even being a powerful general, Tu Chiu was so humble. He used to think that if he himself were a strong man, he'd walk with head held high towards the heavens. But now he realized he was wrong. True strength comes from humility. "I want to collect a badge." Unexpectedly, Yinan spoke directly to the staff member in front of him. Of course, this staff member naturally dared not to neglect, thinking this person accompanying General Tu Chiu must certainly be extraordinary. "Please follow me." Then this staff member led Yinan towards another location. "Wait, the normal detection hall isn't suitable." Just as the staff member took a step forward, Tu Chiu interjected. Startled, the staff member never expected that Master Tu Chiu would say something like this. Glancing at Yinan, although shocked, he didn't dare to question. Having worked in the Dragon Palace for so long, he understood well the subtleties of reading between the lines. So instead, the staff member led Yinan and Tu Chiu to a higher-level detection hall. The supreme-level detection hall is next door. Tu Chiu calmly said to the staff member beside him. Hearing these words from General Tu Chiu, the staff member froze. The supreme-level detection hall was adjacent to the advanced detection hall, but only warrior generals were allowed to take tests in the supreme-level detection hall. Could it be? The staff member suddenly imagined a possibility, that Yinan was indeed a war general. "Let's go." While the staff member stood frozen, Tu Chiu urged again. Recovering from his shock, the staff member hurriedly led Yinan and Tu Chiu to the supreme-level detection hall. Inside the supreme-level detection hall, there were individual testing rooms for those powerful warriors who did not wish others to know their specific level of strength. Yinan randomly entered one room. "Lord Yinan, as long as you place your hand on this machine, it can detect your current realm," the staff member said. Yinan looked at the machine in front of him. There was no significant change in his expression. He extended his hand toward the machine before him. The staff member beside Yinan had widened his eyes more than usual, extremely curious about what realm of warrior Yinan belonged to. When Yinan placed his hand on the machine, data about Yinan instantly appeared on the screen. Realm, rank 1 War King, 200 dragons worth of power. Hiss. The staff member, upon seeing the displayed realm on the machine, sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, his pupils contracting rapidly. No matter how he thought about it, he never expected that Yinan would be a war king. He had tried to imagine Yinan as strong as possible, even envisioning him as a war general level warrior, yet still, he had underestimated Yinan by such a margin. Tu Chiu, the master of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall, already knew Yinan was a war king. The data on the detection machine didn't bring much surprise to his face. Soon after, the staff member came to terms with it, reasoning that Yinan must have practiced some kind of rejuvenation metaspiritual skill to look so young. Otherwise, how could someone possibly become a war king at such a young age? Of course, the staff member's thinking was merely self-comfort. After all, he didn't even know if there were indeed any rejuvenation metaspiritual skills existing on the Blue Star. "Are we done?" Seeing that the staff member in front of him was dazed, Yinan addressed him. Hearing Yinan's words, the staff member snapped back to reality and quickly bowed respectfully to Yinan. Yes, we're done." Afterwards, the staff member led Yinan and Tu Chiu, the master of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall, away from the supreme-level detection hall. War King Yinan, warriors of the War King level must be reported to the Lord of the Palace. Just as the staff member was about to give Yinan his realm badge, he suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "No worries." Yinan chuckled silently. This is exactly what he intended. Only letting the higher-ups know about him increases his opportunities to enter the dungeons and recover dangerous beasts. Chapter 115, Third Base, Space Warship Wreckage. Immediately, this staff member handed the rank badge to Yinan, a first-class Battle King rank badge. After receiving the rank badge, Yinan placed it in his storage ring. He and Tu Chiu then left the Dragon Hall. The staff member, seeing Yinan and Tu Chiu leave, wasted no time lingering at the spot and hurried towards a place. Not long after, this staff member arrived at a location that looked extremely solemn. Inside, there was a middle-aged man who exuded an imposing aura. This middle-aged man was sitting on a chair reading a document, and the atmosphere of the entire hall seemed heavy due to the presence radiating from him. Lord of the hall. This staff member called out to the middle-aged man on the seat. His face already showed a hint of shock, and beads of cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. The middle-aged man on the seat was the Lord of the Dragon Hall. He heard the words of this staff member, placed the document in his hand onto the desk, and asked as he looked up, "Is there anything?" The Lord of the Dragon Hall's name was Li Ku, a 6th-class Battle King, with a terrifying level of strength. Without any reservation, the staff member told everything to Lord Li Ku. Listening to the words of this staff member, Li Ku was slightly stunned, not expecting such words to come from the staff member. Battle King came with the master of the Qinglong Martial Arts Institute, Tu Chiu. Regaining his senses, Li Ku looked incredulously at the staff member before him. "Yes, my lord." The staff member hastily nodded like a chick pecking grains. Li Ku was shocked speechless, his pupils enlarged significantly. What did he hear from the mouth of this staff member? He actually heard about what appeared to be a first-class battle king in their early 20s. Lord, I think that the first-class battle king must have cultivated some kind of rejuvenation meditech, so he is so young. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Alright, you've explained enough, haven't you? The Lord of the Dragon Hall Li Ku gave the staff member a glare. The staff member immediately stopped talking and quickly closed his mouth. After the staff member left, Lord Li Ku of the Dragon Hall could not calm down for a long time. Yinan and the headmaster of the Qinglong Martial Arts Institute, Tu Qiu, returned to the Qinglong Martial Arts Institute. Time flew by, days passed in the blink of an eye. Yinan came to the Tianheng Mission Agency once again. His purpose for coming to the Tianheng Mission Agency was simple. He wanted to see if there were any good missions available. Warrior kings simply have no need to come here to take on missions, but Yinan's system is a recycling system, so naturally, he would want to take on missions. Have you heard? A space warship has fallen at the third base. How can one not have heard? I even heard that the bodies inside the space warship look just like us. My goodness, this is way too intriguing. But the area where the spaceship landed has been strictly controlled. When Yinan entered the main hall of the Tianheng Mission Agency, a group of warriors began whispering amongst themselves. Space warship crash. Yinan naturally overheard the warriors' conversation, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Of course, he had heard of space warships. It wasn't the only instance on Blue Star when a space warship had crashed. As for the third base, he hadn't heard of it either. Excuse me, where exactly is the third base located? Suddenly, Yinan questioned a warrior involved in the discussion. Upon hearing Yinan's question, several warriors stopped their conversation, somewhat astonished as they looked at Yinan. They couldn't believe Yinan didn't even know the whereabouts of the third base. The third base is our capital's food production area. If you don't even know this, are you not from the capital? One warrior curiously asked Yinan. Thank you. Yinan merely thanked the warrior before leaving. The several warriors watched Yinan's back curiously. What an odd person. After exiting the Tianheng Mission Agency, Yinan returned to the Qinglong Martial Arts Institute. Upon returning, Yinan found Master Tu Qiu. When Master Tu Qiu saw Yinan finding him, he appeared somewhat startled and asked Yinan. War King Yinan you. Regarding the matter of the third base, you should know something about it, right? Before Master Tu Qiu could finish his sentence, Yinan cut in first. Tu Qiu was stunned for a few seconds. War King Yinan, could you be referring to the incident where the space warship crashed at the third base? That's correct. Yinan nodded. Then, Tu Qiu started recounting the event involving the space warship crash at the third base to Yinan. From Tu Qiu's narration, Yinan learned that the space warship crash happened 5 days ago. On that day, the weather was pleasant and clear skies stretched endlessly. War King Yinan, are you asking about this because you plan to go to the third base? After considering a possibility, Tu Qiu looked at Yinan with great astonishment. Is there something strange about this? Yinan looked at Tu Qiu with some confusion. Tu Qiu secretly thought to himself that War King Yinan was truly worthy of his name. However, the third base only had a space warship crash, which was not really worth seeing. He guessed Yinan might have never seen a space warship before, and that was why he wanted to take a look. Tu Qiu's guess was indeed correct. Yinan had never seen a space warship. This time, upon hearing that there was a space warship at the third base, of course, he wanted to take a look and wouldn't miss this opportunity. Then, Tu Qiu told Yinan the location of the third base. By the way, War King Yinan, our Qinglong Martial Arts Institute has cars powered by qi. Why don't you drive one there? Tu Qiu suddenly remembered something and tentatively looked at Yinan. Sure. Yinan nodded. Tu Qiu led Yinan to a car powered by qi. After boarding the car, Yinan drove towards the third base. The third base was annexed to the imperial capital, Dragon City, and served as its grain-producing area. In about 2 hours, Yinan arrived at the third base. After arriving at the third base, Yinan casually parked the car in a spot. After scanning the area with his spiritual force, he quickly found a place where there were many warriors. He headed toward this place. Not long after, Yinan saw a group of warriors. However, he didn't see any remnants of the space warship. He thought these warriors might just be guarding the outer perimeter, and the remnants of the space warship weren't here. Excuse me, could you tell me where the remnants of the space warship are? Yinan asked the dozens of warriors in front of him. Most of the dozens of warriors were elite-level warriors, with only a few grand warriors among them. Upon hearing Yinan ask their question, they couldn't help but look somewhat taken aback. Why do you ask about this? A 7th grade grand warrior stared at Yinan and counter-questioned. Chapter 116, Althesog Space Battleship Wreckage, Terrifying Rewards. Among the dozens of martial artists in front of Yinan, none of them knew what Yinan was about to do. They all looked at Yinan with great curiosity. I want to take a look. Yinan said this to the 7th rank great martial artist in front of him. The 7th rank great martial artist paused for a moment, stunned for several seconds before asking Yinan again. Are you joking? No. Yinan shook his head. Looking at Yinan's expression, the 7th rank great martial artist realized that Yinan was quite serious, as if he truly intended to visit the space fortress. Go back. Surely you don't think we would really let you pass, do you? As far as I know, except for the Imperial Palace in the capital, any place can be accessed by a War King level martial artist. Yinan said. The dozens of martial artists could no longer hold back their laughter, finding Yinan extremely amusing. They couldn't imagine that Yinan would say such a thing. Amidst the hearty laughter of the dozens of martial artists, Yinan took out his realm badge from the storage ring. The War King realm badge contained qi inside it, and once the badge was revealed, an intense sense of pressure could be felt. Hiss. The dozens of martial artists in front of Yinan stared at the realm badge in Yinan's hand, drawing in sharp breaths, their eyes wide open. They never imagined that Yinan would possess a War King level realm badge. This was a first-rank War King realm badge. The dozens of martial artists all confirmed that Yinan's realm badge was genuine, as the realm badge emanated terrifying yuan force. A counterfeit wouldn't produce such an effect. However, these dozen martial artists certainly did not believe that Yinan was a War King, but rather someone backed by a War King level martial artist. Actually, they were guarding here, not because it was something significant. In fact, many people could visit the wreckage of the space battleship. However, these visitors all had power and influence. After the space battleship fell onto the third base, the researchers came, took away the important items, and after that, the remaining wreckage lost much of its value. These martial artists naturally dared not offend someone who had a war king as their backing. Their attitude towards Yinan had completely changed. If you are here to visit the wreckage of the space battleship, then go ahead. Suddenly, the 7th rank great martial artist spoke to Yinan. Listening to the words of the 7th rank great martial artist, Yinan did not say more, but instead placed the realm badge back into the storage ring, walking inside without another word. After leaving the sight of the dozens of martial artists, they glanced at each other, exhaling deeply. They originally thought Yinan was just someone with immense curiosity about the space battleship wreckage, someone naive and unaware of the stakes. But little did they know that Yinan had such powerful support behind him. Compared to a war king, they were worlds apart, utterly incomparable. Yinan continued walking inside, having never seen a space battleship, a tinge of anticipation already filling his heart. After a long time, Yinan finally saw the wreckage of the space battleship. Gazing at the wreckage in front of him, Yinan was undoubtedly shocked. It was simply too massive. Yinan thought about the science fiction novels in China. What were planetary-class battleships, stellar-class battleships, space fortresses? Such a world held too much allure. There were still quite a number of martial artists outside the wreckage of the space battleship. Some had come to visit, while others guarded the area around the shipwreck. Recyclable, 2 million times attack boost. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on Yinan's retina. Staring at the unexpected text, he was stunned, never imagining that the wreckage of the space battleship. Wait a minute, why hadn't he thought of it before? In theory, the recycling system should be able to recycle anything, right? Yinan sighed wryly, pondering that perhaps because all he had been doing lately was recycling ferocious beasts, he had forgotten this basic point. What kind of recycling reward would he gain from recovering this space battleship under 2 million boosts? This space battleship must be a high-tier space battleship, right? I also feel the same way. Even the wreckage is so magnificent. Can you imagine what it looked like in its original state? Haha. Fortunately, I managed to see the space battleship wreckage at the third base. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for a lifetime. The people around Yinan visiting the space battleship began discussing, their faces displaying wave after wave of excitement. Yinan looked at the space battleship wreckage in front of him and silently issued a command to the system. After issuing the command to the system, the space battleship wreckage instantly vanished. Ding. Recycling successful. 100 billion yuan stones. 50 billion cultivation talent stones. 50 billion abnormal talent stones. 50 million sword stones. Battle King level speed technique. Battle King shadow step. Battle King level defensive technique. Ultimate armor. Activate 3 million times attack boost. How satisfying. Yinan couldn't help but be secretly pleased. He hadn't expected that recycling the space battleship wreckage would yield such an enormous amount of rewards. He immediately fused the recycling rewards into himself. Subsequently, Yinan broke through to the 2nd rank Battle King. His Yuan weapon was upgraded to a 10th stage Yuan weapon. With a 10th stage Yuan weapon, Yinan knew that even a 9th rank Battle King would probably not be his match now. In that case, who in the Dragon Nation would he have anything to fear? After fusing with the rewards from the recycling, he left this place. The people visiting the space battleship wreckage and the martial artists guarding the space battleship wreckage were, as if frozen in place like statues of wood or mud at this very moment. They realized it would be absolutely impossible to believe if they had not seen it with their own eyes. Because the space battleship wreckage had vanished from their sight, truly disappeared out of thin air. After a long while, everyone present finally came back to reality. Cold sweat already soaked their foreheads. They could not be more shocked. But they would never know why the space battleship wreckage disappeared, nor would they ever know who made the space battleship wreckage vanish. Feeling completely satisfied with his gains, Yinan returned to the car powered by Yuan energy, got in, and drove contentedly toward the imperial capital. Upon returning to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Yinan went back to his room. He thought about the strongest martial artist in Dragon Nation, the master of the nation, who was a 9th rank Battle King, possessed formidable strength. After Qinghong's sword became a 10th stage Yuan weapon, Yinan felt that even the master of the nation wouldn't be a match for him anymore. However, there was no need for him to rush to the imperial palace right now, pointing his finger at the master of the nation's nose to tell him, "You're no match for me." Chapter 117, Dragon Home Masterly Coup. A few days later, the master of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Pavilion, Tu Chiu, found Yinan. Yinan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Tu Chiu would come to him. With some doubts, he looked at Tu Chiu in front of him and asked, "Tu Chiu, are you here for something?" "Yes." Tu Chiu nodded at Yinan. Before Yinan finished his question, he waited for Tu Chiu's next words, wondering what his purpose was in finding him. "War King Yinan, the master of the Dragon Hall invites you to a banquet at his home tomorrow. Will you go?" Tu Chiu looked at Yinan tentatively. "I'll just have a bit of fun." After Yinan broke through to become a 2nd-class War King and upgraded Qinghong's sword to a 10th stage Yuan weapon, his mood greatly improved. He thought it would be fine to check it out. As for why the Hallmaster knew about him, of course this was due to the staff at the Dragon Hall reporting to him. Yinan didn't care about this point at all. When Tu Chiu saw Yinan agree, there was also a flicker of joy on his face. He had expected Yinan to agree, but he didn't expect him to do so quickly. The next day, Yinan, Tu Chiu, and a group of high-level members from the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Pavilion were all heading towards a place. Li Ku, the master of the Dragon Hall, is one of the strongest warriors in the imperial capital. Naturally, his home is very magnificent, situated on the Longshan Mountain of the imperial capital. Soon after, Yinan and the warriors of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Pavilion arrived at Longshan Mountain. It was already dusk, the sun set like blood hanging over the mountain, presenting an indescribably eerie scene. There were already many warriors on the Longshan Mountain. These warriors were all powerful beings in the imperial capital, shaking hands and conversing with each other. A banquet where even a master doesn't qualify to attend must be extremely terrifying. Yinan. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise reached Yinan's ears. Yinan felt this voice was familiar. When he turned around, he found that it was the owner of the Blackton Martial Arts Pavilion, Huang Kai. He watched as Huang Kai, the owner of the Blackton Martial Arts Pavilion, walked quickly over, looking extremely delighted and clearly behaving like a little fanboy. Then, the various high-ranking members of the Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion also came over. The last time Yinan took all the ferocious beast materials from their Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion, they were originally very confused. Later, they learned from the owner's mouth that Yinan was actually a warrior level of the War King. Although they thought it was inconceivable, they knew the owner didn't lie to them. Otherwise, how could the owner have allowed Yinan to take all the ferocious beast materials from their Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion? You're here too. Yinan looked at the master of the Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion, Huang Kai. Yeah, it's an honor to be able to participate in the Home Master's Banquet this time. Huang Kai smiled and said. However, beside them, Tu Qiu, the owner of the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Pavilion, and other high-ranking members sneered. They thought it seemed like War King Yinan and the Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion were good friends. Who were they trying to cozy up to? Some of the powerful figures nearby saw this scene and were somewhat puzzled. In their view, Yinan was really very young. Why would the master of the Blackting Martial Arts Pavilion, Huang Kai, treat him with such respect? For a moment, many powerful warriors memorized Yinan's appearance. Then, a person dressed as a steward led the various powerful warriors into the banquet hall, and the banquet began. A gathering of strong individuals can never be like the parties among the rich and the children of the wealthy. More often they talk about national affairs rather than dance. Excuse me, are you Yinan? Suddenly, a girl approached Yinan. The girl was quite beautiful, her cheeks red and rosy. Although she appeared to be about the same age as Yinan, at this moment, she seemed rather shy. Who are you? Yinan looked at the girl in front of him with some puzzlement. My name is Li Jejia. My father asked me to bring you to him. The girl told Yinan. She seemed reluctant to look directly into Yinan's eyes, though this was quite understandable given how bright they were, radiating boundless light. Is your father the Home Master of the Dragon Hall? Yes. Li Jejia nodded rapidly like a chick pecking. Yinan thought inwardly how bashful this girl was, being the daughter of such a prestigious family. Without much thought, he followed Li Jejia toward a certain direction. Not long after, under the lead of Li Jejia, Yinan arrived at a room where he met Dragon Home Master Li Ku. Dad, Yinan has arrived. Li Jejia informed Dragon Home Master Li Ku. Listening to his daughter's words, Li Ku nodded at her. Jejia, you may leave first. All right. With a smiling response, Li Jejia turned and left the room. This was the first time Home Master Li Ku of the Dragon Hall had met Yinan, and as Yinan walked in, he was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe that Yinan was actually this young. Could it be? He suddenly remembered something one of the Dragon Hall staff had told him before, that Yinan truly practiced a rejuvenating technique. But could such an art really exist? Yinan, I apologize for bringing you here so abruptly. You aren't angry, are you? No. Yinan shook his head at Home Master Li Ku of the Dragon Hall. You've broken through to become a first-class war king at such a young age, which initially, I didn't believe. But after personally examining the records, I finally accepted the truth. So I've always wanted to meet you. Home Master Li Ku continued to say. After hearing this, Yinan remained silent because he knew that Home Master Li Ku must still have more to say. A few seconds later, Home Master Li Ku asked Yinan again. Yinan, though I shouldn't ask, my curiosity is too strong. Are you perhaps the grandson of one of the major figures from the world city? Yinan? Listening to this question from Home Master Li Ku, Yinan was momentarily startled. He never would have guessed that Home Master Li Ku would think he was someone from the world city, much less the grandson of some grand figure. After composing himself, Yinan smiled inwardly. Given his extraordinary talent, this speculation was indeed reasonable. I'm afraid I can't answer this question conveniently. Since Home Master Li Ku had already broached the subject, Yinan decided to go along with it. Home Master Li Ku's body trembled slightly. His pupils dilated somewhat as he realized that since Yinan answered this way, there was no doubt that Yinan was indeed the grandson of one of the giants from the world city. Where else would such powerful genes and terrifying resources come from? Without these two factors, how could Yinan have possibly reached the level of a first-class war king at such a young age? Yinan, if you don't mind, perhaps we could find a time to go see the ruler of our nation. Out of the blue, Home Master Li Ku suggested again. Chapter 118, Dragon Kingdom Lord, Longzhan. Yinan listened to the words of Li Ku, the master of the Dragon Hall. His face showed no great fluctuation as he nodded to Li Ku. He originally came to the Dragon Hall to receive the realm badge like this. Otherwise, why would he bother to come for it? Alright, he nodded again at Li Ku. Seeing Yinan's agreement, a wave of joy appeared on Li Ku's face as he said to Yinan. How about tomorrow? I'll wait for you here, and we'll go together to see the Lord. Li Ku knew that such matters should not be delayed, so he looked at Yinan expectantly. I'll find you then, said Yinan. Li Ku had invited Yinan here precisely for this reason. After the banquet ended, Yinan returned to the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall. The next day, Yinan woke up early, washed up simply, and left the Azure Dragon Martial Arts Hall. Not long after, he arrived outside Li Ku's house. Unexpectedly, Li Ku was already waiting for him outside. Yinan, you've come. Seeing Yinan's arrival, Li Ku walked to his side and smiled calmly. Subsequently, Li Ku led Yinan towards a place, the Imperial Palace. Under Li Ku's guidance, Yinan arrived at the gates of the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was naturally where the Lord worked and lived, appearing incredibly majestic and imposing. Yinan, this is the Imperial Palace. Li Ku told Yinan. War King Li Ku. The guards outside the Imperial Palace called out upon seeing Li Ku. Li Ku nodded to these guards before speaking to Yinan. Yinan, let's go in. Alright. After nodding, Yinan followed Li Ku into the palace. Upon entering, there were some martial artists on the square of the Imperial Palace, all casting their gazes over. The martial artists on the square looked at Yinan and Li Ku. Their faces all showed a look of astonishment. Of course, they recognized Li Ku, but they did not know Yinan. In their opinion, Yinan was far too young. How could someone of his age walk shoulder to shoulder with the master of the Dragon Hall? Neither Yinan nor Li Ku lingered long on the square, and Li Ku led Yinan towards the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace. When they reached the entrance of the Grand Hall, Li Ku stopped, looking at Yinan. Yinan, wait here a moment. I will go inside and inform the Lord. Alright, Yinan nodded, fully understanding. As the strongest martial artist of the Dragon Kingdom, his hall certainly couldn't be entered arbitrarily. Soon, Li Ku went inside the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace and saw the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Longzhan. Lord Longzhan possessed an exceptionally stern demeanor, exuding endless authority in every movement. With arched eyebrows and star-like eyes, his gaze was as bright as lamps, making him appear incomparably majestic. Li Ku, is there something you wish to discuss by coming to the imperial palace? Lord Longzhan asked Li Ku. Lord, do you believe that someone can become a war king in their 20s? Suddenly, Li Ku asked Lord Longzhan this question directly. Hearing Li Ku's words, Lord Longzhan slightly paused, unable to imagine Li Ku uttering such a thing. A war king in their 20s? Wasn't that just a joke? Li Ku, when did you start joking around like this? A tinge of displeasure surfaced on Lord Longzhan's face. Lord, I'm not joking. Li Ku hesitated momentarily, thinking he had merely wanted to ask if the Lord believed someone in their 20s could become a war king. Why did the Lord assume it was a joke? Wait, did the Lord saying it was a joke imply he didn't believe it? Li Ku felt as if his brain had short-circuited, failing to grasp such a simple truth. If you're not joking, then why are you asking me whether I believe someone in their 20s can become a war king? Lord Longzhan expressed both irritation and confusion while gazing at Li Ku. In his mind, Li Ku was always a